Good news. Chu Yun has awakened the Kiki Emperor during his time travel, enabling him to pause time. Bad news. He can only pause for 13 seconds a day. Exceeding this limit could cost him his life. In this life, he relies on his androgynous charm, cosplaying while delivering takeout and filming vlogs. And he is managing quite well. On this particular day, he was cosplaying as Tokusaki Kurumi. Suddenly, a system resembling a supreme deity, titled Apocalyptic Delivery, appeared, compelling him to become a delivery person in a post-apocalyptic world. He was tasked with delivering heartfelt meals to customers in realms plagued by zombie apocalypse, beast invasion, greed beast disaster, eerie arrival, blood clan calamity, illusory city of pseudo-humans, among others. With each completed order, a reward would be instantly granted. The system's shop actually sells a supreme immortal body that can create a small world within and grant eternal life. Just 10 billion points? Watch me easily acquire it. From that moment on, I shall deliver orders that others dare not accept. I shall confront horrors that others cannot bear to face. My legs may ache from delivering, but my hands will grow weary from collecting rewards. Beast Master, Death God Scythe, Destruction Barret, Bean Soldiers, Five Fingers Sword Heart, Shadow Legion. Others call me the Merciless Machine for sweeping through. Apocalyptic orders? No, no, no. I merely wish for my customers to have their meals promptly. Chu Yun began as an ordinary handsome youth. Under the alias Time 3, he steadily enhanced his abilities, ultimately becoming the nightmarish demon lord. I am clearly the great love immortal. Chu Yun grasped the customer's neck, offering a benevolent smile. You will give me a 5-star review, won't you? The zombie king dragon emperor nodded frantically, feeling an unbearable bitterness within. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have coveted the water god's heart. Chapter 1. The Apocalypse Delivery Person. Time paused. Comment. 999 talent type. Draw a transcendent beauty SSS level talent. When subsidies cease, feelings dwindle, and with the end of summer vacation, crowdsourcing leads to hunger. Lying on the electric vehicle, Chu Yun scrolled through every major takeout crowdsourcing platform, but found no orders to at this rate. The cosplay outfit he desired would remain a distant dream. Wow. Are you cosplaying as Tokusaki Kurumi? He glanced at an excited otaku approaching him. Chu Yun nodded. Indeed. But I'm a guy. In this life, he possessed an androgynous appearance, practically a natural cos saint. Usually, he wore cosplay outfits to deliver takeout and upload vlogs to various short video platforms, maintaining a decent life. A guy, the bespectacled man was taken aback, his gaze dropping, and indeed, he appeared rather unremarkable. As his gaze continued downward, he fixated on an oddly prominent feature, becoming increasingly excited. Are you not polite? He should never have chosen to deliver takeout in Lingdu. Chu Yun felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly activated his electric vehicle, returning to his rental apartment at a speed of 80 km/h. But lying on the sofa, he stared at the blank crowdsourcing hall. Forget it. Today shall be like this. Let's start the broadcast. Just as he was about to open Douyin, a nearby app named Apocalyptic Delivery Anywhere caught his attention. When did I download this? A game? He clicked in. Beep. Binding successful. Congratulations, you have become the 99,999th crowdsourced delivery person of Apocalyptic Delivery. Randomly assigning your initial area. Wasteland Apocalypse, Eerie Apocalypse, Pseudo-Human Apocalypse, Fog Apocalypse, Extreme Cold Apocalypse. Various types of apocalyptic worlds flashed by. Ultimately, it settled on a water-blue planet infested with zombies. As the area continued to narrow down, it finally focused on a specific city. Your initial order area is Nanyang City, including 13 affiliated counties. Beep. Dispatch. You have an order from convenience store number 50 to Kingmission Town, Old Who's Restaurant. A post-apocalyptic order spanning 91 meters has arrived. Commence teleportation. Chu Yun abruptly sat up. He found himself in an unfamiliar store. Rows of shelves held an array of products, including cookies, bread, bottled water, medical supplies, and powerful pills, a dazzling display. Yet, his gaze was drawn to the world outside. Thick, dark clouds loomed above, shimmering with an eerie blood-red sun. The streets were littered with severed limbs, skeletal remains, abandoned vehicles, and refuse in abundance. What the hell? Where the hell am I? Is this still Blue Star? Suddenly, a virtual panel appeared before him. Current delivery world, zombie apocalypse. Delivery location, Kingmission Town, Old Who's Restaurant, 2nd floor bedroom. Distance, 71 m. Delivery time, 59 minutes. Newcomers are exempt from penalties within the first 10 minutes of exceeding time. Revenue for this order. Newbie gift pack, 1 level point, 10 apocalypse points, Physical freedom attribute point *1. Gazing through the convenience store's observation window, he could clearly see the sign of Huimin Restaurant, located right across the street. Coincidentally, two zombies were wandering right in front of the store entrance, so the current supreme deity doesn't even ask yes or no, but directly pulls people to work. Throughout these years of traversing, he had envisioned countless possibilities: spiritual energy revival, extraordinary awakenings, interdimensional invasions, game descents, even becoming a star attraction or a travel daily system, among others. Yet, he never anticipated that he would be delivering takeout to people in an apocalypse. This is too lowly. Beep, please complete the delivery based on the customer's purchased goods. A small receipt appeared in his hand. There were not many types of goods. One might even say there were very few, limited to just one. However, the customer had ordered 20 bottles of 5L water. Goodness gracious. Fortunately, the system provided a spatial backpack, level 1 backpack, capacity limit 100 kilograms. 100 liters precisely weighs 100 kilograms, fitting snugly. He located a shelf to store the water and attempted to place one barrel inside, resulting in a mini barrel of water appearing in the backpack. After placing all 20 barrels inside, the backpack was perfectly filled. Beep, delivery completed. The convenience store's door slowly opened, revealing the outside world. Please choose one of the following weapons as your initial weapon. Newcomer benefit. 1. Great sword. A long crowbar, he mused, would be the ideal choice. The sword was of little use, prone to dullness and jamming. Thus, it was dismissed. The hammer was cumbersome and unwieldy, also passed over. It was obvious what the choice should be. The crowbar, a veritable weapon of physics, a divine instrument for the apocalypse. A crowbar, 12 meters in length, appeared before him. He grasped it and felt its weight. It was substantial, yet manageable. With only 55 minutes remaining for the order, he hurriedly prepared himself, dismissing the urgency. He changed out of the cumbersome gothic dress of Shizaki Kurumi and removed the bothersome colored contact lenses. After performing a set of calisthenics to warm up, he wielded the crowbar with increasing familiarity. With the delivery bag slung over his shoulder, he exited the convenience store and stepped into the outside world. An overwhelming stench of decay assaulted his senses, mingled with the acrid scent of rusted refuse. He nearly choked, tears stinging his eyes. In the distance, two zombies, their senses keen, caught sight of him and charged forward with frenzied abandon. Instinctively, Chu Yun took a step back, colliding with a door. Upon glancing back, he was taken aback. Why was the door closed? The Apocalypse convenience store had shut its doors, severing his last avenue of escape. Most pressing, he had yet to retrieve the clothing he had purchased for over 2,000 yuan. With a roar, the two grotesque zombies closed in. Maggots crawling over their bodies, the stench of blood filling the air. Overwhelmed by the dual assault on his senses, Chu Yun slowly closed his eyes. Suddenly, a distant chime echoed through the air, and a colossal golden clock materialized above him. Time itself seemed to freeze. When he opened his eyes again, his left pupil had transformed into a deep, clock-like pattern radiating golden light. He approached the frozen zombies, muttering to himself. He drew near, raised the crowbar, and struck down upon one's skull with force. The crowbar emerged, slick with brain matter and dark blood. He then swung it toward the other zombie's head, deftly maneuvering past the first. With a flick of his wrist, he released the time stop, and the clock in the sky dissipated. A series of thuds resonated behind him, followed by the sound of bodies collapsing. He had successfully slain two zombies, earning an additional 2 points in the apocalypse score. Chu Yun felt a tumult of emotions regarding this ability. Initially, upon discovering he could summon Keki IT to pause time, he was elated, believing himself to be godlike. However, the days of mischief brought with them a sense of dread. An ominous message proclaimed, remaining lifespan, 3 years. Panic surged within him. Why had there been no prior warning? After conducting further tests, he discovered that as long as he limited his time manipulation to 13 seconds a day, his lifespan would not diminish further. Was he destined to live only 306 more days? No. The task at hand ignited a flicker of hope for change. After dispatching the two zombies, his subsequent journey was uneventful, allowing him to enter Hu's restaurant unscathed. Ascending to the second floor, he approached a bedroom door and was about to knock when a weak voice beckoned him to enter, stating the door was unlocked. Inside lay a gaunt figure, skin stretched taut over bones, identifiable only by her disheveled hair and attire as a woman. Scanning her phone screen, he noted it displayed his current location. He offered her a polite nod. Removing the delivery bag, Chu Yun produced a mini barrel of water, which reverted to its original form. Just as he was about to place it on the floor, the woman spoke again, requesting him to pour the water over her. Such an unusual request. Yet, he thought it best to oblige. Upon turning the cap and pouring the water over her, it absorbed into her body. To his astonishment, her waxy, pallid skin began to glow with a faint pink hue, and her once sunken cheeks filled out slightly. "Thank you, I need more," she said, her voice now stronger. Chu Yun repeated the process until the 5th barrel was depleted, at which point the woman appeared revitalized. "I am by Lingxue. Thank you, noble courier of the apocalypse." She smiled, her beauty radiant, though he could not help but think she was not more beautiful than he. "Just doing my job. No thanks necessary," he replied, placing the empty barrels aside and adopting a false name. Eager to complete his task and claim his new user gift, he began to retrieve the remaining water. Noticing his businesslike demeanor, the young woman, concerned for her brother, proposed a deal. "Three brothers, let us strike a bargain. Near Nanyang City, there exists a base called Bai Di Chong, where over 5,000 survivors reside. My brother, Bai Lingbing, is the leader, a peak-level second-tier ability user. When the apocalypse first erupted, an accident separated us, and we believed each other dead. I awakened my water-based powers and escaped through a river. A month later, I learned he was alive and had become the leader of a large camp. Since you deliver in this apocalypse, your strength must be formidable. If you escort me to him, I shall ensure he rewards you with at least 50 grams of blood crystal." Her tone was earnest, and Chu Yun paused in his actions. Blood crystals? A classic element of the apocalypse, rumored to bestow extraordinary powers upon consumption. Regrettably, he was just an ordinary person at present. Yet, he chose his words carefully. "I apologize, but I have other deliveries to complete. Some may be in dire straits, waiting for my assistance." Despite his refusal, Bai Lingxue persisted, arguing that in this desperate time, death might be a release for some. "Furthermore, this delivery costs me only 50 grams of blood crystal. After deducting expenses, how much do you stand to gain for your efforts?" Clenching her teeth, she declared, 250 grams. "If you take me there, my brother will grant you half a gene of blood crystal. Such a bounty could elevate a peak first-tier user to second-tier strength." She implored him to reconsider. Chu Yun placed the final barrel down and regarded the woman, who was painting a tantalizing picture. With a smile, he replied, "Your delivery has been completed. Thank you for choosing Apocalypse Delivery Services. Wishing you a pleasant life. Farewell." Upon concluding his scripted response, a notification appeared. Delivery accomplished, classified as on-time arrival. He was then presented with the option to either remain for 30 minutes before returning or return immediately. He chose the latter, and in an instant, his form vanished from the spot. Back in his rented room, Chu Yun set the crowbar aside and eagerly began to assess his rewards. Rewards have been distributed. New user gift, random. Experience points, 1 point, to enhance delivery level. Apocalypse points, 12 points, redeemable in the system store or for trade with other couriers. Physical freedom attribute points, 1, applicable to strength, agility, or stamina. The gift box resembled the size of a fist, modest yet filled with promise. With anticipation, he opened it to reveal a silver coin adorned with various miniature animal designs, depicting wolves, tigers, leopards, and birds. The reverse side bore 3 stars. Core coin you show, after fusion, it enables a mental link with a beastly creature. Success allows one to command and control it. Failure results in mental trauma, leading to dementia. To his surprise, his first skill is akin to that of a slave path. This evokes memories of his childhood, playing nurturing pet battle games such as Luo Ku Wangua, Sire Hao, and Kabu Shiyu. After a moment of reflection, Chu Yun swiftly opts for fusion. Immediately, a coin slot materializes in his left hand. He inserts the Yusho coin into it. There is no reaction, indicating that he must encounter a beastly creature first. Which of my first little spirits should I choose? Certainly not a kitten or puppy. Acquiring a lion or tiger domestically is impossible. If only I could contract a large avian beast, delivering takeout would be a breeze. Chu Yun indulges in his imagination. He then gazes at Lan Ka. Melee Mastery Book. 3 months for initiation, 3 years for fundamentals, 10 years for mastery. Upon use, it transforms a layman into an elite warrior in melee combat. This will perfectly compensate for my shortcomings in battle. I will use it directly. Lan Ka transforms into golden light, surging into his brow. Waves of memories flood into his consciousness. From basic striking techniques to street fighting evasion and blocking, and further to military close combat techniques, all deeply entrenched in his being through 10 years of relentless training. When he opens his eyes again, he has become a rare master of melee combat in the world. The system's unfaltering 10-year training holds far greater value than a decade in reality. Moreover, alongside enriched combat experience, his physical and spiritual essence has been significantly enhanced. He examines his personal attribute panel. End Times Delivery Personnel. Chu Yun, ID. 99999. Level 112 level points. Affects delivery area, order permissions, skill limits, etc. Mana 1010. Restores 3 points per hour. Physical body. Strength 2, agility 2, stamina 2. Warrior level. Spirit 3, 3 times that of an ordinary person. Affects insight, comprehension, mana recovery speed, etc. Core coin. You show level 1 delivery personnel can have a maximum of 1 skill slot. Apocalypse points. 12 points after browsing the system mall. He finds that there are not many items within his purchasing power. Core coin Windblade. Consumes 2 points of mana to unleash a Windblade. Price 100 points. Newcomer discount. Only 10 points. Limited to 1 time. Core coin Bone Spear. Consumes 1 point of mana to condense a bone-long spear, which can last for 10 minutes. Price 30 points. Today's special. Buy 2 get 1 free. Core coin 1-man power. After fusion, it permanently increases strength by 1 point without consuming mana. Price 1 point. The mall exclusively sells core coins. However, he already possesses You Show, rendering any additional purchase unnecessary. Thus, his primary task is to increase his level and expand his skill slots. He returns to his room to don a set of black attire suitable for movement. Entering the Nanyang City area order hall. 12 kilometers. Starry Hotel Room 2107 delivery time. 24 hours order details. 20 kilograms of rice 100, 30 kilograms gas tank 10. 10L bottled water 200 order earnings. 5 level points. 99 apocalypse points. 5 attribute points customer notes. The elevator is broken. Please deliver to the door. This order is exceedingly absurd, and it is unlikely that anyone would accept it. Just as he thinks this, the order has already been snatched away. The star rating denotes delivery difficulty. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Among the numerous orders, 90 are beyond his current capacity. I only need 1 level point to ascend to a level 2 delivery personnel. To play it safe, I will accept a nearby order with a low star rating. In the custom filter, the minimum selection is 2 stars and below. After making his selection, only a handful of orders remain. 13 kilometers. Zootopia public toilet delivery time. 1 hour 29 minutes order details. Painkillers, hemostatic spray, gauze order earnings. 1 level point, 10 apocalypse points. 1 attribute point customer notes. Urgent. Requesting the apocalypse delivery hero to hurry. An additional 10G blood crystal for early delivery. 521 meters. Happiness Community South, Building Unit 1. 6th floor West Unit. After rummaging through and refreshing several times, suddenly, an order for delivery of just 1 meter appears. Years of habit prompt him to seize it without a second thought. Order snatched successfully. Elated, he opens the order, only to furrow his brow. 1 meter. In front of number 21 Apocalypse Convenience Store delivery time. 59 minutes order details. An indestructible iron cage capable of holding 10 tigers. Order earnings, 2 level points. 20 apocalypse points. Designated skill entry book. Customer notes. Hurry. This order seems suspicious. Teleportation initiated. Chu Yun's vision fades to black. Chapter 3. Thunder-type cheetah. Another by D-City? After a dizzying whirl, Chu Yun opens his eyes to find himself standing in a convenience store. A man waiting at the window spots him and hurriedly knocks on the glass. His mouth moves incessantly, yet no sound escapes. However, the general message is clear. He is urging him. Chu Yun scrutinizes the customer. Disheveled hair, a snakeskin bag in hand, frequently glancing behind him, drenched in sweat, as if fleeing from a terrifying pursuit. He nods in acknowledgement. Following the system's guidance, Chu Yun locates a mini iron cage the size of a Rubik's Cube. Upon silent invocation, it transforms into a metal cage measuring 10 by 10 by 10 meters, weighing 30 tons. Ding! Goods prepared, please deliver promptly. The convenience store's door slowly opens, and the cacophony from outside floods in. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberates from the distance. Peering outside the store, he gasps. A cheetah larger than a tiger appears at the far end of the street. It lets out a thunderous roar and charges towards him at breakneck speed. In an instant, it covers a distance of 100 meters. The primary target is the man. The man, who had barely made it halfway, trembles uncontrollably, enveloped in despair and fear. He is rendered immobile, unable to utter even the word "save me." As death looms ever closer, a colossal iron cage descends from above, enclosing the man within. The approaching giant cheetah, undeterred, accelerates even further. With a thunderous crash, the beast collides with the cage. The man, terrified, plops down onto the ground. Chu Yun reassures him, rest assured, a product of wherever you deliver is guaranteed to be top-notch. See, not a scratch. The man glances at the spot where the giant leopard just struck and, indeed, finds it unscathed. Wait, how did you get in here? Chu Yun offered a faint smile, remarking that he was right beside the cage when it was thrown. In reality, he had utilized a 2-second time pause to slip in just as the cage was about to hit the ground. Order completed. Return immediately. No, he had wasted time entering, primarily due to the furious giant cheetah before him. What a coincidence. He had just acquired the ability to summon beasts and was in need of one. The massive and incredibly swift leopard before him seemed tailor-made for his requirements. However, establishing a direct mental link posed considerable risks. Chu Yun decided to observe for a while. The mutated leopard roared frantically, incessantly clawing and gnawing at the cage. Its bloodthirsty gaze remained fixed on the man. After a minute, it became evident that the cage was indeed robust. The man, pale-faced, finally exhaled in relief, tears streaming down his face as he expressed his gratitude to the young man. Thank you for saving my life. In the future, if there is anything I can assist you with, I, Wang Chong, will not hesitate. Just as he finished speaking, the giant leopard let out another fearsome roar. This time, it retreated several dozen meters, crouched low, and prepared for a powerful charge. The cage shook violently, but held firm. It retreated again. With each successive impact, the ground trembled. Chu Yun turned to the man and inquired about what he had done to provoke such wrath. Clearly, the leopard was willing to inflict harm upon itself to eliminate him. Wang Chong, terrified by the scene, instinctively clutched the burlap sack in his hands. After a moment's hesitation, he remained silent. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes and ceased his questioning. The leopard continued its relentless assault, its head bloodied and its body bruised, yet it persisted in its attacks. Observing its state, Chu Yun felt a pang of sympathy. Surely, the mental link wouldn't be compromised, would it? With another collision, the indestructible iron cage finally began to bend. Wang Chong, now fully panicked, began to wail for help. Save me. You must have some means to survive in this apocalypse. Please use your powers to deal with it. Chu Yun rolled his eyes in exasperation. If he truly had such powers, would he be trapped in the cage? However, he was intrigued by one thing and suggested, the cage can hold for a while longer. You should hurry and buy a larger one. Wang Chong shook his head with a bitter smile. That's impossible. I've already spent my entire fortune on this cage. I have no money left, and my lifespan is limited to just 2.5 years. I can't even access the delivery platform anymore. Chu Yun was perplexed. What does accessing the delivery platform have to do with your lifespan? The man was astonished. As an employee of the delivery company, you don't know? We must first pay with 3 years of our lifespan to enter the app. Then we can place orders at exorbitant prices, and you will deliver. As they spoke, the cage continued to bend. Wang Chong grew frantic. Save me first. After you save me, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Chu Yun waved his hand dismissively. No rush. First, tell me what's in your sack. This time, the man did not hesitate. He opened the snakeskin bag and pulled out a fist-sized cheetah cub. Chu Yun was taken aback. You stole its child. With a thunderous crash, the leopard charged again, shaking the cage significantly. Wang Chong stumbled back, pleading, Save me. Save me. Give me the kitten. Chu Yun swiftly snatched the unconscious cub and initiated a mental link. The young cheetah's consciousness was remarkably simple and weak, allowing for an effortless connection. In the outside world, the sleeping cub opened its eyes, wobbling as it stood. Wang Chong gasped in shock. How is it awake? I administered a dose potent enough to incapacitate an elephant. No, you must knock it out again. It's a mutated thunder leopard. Once it regains consciousness, capturing it will be nearly impossible. Chu Yun ignored the frantic cries in his ears. His focus was solely on the little cub. Observing the unique lightning patterns on its skin, he thought it looked magnificent. At that moment, the little one raised its head and gazed at him, feeling an overwhelming sense of affection and familiarity, meowing sweetly. In an instant, the lightning patterns flickered, and it appeared beside the young man's neck, affectionately nuzzling him. Thunder element. The bond was formed. From now on, delivering goods will no longer be a concern. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with joy as he repeatedly petted the cub. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chong was left in shock. What in the world is happening? But then he recalled something. You possess the same abilities as the deputy leader of Bai D City. If so, you're doomed. That thunder leopard is her designated beast. Once more, the name Bai D City echoed ominously. With a resounding crash, the iron cage was finally breached by the giant leopard. It leaped into the enclosure, swiftly dispatching the human who had stolen its child, then turned its fierce gaze toward another human. Chu Yun, connected with the little cub, sent a thought. The little leopard transformed into a flash of lightning, appearing before its mother, meowing. The giant leopard halted its advance. Its battered body slowly lowered, nuzzling the little one with its nose, emitting a low, mournful sound, a stark contrast to its earlier ferocity. It then lifted the cub in its mouth, preparing to depart. The little one struggled, eager to follow its master. Chu Yun felt reluctant, but, seeing the mother leopard stained with blood, silently conveyed a command to the little cub. Stay with your mother for now, protect her. When we meet again, I want to see a stronger version of you. He watched as the pair disappeared from sight. Returning to his rented room, Chu Yun felt a sense of loss. I haven't even named my cat yet. Meow? A voice chimed beside him. What the heck? You're here too. Chapter 4. The Flower of Life, Path to Prosperity, Servant. Thunder Element Cheetah Cub, Unnamed, Strength, Level 0. Level 1, Magic Power, 1010. Restores 5 points per hour. Skill, Thunder Flash LV1 consumes 1 to 2 points of magic power, teleporting 10 to 30 meters. The little cheetah now had a system panel. Servant, it seems you will follow me wherever I go from now on. Chu Yun joyfully patted the little one's head, initially intending to name it upon their next meeting. Little flower? Little treasure? Quick. No, those aren't cool enough. He scratched his head. How about simply calling it Lightning? The little leopard, no, Lightning, was quite pleased with the name, happily bouncing onto its master's shoulder. Haha, don't lick me. That tickles. He caught it and placed it on the table. Lightning, go play for now. I have some serious business to attend to. Watching it dart around the room, Chu Yun settled on the sofa to review the gains from this venture, opening his personal panel. Level 215 experience points, magic power, 2020, restores 3 points per hour. Attributes, Strength 2, Agility 2, Stamina 2, Spirit 3, Core Coins. Beast Tamer, Level 2 Delivery Personnel. Maximum of 2 skill slots. Apocalypse points. 32 points upon reaching Level 2, his magic power doubled, and he gained an additional core skill slot. At long last, the opportunity to acquire skills has arrived. Possessing an impressive 32 points of accrued credits, Chu Yun accessed the marketplace. Core Coin Claw, consuming 3 points of mana. It transforms the user's hand into claws. Original price 99, first time newcomers 30. Core Stone Skin, 3 points. This ability converts the skin into stone, significantly enhancing defense. New price 25. Swift Movement, 2 points, increases agility by 2 for 10 minutes. New price 29. Eagle Eye, 2 points, enhances vision and insight. New price 30. The skills can be broadly categorized into 6 major types: attack, defense, movement, recovery, reconnaissance, and special. Chu Yun had 2 skill slots, with the first already occupied by the special type Beast Slave system. Although the potential of Lightning was formidable and held promise for the future, it remained in its infancy and offered little assistance at present. Only 1 slot remained available for selection. Faced with 6 options, which one should he choose? Chu Yun pondered thoughtfully. In terms of attack, with a decade of melee experience, he was already invincible in battles of the same level, especially with the Holy Sword of Physics, Exclude. Regarding defense, with time manipulation at his disposal, he had no fears except for sudden ambushes. However, once chosen, he could not maintain defense indefinitely, as ambushes would still be a threat. Exclude. In terms of movement, with time manipulation, if he could not outrun an opponent, then the choice would be futile. Exclude. Recovery was tentatively considered. Reconnaissance was also left on hold. The special skills appeared too vague, leaving it to chance. Considering recovery and reconnaissance, Chu Yun glanced at Lightning, who was frolicking in the living room, and the image of the wounded leopard mother flashed through his mind. Lightning's sudden disappearance must have caused great distress. It was likely searching for its offspring while injured. Currently, still within the vicinity of Nanyang City. But if too much time passed, it would venture into other cities, which could be disastrous. A simple-minded, injured leopard was running through the perilous wasteland. Without a significant opportunity, death was inevitable. He needed to make a decision swiftly and return quickly. He sought a recovery-type item, disregarding mana recovery, mental recovery, and self-recovery options. He stumbled upon a remarkable find. Core Coin Vitality Flower, type, recovery type, effect. Consuming 5 points of mana, it conjures a vitality flower, which heals injuries upon consumption. The flower exists for 1 hour upon conjuration. If an additional 10 points of mana are infused, its existence is prolonged by 10 days. Price, $13.98 Wasteland credits, supports 48 interest-free installments. Note, only 3 items left in stock. The price was exorbitant, but the effect was extraordinary. Among all items, those with higher star ratings were the most expensive. Regardless of star rating, recovery items were the priciest, and among them, those that could heal others were the costliest. Not to mention, this one could store healing for later use. The wasteland was fraught with dangers. Anyone, including delivery personnel, could find themselves in peril at any moment. Injuries necessitated healing. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened, as if he had glimpsed the path to prosperity. He swiftly completed the transaction. Ding. Installment purchase successful. Current debt, 1398 wasteland credits, 47 installments remaining, automatically deducting 29,125 credits daily until repaid. If credits are insufficient, equivalent items will be forcibly confiscated for compensation. A silver coin engraved with flowers fell from the void. Chu Yun reached out to grasp it and claimed it. He immediately integrated it into his being, refining it in an instant. With a mere thought, he guided his mana to infuse the newly acquired core coin, causing a gentle emerald glow to coalesce in his palm, taking shape. Ultimately, it condensed into a small green flower, no larger than a finger. The moment the vitality flower formed, a rich aura of life permeated the room, refreshing the atmosphere. Meow. Lightning, who had been chasing its own tail, halted its antics and sniffed the air, gazing curiously at the small flower. With a flash of lightning, it teleported beside the flower. Looking up at its master with pleading eyes, Meow, Lightning is hungry, wants to eat the flower. Little glutton, this is not a snack. Chu Yun chuckled, gently flicking its head. This is to save your mother. As for hunger, he turned to retrieve half a roast duck from the refrigerator, leftover from the previous night after failing to contact a customer. He heated it in the microwave for 3 minutes. Placing it on the dining table, he called, Lightning, come eat. In that brief moment, Chu Yun sensed that the life aura emanating from the flower had diminished from its initial intensity. Without hesitation, he once again summoned mana from within to infuse the vitality flower. The green glow flickered. The flower ceased to radiate its life essence outward, becoming more solid and contained. He found a small box to store it and tucked it into his pocket. Once again, he entered the order hall, recalling the scenes from his second delivery. As Chu Yun searched for the shops he had encountered, he reflected on the individuals and events from both experiences. Near Nanyang City, over 5,000 inhabitants resided in by D City, led by Lingbing, a peak-level second-turn leader and the vice leader with beast mastery abilities. Having delivered in this area for some time, it was only a matter of time before he interacted with them. To avoid falling behind in conversation, strength was essential. To grow stronger, he needed to consistently fulfill orders, level up, exchange skills, and continue undertaking more perilous deliveries. An hour later, as the refreshed orders appeared, Chu Yun abruptly sprang from the sofa and seized the opportunity. 31 kilometers, Aoi massage rooftop delivery time. 2 hours 59 minutes order content. Chilled cola, self-heating hot pot. Premium steel knife, bulletproof vest order rewards. 3 level points, 30 wasteland credits. 1 attribute point customer note. Encountered an injured leopard. A capable delivery person to aid would earn you a share of the blood crystal. Chapter 5. Breakthrough, Giant Python. Returning for the third time to the convenience store of the wasteland, Chu Yun skillfully picked up the item receipt in the level 1 delivery backpack. Collecting the goods one by one. Packing complete, please deliver promptly. The door swung open. He called to the inquisitive little cat exploring the shelves, Lightning, let us go. If you don't hurry, your mother will leave first. With a crowbar raised, he dashed out of the store. Just ahead, 3 wandering zombies caught the scent of flesh and charged excitedly towards him. Not long ago, he had faced a far more terrifying giant leopard beast. With his threshold raised, encountering zombies now felt like dealing with mere small fry. His gaze sharpened as he took swift steps forward, proactively approaching them. With agility double that of an average person, he ran faster than the zombies. In the crucial moment of contact, he swung the charged crowbar with force. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The crowbar struck precisely at the zombie's temple. The sound of cracking bones echoed as dark red blood and grayish-white brain matter splattered. Thud! The zombie fell silently to the ground. Killed a level 1 zombie. Earned 1 wasteland credit. Roar! The second zombie lunged at him. Chu Yun sidestepped, brushing past it. And with a swift kick, he sent it tumbling. Almost simultaneously, leveraging the rotational momentum from his movement, he swung the crowbar in a sharp arc, delivering a powerful blow to the approaching third zombie, akin to a golf swing. Bang! At that moment, the lightning-fast creature, known as Shandian, noticed a fallen zombie attempting to rise behind its master. In a flash, it appeared behind the creature's head, extending its tender yet exceptionally sharp claws to deliver a lethal strike. A blood-colored crystal, no larger than a fingernail, was extracted from the zombie's brain. With its core severed, the zombie's body stiffened and collapsed to the side. Your servant has slain a level 1 zombie, earning you 1 end of world point. Meow? Shandian proudly clutched the blood crystal in its mouth and darted to its master's feet, its little tail held high in a display of triumph. Oh, splendid! Chu Yun exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he took the warm, lightweight crystal, estimating it to weigh merely 1 gram. While he was observing, Yun had already extracted 2 similarly sized blood crystals from the brains of 2 other corpses. Noticing the creature's eager gaze, Chu Yun nodded, permitting it to indulge. With the master's approval, Yun's amber eyes gleamed with excitement. It flicked its tiny tongue and swallowed the 2 blood crystals. Under Chu Yun's expectant gaze, the little creature's body began to grow, seemingly transforming from 1 month old to 3. Previously, it could be cradled in a single palm, but now it required both hands for support. Observing its status panel, Chu Yun tossed his own blood crystal to Yun, which caught it in its mouth. Zzz. Fine blue arcs of electricity erupted from its surface. The little creature suddenly tensed, and a powerful engine-like sound resonated within, reminiscent of a struggling bowel movement. Then, with a sudden cry meow, a bolt of blue lightning, the size of a finger, shot forth from its mouth. Though small, the lightning was incredibly dense and shot forth at a speed akin to a bullet. With a swift whoosh, it traversed dozens of meters, striking a sturdy tree with a resounding crash, creating a gaping hole. Your servant Yun has absorbed 3 units of low-purity blood crystal energy. Strength increased to level 0. Level 2. New skill acquired. Lightning Strike LV1. Consumes 3 mana points to unleash a penetrating bolt of lightning from its mouth. It has leveled up and acquired a ranged skill. Chu Yun gazed at the now larger creature with a mixture of astonishment and delight. While he dared not consume the blood crystal himself, it could surely be utilized to nurture his beast companion. Meow. Yun joyfully scampered about, brimming with energy. Excellent. Its vitality is invigorating. Chu Yun felt a surge of confidence. Their rescue mission was becoming more assured. Following the system's navigation, the pair traversed the road, encountering a few zombies along the way, which they dispatched with ease. As they ventured deeper into the city, the number of towering buildings increased, and so did the zombie population, compelling them to slow down and stealthily navigate through nearby houses, ultimately taking a detour that added 3 kilometers to their journey. With 2 hours remaining for delivery, Chu Yun concealed himself on the 2nd floor of a house. Peeking through a small gap in the curtain, he observed the street outside the Songjing massage establishment. Limbs and severed arms littered the ground. Clearly, these zombies had been recently torn apart by some ferocious beast, as many corpses had their skulls shattered, with some even missing their heads, likely bitten off in a single gulp. In addition to the carnage, fresh blood and clumps of fur were strewn about, unmistakably belonging to that very beast. The pungent scent of blood permeated even through the window. Chu Yun clutched a small box in his pocket, gazing toward the rooftop of the massage parlor's 3rd floor. No one appeared to be present there. He clicked his tongue, pondering whether the customers had grown impatient and taken matters into their own hands. Meow, meow. Yun sensed a familiar scent nearby, expressing unease and worry. Fear not, Chu Yun reassured, stroking its head. From what we observe below, your mother has emerged victorious. After consuming so many zombie blood crystals, she will surely be fine. Throughout their journey, Yun had consumed 10 blood crystals. Its size had reached 1.2 meters, and its level had risen to level 3, with its first skill lightning flash breaking through to level 2, allowing for a maximum teleportation distance of 100 meters. The corpses below numbered at least 20 or 30. After such a feast, the leopard mother must have experienced some recovery. Time was of the essence. Wait here for me and remain attentive to my commands, he instructed. With that, Chu Yun opened the window and leaped from the 2nd floor, landing steadily before making his way towards the massage parlor. The journey was peril-free, and upon reaching the 2nd floor, he encountered a man and a woman. You're slow. The woman, adorned with golden hair and clad in leather pants, screamed impatiently upon seeing him. Why did it take you an hour to cover such a short distance? Chu Yun frowned but ignored her, directing his gaze at the muscular man lounging on the sofa. The man, dressed in a tank top and toying with a slightly dulled axe, looked up, scrutinizing the delivery person with a fiery gaze. Oh, you're quite the beauty. Yet you wear men's clothing? Delivering food must be exhausting. How about joining me, Jingo? You should know that the language of zombies is incomprehensible, disasters are blind, and the apocalypse offers no hope. I am the 3rd in command of the Madman's Paradise in the Eastern District, a top-tier warrior. I am here at your Western District's White Emperor City invitation to jointly explore the Bloodlight's secret realm. What do you say? He beamed with pride, awaiting a response. At that moment, the woman nudged him and said, Jingo, this delivery person is a male. Following her gaze, he noticed the unmistakable bulge in the delivery person's pants. Such size. His pride shattered in an instant. What the hell? How can a grown man look so effeminate? The muscular man's expression soured. Where's the cargo? The woman chimed in, yes. Where's our stuff? It cost us 60 blood crystals. With an expression devoid of emotion, Chu Yun internally sentenced both to death, pondering. Wasn't this supposed to be a scouting mission? Where's that leopard? Chapter 6. Venom. Beasts. Haji leopard. You rascal. Li Jing waved his hand dismissively. The leopard is not urgent. He slowly rose, shedding his shirt to reveal his powerful physique. With a sinister smile, he declared, I must first test whether you possess the qualifications for scouting. As he took a step forward, a sudden impact rang out. Bang! In that instant, Li Jing felt a heavy blow to his back, spitting blood as he fell forward. The man collapsed to the ground, feeling as though a massive hammer had struck him, his insides twisting painfully, on the brink of unconsciousness. Struggling to turn his eyes, he caught sight of the delivery person, now standing on the table with a bloodied crowbar in hand, a chilling expression devoid of emotion on his extraordinarily handsome face, gazing down upon him with contempt, as if he were mere refuse. When did this happen? I was watching him the entire time. When did he appear behind me? Shock rapidly morphed into overwhelming terror. The utterly incomprehensible speed and bizarre abilities shattered his arrogance and confidence as a peak-level first transition powerhouse. The woman beside him, who had anticipated witnessing that vixen being soundly beaten, instead found herself in the same moment watching her man sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, spewing blood. Stiffly, she lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Chu Yun's cold, indifferent stare. In that instant, it felt as though death itself had clutched her heart, rendering her breathless. She promptly fainted. Now, Chu Yun turned his attention back to the man, his voice calm, yet imbued with a suffocating pressure. Am I qualified? Yes, absolutely qualified. Big brother. Sir, you are undoubtedly qualified. Li Jing, terrified beyond measure, hastily stammered his response, fearing that if he hesitated even for a second, that crowbar might shatter his skull. As for the leopard, the man answered quickly this time. We encountered that leopard an hour ago. It was severely wounded, rampaging through the city like a mad beast. During its frenzy, it attracted numerous zombies from the nearby buildings. A fierce battle ensued. We intended to wait for both sides to weaken before taking advantage of the situation. So we hid here. Who would have thought that the creature, on the brink of death, would rise again to counterattack? In the end, it was even on the verge of awakening. Can you believe that? However, the corners of Li Jing's mouth curled up as he continued. Just at the critical moment of its awakening, I struck with the 100 poison needle given to me by our Eastern District leader. He seemed to forget his pain, his tone betraying a hint of pride. That poison was personally concocted by the Poison Queen using her abilities. Initially, it was meant for one of the 9 beast pets of the deputy leader of Baidi City, the Beast Queen. He appeared to wear a laborer's woeful expression, but I understood that such a task was impossible. If the leopard successfully awakens, that Beast Queen would undoubtedly go to any lengths to capture it, thus adding another formidable force to her arsenal. If I can eliminate this leopard, it would indirectly mean the destruction of her beast pet. Task accomplished. Haha. We haven't even reached our destination, yet I've already completed half of my mission. Just this half of the reward will enable me to break through to the second transition's initial stage. Delightful. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. So, the leopard is already dead? Li Jing nodded. By now it should be. Then what did you note in your takeaway order? The man explained. At that time, the leopard was still engaged in a chaotic skirmish with the zombies. To ensure a more secure advantage, I placed a takeaway order. Remembering the takeaway, he suddenly realized the implications of their identities. According to the rules of the delivery platform, delivery personnel must not threaten, rob, or even harm customers. His demeanor shifted from a humble attitude back to his original self. Why are you asking so much? Li Jing scoffed. Where's my stuff? The items I purchased are exceedingly rare in this apocalypse. Chu Yun gestured to the backpack behind him. But let us first check on the leopard. After all, we are already here, and if that leopard is still alive, I can continue to assist you. That makes sense, Li Jing agreed. Not wishing to risk encountering an unscathed leopard given his injuries, he staggered over to the woman and slapped her twice. Wake up! Wake up! Another 2 slaps followed. The woman slowly regained consciousness. What happened to my husband? My face hurts. Still dazed. She caught sight of the tall young man wielding a crowbar beside her. He was the demon from her dreams. Terrified, she shuddered and nearly fainted again. Wake up! Quickly! Use your tracking lock to sense that leopard, Li Jing urged. If they were late, someone else might snatch the blood crystal and energy crystal. Energy crystal, a new term. Chu Yun silently noted it. All right. The woman finally reacted, activating her abilities. I sensed it. It is 320 meters to the south. Let us go. The trio exited the building, heading southward. Lightning received its master's remote command and executed 300-meter flashes toward the south. As they traveled 300 meters, familiarity grew. Upon spotting a sign for an escape room, Chu Yun remembered it was the location of his second delivery. Drawing closer, he also saw the closed doors of the No. 21 Apocalypse convenience store. The other two noticed the store as well, their eyes filled with fervor. I am genuinely curious about what exists above you. How is it possible to open so many convenience stores in this apocalypse? Each convenience store tempted countless survivors. Unfortunately, anyone daring enough to interfere had been eliminated by a mysterious organization. Those individuals called themselves Apocalypse Sanitation Workers, tasked with cleansing rule breakers. Compared to this question, Chu Yun was more intrigued by why they ordered from a store 3 kilometers away when there was one so close. He smiled, eagerly awaiting their response. The woman, avoiding his gaze, stammered and struggled to articulate a response. What is there to hide? First, the delivery fee was 10G blood crystals higher for that store. But after reaching the minimum threshold, it was 12G blood crystals less. Thus, the items from the farther store turned out to be 2G cheaper. The man was unfazed, stating the facts. Secondly, I cannot stand seeing you profit from us. Of course, the farther away, the better. Such is human nature. Chu Yun nodded, not surprised. The woman, eager to avoid incurring the wrath of this fierce figure, quickly changed the subject. We're almost there, just around the corner. Chu Yun was also quite familiar with this corner. It was where he had watched Leopard Mother vanish. Later, when he returned to the real world, Lightning had followed and been transported as well. So that was it. Choosing to return to the place where her child disappeared to die after being poisoned? Hockey Leopard, please do not perish. He quickened his pace, outstripping the other two as he rounded the corner. Why are you running so fast? The man assumed Chu Yun was trying to seize the energy crystal first and chased after him. Coincidentally, he spotted a massive, motionless leopard nearby, alongside a small cub crying pitifully. He grinned, oh, the old one is dead, but I can still catch a young one. Today is indeed my lucky day. Chapter 7. My leopard cub, so this is where you are. Oh, what a pattern. It's a leopard with awakened lightning-type abilities. If it were anyone else, they might have escaped, but it just so happens that they encountered me. Li Jing activated his ability, Earth Cage, with a thunderous rumble. A heavy earthen wall rose from the ground, centered around him, reaching 10 meters high, converging towards the center until completely enclosing the interior. Now, you can't escape. The man shed his shirt, revealing his well-toned muscles. My body has been tempered. Come on, let us engage in a battle of physical might. The lightning leopard raised its head, its crimson gaze fixated on him, taking deliberate steps forward. Li Jing assumed a fighting stance, waiting for the creature to approach before launching a powerful punch. Boom. The punch landed squarely on the lightning leopard's head, sending it flying several meters away. Brother Jing, you're amazing. The woman cheered. Yet Li Jing's brow furrowed, sensing something was amiss. A sense of unease permeated the air, as if the leopard had deliberately allowed him to strike. In the midst of his confusion, he failed to notice the young man behind him slowly raising a crowbar. With careful precision, Jiegu had yet to utter a word. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the crowbar came crashing down upon the man's skull. The sickening sound of cracking bones reverberated. Why? Li Jing turned in disbelief, his face splattered with blood and brain matter. Thud! He collapsed to the ground, motionless. The woman screamed, you've killed a customer. This violates the rules. You will be executed as well. The man had trusted in this very rule, which is why he had not guarded against the delivery person behind him. Chu Yun's lips curled into a subtle smile. After all, who had first transgressed the rules? What do you mean? The woman's question had barely formed when the leopard, which had been struck down, suddenly appeared beside the delivery person and unleashed a bolt of lightning towards her. You. Before she could utter the phrase entrapment, a gaping hole had already been torn through her forehead. Thud. She crashed to the ground, lifeless. Successfully eliminated a rule breaker. The order has been automatically canceled. Please return the goods to convenience store number 57 within 2 hours. Ding. It has been detected that this order was canceled due to the customer actively attacking the delivery person. Hence the earnings will be settled as usual after returning the goods. Having dealt with the two individuals, Chu Yun rushed to Bao Ma's side, pulling out a small box, heedless of whether her vital signs had ceased. He forcefully shoved the vitality flower into her mouth, pushing it deeper in fear that it might not take effect. In an instant, a greenish light radiated from Bao Ma. The grievous wounds, deep enough to expose bone, began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Accompanied by faint cracking sounds, the bones realigned and mended. After 5 seconds, the injuries from the collision with the cage, the bites from the horde of zombies, and other wounds had all returned to their former state. Yet, Bao Ma remained still. A wave of despair washed over Chu Yun. The vitality flower had healed all external injuries, leaving not a single scar, but could it be that she was truly gone? Meow woo! Meow woo! Lightning cried atop her mother, shaking her body with his paws. Gritting his teeth, Chu Yun resolved to try again. Consuming 5 points of mana, he conjured another vitality flower and placed it into Lightning's mouth. The green light blossomed. Though there were no visible changes on the surface, something within must be healing. Both man and beast waited in anticipation. With 6 points of mana remaining, he could conjure one more. This time, it had to work. Gently stroking the still form of Lightning, who had remained motionless for nearly a minute, Chu Yun conjured yet another vitality flower. Just as he was about to place it in Lightning's mouth, he paused. Wait. I recall viewing a scientific video that suggested the absorption capacity of the human anus is twice that of the mouth. Would this apply to leopards as well? Shaking his head in amusement, he dismissed the thought. After all, the vitality flower was a transcendent entity, and regardless of the entrance, the total recovery would remain unchanged. Just as he was about to continue, he hesitated once more. It's the last one. Let us gamble on this dying horse. Rising, Chu Yun slowly approached Bao Ma from behind, facing the puzzled gaze of Lightning. With a stoic expression, he reached out and inserted the small flower into her rear. The green light erupted. By color and brightness comparison, the effect was equivalent to ingestion. However, this time, Bao Ma's paws began to stir. It worked. Chu Yun rejoiced. Meow Wu. Lightning too noticed, excitedly scampering to his mother's face to lick her. Bao Ma stirred awake, her eyes fluttering open to see her child. Struggling against her weakness, she embraced him. Ow. Meow. Ow, ow, meow, meow, meow. The scene was heartwarming. Yet, the exchange between the mother and child was beyond Chu Yun's comprehension. As the two felines shared their tender moments, he felt it inappropriate to intrude. Scanning the area, he spotted the corpses of the two customers, and a thought crossed his mind. Zombies possess blood cores. What are the superhumans? In pursuit of verification, he approached, prying open one of the corpses' skulls with the crowbar, but found no stone within. Unperturbed, he proceeded to dissect the body. Oh dear, is this not a kidney stone? Disgusted, he cast it aside and continued. Fortune favored the diligent, as he eventually unearthed a white diamond-shaped crystal from the man's heart, weighing approximately 5 grams. Having gained experience, he directly extracted about 3 grams of crystal from the female corpse. If the zombie's core was referred to as a blood core, then this must be called a crystal core. It was indeed different. The man had mentioned a term, crystal, before his demise. The name was inconsequential. Could this be consumed by humans? Observing the 2 crystal cores closely, Chu Yun felt no surge of appetite. Perhaps it was prudent to allow Lightning to consume them instead. In future encounters with seasoned post-apocalyptic delivery personnel, I must gather more knowledge. Ding. There is still 1 hour and 30 minutes left for the return. Please deliver it back in a timely manner. Lightning and her mother had been meowing at each other for half an hour, seemingly with an endless supply of conversation. Bored, Chu Yun yawned. The return journey was 3 kilometers. Based on previous experience, it should take about 15 minutes. Time was still on his side, so he allowed them a bit more time. 10 minutes later, Lightning returned with Bao Ma. Upon their second meeting, Bao Ma's attitude towards Chu Yun had undergone a complete transformation. She affectionately nuzzled her face against him. Chu Yun felt a tickle but restrained his laughter. After all, this large creature had only grown bigger since her awakening. What once was a large tiger had now become a formidable vehicle. A single bite could consume him whole. Ow, ow, her mother communicated to herself. Though he could not understand, it was likely a display of gratitude. Chu Yun chuckled. No need for thanks. It was my duty. Beyond these pleasantries, he was far more eager to witness Bao Ma demonstrate her awakened abilities. At that moment, a giant eagle soared through the sky. My leopard beast. So you are here. In just half a month, she had not only grown stronger, but had also given birth to a little thunder beast. The woman riding atop the eagle waved joyfully at Bao Ma, beckoning her to come closer. This time, I assure you, I will not abandon you again. Chapter 8. The 9 Beast Totems. The crisis of the present world. Initially, it was mere curiosity that drew her to the commotion of the rocky wall, but unexpectedly, it led to delightful surprises. The woman controlled the giant eagle, hovering in midair, observing the massive leopard baring its teeth at her. After all, I have fed you for half a month. There is no need for such hostility. Seeing the way she concealed the little leopard behind her, she chuckled. Ah, no wonder you're so on guard. You fear I would treat it as I once treated you? Roar. Lightning sensed his mother's unease, baring his teeth and emitting fierce growls towards the aerial adversary. Haha, what a spirited roar. The woman laughed joyfully, assuring, fear not. At that time, it was you who could not keep pace with my strength. However, I now understand, it was my mistake. You had been withholding your awakening to preserve your potential for the child within you. Had I known this would be the outcome, that battle would not have taken you away. Nevertheless, it is not too late. Return. The roar of the leopard matriarch reverberated through the skies. Very well. We shall engage as we did when we first met, until you yield. With a snap of her fingers, 9 totems materialized before her, each adorned with the image of a beast. The only one that was black and white, dull in appearance, was the giant eagle beneath her feet. 9 great beast companions. Chu Yun suddenly recalled someone. Are you the vice leader of by D City, the Beast Queen? A mere new delivery worker recognizes me. The woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze falling upon the 2 corpses and traces of toxins on the ground, her understanding dawning. My sister truly is something else. She sent someone to feed my beast companions again. This time, she even brought the 100 poisons needle to annoy me. How wicked. From the traces of toxins on the ground, it appeared that the poisoned individual was her first beast companion, the cheetah. Yet, at this moment, it was full of vitality, its fur gleaming. How could it have been poisoned? She turned to the youth. Did you save it? I lack such abilities, Chu Yun chuckled, attributing the rescue to our Deliver Anywhere company. Ha. The woman laughed heartily, stating that by D City had engaged with them no less than 100 times since its establishment. Moreover, 12 delivery workers had willingly joined by D City. How you were selected, the process for accepting tasks, what rewards can be exchanged, how to advance to accept larger area orders. I am 100 times more informed than you, a newcomer. Your company is merely a large artificial intelligence. It will not intervene in reality beyond its settings. Thus, the youth's bravado only elicited her amusement. Chu Yun feigned embarrassment at being seen through, secretly nodding in agreement. Indeed, he had gleaned some valuable information and knowledge. He continued to probe. Impossible. The potential ceiling of our delivery workers is 1,000 times that of you indigenous people. How could 12 of them submit to you? It is a disgrace to work for the lowly natives of a lesser world. The woman's expression darkened. Why was this person so foul-mouthed? What disgrace? I send them 300 G of blood crystals and 2 energy crystals weekly as payment. And what I ask them to do is merely bypass the middleman to procure supplies from the current world that could easily be obtained. Bypass the middleman. Are you referring to circumventing the Apocalypse convenience store? How ungrateful. What do you say? Would you like to join us? Although you are a newcomer, your pay would be the same. 300 G of blood crystals and 2 energy crystals. The Beast Queen patiently explained this, having a singular purpose in mind. Speaking of which, what use do the blood crystals and energy crystals from your world have for our delivery workers? Chu Yun inquired, his curiosity piqued. The woman was taken aback. You actually do not know? Chu Yun nodded. Today is, in fact, my first day on the job. So new. The Beast Queen suddenly beamed with delight. Newcomers are splendid. They have not seen much of the world, unlike the veterans who are overly ambitious, yet lacking in skill. Most importantly, newcomers are easier to train. This would aid her in eventually escaping this confinement to explore a broader world. You are simply adorable. I have decided to privately raise your salary. The woman patiently explained. Blood crystals are indeed of no use to your delivery workers due to their low energy quality, which hampers development potential. This is far inferior to the power system of your company. However, if you bring this back to the current world, it would be a globally coveted treasure. Those people need not worry about potential. Merely consuming 10 G would double their physical capabilities, while consuming 100 G would allow them to effortlessly lift a 5-ton vehicle. This would significantly aid your efforts to amass wealth in the current world, even to develop talent and cultivate influence. Oh, and by the way, the maximum consumption per session is 10 G, with a mandatory 1-month interval before the next, totaling no more than 100 G. Otherwise, the woman recalled something amusing. Chu Yun speculated about a certain possibility. Otherwise, would my world also face an apocalypse? Ice's response was correct. Besides the blood crystals from this zombie apocalypse, do other apocalyptic worlds possess similar items? Given humanity's insatiable greed, it is inevitable that these extraordinary items, once exposed, will turn Blue Star into an apocalypse. At that time, zombies will roam freely and oddities will abound. The crisis will be imminent. Without even discussing the suppression of all enemies in the world, merely ensuring one's own survival amid chaos is sufficient. To achieve this, one must continuously strive to grow stronger before everything unfolds. With a clear goal, Chu Yun lifted his head, having understood the function of blood crystals. What about energy crystals? As for that, the Beast Queen toyed with her inky hair ends. Her smile tinged with mischief. I will reveal that only once you agree to join me. Ding! Return time exceeds the limit by 1 hour. Please promptly return to the pickup point. Joining is out of the question. Exploiting company loopholes for private trade between realms may yield short-term gains, but being held accountable later would lead to a fiery demise. However, Such thoughts must not be expressed openly. Chu Yun feigned deep interest, yet his face betrayed hesitation. What is it? What concerns do you have? The Beast Queen raised an eyebrow, urging him to speak. As long as it is within my power, I can assist you. Can I receive an advance on my salary? I desire it now. The woman smiled. That is not possible at the moment. I have nothing on me besides my beast companions. However, if your task time permits, I can take you to Bai D City to retrieve it. Fear not. My eagle is swift. Going there is not an option. Once there, one becomes mere prey on the butcher's block. Alas, Chu Yun sighed, stroking the head of lightning and the fur of leopard matriarch. To be honest, the path I walk coincides perfectly with yours. I am also a beastmaster. The woman maintained her smile, simply stating, I will find you 2 promising contracts. Chu Yun shook his head. However, I have already contracted with both of them. The woman smiled insincerely. Just release them. Chu, mine is different. It cannot be undone. The smile of the Beast Queen vanished. Then you may as well perish. Among the remaining 8 totems, 6 illuminated. Each summoned forth a corresponding ferocious beast: white tiger, rhinoceros, lion, hunting dog, brown bear, snow leopard. Chapter 9. An unprecedented great crisis. A menagerie of formidable beasts with diverse forms and menacing auras appeared. Alongside them hovered the giant eagle, watching intently. 7 powerful exotic beasts surrounded Chu Yun and the leopard mother at the center. Howl! The white tiger landed, letting out a skyward roar, its voice imbued with frigid power that radiated outward. Chu Yun immediately felt as if he were plunged into an icy abyss, unable to move. Lightning felt the same. Only the leopard mother withstood this pressure, her body trembling with the force. She suddenly unleashed a massive wind blade, slicing through the still air and severing the white tiger mid-roar. Silence engulfed the world. It turned out that the leopard mother had awakened wind abilities. Chu Yun understood. Well done. The Beast Queen did not express anger at the loss of a beast. Instead, she clapped her hands in delight. It was precisely because of its appearance that I had no choice but to sever our contract, causing you to lose half your life. Now that you have slain it, you have conveniently freed a totem. Come back. She directed the vacant totem to drift towards the wind leopard below. Once more, this scene unfolded. Bao Ma was utterly enraged, her eyes glowing crimson as a tempest arose. Countless blades of wind swept through the storm, engulfing the 5 charging beasts around her. Only the rhinoceros and the brown bear, adept in defense with their scaly rock armor, managed to withstand the onslaught of the wind blades. The other 3 beasts were left riddled with wounds, their flesh mangled. The weakest, the bloodthirsty hunting dog, could not endure for even 3 seconds before being torn into countless pieces. Following it were the snow leopard and the lion. Amidst the storm, blood mist enveloped the scene. Such a battle was beyond the reach of someone with his level of power. Suddenly, the totem pierced through the storm. This was perilous. Chu Yun commanded lightning to unleash a bolt of lightning towards the totem. Whoosh! The thunderbolt raced to the totem in an instant, only to pass through it and strike the brown bear behind. The totem was exceedingly domineering, disregarding all forms of attack, and burrowed straight into the mind of Leopard Mother. The storm lost its core, its ferocity diminished. Chu Yun paced anxiously, pondering what he could do. Just then, something struck the back of his head. He caught it and found it to be a shimmering white diamond crystal. Energy crystal. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Lightning. He immediately directed lightning to teleport repeatedly, retrieving 3 additional energy crystals from the bodies of the lion, tiger, and leopard. The energy crystals of beasts were akin to those of humans. Chu Yun then produced the previous 2 crystals, proclaiming, I shall consume these 3, and you shall have the other 3. With that, he swallowed them whole. Ding. Detected delivery of low-level world low-level energy crystal by the courier. Absorption will completely seal potential limits. Beginning elimination process. Ugh. The 3 crystals were forcibly expelled. Fine. If I cannot consume them, so be it. Chu Yun turned his gaze towards lightning, enveloped in thunder. Your follower, lightning, has absorbed 3 units of pure energy core. Power level increased to level 0, stage 5. New skill Thunder Shield LV1 comprehended. Consumes 5 mana points to generate a thunder shield with a radius of 2 meters around the user. Retaliating against attackers. Lightning opened its mouth. Eat 3 more. Let the evolution continue. Although it did not break through to stage 6, its foundational skills were enhanced. Follower, Lightning, power level, level 0, stage 5, for 10. Mana, 5050, restores 5 points per hour. Skills, Thunder Flash LV4 consumes 1235 mana points, teleporting 205, 015, 0300 meters during teleportation. can consume double mana to carry an additional living being. Thunderstrike LV3 consumes 5 mana points, unleashing a devastating thunderbolt. Upon impact, it explodes, dealing area damage. Thunder Shield LV1 evolution complete. Lightning's form grew more robust, towering over a small car, second only to the stationary leopard mother beside it. The ferocity of the storm waned. The brown bear and rhinoceros, utilizing their hefty weight, returned to the ground. Yet their once proud hard rock armor now teetered on the brink of shattering amidst the storm blades. With a moment to breathe, they gradually began to recover. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Yun would not allow them time to recuperate, directly commanding lightning to attack. Roar! Lightning opened its massive jaws, a violent sphere of purple thunder coalescing, hurtling towards the brown bear. Bang! The brown bear's barely healed armor was shattered, a large portion of its flesh obliterated into a bloody mist. Roar! It furiously rose from the ground. Awaiting it was a second thunder sphere. Boom! This strike created a gaping hole in the brown bear's body. Your follower has slain a level 5 beast, earning 10 apocalypse points. The rhinoceros was stunned for a second, and in that fleeting moment, it was struck by the thunder sphere. Crackle! Its entire body was instantly lacerated. It hurriedly burrowed into the ground, narrowly evading the second lethal thunder strike. This was dire. The enemy lurked in the shadows while he remained exposed. Chu Yun's expression turned grave. He activated the shield. Lightning promptly employed its newly acquired skill, forming a 360-degree thunder shield centered around itself, effortlessly enveloping its master within a 2-meter radius. Lightning stepped forward, attempting to encompass Leopard Mother with the thunder shield as well. However, with Leopard Mother's head exceeding 2 meters, it was impossible to accommodate her. If the rhinoceros were to ambush Leopard Mother now, Chu Yun's expression would reach its utmost seriousness. Suppressing his inner anxiety, he forced himself to observe his surroundings calmly. Suddenly, he recalled that the woman had been quiet for a long while. He lifted his gaze, peering through the blood mist, and faintly discerned a figure in midair. Narrowing his eyes for a closer look, he could make out a head atop the figure. Chu Yun shouted, "Lady Queen of Beasts, I agree to join your by D-City." There was no response from the figure. "Queen of Beasts, I am Zao and I'm a." Still no movement. It was likely in the mental competition phase of the contract. Thus, she must not be allowed to have it easy. Lightning, attack her. The energy of thunder coalesced and suddenly erupted. Rumble. The thunder, imbued with destructive force, burst forth from the blood mist, targeting the enemy. As it approached, the massive figure let out a sharp cry, its wings flapping as it appeared 100 meters away. Evading the lightning strike, it then hovered in place, refusing to approach any closer. Infuriating. I cannot see clearly. The blood mist obscured the view, making it impossible for human eyes to discern the enemy's precise location. Lightning, go. Meow. Lightning hesitated to move, the first instance of disobeying an order, not out of fear, but because the Master's intent was to have it teleport with its mother to safety first before pursuing the figure in the air. Meanwhile, the Master remained behind. This was unacceptable, as another enemy lurked below the ground. If it left, the Master would be in peril. Meow? No. Your mana is insufficient for you to teleport back and bring me with you. Chu Yun directly dismissed its suggestion, reassuring it. Do not worry. I have a trump card. Hurry, or your mother will be doomed. With that, he activated Core Coin Beast Control, compelling it to execute the command. Roar. Rumble. Lightning's thunder enveloped its mother, tearfully utilizing Thunder Flash, vanishing from the spot. Amidst the blood mist, a solitary human stood still. The tumult of emotions within Chu Yun was indescribable. Who could have anticipated that this was merely his first day on the job? Just as he had finished his lament, the ground beneath him trembled suddenly. Boom. The earth erupted violently. A sharp rhinoceros horn jutted up from the ground below him. Chapter 10, Smash Valuto. The future. Buzz. An ancient and mysterious chime resonated. A colossal golden clock slowly materialized from the void. The swirling dust, splintering rocks, the emerging rhinoceros horn, and the entire world seemed to freeze in that moment. Today, the limit of time stop was reduced to 3 seconds, and Chu Yun dared not delay. He rolled back, escaping the range of the protruding rhinoceros horn just as time resumed. Boom. The sounds and vibrations of reality crashed back. A robust rhinoceros, comparable in size to a small truck, entirely emerged from the ground, its body clad in muddy rock armor. A foul wind, laden with sharp debris, rushed towards him. Chu Yun, unable to fully discern his surroundings, relied solely on his combat instincts. His body rolled and crawled backward with great urgency, quickly creating distance between himself and the adversary. This was precisely what the rhinoceros desired. With its crimson eyes fixated on the diminutive prey, Its powerful hind legs pounded the ground relentlessly, akin to a flesh-and-blood cannon primed to launch. Suddenly, it charged forth with a thunderous roar. The earth trembled beneath its might. The air was rent asunder. Time seemed to slow, and Chu Yun's pupils contracted as if pierced by a needle. Every nerve in his body taut with the impending sense of death. In that moment, as the glimmering, bloodied horn of the rhinoceros was about to pierce his chest, time froze. Chu Yun found himself acutely aware of the pale and resolute visage reflected in the rhinoceros's eye. Given the chance for a redo, he would not squander those precious 7 seconds on the 3 zombies he encountered during his first task. As reality resumed, Chu Yun's body sprang into action. He pivoted, twisting his waist, gripping the bloodied crowbar with all his strength, raising it high. He aimed the sharp end at the most vulnerable point of the rhinoceros's skull, the bloodshot eye, and plunged it down with great force. Time resumed. The rhinoceros let out a deafening wail of agony as the pain struck. Its massive form, propelled by inertia, crashed into the wreckage of an overturned heavy truck. The impact resounding with a thunderous boom. Debris of brick and metal erupted, clouds of dust engulfing the air. Chu Yun staggered backward, barely regaining his balance against the force of the blast. Ignoring the fate of the beast, he plunged into the blood mist, racing toward his destination with fervor. Under the pressure of death, his latent potential surged to its zenith. His leg muscles unleashed in astonishing power, propelling him forward at a speed that bordered on phantasmagorical. Within mere moments, he traversed 100 meters, breaking free from the blood fog. Before him lay the remnants of the shattered city, a scene of desolation. A quick glance revealed a half-collapsed residential building to his right, where Mi Bao stood, her enormous form frozen in place. In the distance, a colossal eagle with an impressive wingspan circled and dove, evading a barrage of lightning strikes from somewhere below. The ground trembled with the relentless echoes of seismic chaos, the frequency and speed intensifying as the threat approached from behind. In a moment of instinctual urgency, Chu Yun activated his ability once more, freezing time. He had no choice but to pivot sharply, stepping onto the exposed half of the crowbar, vaulting onto the back of the rhinoceros. Time resumed once more. The one-eyed beast, blinded and its brain severely injured, descended into madness and confusion, oblivious to the presence of Chu Yun upon its back. Its sole focus was the instinct for destruction. Believing its foe remained ahead, it charged forward recklessly, crashing through everything in its path, abandoned cars, crumbling walls, and toppled signs, all obliterated by its frenzied force. Chu Yun crouched low, gripping the protruding scales on the rhinoceros's back, his fingers turning white from the exertion. The gale-force winds threatened to blind him, making even the act of breathing a challenge. The time for freezing moments had entirely elapsed. Heart racing within his chest, Chu Yun braced for the possibility of being flung off, preparing for a desperate struggle against the raging beast. Miraculously, the direction of the mad charge aligned perfectly with his navigation to the retrieval point. The rhinoceros plowed headlong into the unyielding entrance of the end of the world convenience store. A crack echoed as its horn shattered. The immense recoil drove the remaining half of the crowbar deep into its brain. The rhinoceros's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. You have slain a level 6 beast, rhinoceros, earning 15 points in the end of the world system. Chu Yun, standing aside, glanced between the convenience store and the corpse of the beast, scratching his head in disbelief. The crowbar was irretrievable, without tools. He could not extract the energy crystal from its flesh. With less than half an hour remaining to return, he decided to proceed with the return. Entering the store, he meticulously placed the items from his backpack back in their respective places. Return completed. You may choose to return in 30 minutes or immediately. Uncertain of the situation with Shandian, he opted to stay for an additional 30 minutes. Leaning against the window, given his current state, venturing outside would prove futile. He anxiously observed the outside world, standing there for half an hour. Return initiated. In his rented room, Chu Yun opened his eyes, quickly scanning the surroundings. Where was Shandian? It had not returned with him. Was it possible that, ding, detection of the summoner Shandian exceeds the standard for free transport? Would you like to pay 10 points for the transfer? Payment confirmed. Given your status as a novice delivery worker, the system grants you the free talent miniaturization, beginner, which has been automatically applied to the summoner Shandian. Excellent. A new skill acquired. The notification vanished, and a soft glow flickered on the table. Before him appeared a small, kitten-sized Shandian, shimmering with arcs of electricity. Meow, meow. It looked up with tearful eyes, nuzzling against its master, trembling and wailing. I'm fine. I told you I have a trump card. That foolish beast could not harm me. Gently patting the little cat's back, he offered soothing words. Yet, Shandian's cries were heart-wrenching. Chu Yun sighed inwardly. He had made an irrevocable enemy in Baishonu. The White Emperor City was likely the most formidable power within his current delivery zone. Although its leader had lost 6 slave beasts, they had gained a more powerful ally in Mi Bao. In pursuit of Shandian, they would undoubtedly mobilize all resources to seek him out and eliminate him. Chu Yun felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. He craved strength, no longer wishing to flee in such a disheveled manner, barely escaping with his life. He immediately focused his mind on evaluating his gains from this endeavor. Order rewards have been issued. 3 level points, 79 points in End of the World system, 30 task points, 25 beast points, 24 zombie points, a tribute point. One-time freeze was his trump card. Within its confines, the faster he moved, the more he could accomplish. He allocated the attribute point to agility. Just as he was about to open his personal panel, the order has detected that the novice delivery worker, Fong, has been attacked by a customer, resulting in additional compensation. He received 1 point in level score, 20 points in apocalyptic points, and 1 attribute point. A delightful surprise. The attribute point was allocated to agility. He then reviewed his panel. Apocalyptic delivery worker, Chu Yun, ID 99999, level 3010 level points, affecting delivery area, order permissions, skill limits, etc. Magic power, 730, restores 3 points per hour, physical attributes, strength 2, agility 4, stamina 2, mentality, 3 core coins, beast master, vitality flower. The maximum skill slots for a level 3 delivery worker is 3. Apocalyptic points, 101875 with a wealth of points at his disposal. Chu Yun opened the system mall. This experience has taught him that sheer strength is the ultimate truth. He directly navigated to the attack type core coins, which included enhancements for physical attributes, weapon summoning, and elemental attacks. Faced with a dazzling array of offensive techniques, he pondered which to choose. Reclining on the sofa, he closed his eyes and fell into deep contemplation. Should he pursue the pinnacle of explosive power or opt for stable, continuous output? He also had to consider the consumption of magic power and the coordination with Kukudi. This line of thought weighed heavily on him, and fatigue washed over him as he embraced sleep, accompanied by his little companion, Lightning. When he awoke, the outside world had descended into darkness. What time could it be? He picked up his phone to find it was already 1 a.m. the next day. Although his body still felt a bit sore, the mental fatigue had dissipated. His thoughts regarding the path of future enhancement became significantly clearer. He gently placed the still sleeping Lightning aside, sat up, and his gaze turned sharp and resolute. It was time to spend this considerable fortune to elevate his strength. Chapter 11. The Scythe of Fury and the Prosperity of the Vitality Flower. After over an hour of study, Chu Yun ultimately selected a unique weapon. Scythe of Fury, effect, consumes 3 points of magic power, allowing for 6,913 attacks on the same enemy within the next 3 seconds, after which the user enters a berserk state, enhancing all physical attributes by 135 points for 30 seconds. For most individuals, achieving 13 strikes within 3 seconds is a considerable challenge, let alone in a real combat scenario. Weaker foes can be dispatched without stacking attacks, while stronger opponents will kill you without hesitation. In battles against foes of equal level, they are unlikely to remain stationary to allow you to stack your attacks. Achieving even 6 strikes in 3 seconds to meet the minimum enhancement requirement is commendable. However, if the total attribute increase is merely 1 point, lasting only 30 seconds, then the expenditure of 3 points of magic power becomes unjustifiable. This is particularly true given that there exists a core coin, Fighting Spirit, which is more than half as cheap. Each use requires only 2 points of magic power, granting a total attribute increase of 1 point, and, most importantly, lasts for 3 minutes. Thus, the cost-effectiveness of this weapon is exceedingly low. Consequently, this highly ranked 3-star core coin was available at a mere 2-digit price. A mere 99 points. Simply astonishing. Regardless of others' abilities, Chu Yun believed in his own potential. He could unleash as many strikes as he desired when time was suspended. However, upon clicking to purchase, the system alerted him with insufficient balance. Impossible. He had over 100 points before sleeping. How could this be? Upon checking, he realized that the system had automatically deducted his repayment earlier that day at midnight. The thought of the daily deduction of 29,125 over the next 22 days made his heart ache. He resolved to earn it back. After a brief slumber, his magic power had fully restored. He quickly activated 5 points of magic power to infuse the core coin Vitality Flower. In his hand, he conjured a small greenish flower. He then allocated another 10 points to extend its existence to 10 days. Next, he turned his attention to the newly unlocked module on the panel. Zombie Apocalypse Nanyang City Delivery Worker Trading Hall. Current online users. 91. 500 Lu Shu LV6. Why are there so many people online at night with no orders? Zhenzi Zai LV5. The prices are higher at night. Unlike you, I can only deliver 6 orders at level 5. It's not worth it during the day. Zhang Danyao LV5. It's frustrating. It's already Sunday, and I've only completed 36 orders this week. I won't meet the 40-order weekly reward. Chu Yun Tian LV6. What's up, brother? Aren't you going for the 100-point reward? You must have slacked off on your tasks. Zhang Danyao LV5. Don't even mention it. Yesterday, a customer offered me extra money to catch a small leopard, but upon arrival, he secretly sprinkled avenge powder on me. In the end, he caught the cub while I was chased by the mother leopard for 5 miles. I'm still injured and can only take a 1-star order today for my daily efficiency. AI Zai Liang Yin Ban LV4. That sounds quite miserable. What a small world. Upon reading this, Chu Yun became convinced that the person referred to was indeed Lightning and her mother. The individual who sprinkled avenge powder was likely Wang Chong, who had purchased the cage during his second order yesterday. Noticing that Zhang Danyao mentioned his injury, he marked him as a potential first customer for the Vitality Flower, continuing to observe silently and gather information. Chu Yun Tian LV6. Why not buy healing big meatballs from Little Magic Doctor? 1 bite can even mend broken bones. Zhang Danyao LV5. I asked, but they said they are out of stock for the next couple of days. Lying Flat Group Leader LV3. I have a few regeneration leaves. I can sell you one for 10 points if you want. Zhang Danyao LV5. Thanks for the offer, but regeneration leaves can only treat minor injuries. Mine is more severe. I need either regeneration grass or vitality flower. Lu Shu LV6. You're dreaming. In our area, the person with regeneration grass has their own team. They don't even have enough for themselves, let alone sell to outsiders. And vitality flower is even rarer. Every time it appears in the mall, it's snatched up by delivery workers from all over the world. It's gone before you know it. Buy who buy LV5. Is anyone looking to buy vitality flower? I happen to have a friend in the Jinghai City area who has some for sale. If anyone's interested, I can help you out for around 120 points each. 120 points each. Is it truly worth that much? Chu Yun was astonished, and the vitality flower in his hand suddenly appeared to him as a glimmering piece of gold. With 15 points of magic power remaining in his body, he could conjure 3 more flowers, each lasting an hour, or 1 flower that would last 10 days. Gently shaking the money flower in his hand, his mind raced. Given his current magic recovery rate of 3 points per hour, he could produce a flower lasting 10 days in just 5 hours. 10 hours yield 2 blooms, while 20 hours yield 4. Each bloom costs 120, thus 4 blooms amount to 480. In a single day, that totals 480, and over 3 days, it reaches 1440. At the time of purchase, the cost was merely 1398. This implies that after 3 days, each day represents pure profit. Chu Yun's dreams of wealth had barely begun when the group chat erupted in a frenzy, filled with curses directed at the individual known as Bai Hu Bai. Zhenzi Zai LV5. Truly shameless of you. A single healing meatball, with effects comparable to the vitality flower, only costs 25 points. Familiar acquaintances can even procure it for as low as 21 points. How dare you demand a steep 120 points for a disposable healing flower? Have you lost your mind over points? Tankping Group Leader LV3. Exactly. A life leaf is only 10 points. Who can afford your worthless flower? A multitude of voices clamored in dissent. Bai Hu Bai was incensed. A bunch of paupers. If you can't afford it, perhaps you should reflect on your own circumstances. In my friend's Jinghai City, the delivery fees are at least double what you pay in Nanyang City. The earning potential is greater, and naturally, prices will follow suit. A group of unworldly fools. No wonder you can only deliver takeout in this remote corner. The chat became a battleground of insults, with tensions escalating to the point of potential offline confrontations. From the cacophony of voices, Chu Yun finally discerned the market price for the vitality flower. If it is 25 points, so be it. The profit is still considerable, as the materials required for its creation are merely trivial magical energies. He changed his username to Sure San and proactively sought out Zhang Danyao LV5, requesting to add him as a friend. The response was simply a Sure San LV3. I have a vitality flower. I won't say much. I'll sell it to you for 27 points. Chu Yun needed 2,625 points to complete the acquisition of the Ravaging Scythe, which costs 99 points. Zhang Danyao LV5. Sure San? I've never heard of you in Nanyang City. Sure San LV3. Well, you've heard of me now. Will you buy the flower? Zhang Da. As a level 3 newcomer, where did you acquire a vitality flower? Sure San. Why so many questions? Will you buy it or not? Zhang Da. Fine, fine, I won't ask anymore. I will buy? Which city are you in? I'll come to trade with you. Sure, San. Let's use the system trade. Zhangde, system trades incur fees. Every bit saved counts. I'll come to find you. We can also become friends. I've been a delivery person in this apocalyptic world for nearly a month and have traversed many obstacles. I can share these skills with you for free. Chu Yun, having lived 2 lives, clearly understood the intentions behind such words. It was merely a matter of killing to seize treasure. As a novice with little strength but possessing a valuable item, it was natural for envy to arise. This group of seasoned delivery personnel had undoubtedly established their own influence and connections in reality using blood crystals. Thus, it was imperative for him to conceal his true identity until he gained sufficient strength. Seeing that the other party was still prattling on, Chu Yun lost patience and issued an ultimatum. Sure, San, last chance, will you buy or not? After a moment of silence, Zhang Daniu replied, I will buy. Given that the other party was injured, immediate consumption was inevitable. Chu Yun expended 5 points of true essence to manifest a vitality flower capable of lasting for 1 hour. After setting the price, he initiated the transaction. Item: Vitality flower, price, 27 points of apocalyptic currency, transaction fee, 135, 5 of the price. Shared equally between both parties. In the midst of a 100-acre private villa, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds, he painfully paid the points. The genuine vitality flower was promptly delivered. Who exactly is this person, capable of acquiring the 5-star rare, healing coin vitality flower? Is it sheer luck? Or is there a hidden backing? Interestingly, last night, several members who joined Baidi City mentioned that the Beast Queen was heavily seeking a new delivery person. He had seen the image, and it bore an uncanny resemblance to the most popular character from Data Live, Tokisaki Kurumi. The only distinction was that this individual sported a high ponytail, donned male attire, and had a flat chest. This person was Sure San. And the Beast Queen was searching for Tokisaki Kurumi. This individual was a level 3 newcomer, and she was seeking a newcomer. Blindly, he recognized a golden opportunity. The reward offered by the Beast Queen was far more enticing than 100 points. He immediately feigned the role of a persistent buyer and sent a friendly message. Ding. Message failed to send. The other party is not yet your friend. After Chu Yun completed his first transaction, the system unlocked a stall feature. For the first week, newcomers only needed 1 point daily to display items for sale, accessible to all delivery personnel in the vicinity for browsing and purchase. This feature not only improved efficiency, but also saved time spent on unnecessary chatter. Therefore, there was no longer a need for this individual, and he promptly deleted the contact. Points: 99,075 enough. He opened the shop and searched for his desired weapon. Ravaging Scythe, price, 99 points purchase. A silver coin engraved with a scythe materialized. As it fused with his being, a nearly 2-meter-long great scythe suddenly appeared in his grasp. The blade towered above the average person, entirely black as ink, save for the crimson edge. The hefty scythe weighed at least 500 pounds, even with his strength being double that of an ordinary person and mastering close combat. He could only manage to lift it with great effort, unable to wield or utilize it effectively. This weapon could undoubtedly bring death through sheer weight alone. Such a colossal weapon relied not on brute force, but on skillful finesse. Chu Yun retrieved the designated skill entry book as a reward from his second mission. Initially uncertain as to its application, he now had a clear purpose. He designated it for the Great Scythe. The skill card transformed into a stream of light, entering his mind. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge about polearm weaponry flooded his consciousness. From basic grip techniques and center of gravity control to the unique slashing trajectories and leverage techniques specific to the Great Scythe. He comprehended defensive strategies and how to adapt defensive modes for various scenarios and opponents, as well as methods to conserve energy through leverage. All this knowledge and technique crystallized in his understanding. After 3 months of relentless training, Chu Yun opened his eyes once more, his body having automatically adjusted. His stance was refined, with his left hand positioned 2/3 along the scythe's handle from the blade, and his right hand gripping the end. Suddenly, the previously burdensome scythe felt significantly lighter. He contemplated experimenting further, but upon surveying his cramped, dilapidated rented room, Chu Yun decided to abandon that thought for now and reabsorb the scythe within himself. Relocation was inevitable, but not at this moment. Currently, he was without funds or points. Thus, he resolved to continue taking orders. The apocalyptic world served as an excellent training ground, with zombies and monsters providing ample opportunities for honing his skills while earning points. Chu Yun opened the Nanyang City regional orders. The late-night orders were scarce, amounting to less than 1/10 of those during the day. Among them, there were no 1-star difficulties at all, and only a few 2-star orders. Based on the information he had gathered, in the dark of the post-apocalyptic world, both zombies and mutated beasts experienced a significant enhancement in strength during the night. Therefore, survivors in this desolate era refrained from venturing outside after dusk. As for those who could not sleep due to hunger and wished to order takeout, the exorbitant delivery fees during the night were twice as high as those during the day. People in the wasteland generally practiced frugality, preferring to wait until after 7 p.m. to place their orders. There was no need to consider 5-star or higher orders. After waiting for several minutes, Chu Yun finally spotted a desirable 2-star order, only to have it snatched away in an instant. It seemed that even among extraordinary individuals, speed was of the essence. After waiting another half an hour, he found another appealing order and rushed to seize it. Alas, it was taken again. Those competitors were already so formidable, yet still competed for 2-star orders with newcomers. Thus, he could only shift his focus to 3-star orders. An hour later, Chu Yun chuckled in frustration. All right. Since the time stop has refreshed today, with 13 seconds of invincibility at my disposal, I am not afraid of you all. He boldly chose a 4-star order. At this stage, the number of competitors had decreased significantly. Chu Yun primarily focused on orders located in the more remote areas away from the city. Ultimately, he settled on the order from Qingguan village, which was located 87 kilometers away, for a half-mountain villa. Delivery time, 4 hours. Order content, 200 kilograms of fresh meat, 100 L of fresh blood. Order benefits, for level points, 40 apocalypse points, and a bronze treasure chest. Nighttime additional subsidy, 1 level point, 10 apocalypse points. Customer remarks, none. Chapter 13, Thunder Shadow Clone. Mutated beast Tibetan Mastiff. Chu Yun opened his eyes to the familiar sight of the convenience store. Beside him, Lightning groggily stood up, realizing they had returned. It hurried to the window, gazing out at the pitch-black apocalyptic scenery, and howled softly before settling down to observe. Lightning still did not know what it had experienced during the battle to rescue its mother. However, it firmly believed that as long as it continued to deliver orders and strive to grow stronger, it would undoubtedly save Leopard Mom in the near future. Retracting its gaze, Chu Yun picked up the level 3 delivery backpack beside him and began to gather the items according to the receipt. Item collection completed, the store door opened, and the duo stepped into the outside world, which was characterized by a lack of tall buildings, being a remote county town. Above, the blood moon hung ominously in the sky. The eerie red light illuminated the surroundings with a dim crimson hue, preventing everything from being utterly shrouded in darkness. Yet, within this red glow, all creatures became frenzied and powerful. Suddenly, Lightning perked its ears, emitting a low growl from its throat. Chu Yun followed its gaze and spotted a zombie emerging from the woods, followed by a cluster of at least 10 zombies. Each one was robust and muscular. This stood in stark contrast to the emaciated and feeble forms observed during the day. Roar, grr, awoo. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward him with deafening roars. Their speed was astounding, each capable of breaking world records. Without needing Chu Yun's command, Lightning, restored to the size of a truck, opened its massive jaws, gathering violent thunder, and unleashed it. Z. This strike tore through the air, reaching the foremost zombie in an instant. Boom. The blinding lightning exploded, obliterating the long-legged zombie, leaving only its feet behind. Your servant has slain a level 3 zombie, earning you 5 apocalypse points. Following the thunder's eruption, it transformed into multiple smaller bolts that spread outwards within a 3-meter radius. All zombies caught within this range were left battered and charred. Unfortunately, the zombies' resilience during the night had also been enhanced. Though they were maimed and injured, they still charged forward bravely. Awoo. Lightning opened its jaws once more. Unleashing a torrent of thunder, it swiftly claimed the lives of 3 severely wounded zombies. Your servant has slain a level 3 zombie, earning you 5 apocalypse points. Seeing that it was about to unleash more thunder, Chu Yun quickly intervened. The journey ahead was long, and he needed to conserve magic. Having already expended 1/5 of its magic, Lightning nodded and darted forth like a flash, delivering a powerful claw strike that turned one zombie into a pulp. Your servant then opened its massive jaws and swallowed the nearby zombie whole. Your servant. The battle scene was too raw and bloody. Chu Yun, wielding the gigantic scythe, opened his mouth to request that Lightning spare one for him to practice on, but before he could finish, Lightning had already concluded the fight. Having a beast companion was advantageous, as it resolved the crisis without needing him to intervene, while also earning plentiful points. He instructed Lightning to consume all the blood crystals at the scene. Your servant is absorbing. Strength has risen to level 0. Level 6. New skill Thunder Shadow learned. consumes 10 mana points to conjure a shadow clone with half of its strength, which can exist for a maximum of 15 minutes unless affected by external factors. Another level gained. The potential truly is remarkable. Waving the scythe through the air, Chu Yun resolved, "Lightning, I understand your desire for strength. Go forth. This entire city is your nourishment. Fight to your heart's content. If you encounter any insurmountable danger, use Thunder Flash to return to me." After giving his instructions, Lightning nodded, summoning a Thunder Shadow clone to protect its master, then leaped away, disappearing into the night. In a short while, the notifications of "Your servant has slain" began to ring out. Chu Yun looked at the Thunder Shadow Lightning, which was glowing with lightning. "Riding this thing, I won't get electrocuted, will I?" He sheathed his massive scythe and approached, gently poking it with his finger. Not only did he feel no electric shock, but it also felt rather warm. He mounted it directly, pointing in the direction of navigation. "Let us go. Depart." The Thunder Shadow moved 10 meters per step, and when it ran, it left behind afterimages, soaring far beyond the speed of his modified delivery vehicle. In no time, they covered 5 kilometers, arriving at the essential bridge, Chenghua Bridge, to exit the county. There, he spotted a large Tibetan Mastiff sleeping in the center of the bridge, accompanied by 5 wandering zombies nearby. This was of little importance. Chu Yun's gaze shifted to a person hiding behind a wrecked vehicle at the bridgehead. "Stop." The Thunder Shadow Lightning halted its charge and came to a steady stop at the bridgehead. Chu Yun leaped off Lightning's back, landing on the cracked surface of the bridge. The person had also noticed him. Both parties exclaimed, "Is that you?" As they drew closer, they suddenly bumped fists. All right. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you in 2 days. You were delivering takeout." Chu Yun pointed at the young man, realizing he had also joined the delivery service. The boy with dark circles under his eyes scratched his head. "It hasn't been 2 days. I only joined the day before yesterday." Chu Yun was furious. "Then you came in a day earlier than me." He pointed at the other's spine repeatedly. "You are not being fair. Who was it that taught you how to get extra meals when you had no money for food? Who else? When you develop an affection for a charming milk tea girl, proactively befriends her, and secretly assists you, ultimately leading you to embrace the beauty. And who, while you boast about delivering takeout with your girlfriend, ends up crashing and falling, abandoning the orders in hand, and takes you and your partner on a wild ride to the hospital? It is you, the one with dark circles under your eyes, kneeling in acknowledgement. You are indeed the benevolent father. Do you even recognize me as your progenitor?" Chu Yun interjected. "If you have become extraordinary, why not consider elevating your father alongside you? Truly, you have forgotten your roots." The youth attempted to explain, but was abruptly silenced by Chu Yun. "Forget it. I forgive you. After all, I am your father." "No way. Brother, are you genuinely engaging in this?" Zhang Qilan rolled his eyes. "Enough chit-chat. Once we return, we must race again." This was the thorn in his heart. Their acquaintance was rather simple. On the same day, riding identical models of the Zhouhao, they achieved nearly the same extreme speeds. Chu Yun could secure the top spot with 8 hours of running, while Zhang Qilan needed a grueling 16 hours to barely catch up to second place. This continued day after day, until one day, Zhang Qilan, exhausted and sporting panda eyes, sought out Chu Yun to inquire about his running techniques. With a mysterious smile, Chu Yun refused to divulge his secrets, as most neighborhoods had their own dedicated fans ready to assist him. Just give a heads up before arrival, and they will be waiting at the door to help with the deliveries. After trailing him for 3 consecutive days, Zhang Qilan uncovered the truth and was infuriated. Awakening the next day during peak hours, he secretly deflated Chu Yun's tires. Upon discovering the reason, Chu Yun ensured the youth was sent to the hospital. Zhang Qilan, however, had a short memory. Upon discharge, he resumed his clandestine sabotage. Chu Yun's patience wore thin, and he retaliated. As time passed, they developed a camaraderie through their conflicts. Zhang Qilan glanced at the beastly Tibetan Mastiff in the middle of the bridge. "Do you need to cross this bridge for your delivery tasks?" Chu Yun nodded. "Yes. After crossing, it's another 2 or 3 kilometers to Qingguan Village." "What? You deliver to Qingguan Village too?" "Indeed. It's an eerie villa nestled halfway up the mountain." "That's exactly what I deliver." Chapter 14. Silence. The scythe of death beneath the dark crimson moonlight. The rusted, abandoned railings of the cross-sea bridge creaked ominously in the wind. A chill ran down Zhang Qilan's spine, goosebumps prickling his skin. Both orders comprised a heap of raw meat, fresh blood. Could it be that the customer is raising a nest of zombies? His voice trembled, fearing that they, as delivery workers, might become part of their meal. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You may not be far from the truth." "I'm not afraid." Zhang Qilan straightened his back, though his face remained pale. His tone was resolute. "We are people who can go anywhere. Dare they touch us?" The company could easily send a post-apocalyptic sanitation worker to deal with them. Having joined Chu Yun less than a day ago, he was unaware of the specifics and inquired, "How long does it typically take for a sanitation worker to arrive for non-compliant clients?" Zhang Qilan was uncertain, speculating it could be the same day. But what if they don't arrive in time, and we are handled by the customer first? A moment of silence ensued. Zhang Qilan suddenly pointed at the statue-like thunder shadow cheetah nearby. "Chu Gu, your mount is magnificent. To tame such a formidable beast, your strength must be unfathomable." 12 minutes. Chu Yun replied calmly. "What? Its existence lasts only 12 more minutes? Time is of the essence." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, summoning a longbow shimmering with icy blue light. With a firm pull of the bowstring, a meticulously crafted ice crystal arrow materialized, accompanied by a giant icy phantom as massive as a stone pillar. Whoosh! The ice arrow was released, whistling through the air, aimed directly at the slumbering beast on the bridge. Just as the arrow was about to strike, a crackling sound erupted. The frost phantom shattered, and an intense cold radiated outward, freezing abandoned vehicles, staggering zombies, and even the mighty Tibetan mastiff into ice sculptures. In an instant, the area transformed into a realm of snow and ice. "Your move is impressive." Chu Yun's eyes sparkled with admiration. "From an effects perspective, it can be considered a partial time stop. Stop praising me. Quickly unleash your wolf. I can't hold the mastiff for long." Zhang Qilan's complexion was ashen. This technique demanded immense energy, depleting both magical power and mental fortitude. He could only use it 3 times within 12 hours. "Watch closely." Chu Yun said no more and leaped onto the thunder shadow cheetah. Like a flash of purple lightning, the cheetah surged forward, entering the frozen world. He flipped in midair, brandishing a scythe taller than himself, landing before the ice-encased mastiff. With a single swing, he expended 3 points of magical power. The blade grazed the frozen beast's body, creating a flurry of ice shards. Insignificant damage. A 1 appeared on the mastiff's body, visible only to Chu Yun, accompanied by a 3-second countdown. Using the momentum, he spun, the scythe's blade again brushing against the mastiff's skin. 1 second elapsed. Continuing the rotation, 3, 4. Chu Yun spun faster, his scythe creating a series of afterimages, transforming into a swirling black tempest. 5, 6. The minimum frenzy condition was met. 7. 2 seconds had passed. The sound of cracking ice emanated from within the frozen mastiff, its fierce, blood-red eyes suddenly opening behind the ice layer. "Run! The ice is about to shatter." Zhang Qilan's frantic shout echoed from the bridge. 8, 9. The second-level frenzy condition was achieved. As he swung the scythe once more, the mastiff's massive paw retreated a step. This withdrawal caused the strike to miss. Not enough. With the countdown reaching 001, the world paused. Only Chu Yun's scythe continued its graceful arc, slicing through the still air. Boom. 13 strikes landed. Time resumed, and the countdown hit 0. A deafening roar shattered the surrounding ice, freeing the Tibetan mastiff from its icy prison. The shockwave of sound dislodged all frozen zombies, unleashing their bloodthirsty howls as they charged toward the delectable feast in the center. Yet, Chu Yun remained still, enveloped in an unprecedented, frenzied power surging through his limbs. His heart pounded like a war drum, blood flowing like molten lava. Strength. An unparalleled strength. His attributes soared. From a distance, Zhang Qilan, seeing his comrade in peril, frantically gathered another frost arrow to shoot. But as the arrow approached, the mastiff suddenly opened its massive maw, sucking in the ice-blue arrow and swallowing it whole. Boom. It then released a resounding flatulence, producing a cloud of blue mist. Zhang Qilan could endure his attacks being evaded or blocked by opponents of equal strength. Yet he could not tolerate being humiliated in such a manner. Unfortunately, he lacked the power to exact revenge. How infuriating. "Oh, brother, why does your wolf merely stand by and watch?" The Tibetan mastiff, the hordes of zombies, and Chu Yun stood in the middle of the bridge, while the lightning shadow leopard remained safely at the edge. It was truly a betrayal. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, caught in danger, appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter. However, unbeknownst to others, his strength had experienced explosive growth. Strength 25, agility 45, stamina 25. With a glance, he noted that the 2 zombies charging at him were moving sluggishly. With a swift motion, he raised the 500-pound giant scythe as effortlessly as if wielding a mere chopstick. The blade sliced through the air, glowing with a silvery crescent shine, and in an instant, he cleaved them in half. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground echoed. "You have killed a level 4 zombie, Apocalypse Points 8. Chu Yun stepped forward. The giant scythe transformed in his hands into a whirlwind of death, its dark blade radiating an aura that created an absolute no-go zone. Every approaching zombie that touched him was severed, crumbling to pieces. You have killed a level 3 zombie, Apocalypse points 5. He strolled leisurely through the mass of corpses, shaking off the blood from the scythe and resting it upon his shoulder. He beckoned the Tibetan Mastiff, which was baring its teeth and growling, yet hesitated for reasons unknown. Is it waiting for me to come and claim you? The enraged Mastiff, capable of understanding human speech, transformed into a black whirlwind, lunging at him. Raising its enormous paw, it gathered a tangible black energy, releasing an invisible pressure that pinned down the ants beneath. Careful, Zhang Qilan, from a distance, felt his heart leap into his throat. He drew back his bow, conjuring a standard arrow to shoot. Yet, the speed of the arrow was noticeably slower than that of the beast's lightning-quick movements. Before it could reach, the giant paw descended, shaking the entire bridge. The heavy concrete was ripped apart, leaving deep claw marks. As the dust settled, Chu Yun appeared like a specter behind the beast, his giant scythe raised high, resembling the Grim Reaper. With a swift motion, he struck. The blade, extraordinarily sharp, caught the beast off guard. It had not anticipated that its supposed dead enemy would suddenly appear behind it. Thus, it did not harden its fur. A deep, crimson gash appeared, and its head fell from its body, the cut clean and precise. The headless corpse thudded to the ground, creating a thunderous sound. You have killed a level 7 beast dog, Apocalypse points 20. Before the body even hit the ground, Chu Yun swiftly reached out, grasping the arrow that had nearly struck him. He chuckled, "You little rascal, trying to play the fisherman?" Yet, he noticed Zhang Qilan remained motionless. What's wrong? Are you stunned by my prowess? The berserk state still lingered. His vision was keen. Even from 100 meters away, he could discern the expressions on Zhang Qilan's face. No, this was not shock directed at him. Chu Yun turned. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. He beheld a colossal shadow breaking through the murky sea surface. A giant octopus tentacle, immense beyond measure, silently emerged, blotting out the sun. The tentacle undulated, exuding an unparalleled sense of oppression, descending with indifference towards all living beings present. It directly coiled around the mastiff's corpse, dragging it into the depths of the sea. Silence enveloped the area for 10 seconds. Only the cold wind howled. Chu Yun inhaled slowly, complex emotions swirling within him. It seemed the fisherman had other plans. He pierced the neck of a nearby zombie with the tip of his scythe, extracting 5 blood crystals from the corpses. Then, he leaped onto the lightning leopard, approaching the still-dazed youth. Snap out of it, it 1T return. Zhang Qilan clutched his nearly stopped heart, his voice trembling. How do you know? We are too insignificant. Chu Yun toyed with the blood crystals, his gaze fixed on the now silent sea. It's akin to how one wouldn't deliberately bend down to pick up a grain of rice unless they were utterly starving. And it has already taken its food. He chuckled softly, the blood crystals reflecting a faint light. It seems even the zombie blood crystals do not meet its discerning taste. Zhang Qilan murmured, "Is this the terror of a 4-star mission? For a newcomer like me, it is still far too daunting." He turned to the high ponytailed youth, Chu Yun, who had joined merely a day later yet displayed overwhelming strength in the recent battle against the mastiff zombies. Admiring yet speechless, he thought, "Chu Yun, you have once again defied the odds. Such is reality. Even in the apocalypse, it remains unchanged. What's wrong?" Chu Yun displayed a crooked smile, "Little one, this is just the beginning. The lightning leopard has 5 minutes left. Let us depart." Zhang Qilan nodded, preparing to climb onto the leopard's back. Suddenly, he was caught off guard as lightning shadow seized his collar, lifting him off the ground. "Hey, come on, mate." The fierce wind rushed into his mouth, forcing him to silence. The lightning streaked like an arrow, racing across the ground. In no time, they had crossed a 1,000-meter-long bridge, traversed hundreds of meters of desolate roadway, and finally turned into a narrow path enveloped by dense foliage. The local residents immediately sensed the uninvited guests. The hissing of snakes warned them. The howls of wild wolves echoed from within the forest, while further away, the roar of a tiger could even be heard. No need to mind them. Push forward, Chu Yun commanded. The lightning shadow surged with energy, accelerating to become a true bolt of lightning. Within 30 seconds, they broke through layer upon layer of obstacles, arriving at the entrance of a village quietly surrounded by mountains. Next to the massive wooden sign reading Qingwan Village, Chu Yun leaped off the leopard's back. Gazing towards the hillside, there stood a villa resembling an ancient castle, starkly juxtaposed against the dim red moon and the surrounding darkness, appearing particularly out of place and eerie. The lightning shadow finally exhausted its last ounce of energy, dissipating into the air as scattered sparks behind him. From here on, it would be our journey alone. No, A voice suddenly echoed from behind. Emerging from an ancient tree was a figure, as if stepping through a transparent curtain. I am here too. He landed gracefully, revealing a distinctive delivery backpack on his back, and stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Liang. You are the fastest batch of delivery personnel I have ever seen. Chu Yun scrutinized this sudden newcomer. With white hair streaked and a defined jawline, he possessed the appearance of a righteous youth. Zhang Qilan raised an eyebrow. Fastest? How do you know that I completed 3,000 orders in a month, never once late, and earned the nickname Wind Rider? Liang was taken aback. Who said that? Isn't this your first time delivering to this address? Chu Yun discerned the crux of the matter from his words. Certainly not. Liang counted on his fingers, stating that since I was invited to join this profession, I had received orders for this address at least 15 times in the span of 33 days. As he spoke, he curiously examined the 3-star emblem on Chu Yun's backpack, comparing it to Zhang Qilan's 4 stars. Oh, you are actually a 3-star novice? Chu Yun did not respond but turned to inspect the unique insignia on the other's backpack, a crescent moon enveloping a small star. 5 stars form a moon. He is at level 6, Zhang Qilan softly explained. Chu Yun nodded. So you are a novice. What's the matter? Liang looked at him with astonishment. How can a novice like you possess such a formidable Leisho as a mount? Could it be that you acquired the 5-star beast illusion through a loan? Every novice is granted an opportunity to take out a loan to purchase high-value core coins, which serves as the company's investment in newcomers. Liang began recalling the available coins related to the lightning system and the cheetah-type illusions, but after a moment of contemplation without a clear answer, he inquired. I am quite curious about the name of your coin. You ask me so many questions. What about you? Chu Yun countered. Is that sudden ability of yours invisibility? Not at all. Liang suddenly interjected, making a basketball gesture. It is an even more remarkable ability called audience. Once activated, no one will notice me, nor will anyone be able to perceive my presence. I am the sole spectator of this grand play called the world. Zhang Qilan was astonished. Wow, that's so impressive. Does that mean you can sneak into the women's bathhouse? Liang exchanged a knowing glance with him, both sharing a laugh, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Audience. Chu Yun was unfamiliar with the essence of this skill, but based on its literal meaning, one could only observe without interfering with the plot characters, right? Wow. You actually know about this rare core coin. Liang admired the novice's knowledge. Before he acquired this ability a week ago, he had been unaware of such an extraordinary power. Returning to the topic, Chu Yun turned towards the path leading to the villa atop the mountain. You have delivered this order so many times. What is the situation with the customer? They place multiple orders, all for raw meat and blood. There are no notes indicating the type of meat or blood. In the convenience store's cold storage, every shelf is labeled with the type of meat. Yet, one shelf is simply marked as meat. It is hard not to draw certain conclusions from this. Moreover, a customer ordering large quantities of meat is extremely suspicious. Every first-timer receiving this order asks me the same question. Liang chuckled, his tone laden with significance. As for what the customer is really up to, it would be far more intriguing for you to see for yourselves. Having asked a fruitless question, Chu Yun decided not to pry further and turned to ascend the mountain. Wait a moment. Liang quickly called out to him. There are still others who have yet to arrive. Let us wait for everyone to come together, as this path is not very safe. Others? Indeed. This customer always places 6 consecutive orders, excluding those incompetent fools who foolishly attempt to snatch 4-star orders. We can usually gather 5 individuals for each trip. After explaining, Liang became curious again. How did you all cross that bridge? I saw that a Tibetan Mastiff was guarding it this time. Relying on brute strength would surely lead to a bloody battle, yet you all appear unharmed. Did you manage to rush past it with that lightning leopard? No. Zhang Qilan placed his hands on his hips, of course. It was my brother Chu who took action. He cleaved it in 2 with his scythe before we walked past. You killed it. The white-haired youth's expression turned grave. You have encountered the one from the sea, right? Chu Yun nodded, recalling the gigantic octopus. Li Yang's voice grew somber. It was once a delivery person in the apocalypse. Chapter 16 Blood Crystal. Consuming it grants extraordinary powers. What does that mean? Liang fished a cigarette from his crumpled pack, placing it between his lips. With a snap of his fingers, a flame ignited at his fingertip. After lighting the cigarette and inhaling deeply, the grayish-white smoke obscured half of his face. Blood crystal. You know about it, right? The smoke escaped his lips, his voice slightly hoarse. Chu Yun silently retrieved 5 small crystal stones from his coat pocket. Under the dim light, they glimmered like fresh blood, exuding an ominous yet alluring sheen. If you consume it, you will gain extraordinary powers. Chu Yun offered them to him. Here, take one. No. Quickly put that away. The young man with white highlights hurriedly stepped back, as though the item were cursed. Once he saw the other put it away, he began to educate him further. We are delivery personnel in the apocalypse, operating under the Desire Core coin system. This method is slow and steady, akin to an old ox pulling a cart. However, the advantage is that the power it provides is solid and recognized in any world. He shifted his gaze to the pocket where Chu Yun had stored the blood crystals. That substance is a native specialty of this world. Consuming it can propel one's strength to new heights. If one has an ample supply of blood crystals, within a week, even a bettered person can transform into a monster capable of dismantling buildings with bare hands. Are you intrigued? Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Initially, he had entertained thoughts of the blood crystals and energy crystals when he discovered them. However, upon receiving the system's cold warning, he decisively extinguished those thoughts and instead fed them all to the lightning leopard. Zhang Qilan remained silent, merely listening intently, awaiting further explanation. No one can remain indifferent. Li Yang's voice suddenly rose, nearly breaking, as complex emotions surged in his eyes. The system is merciful and will grant first-time offenders a chance to rectify their mistakes, helping you to extract it. Yet some individuals remain unable to let go. If one consumes it again, the system will no longer intervene. After consuming the blood crystal, witnessing one's power grow at a visible rate, one continues to eat. Keep eating. Then, relying on their formidable strength, they dominate the apocalypse, claiming kingship and even declaring themselves as gods. He paused, his voice catching. But once you return to reality, the power from the other world will be suppressed to zero. From a lofty god, one is suddenly reduced to an ant. Who can accept that? Thus, he abandoned reality, relinquished his identity as a human, and betrayed the delivery company, becoming lost in the apocalypse, resembling the current form of an entity neither human nor ghost. Li Yang's eyes reddened, his voice thick with emotion. And he is my captain, the one who taught me to survive step by step when I first entered this profession. A single tear finally escaped, falling to the ground. A moment of silence enveloped the scene. Chu Yun pondered. If he consumed the blood crystal from the zombie world, would he be unable to wield that power upon returning to reality? Speaking of which, the lightning leopard, who so loved to use lightning flashes, had been running on foot in reality. Right. He mentioned that abilities from other worlds cannot be utilized in reality. Conversely, the Beast Queen stated that blood crystals brought back to reality could enhance ordinary individuals in small doses, but excessive amounts would lead to mutations. There seems to be a slight contradiction. Li Yang continued silently shedding tears. Zhang Qilan quietly handed him a tissue. Thank you. Li Yang wiped his face, inhaled deeply, and summarized, one must remain grounded. The allure of soaring to great heights often conceals a perilous abyss beneath. Chu Yun pressed further. When we teleport, can our belongings also accompany us? Will the blood crystals merely become glowing red stones upon returning to reality? You, a novice, certainly know how to focus on the key points. Li Yang expressed his surprise, then shook his head. Of course not. The side effects I just mentioned apply only to us delivery personnel. The blood crystal was taken back and consumed by others. Although it only had 1/10 of its original effect in this world, it still granted him enhancements. Zhang Qilan immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. Would this not throw the present world into chaos? Chu Yun interjected, asking if the company would not intervene. Li Yang's voice suddenly dropped, tinged with a hint of coldness. Perhaps this is precisely what the company has tacitly approved? The implications were chilling. The peaceful urban world was being gradually pushed towards the abyss of chaos and despair. What benefits could this bring to the company? Wait a moment. The apocalypse delivers, the end of the world delivery service. Excellent. Is this a strategy to expand clientele? The atmosphere became unbearably tense. Li Yang abruptly straightened his posture, his expression turning solemn as he scanned Chu Yun and Zhang Qilan. Gentlemen, that azure planet is our homeland. Would you truly wish to see our hometown transformed into the apocalyptic scene before us? Zhang Qilan, seemingly affected by his fervor, stepped forward, his tone charged with emotion. Of course not. My family, my friends, my entire life is there. Seeing both of them turn their gazes towards him, Chu Yun, having traversed to this place without family or friends, relying solely on his own resilience to survive, felt inclined to express his indifference. However, such words were not appropriate. He too stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation, declaring the need to save the Blue Star. It was his duty. Very well. Li Yang clapped both their shoulders with a weighty hand, a look of satisfaction and excitement illuminating his face. To encounter two like-minded brothers here is a stroke of fortune for me. Li Yang. After a grandiloquent speech, Zhang Qilan, still worried, inquired, Li Gu, what exactly should we do? The youth with white hair sighed before responding. To save a world with merely the three of us is akin to climbing the heavens. Noticing their expressions dimming, he swiftly shifted his tone, a spark igniting in his eyes. However, through my relentless efforts over the past month and a half, I have achieved some modest results. Chu Yun, curious, pressed for details. Yet, Liang glanced around, noting the absence of any others who had arrived. Never mind. It seems it will just be the three of us. Come, I shall show you something. He led the two of them, navigating a path up the mountainside without incident, effortlessly entering a castle. Upon stepping into the inner courtyard, 100 pairs of eyes suddenly converged upon them. Their gazes were blood-red, their skin the hue of a corpse. They were all zombies. Instinctively, Chu Yun summoned his scythe of fury, while Zhang Qilan swiftly nocked an arrow, ready for action. Wait. Liang interposed himself before them. They are not our enemies. Though they appear as zombies, within they remain human. As he explained, this group of zombies did not advance to attack. Instead, they awkwardly waved their stiff arms in a friendly manner, emitting raspy sounds as if greeting them. What was this predicament? To make a long story short, Liang elaborated. Through my unique ability, I have restored humanity to the zombies of this entire village. They can be described as robust beings, impervious to pain, hunger, or fatigue, with long lifespans, new humans. Zhang Qilan was rendered speechless with astonishment. Yet he managed to ask, Li Gu, how did you accomplish this? Shu. Liang raised a finger. The specifics are rather complex. I will explain in detail another time. What I wish to discuss now is a plan that will revolutionize history. Starting from this small village, we will gradually purify more areas, restoring humanity to more zombies until it spreads across the entire world. When this wasteland is once again illuminated by order and civilization, a unified zombie empire will be established, free from slaughter and war, where all beings coexist harmoniously. On that day, this world will no longer know bloodshed or plunder, and the blood crystals will consequently lose their source. Those who fantasize about acquiring power through slaughter to wreak havoc upon the present world will find themselves devoid of crystals. This is the fundamental solution to save our homeland. With a clap, Chu Yun applauded. This plan is quite commendable. But what of humanity? Humanity will become the new humans, Liang replied. And the old humans? They will be assimilated into new humans. Chapter 17. Assimilation, the four-armed zombie king. It is assimilation, not annihilation. This is a blessing for them. Li Yang's voice was gentle, yet exuded an undeniable certainty. He opened his arms as if to embrace the entire silent courtyard. No longer would they suffer hunger or cold, nor would they linger in the apocalypse, living in fear day and night. From now on, the outside world would be filled with kin, and the entire realm would feel like home. What could be more beautiful than this? Chu Yun's gaze slowly swept across the courtyard. The so-called new humans stood still, their ashen faces struggling to convey a stiff and peculiar semblance of friendliness. It sounded like a utopia. Chu Yun, his voice devoid of inflection, asked, What do you require of us? You've touched upon the crux of the matter. Liang snapped his fingers. It is not what I need you to do, but rather what we must do for the Blue Star. Zhang Qilan, eager to know, pressed, What precisely is it that we must do? Smuggling. The youth with the white streak replied succinctly. What? Liang offered no further explanation, clapping his hands. From the shadows of the second floor of the villa emerged three women. These are our clients. Everyone, please present your items. The three women opened their backpacks simultaneously, spilling forth flesh and blood, the rancid scent immediately permeating the air. Following this were barrels filled with blood-red liquid, meticulously arranged. Delivery completed. Choose stay for 30 minutes before returning or return immediately. Perhaps you should head back for now. Zhang Qilan suddenly grasped Chu Yun's arm. Liang narrowed his eyes at him. I can see that you are ill-suited for this endeavor, so it would be best for you to return. No rush. We can chat a bit longer, Chu Yun decided. He was curious about how this drama would unfold. Let us dine, called one of the women upstairs, her voice devoid of emotion. In an instant, the hundreds of standing zombies sprang into action. They formed orderly lines, silently moving forward to collect their share of approximately 100 pounds of flesh and 3 liters of blood. The process of feeding was eerily quiet, and as the sustenance entered their bodies, transformations began to occur. The once emaciated forms filled out slightly, their movements becoming more fluid. Thank you, one astute zombie managed to utter with difficulty. The others expressed their gratitude in various ways, some bowing, others clasping their hands in prayer-like gestures, or even prostrating themselves. It was evident they were showing appreciation. No need for thanks. We are all family. Liang replied warmly. He turned to the two men. See, the more they consume, the stronger and more lucid they become. This is also why zombies are drawn to living beings. They yearn to awaken the true wisdom that belongs to them. Do you know how much blood crystal is required for our current orders? The answer is that the combined blood crystals within the heads of all the zombies present are insufficient. The benefits derived merely enhance the blood crystal within their minds to 12 grams. Yet to truly metamorphose into the ideal new humanity, a minimum of 50 grams is imperative. The company's markup is excessively exorbitant. Li Yang spread his hands, displaying a look of helplessness. Thus, for the sake of our families, we must carve a different path to smuggle. We prepare the goods in the real world, storing them through special means, and then each night, precisely on time. We accept this pinpointed order, assuming the role of a courier, delivering the portion exploited by the company personally. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow, realizing that the prepared goods were certainly not ordinary beef or mutton. Zhang Qilan, too, recognized this with a hint of suspicion in his voice. Where do we procure such meat? Killing people is illegal. Of course. I do not mean for you to commit murder. Li Yang promptly denied, his tone serious. We are saviors, not butchers. In the real world, tragedies unfold daily in war-torn regions. For instance, in the conflict between the countries of Allah and BAS, there exists a vast quantity of unclaimed goods. We merely need to take some risks and quietly infiltrate to easily acquire them. Naturally, these risks are negligible for us extraordinary beings. Chu Yun inquired. What reward awaits us after all this effort? Classmate, your mindset is gravely flawed. For the peace of both worlds, some personal desires can be set aside. Chu Yun fell silent, realizing that this endeavor was merely a baiting scheme, luring people into a brainwashing trap before forcing them into smuggling. Boring. Regardless, this task is already complete, and once the time arrives, we shall return to claim our rewards. As for the current situation, let us treat it as a mere spectacle. Indeed, Li Yang abruptly shifted his tone, declaring, the benefactors deserve their rewards. While there may be no monetary gain, you shall acquire something far more precious, power. For a single smuggling operation, you will be allotted 5 zombie companions. For 10 operations, you will receive an additional 50, totaling 60 zombie companions. And these companions, as long as the commands are not exceedingly outrageous, will assist you in execution. Imagine, when our new human nation is established, the number of companions at your disposal will directly determine your influence and status. The future of ruling a vast direct-controlled area is not mere fantasy. Brotherly, Zhang Qilan's voice trembled slightly, a mix of excitement and anxiety. Can this truly be accomplished? I mean, do your abilities extend to such a wide scope? Can millions, even billions of zombies coexist harmoniously? The path ahead is arduous, yet far from impossible. Li Yang's smile radiated a sense of mission. This requires time, and more importantly, like-minded companions. Just like you two. Such a grandiose plan. Chu Yun toyed with the blood crystal in his pocket, its touch chilling. But I have a question. Speak. Li Yang replied, his smile unwavering. Your ability restores their humanity. Chu Yun's voice was low. So, who do they listen to now? Themselves or you? A stone cast into a silent pond. If it is themselves, then how can we ensure the loyalty of the companions we distribute? If it is you, Li Yang interrupted his train of thought, somewhat helplessly. Are you doubting my ability to control them? My power merely awakens. It does not control. They possess independent thoughts and judgments. Is that so? Chu Yun remained non-committal, his gaze sweeping over the zombies standing silently, awaiting their next command. Their gratitude and docility were unsettlingly uniform. Unfortunately, I do not believe. How about this? Would you like to contribute to the peace of both realms? I can offer you this personally. Li Yang produced 2 glimmering white crystals. These crystals can only be found within the bodies of extraordinary beings. Though we couriers cannot consume them, shattering them will rapidly restore one's magical power. Henceforth, for each smuggling operation, aside from your zombie companions, I will additionally provide you with a crystal. Chu Yun inquired further. I am curious, how many accomplices have you recruited in these 15 instances? There are indeed many brave souls with a sense of justice wishing to save the world. Among the 65 individuals I encountered, 31 have already joined the Savior's ranks. If we add you 2, that makes 33. We are one step closer to saving the world. Chu Yun understood the thoughts of those 31 individuals. Such an endeavor, where input and output are disproportionate, is a heavy burden. He observed Zhang Qilan, who seemed genuinely inclined to join. Chu Yun harbored serious doubts regarding this person's ability to bewitch others, subtly guiding their emotions and thoughts. Perhaps it was merely due to his own strong soul that he remained unaffected. With 25 minutes remaining until their return, they decided to linger a while longer. If we were to join, would we need to sign any contracts or agreements? No, I will not force anyone to do anything. Even if you choose not to join, I respect your wishes. After all, Everyone has their own aspirations. But if we smuggle behind the company's back, will we face repercussions? Not at all. The company is merely a machine. As long as we do not violate the fixed rules, a mere act of smuggling will not concern them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Qilan suddenly laughed. Is that so? He produced an identification card inscribed with "In Time Sanitation Worker 927 Blue. Exile 2663. You have been banished here for violating Company Regulation 121. Excessive extraction of power from the instance world. Yet, you show no remorse, having repeatedly coerced customers into placing orders. Fabricated false information, and deceived End Times couriers with various means to conduct illegal interdimensional material transport, severely violating the core safety regulation of the company, Article 9. You are now marked as Violator 1018. This cleansing task is assigned to Sanitation Worker 927, Sanitation Worker Blue, for enforcement. In an instant, all warmth, enthusiasm, and sense of mission vanished from Li Yang's face, replaced by a grotesque expression of extreme fear. He instantly transformed into the four-armed corpse king. Chapter 18. End Times Cleansing Worker Damn Company Lackey. With this roar, the 3-meter-tall four-armed corpse king erupted with an intimidating force. Its muscles bulged as all four grotesque arms simultaneously struck the ground, producing a deafening boom. The cement floor instantly cracked like a spider's web, and hundreds of sharp bone spikes surged from the ground, bursting forth from every wall, forming a deadly confinement of death. Just as Chu Yun prepared to activate Time Pause, Zhang Qilan suddenly unfurled icy blue wings behind him, seizing his arm and soaring out of the villa. What the hell? You? Chu Yun felt a stab of alarm. The brother he had seen just days ago was now exhibiting such staggering prowess. Who exactly was the one with the cheat? Boom. A tremendous noise erupted from the villa. The four-armed corpse king, akin to a cannonball, smashed through the wall, hurtling towards the two. Explain later. Zhang Qilan's right hand opened, and cold air swiftly coalesced into a nearly 2-meter-long ice blue blade. He turned and swung the blade. A crescent-shaped ice blade ripped through the air, cleaving towards the corpse king's face. Roar. Li Yang let out a thunderous roar, his two right arms swelling with muscle, shattering the ice blade into a flurry of ice crystals. Seizing the brief moment of respite, Zhang Qilan retracted his ice wings, landing steadily with Chu Yun, skillfully avoiding the trajectory of the corpse king's charge. From within the villa, hundreds of zombies surged forth, racing towards them with a speed far exceeding that of ordinary zombies. The thunderous sound of their landing echoed from the other side. The four-armed corpse king, Li Yang, stood firmly, a chilling smirk playing on his lips, revealing his ghastly white fangs. He mused, having feasted on humans, zombies, exotic beasts, and even delivery personnel. Today marked his inaugural taste of a sanitation worker. Brothers, lend me a hand over here. I shall swiftly deal with this creature. Zhang Qilan, with his back turned to the horde of zombies, wielded an icy blade, propelling himself forward, encasing the ground beneath him in frost. He surged towards the corpse king like an arrow released from a bow. Chichu Kuba. Chu Yun summoned a massive scythe, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He initially presumed this to be a mundane delivery task, only to encounter such exhilarating events. However, he soon comprehended why that fellow had said hold them off rather than eliminate them. This formidable horde, having long subsisted on fresh flesh, possessed a power far exceeding that of ordinary zombies, each one akin to an elite monster. Were it not for his quadrupled agility, he would likely be torn to shreds within 10 seconds. With a swift motion, the massive scythe carved a chilling arc through the air. As Chu Yun sidestepped a lunging zombie, the blade deftly ensnared its neck. With a sudden twist of his wrist, the head rolled away. Killed level 5 zombie. Apocalypse points 10. Before he could catch his breath, 3 zombies closed in from behind, 4 on either side, and 6 more advanced from the front. No, I must enhance my buffs. Yet the Scythe of Fury had a limitation. Once activated, it required successive strikes against the same foe to trigger. Although this horde was powerful, enduring 13 attacks without dying would necessitate extraordinary precision, which, evidently, was impossible to achieve within 3 seconds. As the zombies approached, the distance was too close for the scythe to be effectively wielded. Chu Yun's left eye transformed into a golden clock-like pupil, and time froze. In this temporal stasis, all sounds ceased abruptly, and the leaping zombies were suspended mid-air, resembling bizarre sculptures. Chu Yun swiftly dashed towards the skirmish between one human and one zombie. Within the realm of stop time, Zhang Qilan maintained an offensive stance with one hand wielding the icy blade while the other readied an ice spike for a surprise attack. The corpse king, poised with arms raised in defense, was bracing for battle. After 2 seconds of rapid advance, He summoned the massive scythe and swung it at the Corpse King, activating his skill just before impact. 1. Hit. 3-second countdown. 2, 3, 4, 5. 3-second countdown. 13 3 seconds. Drawing upon previous experience, he executed his successive strikes with greater fluidity and precision. After completing 13 blows in the 4 seconds of stasis, time resumed. An overwhelming force surged forth in an instant. Just as the Corpse King was about to unleash 2 punches, it suddenly felt a chill at its neck, its vision inexplicably spinning. It beheld the night sky, its own headless body, and finally, the figure standing behind it. When did that happen? Thud. The head fell to the ground, its expression frozen in shock from the moment of death. Zhang Qilan was equally startled. Just a moment ago, he had seen his surrounded comrade and was filled with urgency. In an instant, he had slain the Corpse King. However, the colossal body, now headless, erupted in a crimson glow, intensifying its assault. Its fist striking down with even greater ferocity. Zhang Qilan barely managed to raise his icy blade in defense. With a thunderous crash, the icy blade shattered, and the powerful punch landed squarely on his chest. With a gasp, he was sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, blood spraying forth under the moonlight, as he crashed into 3 great trees before finally coming to a halt. What the? Chu Yun was equally taken aback. Astonished that the beast could still live without its head, he swiftly conjured a flower of vitality and hurled it towards Zhang Qilan. Following that, he swung the massive scythe, aiming it at the headless Corpse King's chest. Clash! The sound rang out like steel clashing against steel. The scythe was repelled, and Chu Yun's arm went numb from the ferocity of the blow. It dawned on him the true might of this Corpse King. Brother, retreat. This creature is burning its essence for a final counterattack. Its power has reached the 6-star boss level. Zhang Qilan, having consumed the vitality flower and regained some minor injuries, shouted in a hoarse and urgent tone. 6 stars? Isn't this a 4-star mission? Suddenly, a powerful wind from a punch swept towards him. Quickly, quickly, with 9 agility, Chu Yun swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading one of the Corpse King's punches. Yet the next moment, 3 more fists closed in from all angles, sealing off his escape route as they lunged at him. Kikied Emperor. With a hum, Chu Yun instantly dashed to a safe distance. And then the scythe rained down strikes upon the now motionless Corpse King. Strikes to its chest failed to penetrate, so he shifted his aim to its shoulder, chest, abdomen, side, back, thigh, and calf. Finally, in the 6th second, the scythe pierced through its rear, thrusting upwards with great force, cleaving it in 2. The colossal clock suspended in the sky dissipated, conserving the remaining time of the day. Chu Yun's scythe attacks did not cease, continuing from 2 parts to 4. From 4 to 8, until he heard, killed level 10 Corpse King, points 50. First kill of a tier 1 enemy, received a silver level treasure chest. Zhang Qilan stood agape. Having been tricked by the company into becoming a sanitation worker in the apocalypse, he had completed 21 tasks in 3 days, surpassing many veteran delivery personnel who had been at it for half a month. Yet the scene before him still left him in awe. A new delivery worker, having joined just 1 day prior, had dispatched a Corpse King that had surpassed tier 1, and in an instant. Was this even reasonable? Looking at the task completion panel for the sanitation mission, he turned to gaze at Chu Yun, who was charging into the horde and wreaking havoc. Zhang Qilan couldn't help but chuckle. You, the slacker, should be the one doing this sanitation job in the apocalypse. The distinction between a delivery worker and a sanitation worker was stark. Merely from the volume of orders, level 1 to 3 delivery workers could complete only 3 orders a day, followed by a mandatory rest. Level 4 could handle 4, level 5 6, level 6 8, and level 7 12. Meanwhile, as an apocalypse sanitation worker, from the moment he joined, he was either completing orders or en route to complete them. With an abundance of stamina-restoring potions at his disposal, 1 sip would rejuvenate him instantly. He would finish 1 order and immediately be dispatched for another, an endless cycle. Damn, they treat us like livestock. Although there was 1 resurrection opportunity each day, that sense of exhaustion, both physical and mental, was utterly overwhelming. For over 200 hours, he had fought relentlessly, all for the day of real-life vacation that followed the completion of 100 orders each month. On the other hand, Chu Yun had slain nearly half of the zombies, and his time of fury was about to conclude. Today, only 3 seconds remained in his time stop. Using it would not yield enough kills, so it was wiser to conserve it. He swiftly retreated to Zhang Qilan's side and conjured another vitality flower to toss towards him. I'm out of juice. It's your turn. Zhang Qilan accepted it and swallowed, forcing a pained smile. I thought you, the slacker, would handle it all. He summoned an even more resplendent ice bow than before. Pulling the bowstring taut, a colossal ice arrow whistled into the night sky. exploding at its apex into countless ice shards that cascaded down like a torrential rain, precisely piercing the heads of every zombie. A single strike cleared the field. Chu Yun's fists clenched in disbelief. Am I still the slacker? You're even more of a slacker than I am. Speak up. Has my system run over to yours? Traversing through 18 years on my own, yet the system has yet to arrive. It seems it mistakenly landed upon this wretched being. What is this? My current prowess is solely the result of my relentless efforts. Zhang Qilan sheathed her icy bow, retorting with irritation. Yet you're elusive. Instantaneous annihilation power makes me seriously suspect that you are indeed the Flash. Chu Yun let out a scoff, asserting that his speed surpassed imagination. By the way, just moments ago, I received an invitation from the company, claiming to welcome me to join the apocalyptic sanitation workers. You are currently engaged in this work. Do you think I should accept the invitation? Chapter 19. Thunder Coin. Manifestation of power. Zhang Qilan fell into contemplation, recalling when he had inquired during his third discharge from the hospital. Why do you only run for 8 hours a day? If you were to exert yourself like I do, earning over 1,000 a day would be effortless. Chu Yun had responded back then. Life is about the ebb and flow, the hustle and pause. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for slumber, and the remaining 8 hours belong to oneself. He lifted his gaze towards his awaiting companion. If one could attain a monumental leap in strength at the cost of freedom, would you be willing? He recounted his experiences over the past few days. I see. Chu Yun stroked his chin. Judging by the daily quota, the delivery personnel have fewer tasks at the lower levels, but upon reaching level 7, the maximum of 12 orders per day surpasses that of sanitation workers. However, there is a distinction. The tasks of sanitation workers are mandatory, requiring continuous effort daily. In contrast, delivery personnel can choose their tasks. Though the daily cap may exceed a dozen orders, one could simply complete a single daily task to rest, considering the nature of these orders. Delivery personnel are tasked with delivering meals to customers, while sanitation workers are charged with eliminating lawbreakers. The risk and rewards are undoubtedly higher for sanitation workers. Regrettably, my initial choice to pursue crowdsourcing over dedicated delivery stemmed from the desire for freedom. Faced with the company's invitation, Chu Yun opted for rejection. Just as the prompt vanished, another appeared, detecting a more suitable position, apocalyptic sanitation worker, temporary. Upon joining, one need only complete a single dispatch task each day, with the option to decline any remaining without repercussions, without affecting existing delivery duties. I can't believe it. After my refusal, the company wants me to take on part-time work. Chu Yun turned to the youth beside him, asking, do you sanitation workers truly lack personnel? Part-time? Is this burdensome work even eligible for part-time? Upon learning of the lenient conditions for part-time work, Zhang Qilan immediately knelt in earnest. Company chief, I genuinely wish to return home. Please allow me to take on part-time work. I promise I will not reject any tasks beyond the 3 hours of rest at home. Whatever you assign, I shall undertake. I will surely complete at least 10 tasks daily. A twitch flickered at the corner of Chu Yun's mouth. Such ambition is indeed remarkable. This time, he chose to accept the invitation. Ding. Welcome to the apocalyptic sanitation worker, temporary. Dispatch. You have received a cleaning order for Xianshi Shang's Hushi Feng Chuxiang, Tianshang Rinjian. Will you accept? I just joined, and already there's an order. Shang's Hushi. Isn't that our neighboring city? Are they truly asking me to commit murder in reality? Upon realizing it was indeed a real-world task, Zhang Qilan expressed envy, then explained that there would be no issue. One could simply leave after completing the cleanup, as the company would handle the aftermath. Then I accept, surprisingly. They provided 8 hours, indicating that fellow must intend to revel all night. The two lingered for a while, extracting blood crystals and energy crystals from the site. Just as Chu Yun was about to divide them, he was halted, asking if he did not want them. Zhang Qilan shook his head, stating that within the company's system, they were already on an invincible path, rendering such inferior energy unnecessary. Brother, there are countless exiles in this world like Li Yang just now. Initially, they were all lured by the allure of blood crystals to rapidly gain power and gradually succumbed. Chu Yun waved his hand, stating he had no need for them as he merely had a desperate leopard in need of rescue. Beast taming? Then it's all good. They continued discussing various matters. Before returning, Zhang Qilan suddenly recalled something. Brother, you must preserve that vitality flower. At level 10, which is tier 1, most of the goods delivered are extraordinary items. Moreover, the procurement will not be confined to convenience stores, but will instead take place in the company's special space, known as the procurement hall. By then, some may even change professions to become product vendors. Your vitality flower will have a vast market. Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude to his brother, suggesting they gather again next time. All right, Zhang Qilan watched him vanish into the light, murmuring softly, "We shall meet again." Disappearing from the spot, the mountains returned to silence. Minutes later, a girl riding a giant bear arrived at the scene, surveying the wreckage of the villa. "How infuriating. I have labored to arrive here. Why must the customer cancel the order? A cancellation means returning your 2% blood crystals. Can I cover it for you? I implore you to rescind the order cancellation. Otherwise, I must retrace my steps to return the goods." The rewards have been distributed. 5 level points, 41, 10 50 apocalyptic points, 40 order rewards, 10 nighttime bonuses, 1,000 from kills, reaching the maximum limit for each task. Bronze treasure chest, silver treasure chest. What a bountiful harvest. Chu Yun glanced at the fatigued kitten beside him. Over half of the points were earned from its wild hunting. Servant, lightning, strength. Tier 0 level 8, 123600, magic points. 80, restores 6 points per hour. Skills. Thunder Flash LV5 Thunder Strike LV5 Thunder Shield LV4 Thunder Shadow Body LV2 not only has the level risen by 2, but all skills have also been enhanced. Chu Yun removed the satchel found in the villa, pouring out several pounds of blood crystals and an energy crystal the size of a fist. "Here, consume this." Lightning's eyes lit up. Her small mouth agape as she swallowed everything in one gulp. "Your servant Lightning has absorbed the energy." Strength increased to Tier 0 level 9. Thunder Shield upgraded to LV5. Thunder Shadow Body upgraded to LV3. Upon leveling up, her magic points were fully restored. "Can you utilize the skills?" Lightning closed her eyes, restraining herself for a moment, then released a sound, meow. It seems the power gained from blood crystals can only be utilized in that world. Ding. You may expend 2,000 points to manifest a skill for your servant. First manifestation enjoys a 10 discount, limited to LV5 skills. 200 points? The earnings she acquired far exceed this amount. As for which ability to manifest, there's no need to deliberate. It must be the Thunder Flash, which allows for instantaneous teleportation alongside her. As the points were consumed, a coin surrounded by purple light emerged from Lightning's body. Core coin, Thunder Flash, maximum consumption of 10 magic points, teleporting up to 1,000 meters during teleportation. Can consume double or triple magic points to additionally carry 1 or 2 living beings. The coin etched with electric patterns fused into Lightning's body. The little one's eye sparkled. In an instant, with a flash of lightning, she teleported from the sofa to the kitchen table, and then reappeared on the coffee table. "Take me along." Another bolt of lightning flashed, and both master and beast vanished simultaneously. In the next moment, they found themselves standing on the rooftop of a distant building. The night breeze caressed their faces, and Chu Yun took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. He recalled the last time he stepped out of the house, which was merely yesterday when he prepared to navigate through the midday rush. In the span of a single night, his life had undergone a monumental transformation. He retrieved his phone and booked a high-speed train ticket to the neighboring Shanghai. With an hour to spare, he felt the thrill of anticipation. Chapter 20. A review of gains and the emergence of a system inside the cramped rented room. "Let's each open one and see who has better luck," Chu Yun said, gazing at the 2 treasure chests, a bronze and a silver, sitting on the coffee table. He allowed Lightning to open the first one. Naturally, Lightning chose the bronze chest his master had indicated. As its paw made contact, the lid of the chest silently slid open, revealing a warm, gentle azure light, accompanied by a cold yet melodious notification sound. "Bronze chest opened. You have obtained 3 physical attribute points. Skill Foundation book. Can upgrade a novice skill to a foundational level. Core skill slot expansion. Additional limit of 1 skill slot. Each individual may expand up to 3 slots." The prospect of expansion took Chu Yun's breath away. The scarcity of skill slots had always been a shackle, a source of his greatest frustration. This unexpected reward far exceeded his expectations. Without a moment's hesitation, he picked up the oval stone adorned with peculiar runes and silently invoked its use. In an instant, it felt as if an invisible barrier within his mind had quietly widened, and a sense of enlightenment surged within him. He could distinctly perceive a new, vacant slot forming beyond the already occupied skill slots within him. Ecstatic, Chu Yun mimicked the signature gesture of a prominent figure, followed by his gaze falling upon the 3 precious attribute points. To wield the colossal scythe effectively, strength was essential, but speed must not be neglected. After a brief contemplation, he made his decision: strength 2, agility 1. With the command given, a warm current coursed through his body. He clenched his fist, feeling a subtle crackle in his knuckles, the sensation of strength swelling within him. At that moment, his attributes were recorded as strength 4, agility 5, stamina 2. The final skill book was immediately applied to long-handled weapon scythe novice. An abundance of techniques flooded into his mind. No longer were they merely the rudimentary slashes and cuts of a novice. He now possessed countless insights into power application, footwork coordination, and intricate slicing angles, adapting to various adversaries' tactical shifts. In the blink of an eye, he had progressed from a novice in March to a foundational level after 3 years. With commendable strength and agility, he could now fully exploit the advantages of the colossal scythe. Chu Yun exhaled deeply, a glimmer of brilliance sparking in his eyes, leaving him yearning for more. The enhancements from the bronze chest were monumental. What could the silver chest hold? His anticipation peaked. Half reclining on the sofa, he extended his hand, unable to suppress his excitement, and opened the silver chest. A silvery radiance erupted, illuminating the entire rented room. You have opened the silver chest. Obtained 1 mental attribute point. Designated skill mastery book. Can designate 1 skill to reach mastery level. Barrett Sniper Rifle Specialized Weapon. Another system apart from the core coin. Each individual may only possess 3 specialized weapons. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Chu Yun. Memories of his childhood. Gripping the mouse on virtual battlefields and decisively eliminating foes with that formidable heavy sniper flooded back to him. The emergence of this long-range killing machine perfectly addressed his most critical shortcoming, the lack of remote deterrence and sniping capability. What delighted him even more was that the Barrett was classified as a specialized weapon, implying an instinctual bond with him, requiring no precious skill slot. As the radiance dissipated, a weapon exuding cold industrial aesthetics and absolute power manifested on the coffee table. The matte black finish, the elongated barrel, and the robust body exuded an aura of unmatched coolness. Without hesitation, Chu Yun designated it as his specialized weapon, binding specialized weapon in the next moment. The Barrett transformed into countless dark particles of light, merging seamlessly with his body, forging a close connection. With a flicker of thought, numerous light particles coalesced in his right hand. The silhouette of the enormous rifle solidified, its weight pressing heavily upon his grasp. What a weighty piece. It felt as if it bore 4 times the strength of an ordinary individual, underscoring its extraordinary nature. First specialized weapon, Barrett Sniper Rifle Grade, White, Traits, Devouring Evolution, can consume other weapons of the same type for continuous evolution. Ammunition, 1010, recovers 1 round per hour. Or immediately consumes 5 mana to recover 1 round. Shooting speed, 1000 milliseconds effective range, 2500 m. As for the mastery book, it would naturally be applied to the sniper rifle. Designating the sniper weapon, as the card integrated into his brain, he absorbed the essence of the experiences and insights of countless professional snipers, merging them with his own memories, calculating wind speed, projectile trajectories, breath control, stealth, camouflage, environmental utilization, and the art of the perfect kill. In that fleeting moment, Chu Yun transcended from a complete novice, whose understanding of sniper firearms was limited to games and films, to a mastery level achieved after 10 years. He remembered it all. Everything came rushing back. A decade of experience, ready for battle. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened, and everything around him seemed to crystallize with clarity in his perception. Under the influence of elite-grade firearms, his observational acuity, insight, reflexes, and computational abilities underwent remarkable enhancement. He opened his personal attribute panel. Apocalyptic Deliveryman, Chu Yun, ID 99999, level 3510 level points, mana, 2030, recovers 4 points per hour, physical attributes, strength 4, agility 5, stamina 2, mental attributes, 4, specialized weapons, Barrett, core coins, beast mastery, vitality flower, raging scythe, skills, melee mastery, sniper weapon mastery, long-handled weapon scythe novice, apocalyptic points, 850075. Gazing at his attribute panel, Chu Yun's heart surged with excitement. His combat system was beginning to take shape. In close combat, he had mastery-level fighting skills for protection. At mid-range, he wielded a foundational-level scythe for devastating strikes. And at extreme distances, he possessed a mastery-level Barrett sniper rifle for deterrence and elimination. For healing and recovery, he had the vitality flower. For mobility, he relied on his beast companion, lightning. What remained were reconnaissance, defense, and logistics. Logistics could wait. Regarding defense, Lightning's Thunder Shield was quite satisfactory. However, it required manifestation in the present world, costing 2,000 points. He decided to postpone that discussion. As for reconnaissance, Chu Yun's gaze settled on the lengthy optical scope of the Barrett. If he could secure a high vantage point, this 32x magnification scope would serve as an excellent reconnaissance tool. However, not every location afforded easy access to an ideal high ground. With a flicker of thought, he summoned the system shop, prepared to purchase any desirable item within his means. Hearing ear, capable of detecting sounds up to 1,000 meters, priced at merely 300 points? But wait, to utilize this ear, one must first sever their own ear. Chu Yun's eyelids twitched at the thought of such a cruel contraption. He continued to explore. Chu Yun, capable of penetrating wooden and stone walls as well as ordinary clothing? Its effective range is merely 10 meters, and yet it is priced at 200 points. Furthermore, it has already sold 10,000 units. Such a plethora of individuals with disposable income. Continuing to browse, he gradually approached the departure time. There are still 7 hours remaining for the cleaning task. After much deliberation, Chu Yun settled on an item. Chapter 21. The Emperor's Indulgence in the Celestial Realm. Invisibility. Type. Special. Effect. Consumes 4 points of mana, rendering both the body and personal belongings concealed within the spiritual realm. Undetectable by conventional means, lasting for 20 minutes. The effect is dispelled after 3 attacks or being attacked. Price. 799 Apocalypse points. Beneath this, there exists a 3-star invisibility option. However, it only allows for the physical body to become invisible while clothing remains visible, resulting in a rather embarrassing situation. What a spectacle! That Li Yong clearly utilized the invisibility. Without further hesitation, Chu Yun completed the transaction. The coin felt cool and smooth in his palm, and upon a slight mental command, it flowed into his body. He infused it with 4 points of mana. In an instant, he vanished from the rented room, not merely an illusion, but a complete erasure of his presence. He tentatively took 2 steps forward, his footsteps nearly inaudible, blending seamlessly into the ambient sounds. When he consciously softened and slowed his movements, even the faintest sound dissipated entirely. Approaching the dressing mirror, he found it devoid of any reflection. Attempting to wave his arms and lift his legs resulted in a barely perceptible breeze. Finally, he summoned his specialized weapon, the Barret, yet still saw nothing in the mirror. He also tried to summon lightning, but living creatures were not within the scope. Nevertheless, Chu Yun remained satisfied. To him, being invisible meant that enemies could not strike him, effectively granting a form of defense. Being unseen when moving offered a kind of mobility. Infiltrating enemy lines to gather intelligence became a method of reconnaissance. The advantages were numerous. Equipping a sniper with the ability to become invisible was akin to adding wings to a tiger. After changing clothes and preparing a few essentials, he stepped out with lightning. A small cat in tow. Downstairs, the pre-booked ride awaited at the curb. The night was thick with shadows, and the roads were sparse, allowing for an unobstructed journey to the high-speed rail station. Upon arrival, he was greeted with a stipulation. Pets were not permitted to enter the station directly. If he required shipping, he needed to present a pet identification card and vaccination health certificate. Taken aback, Chu Yun realized he had never owned a pet and was unfamiliar with such regulations. As for a pet ID card, securing one for an otherworldly creature posed a challenge. He hesitated, claiming he had forgotten it, but assured them of the cat's obedience. To demonstrate Lightning's compliance, he commanded, "Come, Lightning. Sit, shake, spin. Now roll over." The cat dutifully performed each task, executing the final roll with remarkable fluidity. Astonished gasps and applause erupted from the line of passengers waiting to enter the station. The staff maintained their professional demeanor, apologizing that rules were rules, and without proof, shipping could not be arranged. Regrettably, Chu Yun exited the high-speed rail station with lightning. Remaining time for cleaning task, 6 hours and 49 minutes. Distance to cleaning target, 1,721 kilometers. Leaving lightning at home was out of the question. Its thunder flash was an indispensable asset. Transforming lightning back into its wolf form for riding, the headlines the following day would likely scream. Mysterious giant wolf knights spotted in the city. Chu Yun clicked his tongue, realizing he needed to spend a bit. For the first time, he attempted to book a long-distance ride of nearly 200 kilometers on a taxi app, with an estimated fare of 350 yuan. Time ticked by, yet no one accepted the order. Truly, in a big city, even 300 seemed insufficient. The app suggested, try increasing the fare, you might get a quicker response. Chu Yun silently raised the fare by 20, 50, 100, and finally 200, before canceling the order entirely. All those drivers were avoiding the job, clearly waiting for him to raise the price. It was evident that he would need to borrow a vehicle. He scanned for a bike and rode to Xingfu Community, skillfully navigating to an electric bike shed. In a corner of the shed stood a particularly eye-catching, heavily modified Jiuhao electric motorcycle. Unlike his own, which used battery swaps, this one boasted a massive 72V180 lithium battery pack, earning a fearsome nickname among riders, Flying Old Iron. Theoretically, it could achieve an astounding range of 350 kilometers. Even at high speeds, it could easily cover over 150 kilometers. Conservatively used, it would suffice for his destination. Opening WeChat, he composed a message to Zhang Qilan. Bro, can I borrow your ride for a bit? I'll return it fully charged and cleaned. There were 3 unlocking methods for this bike: Bluetooth, key, and password. He knew the password, 919191. As he input the code, a whimsical system prompt chimed, and the vehicle powered on. With the sound of an aircraft taking off, the electric motorcycle soared into action. Maintaining a steady speed of 80 km/h, it took him 2.5 hours to reach Fengchu district in Shangzhou City. Seated at a roadside breakfast shop, he ordered a bowl of sweet tofu pudding and 2 pounds of savory pancakes. While eating, he casually surveyed the opposite side of the street, where the opulent Tianshang Rinjian loomed, a palace-like structure radiating brilliance in the night. Surrounding its entrance were 24 coiling dragon pillars, each manned by 2 robust security guards, standing over 185 centimeters tall, clad in black uniforms and sunglasses. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened. With his enhanced perception, he could easily discern that each security guard possessed physical attributes exceeding 3 points. This meant they had undergone extensive enhancements, equating to at least 30 grams of blood crystal reinforcement. Such strength was already superhuman. If mere doormen held such prowess, the owner of this establishment was undoubtedly extraordinary. His target was within distance to cleaning target, 350 meters. He opened his phone to research Tianshang Rinjian. It was listed among the top 10 elite clubs in Longhua, boasting daily revenues in the billions, with models starting at 985 educational qualifications, promising an emperor's experience. The entry fee required a minimum recharge of 1 million. A basic table cost 880,000 yuan, and the cheapest beer was priced at 999 yuan. Chu Yun's eyelids twitched at the outrageous figures. This truly was a den for the affluent. Lightning, have you eaten enough? Meow? Still hungry? Are the buns ready, boss? Just steamed. Fresh meat buns. Came the booming reply from the owner. Pack me 5 baskets. After paying, Chu Yun mounted the electric motorcycle, cruising around nearby high-rises until he found a suitable community. He parked next to a public restroom, scanned for a charging outlet, and began rapid charging with a power charger. Then he entered the restroom and activated his invisibility. Thunderflash. His vision abruptly shifted. After a slight sensation of weightlessness, he found himself stealthily positioned atop the rooftop of a 30-story residential building. The vista here is extraordinarily expansive, capturing the entirety of the Tianshang Rinjian complex, including its 4 entrances and the majority of the surrounding plaza. The cold morning wind howls across the rooftop. Chu Yun identifies a flawless vantage point. Adeptly setting up his Barrett sniper rifle and adjusting the scope, he casually picks up a bun, swallowing it in one bite, while chewing and positioning his eye behind the scope. The crosshairs gradually sweep over the heavily guarded entrance to the conference hall, the patrolling security guards, and the occasional luxurious vehicles that enter and exit. Chapter 22. Hero Guild. Spider-Boy, how is this batch of goods? Within the depths of the secret chamber of Tianshang Rinjian, the crystal chandelier refracts splendid light. Over 200 pounds, Jiahao weaves between hundreds of naked maidens. They stand in silence, their gazes hollow, resembling a row of freshly unwrapped dolls. Are their identities clean? On the dragon throne, a young man lazily lifts his gaze, his tone devoid of emotion. Jiahao smirks wickedly. They are all orphans from various provinces, so of course, they are clean. That is satisfactory. The young man rises, his dark robe cascading like flowing water. He approaches the nearest girl, gently caressing her cheek. A radiant light emanates from his palm. Her waxen face begins to melt, twist, and reshape. Her skin shifts from yellow to white as her features rearrange. In mere moments, a visage strikingly similar to a top-tier celebrity emerges amidst the eerie white light. Once her memories are calibrated, she will be ready to entertain clients. All right, regarding the core coin that will be auctioned by the Xingyu Guild early next month, rest assured, I will secure it for you. The young man waves dismissively, instructing Jia how to return. Thank you, guild leader. Jia Hao's pig-like face flushes with excitement as he prepares to leave. The young man reminds him, by the way, many delivery personnel who exploited glitches in the card companies have been purged recently. You should pause your collaboration with Bai Dicheng for the time being. Understood. Jia Hao exits the inner chamber, but does not rush home. Instead, he strides into the bustling and extravagant ballroom. Upon his entrance, the spotlight naturally falls upon him. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jia Hao brandishes a long spear of dark iron, leaping onto the central stage. Various breathtaking beauties halt their movements, stepping back a distance. I was born amidst a light snowfall, Jia Hao declares in a deep voice, the spear lunging forth like a dragon. The power and speed of an extraordinary being imbue each strike with a momentum that shatters the air. Every thrust dazzles, eliciting continuous screams from the nobles and beauties below. Until the 13th move concludes, today's display of bravado is complete. Jia Hao smirks wickedly, relishing the crowd's adulation as he strides toward the exit. Approaching the front desk, a cacophony abruptly assaults his ears. He frowns. What is all this noise? Upon investigation, he discovers that the man from yesterday's incident is present. That man spots him as well, bellowing, "You filthy fatso! Return Shaoli to me." He then pulls out a knife and charges forward. Overestimating himself, Jia Hao, even too lazy to employ his hypnotic abilities, relies solely on his extraordinary physical reflexes. He sidesteps, seizes the man's wrist, disarms him with a swift motion, and kicks him to the ground. His sturdy shoe brutally crushes the man's cheek. He then turns to the front desk staff, scolding them. "How could you let someone like this in? You're fired." "No, Guildmaster. This man just entered with $1 million in cash. We assessed his appearance and attire, suspecting he couldn't possibly afford such a sum, so we checked his income source. Consequently, he panicked, causing a scene and wanting to livestream claiming his girlfriend was with you. However, we preemptively cut the network signal at the front desk, smashed his phone, and called security." At the entrance, 2 security guards raced over with astonishing speed. On one knee, they addressed the man, "Guildmaster." "Worthless." Jia Hao kicks both of them down, instructing, "From now on, have some discernment. Anyone who looks like bottom-tier trash should be expelled if they linger at the entrance for more than 2 seconds. Yes. The 2 were about to drag the man out when Jia Hao interjected, "No need to dispose of him. I'll handle this. He'll be perfect fodder for feeding the zombies that Een raises, and it will strengthen camaraderie among the guild members." Unexpectedly, a sudden change occurs. The man, pinned to the ground, reveals a look of desperate madness in his eyes, suddenly pulling out a blood crystal the size of an infant's fist and shoving it into his mouth. "I want you dead." The over 100 grams of blood crystal detonates with terrifying energy. The man's body emits a sickening crackling sound as his muscles swell, tearing his clothes, his skin turning a dark hue. In an instant, he transforms into a 3-meter-tall, fanged monstrosity. How is this possible? Where did you get so many blood crystals? Jia Hao's face pales in shock, his flesh trembling. Who is behind this plot against the Dragon King Guild? Roaring, the corpse demon lunges forward, smashing the tiles beneath it. Confronted with such a formidable foe, Jia Hao, who specializes in hypnosis, hurriedly instructs the security to block it, while he himself retreats in disarray. Along the way, he opens the guild chat, frantically calling for help. "Arrogant God LV5, corpse demon attack. Hurry to the Dragon Hall front desk." Simultaneously, he seizes the intercom at the front desk, shouting, "All security, to the front desk. Now." Using hypnosis, he commands a nearby stunned receptionist to step forward to buy him time, while he rushes toward the entrance where a throng of security is gathering. However, just as he steps out the door and into the outside world, a precise, large-caliber bullet tears through the air, instantly exploding his massive head. The headless, corpulent body stumbles forward a few steps and collapses heavily. A crimson card slowly emerges from the pool of blood. What is that? From a distance, Chu Yun, peering through the scope, spots the red card and raises an eyebrow. With a thought, the small cat beside him transforms into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. In the next moment, the lightning returns, clutching the red card in its mouth. Although curious as to why the target fled in panic and why a multitude of security personnel surged toward the front desk, he understands the adage that curiosity killed the cat. The task is complete. It is unwise to linger here. Time to leave. He stows the beard away, casually slipping the red card into his pocket while carrying a bag of buns. In a flash, both he and the cat vanish from the rooftop. Inside a public restroom stall, Chu Yun emerges nonchalantly, mounting his motorcycle and speeding off in the direction he came, at a velocity of 120 km/h. Within moments, an agile figure clad in red and blue utilizes spider silk to swing up to the rooftop, landing steadily. The spider suit outlines a muscular physique as he surveys his surroundings. On the high ground, he notices 2 fresh white marks. Clearly, they are the result of a sniper rifle firing, the bipod causing the powerful recoil. This must be the place, but where is the person? The rooftop door is tightly locked, showing no signs of having been opened, capable of coming and going without a trace. They must also be a member of the Apocalypse Company. As for which position, only one could kill other employees to obtain the blood treasure card. The sanitation worker? Thus, the conflict originally between the Hero Guild and the Dragon King Guild now has the potential for an additional party to share the firepower. He opens the guild chat. Jiju Boy LV5 Feifei Jia, The mission was successful. Jiahua is completely dead, thus severing the lifeline of their illicit establishment. Lu Ruofei, LV7. Excellent work. I shall reward you with 100 guild points. Xiao Xiong Shanu LV5. Well done, Spider Kid. That repulsive pig-headed hypnotist has finally perished. A significant threat to the world has been eliminated. Next, we ought to deal with that witch Yinin who transforms living beings into zombies. Jiju boy, actually. I wasn't the one who killed him. He brought this upon himself and was eliminated by the company's cleanup crew. The weapon used was a highly lethal Barrett sniper rifle, delivering a fatal blow in a single shot. Lu Ruofei, oh? Did you see the assailant? Jijiakai Shi Nanren Langman. What model of Barrett was it? I am also preparing to equip my mech with a long-range cannon. Jiju boy, I did not see him, but there were 2 scratches left by the supports at the scene. I request to use your memory recall opportunity today, Feifei Jia, to recruit an ally. He then shared his thoughts. By examining the remnants of memory, we could view the scene from 3 seconds prior and identify the assailant's appearance. Subsequently, inadvertently revealing the murderer to the Long Wang Gong Hui. Chapter 23. Refusal to join 749 at 5 in the morning as dawn broke. Chu Yun rode his electric scooter into the charging tent, preparing to plug in the charger. No need to charge. By the time he returns, he would not even look at such a lowly vehicle. Chu Yun paused, lifting his gaze at the sound. Leaning against the entrance of the charging tent was a young man with short azure hair. He seemed to blend into the shadows, yet was strikingly conspicuous. Akin to a blade sheathed in its scabbard, silent, yet perilous. With strength 4, agility 5, and physique 2. Are you the monster that has ascended to the heavens? The young man's gaze scrutinized him. To offend the city of Baidi on the very first day of employment and slay a first-tier corpse king on the second day, only to be invited by the company to become a sanitation worker, certainly qualifies one to join our Ingzong and embrace the new world. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Ingzong. Specifics will become clear once your strength surpasses the first tier. The young man was disinclined to elaborate further. Flicking his fingers, a flash of black light appeared. Chu Yun caught it with his hand, feeling a cold sensation at his fingertips. It was a black card inscribed with Dawn Hotel. You need not return to your rental abode. The young man spoke in a flat tone. The officials have been waiting for you there for quite some time. A chill ran through Chu Yun's heart, yet his expression remained impassive. If you do not wish to become their tamed hound or be imprisoned and have your abilities shackled, you should reside there until your strength reaches the first tier. Upon arrival, simply state my name. His figure transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind the words, I am Qing, echoing in Chu Yun's ears. He took out his phone to search for this location and indeed found it. The hotel was 40 kilometers away and had only been established this year. There were scant reviews online, as the hotel was peculiar, surrounded by towering rock walls for a radius of 5 kilometers. Yet, various oddly dressed individuals could be seen entering and exiting. Chu Yun understood. This was a hotel run by the company, accepting no ordinary people, only company employees. He glanced toward the direction of his rental. As expected, he was indeed under official surveillance. This was within his expectations, for the city of Baidi was searching for him, and the employees were aware of it. Among the employees, many had undoubtedly joined the official ranks. Having learned of his likeness, a simple inquiry would reveal his entire history. This was not a past life. Thus, he held no interest in joining the officials to serve them. However, being in this land, many matters were unavoidable. He had originally planned to feign compliance and grow stronger in the shadows before breaking free. Fortunately, with Zhang Qilan's assistance, he had obtained a new option. A ray of dawn emerged. Chu Yun mounted his electric scooter, heading not towards his rental, but rather in the direction of the hotel. What? That kid has deviated midway and is heading towards dawn. Inside the cramped rental, a man adorned with the insignia of 749 Bureau slammed his hand on the coffee table. Hurry. Mobilize all units on that road immediately to intercept him. If necessary, elevate his treatment from D level to C level or B level. If that fails to sway him, special measures may be employed. Everything must prioritize bringing him back to the Bureau. After hanging up, the man rubbed his weary brow. Truly a bunch of unruly troublemakers. Let us proceed. 6 new delivery personnel await recruitment today. In the shadows, several silent, yet formidable figures surfaced, following him out of the room. On the early morning road, vehicles were sparse, with only sanitation workers and bustling vendors. Chu Yun rode his electric scooter at a speed of 120 km/h, racing along the expansive motor vehicle lane. He glanced at the navigation on his phone, 15 kilometers remaining. The scooter had only 10 battery left. This was precarious. Should he find a charging station and use the cannon to charge it for 5 minutes? As he pondered, His enhanced vision spotted a group of traffic police checking vehicles in the middle of the road a kilometer ahead. His non-compliant electric scooter would certainly be flagged. He squeezed the brakes to decelerate and turned at the nearest intersection. Not far ahead, there were also police. Chu Yun instantly realized this was not a standard check. They were coming for him. He instructed Lightning to hide in his backpack and then expended 4 points of magic to activate Yinling. A soft glow enveloped Chu Yun and his scooter, rendering them momentarily transparent. He silently veered back onto the main road, speeding towards the navigation destination. With only 100 meters remaining to the last checkpoint, he executed a lightning flash. A minute arc of electricity flickered, and both man and machine surged forward, crossing 1,000 meters in an instant, far beyond the search perimeter. The further he went, the sparser the buildings became. After traveling approximately 7 more kilometers, the scooter finally ran out of power. Chu Yun parked it by the roadside, surveying his surroundings. He had entered the suburbs, devoid of people or houses. In the direction of the hotel, he could vaguely see a towering rock wall. With Lightning's flashes, he could teleport 3 times over 1,000 meters. That should suffice. However, he needed to retain one for unforeseen circumstances. Lightning flash. 2 instances of teleportation brought the high wall into view, and he continued walking a short distance. Ahead was a restricted zone, no entry permitted. A man and a woman had been waiting for quite some time. Not allowed in. But doesn't it state up there that this hotel welcomes all company employees? Chu Yun pointed at the brightly colored sign atop the rock wall. The man replied, "Those not officially registered with the authorities are considered unregistered." The woman added, "Accompany us for registration, and then entry will not be an issue." Is that so? Chu Yun regarded the 2 burly men wielding long guns at the base of the wall. They were evidently hotel personnel. One of the burly men replied in a deep voice, "Entry into the hotel requires merely proof of company employment." How to prove it? Each individual's delivery panel is visible only to themselves. Another robust man remarked that presenting the core coin would suffice. So it was. Chu Yun's mind stirred as energy flowed within him. A coin, imbued with a faint sanguine aura and etched with scythe patterns, gradually emerged from his fingertips. Holding the Fury Scythe coin, he displayed it to the 2 guards. The guards, possessing keen eyesight, carefully verified it before nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, the 2 of them worked in unison to push the heavy, 5-meter-tall metal city gate, producing a deep, resonant rumble. "Welcome to the Dawn Grand Hotel," the guards intoned. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Yun disregarded the grim expressions of the man and woman and advanced towards the city gate with determination. "Halt!" commanded a man adorned with the 749 badge, stepping forward and unleashing an invisible pressure in reprimand. "Unauthorized individuals entering without official registration will be treated for treason." The woman beside him was taken aback, exclaiming, "Is there such a regulation?" She attempted to ease the tension, advising, "Friend, why not accompany us to the office for a quick registration? You can receive numerous benefits, starting with 2 million and a villa, followed by local special jurisdiction, comprehensive insurance, and formal employment. 1 person registered means 6 generations of your family will enjoy the benefits. Additionally, there is an abundance of information regarding the apocalypse available for free preview, providing you only advantages." She continued, "When we eventually present ourselves to the world, countless admirers will shower you with praise." Indeed, that sounds appealing. However, I must decline, as the path I choose requires none of this. Chu Yun ignored the relentless offers from behind and continued onward until he stepped inside the city. Ding. You have received a new delivery request. Pickup point. No. 71 Apocalypse Convenience Store. Delivery point. By D City Gate Guard Station. Total distance. 97 kilometers. Chapter 24. Dawn City. Cleansing Task Rewards. Declined. Utilizing one of the 3 daily refusal opportunities without hesitation, Chu Yun lifted his gaze. The sight before him momentarily took his breath away. Upon entering the city gate, it felt as though he had stepped into an alternate dimension. The desolate suburban wasteland was sealed beyond the towering walls, replaced by a bizarre, vibrant cyberpunk city pulsating with life. In the air, some individuals bore wings, others rode broomsticks, and some soared on swords. On the ground, an array of peculiar beings thrived, including tree folk, zombies, elves, and even those piloting mechs. "Hey, that mask resembles Tokisaki Kurumi. Where did you buy it? I want one too." Following the voice, Chu Yun was astounded to see a petite girl with pink hair, crimson eyes, and black stockings, dressed as the vampire queen Kuryu from the anime Seraph of the End. "What are you so surprised about? Didn't you see that the best-selling item this week is Kuryu when you bought that Kurumi mask? Please tell me quickly. Just thinking about the fact that my collection is missing that mask will keep me awake all night." I don't have the mask. I just look like this. Chu Yun responded. Who are you? Mocking him, mimicked his words in a sing-song tone. Suddenly raising her voice, she exclaimed, who would believe that? In this day and age, who still goes out with their natural face? I believe it now. Quickly take it off. Take it off. Upon seeing the scythe around her neck vanish, she sighed in relief. So you're a newcomer. Fortunately, no one else saw. Otherwise, if reported, that scene with you holding a weapon to my neck would cost you 300 points. However, a cunning smile crossed her face. But if you give me 50 points now, I won't report you. Moreover, I'll provide you with a free guide to the knowledge of this Dawn City. Chu Yun indeed required a guide. 5 points. Are you begging? Do you believe I could circle the city center begging and gather that much? Kuruaryu stomped her feet in frustration. At least 45. 8 points. No, it must be above 40. 10. Kuruaryu turned her head, refusing. Chu Yun sighed. You know I'm a newcomer, and this is all the points I have left. I don't believe it. Add me as a friend and show me your balance. The two added each other as friends. Wow, pushing it to the max. Even your name is Tokisaki 3. How dare you say queen step on me? Chu Yun revealed his balance. 51,075. The pink-haired girl was astonished with this amount. How dare you come to Dawn City? Even the cheapest room costs 20 points per day. You can't even stay for 3 days. Kuruaryu shook her head, inadvertently showcasing her own wealth. 39,215. All right, I won't profit off you. Consider it a kind gesture from this lady, a free sale. She pulled out a semi-transparent virtual holographic tablet from her storage ring. Her fingers danced swiftly, pulling up an interface displaying detailed information and infographics about Dawn City. Here, take a look at my exclusive version of the Newcomer's Guide to Dawn City. Avoid pitfalls, V23. Chu Yun leaned in to observe as the information flowed orderly across the screen. The Dawn Grand Hotel, internal codename Dawn City. The entire city spans hundreds of thousands of acres, equipped with comprehensive facilities, commercial areas, combat zones, residential districts, and training grounds. The delivery personnel here cater to various entities, including those delivering to the foe apocalypse, as well as dealing with anomalies such as mech rebellions and blood clans. After 5 minutes of thorough reading and memorization, Chu Yun gained a basic understanding of the Dawn City beneath his feet. Thank you. This has been immensely helpful. I will repay you once I have the means. Kuruaryu smirked with satisfaction, her goal accomplished. She had discerned from the very beginning that he was a newcomer. His aura and gaze were too conspicuous, out of sync with his surroundings. She had intentionally staged this little encounter to naturally create a sense of indebtedness. Hee, I truly am a genius. She cackled inwardly like a villain. Wait, you must first visit the bustling, most entertaining core square of the City Lord's district to broaden your horizons. It would be so dull to head straight to the residential area. Chu Yun did not look back as he waved his hand dismissively. I need to find a place to rest. Goodbye. According to the city regulations, one may ride beasts. He commanded his lightning steed to revert to its original size. Mounting it, he headed towards the residential area. Before long, he arrived at a relatively quiet, densely built section of the city. He casually entered an unassuming inn that appeared modest. 20 points for a day, 120 for 7 days, and 450 for a monthly stay. Behind the front desk, a disheveled white-haired girl was completely absorbed in a shooting game on her screen. Her fingers furiously struck the virtual keyboard as she muttered curses. Chu Yun casually inquired, Boss, do you know Qing? What Qing? Is it the green pastures? Or stir-fried green peppers and pork? The innkeeper's attention remained fixated on the game. Black kill. Debo Q. Below wave Q. Wow claw Q. Suddenly, she punched through the virtual screen. Damn it, I just stole a kill. After venting her frustrations, she finally turned to the customer. What did you just say? No longer concerned, he decided to stay for a day. Chu Yun refrained from further inquiries. Scanned the payment code on the counter and paid with 20 points. The room cards are in the stack on the left table. Please take one yourself. Rooms 301 to 310 are vacant. The shopkeeper shouted, pulling out a new virtual computer, re-entering the game, and starting a new session. He casually picked up the card marked 301. Chu Yun turned and ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, he found a living space comprising 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 bathroom, and 1 kitchen, all essential facilities fully equipped. He reclined on the sofa, contemplating the absurdity of mentioning someone's name in a crowded place. Whatever. At least he now had a stable place to develop. Once he rested, his thoughts began to flow. This Limingqing is truly a marvel. A colossal city constructed and sustained at such a scale, integrating countless surreal elements. What terrifying power and resources must its overseer possess? Even the national apparatus seems wary, opting for tacit approval rather than governance. After a moment, Chu Yun shook his head. Overthinking is futile. His primary objective now is accumulation, an incessant endeavor to grow stronger. Entering the delivery hall, he adjusted the order range to 3 and 5 stars and began searching for orders. 121 kilometers, Chiliang Town delivery time, 3 hours order content, a vast quantity of supplies order profit, 3 level points, 30 apocalypse points. 2 attribute points customer note. There's a wandering mutated hedgehog in town. Delivery personnel should ensure safety. The order is not urgent. 97 kilometers, at the gates of Baidi City delivery time, 4 hours order content, special potions, nourishing medicines, order profit, for level points, 40 apocalypse points. 3 attribute points customer note. The delivery person must possess healing abilities. Please help my husband with his impotence for additional compensation. Do not accept if you lack the ability, or risk a negative review. Is this not the same order just assigned to me? Remarkably, no one has claimed it yet. The delivery location is right in front of an enemy. Naturally, Chu Yun would not take it. After glancing for a while and finding no closer, more rewarding orders. He remembered the reward for clearing orders that he had yet to collect. Claim successful, 2 white and 1 blue card floated before him. Unlike delivery personnel, each order reward for cleaners manifests as various cards. He reached out and picked one up, perusing its contents. Chapter 25, Daubing. Transforming beans into soldiers, random attribute card. Upon use, grants a random attribute of 1. Use. His strength increased by 1, reaching a total of 5. He then looked at the second card. Random skill card. Randomly learn a skill, with random levels of beginner, basic, proficient. Use. A wealth of knowledge concerning painting flooded his mind. Lines, composition, color, light and shadow, plaster geometry, still life and figures, watercolor and oil painting. After 3 years of practice, he achieved a basic level in painting. A meager gain, nonetheless. Lastly, the third card. Core coin. Choose one of 3, Fire Fist. The next 3 punches are enveloped in flames. Turtle Shell. Transforms into a highly defensive turtle shell on his back. Daubing. Conjures a single being that transforms into soldiers to fight for him. Fire Fist. He lacked offensive methods. This star level is too low, its value insignificant. And it occupies space. Pass. Turtle Shell. While it could compensate for his defensive shortcomings, its defensive nature is too singular. Pass. Daubing. Without even considering the effect, the resplendent 5-star rating alone suffices to demonstrate its worth. He chose the third option. The white card transformed into a silver-white coin, inscribed with a bean and a tiny figure. Daubing. Type. Special. Effect. Consumes 5 points of mana and a small amount of mental energy to randomly conjure a yellow, green, or red bean, which can exist for 24 hours. Tossing a yellow bean creates a soldier clad in sturdy armor, wielding a sword and shield. Tossing a green bean conjures an agile archer, equipped with a bow and crossbow. Tossing a red bean summons a formidable cavalryman on a warhorse, donned in iron armor. Brandishing a spear. The soldiers exist for 30 minutes without external forces. Transforming beans into soldiers invokes ecstatic joy. Unfortunately, his skill slots are already full. If only he had a few more slots or a second skill set, or even a second independent body. Regrettably, Chu Yun could only expel the raging scythe from his body and set it aside before merging the newly acquired coin within himself. Immediately, he infused it with mana, and a thread of mental energy automatically flowed in until 5 points of mana were consumed. In his palm, a plump, deep-colored yellow bean materialized out of thin air. Yellow bean, sword and shield soldier. Without hesitation, he flicked it into the empty corridor. With a soft sound, a burst of earthy yellow light erupted. A figure solidified from the ethereal into reality. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, it was extraordinarily robust, clad in bronze armor. In its left hand, it held a giant shield half its height, while in its right, a broad-bladed longsword. Soldier, 2959, attributes, strength 2, agility 2, constitution 2. Twice the level of an ordinary person. Coupled with its impeccably armored form and sword and shield, it could effortlessly dispatch 10 ordinary zombies. Continuing to expend, yellow beans appeared in his hand. Green bean, yellow bean, yellow bean, yellow bean, red bean. His mental energy was also diminishing. Upon reaching the 6th bean, his mana was completely depleted. Chu Yun felt a tinge of weariness. However, it was manageable, akin to feeling slightly drowsy after a busy morning. A mere 10-minute rest sufficient for recovery. He toyed with the 5 beans in his hand. With the previous data in mind, he refrained from wasting beans testing other soldier types, estimating the results would not differ significantly. Ding! You have a new delivery request. Pickup point. No. 107 Apocalypse Convenience Store. Delivery point. Shiyak County 3rd High School. next to Wenxia Stationery Store. Total distance, 37 kilometers. This distance is acceptable. Upon clicking, it revealed a 3-star task, which posed no difficulty for him at present. He needed just 5 more level points to reach level 4 and unlock another coin slot. Completing this task would suffice. If no response within 30 seconds, it will be automatically accepted. There is still some time. Chu Yun immediately glanced at the blood treasure card. Obtained from a kill. Randomly acquire 3 items from the deceased's former life. Use. The blood card dissipated. You have gained 100 apocalypse points, a 9-slot storage ring, and a 2-star coin slave. 9-slot storage ring. Capable of storing 9 types of items. With a maximum of 30 for each type, item volume must not exceed 333 cubic meters, and total weight per slot must not surpass 100 kilograms. Finally, he possesses a storage skill. It does not occupy a coin slot. Splendid. Chu Yun, favoring his right hand, donned it on his left middle finger. As for the coin engraved with a kneeling figure, it is a 2-star coin slave, a one-time coin that allows the enslavement of an individual with both physical and mental attributes below 2 points. I have never encountered such a coin in the marketplace. Its effects are truly formidable. I shall store it alongside 5 beans, the Furious Scythe coin, and other miscellaneous items. Automatically accepted. Commencing teleportation in a post-apocalyptic world atop the rooftop of a residential building. Brother, will we truly be able to catch a little fatty lamb today? The gaunt young man, with sunken cheeks, rubbed his growling stomach, feeling a twinge of longing to return. We definitely will. The man with a pockmarked face spat. And say it again, call me Big Brother. He raised his binoculars to continue observing the 107 convenience store below the opposite building. All right, brother. But brother. The thin boy pouted, nearly on the verge of tears. That pretty lady over there looks so easy to bully. Why won't you let me take action? Foolish. The pockmarked man cursed vehemently. That woman appears delicate, yet she carries a 6-star backpack. Do you understand what 6 stars mean? To put it plainly for your simpleton brain, her power level is that of an intermediate 2nd transition fighter. I am merely at the peak of 1st transition. And you are at high tier 1st transition. If we approach her, we would merely be delivering ourselves to the slaughter. The thin boy picked his nose, swallowing the contents, nodding in vague comprehension. Then, brother, how many stars can we take on? My foolish younger brother, the pockmarked man prepared to test him. My strength is equivalent to their 4 stars, while yours is 3 stars. Now tell me, how many stars can we confront? I know. I learned this in elementary school. The thin boy counted on his fingers. For plus 3 equals 7. If it's less than 7 stars, we can take action. Just as he finished calculating, he paused, realizing, but brother, that woman just now had only 6 stars, so why? Slap. The pockmarked man could no longer hold back and slapped his foolish brother. Had the other party not been his own brother, he would have been tempted to strike him down. Wah. Brother hit me. I'm going to tell Mom. Shut up. Don't mention our mother. The pockmarked man's expression darkened, just as he was about to give another lesson when he noticed the convenience store door opening. Shoo. Don't speak. Let me see how many stars. 1, 2, 3. Just a level 3 delivery man. Merely a high-tier 1st transition strength. We can go? Brother. It's electric eyes that are forceful. What does it matter what it's called? Do you wish to eat or not? Upon hearing about food, the thin boy sprang up, gazing at the person and the cat at the convenience store entrance. Brother, there's a cat. I want to eat roasted cat. His eyes glimmered with electric excitement, suddenly unleashing his power. Chapter 26. Surrounded by a horde of zombies, a man and a scythe. Sizzle. 2 beams of scorching energy tore through the air, bringing forth waves of searing heat. No need for Chu Yun to issue commands. Beside him, the cat-like lightning lazily lifted its gaze, casually exhaling, and a surge of tenfold lightning erupted instantly. The electric beams faced the lightning like 2 small serpents confronting a thunder dragon, only to be swiftly engulfed. The residual power of the thunder remained, striking down at the rooftop's edge like a spear of divine retribution. Boom. Concrete shattered, creating a massive breach at the rooftop's edge, with dust swirling around. Ah, brother. It hurts so much. From within the haze, a hoarse cry emerged. The pockmarked man reacted quickly, immediately activating his copper-skinned, iron-boned form to shield his brother. However, his back was still left bloodied and mangled by the residual thunder. I bore the damage. You're the one hurt. He cursed angrily, pounding his ringing head. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, let us go. We've encountered tough opposition this time. Enduring the excruciating pain, he prepared to flee in the opposite direction under the cover of the smoke, only to witness the sudden appearance of a person and a colossal beast atop the rooftop. This enormous creature, as terrifying as a truck, was the little cat from before. From the ominous aura it exuded, It was at least a high-tier second transition beast. Damn, I can't believe that despite my caution, I still fell prey to a monster masquerading as a harmless creature. I must remember this. Even low-level delivery men with pets are not to be trifled with. No, he feared he might not have a chance to remember. Unexpectedly, instead of death, he was greeted with the calm query, "Do you know the power distribution in Shirya County? The more detailed, the better." Chu Yun planned to earn some points while delivering for 3 hours. The pockmarked man felt a flicker of hope, sensing a possible reprieve. He quickly replied, 6 kilometers east near the amusement park, there's the Apocalypse Carnival Club, the largest and strongest force in Shirya. 3 kilometers north is the Huiman Mall. His words were abruptly interrupted by his brother's exclamation. Wow, brother. The cat has grown so large. It would take days to finish eating. The thin boy finally cleared the dust from his eyes, excitedly channeling all his power into his gaze upon the truck-sized cat. Oh no, my life. He attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Sizzle. 2 even thicker beams shot forth. Lightning disdainfully spat, releasing an even mightier bolt of thunder, effortlessly neutralizing the beams and continuing its course towards the 2 overreaching insects. Boom. Your servant has slain a level 3 ability user, earning 4 apocalypse points. Your servant has slain a level 4 ability user, earning 6 apocalypse points. Amidst the charred remains, 2 energy crystals, 1 large and 1 small, shimmered. Chu Yun approached to collect them, recalling what the 4-armed Li Yong had mentioned. This thing can restore mana when crushed? Yet, this object could withstand lightning. Could it really be easily crushed by hand? Holding the smaller crystal separately, he attempted to squeeze it tightly. Crack! It truly shattered. The energy crystal crumbled, with its energy automatically flowing into him. Mana restored by 1 point. Restored by 1 point. Just as his mana was about to be fully replenished, Chu Yun infused 5 points of mana into a life flower, condensing a healing method. He then expended 10 points to prolong its duration. He stored it in his storage ring, leaving his mana at a final total of 15. The 3G energy crystal restored 1 point of mana per second for 30 seconds, totaling 30 points. With a clearer understanding, Chu Yun placed the larger energy crystal into his storage ring. Oh no! The earlier thunderous explosion attracted a horde of nearby zombies. Dozens of ghastly faces of zombies congregated below, raising their decaying arms toward the sky, emitting chilling groans. As lightning prepared to conjure thunder, "Allow me." Chu Yun yawned, feeling a bit drowsy, needing to stretch and warm up. He withdrew the bean soldier coin from within and replaced it with the furious scythe. He leaped from the rooftop, his black coat billowing in the wind. The massive scythe gleamed ominously in the air, and upon landing, he swung it effortlessly. A circle of zombies was instantly cleaved in half. You have slain a level 1 zombie, earning 1 apocalypse point. You have slain a level 2 zombie, earning 2 apocalypse points. Swish, swish, swish. Chu Yun's figure darted through the throng of corpses, each swing of the scythe claiming at least 1 undead life. In mere moments, the area was littered with severed limbs and grotesque organs. Only a single zombie, showing a noticeably higher intelligence, remained, while its kind charged recklessly. This particular zombie lingered at the back, continuously feasting on the blood crystals of the fallen. Chu Yun found the situation intriguing and thus decided to observe it until now. The zombie lay on the ground, continuously picking up blood crystals and consuming them. As it devoured, its body began to swell, its skin stretching until it could no longer withstand the pressure and ultimately burst open, revealing its blood-red muscle tissue. It continued to eat voraciously, with its spine protruding outward, forming a sharp, bony ridge that enveloped its flesh. As it continued its feast, its bones grew, eventually encasing its entire form in a layer of hard skeletal armor. Upon swallowing the last blood crystal, its 10 fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws, marking the end of its evolution. Slowly, it rose from the ground, its crimson eyes fixated on the nearby humans. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck beside Chu Yun, electric currents dancing across his surface as ferocious thunder began to gather. The mutated zombie hastily shook its head, dropping to its knees in a fervent display of submission. Chu Yun raised his hand, redirecting the fully charged lightning sphere to the other side. The explosion shattered several cars and obliterated half of a building. The zombie trembled violently, its bowing becoming a blur. Witnessing such an astute zombie was a rare occurrence indeed. "Give me a reason not to kill you," he proclaimed, regardless of whether the creature understood human speech. He began a countdown. 10, 9, 8. The skeletal zombie appeared momentarily stunned, a flicker of human-like panic flashing in its crimson eyes. In the final second, a voice called out from the third-floor window of a nearby building, "Big brother, please show mercy." A young boy shouted, his voice wavering with anxiety. Before he could utter another word, Chu Yun and the shrinking thunder leopard appeared in his room. Are you the one controlling that zombie? The unexpected voice startled the boy, nearly causing him to tumble from the window. He scrambled to steady himself, his face paling as he awkwardly chuckled. Yes, my talent is controlling corpses. That zombie is my life-bound undead, and thanks to your assistance, it successfully broke through to its peak evolution, granting me the qualification to travel to Nanyang City and join the foremost power, Baidi City. Chapter 27. Positioning the pieces, layout at while Chu Yun surveyed the room, his gaze landing on the regional map on the wall, which depicted Nanyang City and the surrounding 13 counties. A red line connected the southernmost Shirya County to the city, marked with 103 kilometers. Why do you wish to join Baidi City? He inquired, glancing at the boy, who appeared around 17 or 18. Clad in a faded t-shirt and jeans, his hair in disarray. There are more powerful individuals gathered there. Lin Xiaofan nervously swallowed, his fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of his shirt. His throat felt parched as he hesitated to respond. Suddenly, a loud knock echoed at the door, followed by the sound of the doorknob turning. Brother, what is happening? Why were you shouting just now? Don't come in. The door creaked open to reveal a girl in a wheelchair, staring at them in confusion. Hello, Chu Yun greeted her with a nod, his eyes briefly scanning her withered legs. He understood immediately. In a county as large as Shirya, was there truly no healer? Lin Xiaofan, relieved that he bore no ill intent towards his sister, nodded and shook his head, his expression bittersweet. That person is a brute. Asking him to help treat my sister is nearly impossible. I've heard that Baidi City gathers the elite healers of the entire city. Surely, there must be a healer among them. The girl in the wheelchair regained her composure, her voice tinged with desperation. Brother, didn't you promise me that you wouldn't go to Nanyang City? The journey of over 100 kilometers is fraught with danger. If my legs are the reason for your demise, I would rather spend my life in this wheelchair. She trembled, gripping the armrests of her wheelchair, believing that this way, they both could remain alive. No, Xiaoyu. Lin Xiaofan shook his head, his voice resolute. I have another important matter to attend to. Is it related to Sister by Ling Xue? Lin Xiaoyu's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Yes, she is another family member to me besides you. Wait. Chu Yun suddenly interjected. The name by Ling Xue stirred a ripple in his mind, a wave of familiarity washing over him. Yet, the multitude of events that had transpired in recent days made it challenging to recall. He tapped his head, and suddenly a flash of insight struck him. Oh right. Is this by Ling Xue, the one with a younger brother named Bai Lingbing? The boy jumped up excitedly. Big brother. How do you know? What a coincidence. A familiar acquaintance is indeed an old friend. With such formidable strength and that terrifying thunder leopard, if they traveled together, his journey would undoubtedly be secure. This lad remarkably has some connections to Baidi City. A smile crept onto Chu Yun's face. Given the Queen of Beasts' actions, it was likely that both Baidi City and Nanyang City were searching for him, and the leader of Baidi City was none other than Bai Lingbing himself. He approached the wall map, scrutinizing it closely. Big brother, do you know Xue or Lingbing? The boy leaned in eagerly beside him. Chu Yun suddenly pointed to a very small location on the left side of the map, Kingshan Town. I saw Bai Lingxue there yesterday. Lin Xiaofan hurriedly glanced at the map. Ehu County? This area is predominantly lakes, with resources primarily consisting of fish, but even the fish have mutated now. What could she possibly be doing there? It's farther from Shirya than to Nanyang. Regardless of the distance, he was determined to go. Wait a moment. Suddenly, he remembered something and looked at Chu Yun with a puzzled expression. Big brother, if you saw her there yesterday, how is she now in Shirya? Chu Yun was somewhat astonished. Haven't you ever ordered apocalypse takeout? Isn't it common knowledge among these locals that delivery personnel can appear and vanish at will? Lin Xiaofan shook his head. Whatever I need, I directly send my zombies to find. I certainly don't require any so-called takeout. I'm curious, who exactly are you? How have you managed to open 9 apocalypse convenience stores in Shirya County? Those factions have racked their brains and employed various methods, but have been unable to breach the doors and windows of those stores. Through his ability to control zombies, he could live without stepping outside, ensuring his needs were met while being aware of much of the external circumstances. Chu Yun pondered this point, his gaze shifting between him and his sister. The room fell into an eerie silence, only interrupted by Lin Xiaoyu's faint breaths. In this strange atmosphere, Lin Xiaofan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Yun broke the silence. If your sister's legs were healed right now, would you still take her with you to Baidi City in Nanyang? This question struck Lin Xiaofan like a thunderclap in his mind. He knelt on the ground, bowing his head 3 times earnestly. I beseech you, big brother, please help. Brother, Lin Xiaoyu. unwilling to witness her brother's humbling demeanor, became agitated and tumbled from her wheelchair, producing a muffled thud. Xiao Yu. Lin Xiaofan hurriedly helped her sit up straight, then looked at the mysterious figure with a gaze that was almost pleading. You still haven't answered my question, Chu Yun reiterated. The young man nodded resolutely. This small county town had little time left. Even if it were not for Shuer, he would take his sister there. Little time left? Chu Yun thought to himself that this question could wait. He continued, if I heal her legs. There are some minor tasks I need your assistance with over the next 3 hours. Don't mention 3 hours. The young man raised his hand in a vow. As long as my brother can heal Xiao Yu's legs, I will follow his orders for the rest of my life. Such grandiose proclamations are easy to make. Chu Yun only believed in what he could see before him. He channeled his spiritual energy into a certain coin within his body. At the same time, a small flower emanating a gentle glow gradually materialized in his palm. The petals quivered slightly, and a vibrant aura immediately filled the entire room. Lin Xiaofan trembled with excitement. During the healing process, I will also need to employ other techniques, so it is not suitable for outsiders to be present. Chu Yun glanced at the young man. You should step outside and check on your new zombie. Before the other could respond, he vanished in a flash. The room was left with just the two of them. Consume this. Chu Yun handed the vitality flower to the girl in the wheelchair. Please, do not put my brother in danger. I insist you take it. I beg you. Chu Yun had no patience to listen to her pleadings and directly produced the coin he drew from the blood treasure card. Slave, effect. A one-time coin that can enslave a being whose physical and mental state is below 2 points. Note, if the enslaved individual's mental strength surpasses that of the user afterward, the enslavement effect will dissipate. He tossed the coin lightly, and it precisely integrated into the girl's body. The frail, mentally exhausted girl had no means of resistance. Her gaze instantly became vacant. After a moment, clarity returned. But with a tinge of absolute obedience, Lin Xiaoyu forcibly moved herself from the wheelchair, kneeling on the ground. Her voice was reverent and loyal. Master. Chu Yun handed her the vitality flower again. Consume this. Yes. The girl accepted it without hesitation and swallowed it. A warm energy immediately radiated from within her. Color returned to her pale cheeks, and her withered legs began to tremble slightly. It was as if a withered tree had met spring, revitalized with new life. Chapter 28. The Three-Eyed Beast Hound. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Lin Xiaofan dashed back into the room with the new zombie doll. At first glance, he froze in place. His sister, Lin Xiaoyu, was standing upright in the center of the room, her legs perfectly straight. The afternoon light slanted in, outlining her slender yet resolute figure. Xiaoyu, your legs. His throat felt constricted, his voice hoarse and choked, struggling to form a complete sentence. It had been countless years since that fateful car accident that took their parents, and his sister had been bound to a wheelchair ever since. He had awakened from dreams many times, filled with visions of her running and leaping again, only to face the harsh reality upon waking and bury that hope deep within. At this moment, the dream had finally come true. Lin Xiaoyu turned her head, tears glistening in her eyes, yet she wore a radiant smile. That smile seemed to pierce through years of gloom. Brother, I can feel my legs. I can really feel them. She boldly took 2 steps forward. Her steps were slightly unsteady yet solid. Then, she gently jumped in place. Thud, thud. The faint sound of her footsteps resonated in Lin Xiaofan's ears like the most exhilarating drumbeats of life. Unable to contain his swirling emotions any longer, he knelt before Chu Yun, this time not out of fear, but genuine gratitude. Big brother, I don't know what to say. From now on, my life belongs to you. He bowed his forehead heavily against the ground, producing a muffled sound. Whatever you command, I shall obey. Through fire and water, I will not complain. Chu Yun lowered his gaze, calmly observing the youth who was overcome with emotion. The feelings were genuine, and the gratitude was real, but he thought, when the time comes to truly use you, you will likely be unwilling. What a pity, if the level of the slave coin were higher. And if this lad were not a mental type awakener, he would have been the best candidate for enslavement. Nevertheless, it was done. By mastering her, he also indirectly grasped him. Glancing at the girl who looked at him with unwavering loyalty, Chu Yun said to the young man, All right, rise. I need your assistance now. You need only command. Lin Xiaofan responded without hesitation. Ding, delivery time remaining, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Chu Yun walked to the window, gazing at the dirty, chaotic streets of the apocalypse. The low-level zombies roaming during the day were too weak, and the benefits of exterminating them were pitifully low, a sheer waste of time. He turned back. You are most familiar with this place. You know where the high-level zombies and mutated beasts gather nearby. After a pause, he added, or, a gathering place for evil individuals will suffice. I know. Lin Xiaofan immediately rose and hurried to the wall. He pointed to an area to the east of Shirya County, marked with a skull. The Apocalypse Carnival Club. They are the largest and most powerful force in Shirya, with at least 26 ability users. The leader is an intermediate of the second transition. 3 deputy leaders are at the initial level of the second transition, while 6 are at the peak of the first transition and 12 are. His voice was laced with undisguised loathing. These individuals commit every crime imaginable, even worse than zombies. They breed zombies and mutated beasts, hosting death arenas daily, forcing participants from the elderly to newborns. He then pointed to an industrial area in the southern part of the county, near the old slaughterhouse here. A pack of at least 100 mutated dogs has recently appeared. The leader is a 3-eyed mutant, at a high level of the second transition, and incredibly ferocious. That pack of mad dogs devours everything. Zombies, humans, other mutated beasts. They are so starved they even tear apart their own kind. With them around, Shirya County would inevitably turn into a dead zone. This was also one of the critical reasons he needed to leave with his sister as soon as possible. He continued to indicate several locations, speaking rapidly and clearly. Chu Yun nodded discreetly, knowing that with this information, he could save a considerable amount of time. Let us head to the pack of dogs first. Huh, am I going to? On the rooftop of a commercial building far from the slaughterhouse, Lin Xiaofan stared pale-faced at the terrifying mutated dogs scattered throughout the streets below. As his gaze swept over a certain area, he suddenly froze. Big brother, look. That pack of mad dogs is actually. You were supposed to find the Dog King. Are you watching Animal Planet instead? Chu Yun's tone remained even. Lin Xiaofan laughed awkwardly. I was just trying to ease the tension. You don't know, the Carnival Club originally had over 30 ability users. Just recently, they sent out 12 at once to try to exterminate these mad dogs and seize their blood crystals. The result was a loss of troops, ultimately leaving the Canine King well fed. He was terrified. Chu Yun let out a sound of realization, pointing towards the northeastern direction. The club you mentioned is over there, correct? Yes, just 5 kilometers ahead. Then walk another 2 kilometers along the river and cross a bridge, and it should be about there. Lin Xiaofan nodded after glancing at the map, continuing his search for the Canine King's traces. However, after a prolonged search, nothing was found. I suspect that the 3-eyed canine possesses the ability to foresee the future. It must have known that today its elder brother was coming to annihilate them. Hence it fled in advance. Enough with the flattery, Chu Yun said, glancing at the eager mini lightning, who was itching to unleash chaos. Go. A low, excited roar erupted from lightning. In an instant, its form transformed into a streak of purple lightning, darting off the rooftop. As it was about to crash to the ground, bolts of lightning erupted around it, causing its size to expand dramatically in midair, landing with a thunderous crash akin to a medium-sized truck. It opened its massive jaws, gathering thunder, and aimed at the densest part of the canine horde. With a crackle, the column of thunder tore through the air, striking the pack with an unstoppable force. Boom. Your servant has killed a level 2 beast dog, earning 3 points. Your servant has killed a level 3 beast dog, earning 5 points. Your servant has killed a level 5 beast dog, earning 10 points. This wave of attacks directly provided a bounty of 50 points. Woof. The canine horde reacted, howling as they charged towards it. Bang. Lightning had already arrived amongst them, its heavy paw striking down. 2 connected beast dogs were instantly reduced to a mushy pulp. Woof. Around a dozen hunting dogs pounced fiercely, their fangs gnashing. Yet they were thwarted by a suddenly glowing pale purple lightning shield. A powerful current surged back, scorching them black as they screamed and collapsed. Lightning dashed through the canine horde like a tiger among sheep, a veritable harbinger of death. Clawing, whipping its tail, tearing, and crashing. Each attack inevitably resulted in a shower of blood and severed limbs. Soon, a small mountain of corpses began to accumulate around it. Dark red blood soaked the ground. The stench almost palpable. So powerful. Lin Xiaofan watched in awe from the rooftop, realizing this was the true prowess of his elder brother's pet. Chu Yun adjusted his Barrett sniper rifle. Level 0, rank 9. According to your system, its strength is approximately that of a low-level 3rd transition. Among the hundreds of beast dogs, 90% are merely first transition lackeys, thus hardly worth mentioning. He steadied the sniper rifle. The scope aimed at a red beast dog hiding behind a damaged vehicle, gathering a fireball in its mouth. Bang! The large-caliber sniper bullet tore through the air at supersonic speed. In the blink of an eye, the distance of a kilometer was closed. The head of the fire-type beast dog exploded like a rotten watermelon, the half-formed fireball dissipating uncontrollably. You have killed a level 6 beast dog, earning 15 points. Bang! Another shot rang out, creating a horrific blood hole in the head of a massive beast dog the size of a tiger. As the headless corpse crashed down, it inadvertently crushed a small teddy dog beneath it. You have killed bang, bang, bang. With each gunshot, another beast dog perished. In a brief moment, over half of the canine horde had been slaughtered, and the remaining few were rendered mute in fear. Suddenly, a furious roar erupted from the abandoned slaughterhouse. It's coming. Chu Yun's gaze sharpened. The sniper rifle's barrel swiftly turned towards the entrance of the slaughterhouse. Whoosh! In a blur, a shadow burst forth like a cannonball, moving with astonishing speed. It charged directly at the rampaging lightning. Bang! The impact sounded clear even from a distance. Lightning's protective lightning shield flickered violently. Its massive body was pushed back several meters by the force of the collision. Finally, the shadow became discernible, a gigantic dog comparable in size to a large bus. Its blood-red fur and muscular build exuded a sense of explosive power. Most notably, aside from its two existing blood-red eyes, it had 3 crimson eyes forming a triangular pattern on its forehead. What kind of monster is this? Lin Xiaofan was bewildered. It was completely different from the 3-eyed creature he had seen before. It had evolved. Ziz. Lightning was thoroughly enraged, its body radiating thunder. A lightning ball, compressed several times its size, formed instantly in its mouth. It then unleashed a fierce blast towards the beast dog. In response to this violent attack, the 5-eyed beast dog slowly closed the 3 eyes on its forehead, then opened one of the slanted upper eyes. An invisible, twisted force field materialized. The powerful lightning ball collided with the force field, its trajectory deflected as if a colossal unseen hand forcibly altered its direction, hurling it towards the rooftop where Chu Yun and Lin Xiaofan stood. Chapter 29, Dog Bites Dog. Death Arena. Thunder roared towards them. Chu Yun adjusted the Barrett, aiming at the 5-eyed beast dog's head, then pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was discharged. The lightning ball was also on its way. In a split second, lightning teleported back to the rooftop, using its lightning shield to block the incoming attack. Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed on the bullet. Just as it was about to hit, the uppermost eye of the beast dog blinked. Its figure flickered, becoming intangible. The bullet passed through, striking the lamp post behind it. Go! Without hesitation, Chu Yun stowed away his weapon, pulling the stunned youth onto lightning. Lightning transformed into a streak of lightning, racing towards the east. Roar! The 5-eyed beast howled, pursuing with the remaining score of canine minions. Woof! 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 They barked as they chased. Chu Yun glanced back, noticing the distance between them was increasingly widening. Lightning! Slow down a bit. If they can't catch up, it would all be in vain. Lightning nodded, dissipating the lightning used for acceleration. As the speed decreased, the roars and footsteps of the pursuing pack became distinctly audible behind them. Chu Yun nodded, giving a light slap to the still-dazed youth's head. Don't be dazed. The club is along this route, right? Lin Xiaofan jolted awake, looking up. Yes. Just keep going straight, then turn right at the bridge after 2 kilometers. Turning back, he saw that the distance between the 2 parties remained consistent. He finally understood. No wonder his elder brother had been confirming the direction of the club before the battle. It turned out that from the very beginning, they had no intention to annihilate the canine horde in the slaughterhouse. Instead, they aimed to lure out the canine king and direct it towards that pack of beasts, letting them turn against each other. The buildings on either side blurred past in a rush. The wind howled in his ears. Chu Yun yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. Although dozens of hunting dogs pursued them, he remained utterly unfazed. This was because, as a lightning-type leopard, lightning might not possess the strongest combat power, but certainly had the greatest speed. Once this mission was completed, he would reward himself with a good rest. As for today's final task, it could wait until nightfall. After all, the horrors of the night possess greater value. The Doomsday Revelry Club, once a specialized institution before the apocalypse, has transformed into a playground for the extraordinary. The arena of life and death is established in the heart of 2 academic buildings, securely enclosed by a circle of iron. At this very moment, thud, the 50th zombie collapses. The spectators in the surrounding buildings erupt with cheers, their voices a cacophony of excitement. The young man is impressive. How infuriating. Who would have thought this lad, with only 1 arm remaining, could slay 50 of them? After all, he was once the 6th seat beneath the vice leader, a dignified peak powerhouse. Even though he lost an arm to the leader, he is not someone mere zombies can vanquish. I won my bet. Pay up, pay up. In the center of the arena, the 1-armed bald youth discards his 9th broken sword. He staggers towards the weapon rack at the edge, retrieving the final axe. The raucous cheers and wagers from the stands are of no consequence to him. His gaze is icy, fixed intently upon the heavy gate that is slowly rising before him. He comprehends the reality. These ordinary zombies are merely an appetizer. The true main course is about to arrive. The gate fully opens. A massive, grotesque figure, utterly defying logic, steps forth. A body resembling that of a brown bear, with the forelimbs of a fierce tiger and an abdomen interspersed with a crocodile. The front is a crocodile's head. The rear its tail. Its legs are stout like those of an elephant, each step resounding thunderously against the ground. Yet, this is not the most astonishing aspect. For upon this bizarre body sits a human female head, her black hair parched, complexion ashen, and eyes hollow. Wow, the leader has produced another masterpiece. That face looks so familiar. Ah, I remember now. This is the 17th wife the leader recently acquired. What a pity, she has perished in just a few days. Look at this formidable amalgamation. A terrifying power nearly approaching the second transformation. That young man is doomed. The fervor in the stands reaches a boiling point. Meanwhile, the bald youth stands frozen, as if struck by lightning. He drops the axe in his hand, oblivious to its fall. His eyes widen. Blood vessels creeping across the whites of his eyes, a visage of utter shock. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Mother. His lips move soundlessly, filled with rage. Anger, 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 anger. Ah. His aura suddenly surges to its peak, his true power no longer concealed. Second transformation cultivation. The audience is astounded. What is this overwhelming presence? Initial stage of the second transformation, and it surpasses even that of the vice leaders. His power is formidable enough to rival that of the leader. Wasn't he rendered powerless? How is this possible? Could he have been hiding his strength all along? On the rooftop, the leader Makashio, who had been enjoying the spectacle, abruptly rises, shattering his wine glass in his grip. The smirk on his face vanishes, replaced by shock and darkness. Boom. You deceived me. The bald youth roars, launching a barrage of punches before Makashio. You promised that if I crippled my own strength, I could see my mother. Bang, bang, bang. Makashio raises his meticulously modified gorilla arm in defense. Though it could withstand bullets, it buckles and deforms under the young man's relentless strikes. I will kill you, kill you, kill you. Bang, bang, bang. To hell with you. Even a clay figure has its limits. He no longer conceals his power, revealing the high-level second transformation he achieved days prior. He then raises his robust leg, kicking the young man away, and unfolds the monstrous wings behind him, teleporting to the youth's rear for another strike. This occurs repeatedly. Have I not mentioned that if you can survive 50 rounds in the life and death tournament, you can see your mother? A kick sends him tumbling back into the arena. Floating midair, Makashio coldly remarks, "You are seeing your mother right now, are you not?" The creature, composed of various animal parts, approaches step by step. The bald youth stares blankly at the approaching head of his mother. She is dead. He no longer wishes to live either. Yet, the enemy is far too powerful for him to avenge her. Just as the crocodile in the creature's chest is about to bite down, swoosh. A flash of silver light cuts through, severing the crocodile's head cleanly. As the silver light retracts, it slices through the creature's neck. The head drops, and the youth hastily catches it, clutching it tightly to his chest. My dear customer, you truly are in a precarious situation. A young girl clad in pristine athletic wear, bearing a 6-star delivery backpack and wielding a long knife, strides forward. Her presence starkly contrasts the blood-soaked brutality of the arena. Both the audience and Makashio in midair are momentarily stunned. A delivery girl in the apocalypse? Did the leader not declare that no one was allowed to order deliveries without his permission? This girl is truly beautiful. She resembles a star from before the apocalypse. Silence. Have you forgotten what the leader said? When encountering a 5-star delivery person, one should at least keep silent and not offend them. If you encounter a tough character, it could bring disaster upon the club, and even 100 lives wouldn't suffice. Oh, I'm sorry, I won't speak anymore. The audience swiftly quiets down. Makashio's expression darkens. Zhao Zicheng, how dare you place an order behind my back? He casts a glance at her, noting her 6-star status and mid-level second transformation. However, it is well known that the methods of these mysterious organizations are unpredictable and illogical. If possible, he does not wish to provoke her. The bald youth, slowly rising from the ground, sneers mockingly. What's wrong? Are you afraid? You too have someone you dare not provoke? If it were any ordinary girl, Zhao Zicheng, pointing at the surrounding silent onlookers, it's likely they would pounce upon you like ravenous wolves. Chapter 30. Longing for Carnations. A bullet to the head. The other vice leaders and core powerhouses of the club leap down from the stands. Their footsteps are chaotic yet purposeful, swiftly surrounding the central arena. What are you doing? You're scaring the girl. The leader, Makashio, feigns a frown, his tone laced with feigned reproach. Delivering in the apocalypse is no easy task. We should show more understanding. He waves his hand, signaling his subordinates to step back. His men exchange glances before retreating behind the leader. Makashio then turns with a smile towards the delivery girl. Young lady, rest assured, we will not interfere with your delivery. Please continue. With that, he glares ominously at the bald youth, the implication clear. He will deal with this waste later. In the face of so many gazes, the girl calmly approaches the customer. Removing her delivery backpack and unzipping it, she produces something entirely unexpected, not a weapon, but 9 red carnations. Dear customer, your order of eternal longing has been delivered on time. The girl's voice resonated with a calmness that stood out sharply in the arena. Zhao Zicheng shuddered, accepting the bouquet with his remaining arm, trembling as he presented it to his mother's cold head. Mama! Tears cascaded down his face. At that moment, the scene he had imagined of their reunion was utterly shattered. I have a request. Zhao Zicheng suddenly looked up, his gaze wild as he fixed it on the mysterious girl. I am willing to offer the energy crystals within me as payment. Please, or your organization, help me kill. The final words had yet to escape his lips when Ma Kashio's eyes narrowed dangerously. A vice leader skilled in manipulating energy threads sprang into action, unleashing nearly invisible strands that swiftly sealed the young man's lips shut. Zhao Zicheng emitted a muffled groan of anguish, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with a profound hatred as he glared at Ma Kashio. Ma Kashio contemptuously gestured with his middle finger at him, then turned to the girl with a feigned expression of helplessness. Delivery girl, do not heed his nonsensical pleas. Although our club may have employed somewhat extreme methods, we have saved many survivors who should have perished in this apocalypse. Our merits outweigh our faults. After all, in this world ruled by the survival of the fittest, I trust your esteemed organization would not concern itself with the struggles of mere ants like us. As he spoke, he produced 5 energy-rich crystals from his pocket, presenting them to the girl with respect. A small token of goodwill, a compensation for your time, and a gesture from our club. Zhao Zicheng struggled, gathering his last ounce of strength to cast a pleading look at the girl. She silently accepted the crystals, acknowledging his desperation. My duty is to deliver the order promptly to the customer. As for personal grievances, they complicate matters for me. Upon hearing this, the last flicker of hope extinguished in Zhao Zicheng's eyes, and he collapsed to the ground. Indeed, what right did he have to demand vengeance from an unfamiliar delivery organization? The fact that they had saved him and brought this bouquet of remembrance was already a monumental kindness. Ha! Ma Kashio laughed maniacally, but quickly realized he should restrain himself. He clasped his fists toward the girl, acknowledging her noble spirit. We bid farewell to the apocalypse delivery girl. The vice leader and the audience echoed in unison. We bid farewell to the apocalypse delivery girl. The girl nodded, preparing to depart immediately. Suddenly, a cacophony of frantic barks approached rapidly, becoming increasingly distinct, accompanied by a chilling howl that seemed capable of tearing souls apart. What is that sound? The audience in the stands erupted in chaos, craning their necks to peer outside. Ma Kashio's brows furrowed. Had the Dog King they had failed to defeat days prior come to them? In the next instant, a lightning-fast figure hurtled into the arena from the direction of the school gates, moving with breathtaking speed, landing squarely in the center. It was the lightning leopard bearing Chu Yun. Ah, quite the ruckus here. Looks like we arrived just in time. Chu Yun observed the scene, her gaze lingering for a moment longer on the girl bearing the delivery bag. Lin Xiaofan's face turned pale at the sight of so many fierce and formidable superhumans, his heart racing with fear. Ma Kashio squinted. Another delivery worker? While merely a 3-star, this lightning leopard's prowess presents a challenge. He glared menacingly at the fallen Zhao Zicheng, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. Is it you, you scoundrel, who ordered 2 deliveries? A thunderous explosion interrupted his thoughts. The school gate and surrounding walls erupted into a massive breach. Amidst the dust and debris, a grotesque beast with 5 eyes, the Dog King, charged in first. It let out a soul-rending howl, followed by a surge of bloodthirsty mutated hunting dogs flooding in like a burst dam. The entire club descended into chaos. Dogs. A pack of mutated dogs. What is happening? They were in the southern district. How could they cover nearly 10 kilometers so swiftly? The Dog King had evolved further. Run. The audience screamed in terror, scattering in panic. Ma Kashio, both shocked and enraged, bellowed. Did you lure this pack here? Chu Yun paid him no heed, vanishing in a flash of lightning. You. Ma Kashio was infuriated to the point of spitting blood. At that moment, under the command of the Dog King, the pack launched a relentless assault on all living creatures in the arena. Ah, help! Fight these beasts! Combat erupted instantaneously. Everyone was forced to confront the onslaught, abilities clashing with teeth and claws, blood and flesh flying. The arena, once a place for gladiatorial training, transformed into a scene of utter chaos and carnage. This sudden turn of events reignited the flames of vengeance in Zhao Zicheng's eyes. He noticed Ma Kaixiu attempting to escape the battlefield with his wings unfurled. No, he must not escape. Channeling every last bit of energy into his legs, he lunged forward like a dying beast. Just as Ma Kaixiu prepared to ascend, he felt a grip on his wings from behind, pulling him down sharply. He turned to see Zhao Zicheng, bloodied and wild-eyed. Get down. Ma Kaixiu's wings flapped furiously as he struggled to shake him off, while his modified arm swung back with great force. Bang! Zhao Zicheng grunted in pain, blood spraying forth. Yet his remaining arm and legs tightened their grip like iron pincers. His eyes burned with a near-manic determination to drag them both into death. The Dog King recognized its human foe who had wounded it previously, charging forward like a heavy tank. Damn it! Ma Kaixiu was forced to confront the beast, but with his advantage lost and burdened by Zhao Zicheng, he could barely muster half of his strength. In merely 5 exchanges, the Dog King bit off his other arm, leaving him with numerous gaping wounds, bleeding profusely. This creature was even stronger than before. Ma Kaixiu's heart raced in terror. He quickly commanded several modified beasts to stall the Dog King momentarily. Then, he severed his own wings and, in a desperate move, tore a pair of intact white goose wings from a nearby battling bird-like assembly beast, forcibly attaching them to his back. You will not escape. Zhao Zicheng lunged once more. You're seeking death. This time, I will send you on your way. Ma Kaixiu, prepared for the assault, raised his modified leg, channeling all his strength into a powerful kick to Zhao Zicheng's chest. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Zhao Zicheng was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ruins of the distant stands. Ma Kaixiu used the recoil from the kick to soar into the air, gazing down at the club he had built with his own hands, now reduced to rubble, filled with both sorrow and rage. That bastard riding the leopard. I swear, I will not let our paths cross again. He gritted his teeth, contemplating his next destination. So be it. It is often said that one must break to rebuild. This might serve as a means to sever my ties here, allowing me to head directly to Nanyang and join Baidi City. Originally, he had intended to wait until he achieved the 3rd transformation before setting off, perhaps even securing a leadership position. Alas, the pressing circumstances compelled him to depart prematurely. He maneuvered the awkward white goose wings, adjusting his course as he wobbled through the air towards the north. Just as he flew 100 meters, feeling a momentary sense of escape, bang! A crisp gunshot rang out across the chaotic battlefield, shattering the man's skull. The headless corpse hung in the air momentarily before plummeting down. Chapter 31. The End Times and the Slaying of Sisters. This is incorrect. On the rooftop of the library, the wind howled, mingling with distant barks and anguished cries. Observing the blossoming blood in the air and the falling headless body, Chu Yun lowered his sniper rifle. He cast a sidelong glance at the delivery girl who had caught up to him, asking, "Do you have something to say?" The girl maintained her aloof demeanor, reiterating, "This is incorrect." Damn it. Lin Xiaofan, elated at the demise of the most notorious villain in Shiria County, was taken aback by the girl defending the scoundrel. Inciting his fury, "My brother can kill whoever he pleases. What business is it of yours? Criticizing my brother?" He pointed an accusatory finger at the girl, cursing vehemently. "How dare you say my brother is wrong? He should have captured that beast, forced it to fill you with despair, and then bestowed upon you the body of a pig or dog. Would that not be right?" His words were foul. The girl, who had feigned indifference, finally lost her composure, having never endured such insults, especially from a lowly native. Seeking vengeance, she stepped forward, her form darting like a specter as she drew her long knife, slicing through the air toward his head. Clang! A massive scythe emerged, clashing with the descending blade, sending sparks flying. Without missing a beat, Chu Yun propelled himself into a fierce side kick, landing squarely on her abdomen. Bang! The girl emitted a muffled groan, utterly unprepared for such brutal force from a male colleague. The impact felt like a heavy hammer striking her, causing her internal organs to shift, and she was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the concrete wall behind her. "You," she gasped, clutching her aching stomach, struggling to lift her head. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief, her face contorted with humiliation and rage. Chu Yun retracted his foot, twirling the scythe in a lethal flourish, pointing it toward the ground. "What about me? Am I not your father? Can't you speak properly?" He gestured dismissively. "Come, let us discuss what is incorrect." The girl's chest heaved violently, her fingers turning white from gripping the knife tightly. She stood, her voice icy, declaring, "The first rule for end-time delivery personnel. Deliverers must not interfere in local power struggles or influence the balance of power within the task area. She pointed to the chaotic ruins of the club below, her voice sharp. You deliberately led the hounds to attack the End Times Carnival Club, resulting in numerous survivor deaths and a drastic decrease in customers and orders in the Shirya County area. This has caused irreparable losses for many deliverers in this region. You have grossly violated the rules. Chu Yun scoffed. In his leisure, he had perused the guidelines for End Times delivery personnel and sanitation workers. The first rule of the company clearly stated, deliver goods promptly to the customer. He tilted his head, mockingly questioning her so-called rules, which she had fabricated herself. Fuming at his demeanor, the girl took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to draw her weapon again. Her voice cold as ice. This rule was established by our Blue Rose Guild, supported by at least 260 out of the 500 delivery personnel in the Nanyang region. A single violation grants all members the right and duty to enact collective judgment. And you, she pointed at Chu Yun, you not only violated the first rule, but also insulted and attacked a colleague, violating the seventh rule. Prepare to face our guild's punishment. Having delivered her ultimatum, she recognized her disadvantage and leaped toward the edge of the rooftop. Just as she was about to land, her vision blurred. When she regained her senses, she was horrified to find herself back on the library rooftop, suspended in midair by the cold-eyed lightning leopard, its jaws clamped on her collar. She struggled in terror, but a slight electric arc surged through her body, rendering her limbs numb and immobile. You fool! She shrieked in anger and fear. You are unlawfully restraining a colleague, compounding your crimes. When I return, you will regret this. Our guild leader ranks 7th among individual deliverers in Nanyang City, a peak-level LV9 powerhouse. Even if you kneel and apologize now, I shall never forgive you. Chu Yun, wielding the massive scythe, approached her leisurely. Have you always been this brave? What? The girl felt a chill as he advanced, yet she maintained her defiance. Who are you trying to intimidate? Company regulations protect us. While end-time deliverers may spar and compete, they cannot truly kill one another. Do you dare to kill me? Chu Yun nodded. I understand. With a swift motion, the scythe flashed, severing her limbs. Ah! The girl screamed in agony. Chu Yun flicked the blood from his scythe and seized her hair, gazing at her contorted face filled with pain. I never regarded you as a threat. You deliver your goods. I handle my affairs. Mutual indifference would have sufficed. Yet, why did you choose to provoke me? I was wrong. I was wrong. The girl confessed, writhing in pain. I merely noticed your impressive strength and sought to recruit you into our guild. But your selfish conduct left no room for others. I thought to suppress your arrogance, which led to my disrespect. The girl writhed in agony, begging for mercy. Please, let me go? Next time, pay attention, Chu Yun remarked, treating her like a meteor hammer, spinning her around twice before releasing her into the fray of barking dogs and fierce battles. A brief, nearly indistinguishable scream escaped her lips, followed by the frenzied barks and tearing sounds of the mutated hounds. Lin Xiaofan swallowed hard, acknowledging that the girl was merely foul-mouthed and not deserving of death. Yet he thought, all right, big brother, you are impressive. You kill when you say so. Chu Yun surveyed the distant scene, where corpses lay scattered. Among the fallen, numerous blood crystals and energy crystals shimmered enticingly. Brother, so many crystal cores, Lin Xiaofan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the myriad of twinkling lights. If all of these were consumed by his corpse puppets, wouldn't his strength surpass the second and third transformations? Time to move. Apart from that formidable five-eyed beast, the remaining forces were but remnants of a once proud army, and humanity's situation mirrored this plight. Go, commanded Chu Yun. With that directive, lightning surged onto the battlefield, slaying foes while voraciously absorbing the scattered blood energy crystals. Your servant has slain a level 4 ability user, earning 8 apocalypse points. Your servant has absorbed 4, 12, 50, and 100 units of energy. Strength has risen to level 0, level 10. A first-stage calamity will manifest in 30 minutes. Please remain prepared. Chapter 32. Sword and Shield Soldiers, Crossbowmen, Cavalry, Sea of Death. A calamity? With years of experience in online literature, Chu Yun immediately understood that this would be a pivotal moment for Lightning. Surviving the calamity would lead to a transformative increase in power, failing meant demise. He gazed at the battlefield, where the colossal lightning leopard beast, amidst the ongoing slaughter, became increasingly frenzied, arcs of electricity dancing violently around it. The system warned of the calamity's imminent arrival within 30 minutes. In what form would it descend? Would it be thunder and fire, a mental invasion, or a curse of misfortune? Regardless of its nature, it was imperative to reduce the enemy's numbers before the calamity struck. From his storage ring, Chu Yun retrieved a spirit crystal and crushed it with force. Mana restored by 1 point. Mana restored by 1 point. His mana gradually replenished. With a flicker of thought, a menacing and technologically exquisite Barrett sniper rifle materialized in his hands. Steadying the weapon, he brought his right eye close to the high-powered scope. The crosshairs resembled the gaze of death itself, moving calmly amidst the chaos of battle, selecting targets with formidable auras or special abilities. Bang! The thunderous gunshot rent the air. The large-caliber bullet, moving faster than sound, struck a venomous beast, shattering half its skull into fragments. You have slain a level 6 beast dog, earning 15 apocalypse points. Adjusting his aim, bang. A man, hiding behind an assault vehicle and attempting to heal a burly comrade, was met with a fatal shot to the head. You have slain a level 5 ability user, earning 10 apocalypse points. Bang. The burly man followed suit. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Yun's shooting rhythm was steady and efficient, like death's decree, marking each target for demise. Soon, he expended all remaining ammunition. With no time to wait for a recharge, he drew upon all 30 points of mana to conjure 6 new rounds. At that moment, a flash of lightning illuminated the area. Lightning appeared at Chu Yun's side, depositing a dozen energy crystals at his feet, affectionately nudging his wrist with its massive head before once again transforming into a bolt of lightning and plunging back into the fray. Terrifying roars echoed as the lightning leopard wreaked havoc, lightning serpents dancing in its wake, causing swathes of enemies to collapse like harvested wheat. Chu Yun seized an energy crystal at his feet and crushed it. Pure energy surged forth, swiftly replenishing his expended mana. Mana restored by 1 point. Mana restored by 1 point. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage soon drew the attention of several adversaries. Damn it, I see it clearly now. A blood-soaked, half-mauled man pointed toward the library rooftop, his voice shrill with hysteria. Those rabid dogs were lured here by that bastard. Damn it, the club is wrecked, and my brothers are dead. Not far off, a gaunt man, his face twisted in fury, exclaimed, "If I must perish, I will take him down with me." Yes, brothers. Charge toward him. Lead the pack of dogs that way. If we die together. A figure resembling a minor leader rallied the group. Charge. In that instant, the instinct for survival was overtaken by a desire for mutual destruction. With a common objective, their cooperation became seamless. They retreated toward the library, creating noise along the way, even using injured comrades as bait to shift the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. If I were a DJ, would you still love me? A sound-based ability user, aided by a wind user, teleported to the library's ground level, maximizing his power. The ear-piercing sound waves resonated like a demonic chant, captivating the attention of the dog pack, as well as the five-eyed beast. Brother, they've drawn the pack over here. Watching this unfold, Lin Xiaofan, who was only there to spectate, turned pale with fear. It doesn't matter. I will intervene. Chu Yun produced 5 beans, 3 yellow, 1 green, and 1 red. He cast aside the green bean. With a soft pop, green light erupted. A lithe figure, sharp-eyed and wielding an exquisite crossbow, manifested before him. Without hesitation, he aimed at the noise-making enemy below. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt shot forth, swift as lightning. Thud! The arrow pierced through the enemy's head, traversing down to his legs. Your archer has slain a level 3 ability user, earning 5 apocalypse points. The noise ceased. Yet the charge of the dog pack and the remaining assailants did not waver. Lightning plunged into the fray, having slain a handful, only to be ensnared by the five-eyed beast. Their clash shattered walls, sending debris flying, and the earth crumbled beneath them, transforming all into ruins. My goodness, brother, how can these beings conjure living beings? This is incredible. Lin Xiaofan watched in astonishment. Creating life from nothing. This was nothing short of divine. In comparison, his ability to control his own corpse puppets felt utterly trivial. Chu Yun ignored Lin Xiaofan's exclamations, tossing the remaining 4 beans down to the ground. Pop, 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 pop. 3 beams of yellow light coalesced into bronze-armored sword and shield soldiers. From the single, most radiant red light emerged a heavily armored warhorse, upon which sat a cavalryman, armed with a long spear. Cavalryman, 2959, attributes, strength 3, agility 3, stamina 3. Skills, unity of man and horse, unmatched in the world. While mounted, all attributes are doubled. The cavalryman tightened the reins, and the warhorse reared up, emitting a battle cry, filled with fervor. He pointed his spear toward the enemy, and with a squeeze of the horse's belly, they charged forward. The 3 soldiers followed closely behind. Boom! The cavalryman crashed into the enemy ranks, his spear striking true, instantly impaling a mutant dog that had attempted to leap upon him. With a flick of the spear, he sent the carcass flying, toppling a nearby foe and their canine companion who sought a sneak attack. The sword and shield soldiers swiftly arrived, blocking with their massive shields while delivering swift, lethal strikes with their broadswords. Their combat prowess surpassed that of the rabble, as they momentarily held back a vastly superior force with just 4 individuals. Bang, bang, bang. On the rooftop, Chu Yun's Barrett rifle fired again, providing crucial fire support to the soldiers. Occasionally, a stray enemy, relying on speed or special abilities, would attempt to bypass the main battlefield, aiming to scale the library's outer walls for a surprise attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The waiting crossbowmen on the rooftop, with hawk-like precision, unleashed a barrage of bolts, each shot finding its mark, eliminating threats before they could advance. After several rounds of attrition, the number of enemies has dwindled from an initial cacophony of chaos to a scattered few. The battle between the Lightning and the Five-Eyed Ichan ultimately demonstrates the superiority of the Light Sheet, inflicting grievous wounds upon the adversary, rendering their flesh torn and bloodied. The 3 eyes upon their forehead have lost too to the onslaught. Just as the skirmish nears its conclusion, an ominous announcement reverberates. Ding! Level 1 Calamity Undead turn descends. Suddenly, an unprecedented transformation occurs on the battlefield. The mountains of corpses, both human and canine, regardless of severed limbs or spilled entrails, begin to exude a palpable aura of death. The temperature plummets, and the air becomes thick with the scent of decay. The chilling sound of bones grinding against one another fills the air from all directions. In the horrified gaze of the few remaining survivors, skeletons begin to claw their way from the heaps of bodies, rising from the pools of blood. They emerge in a disjointed array, varying in height. Those with larger frames and life now manifest as more formidable skeletons in death. Among them are not only human skeletons, but also the grotesque remains of the fallen Yi Chang, transformed into fearsome skeletal beasts. Their jaws move soundlessly, emitting an unearthly roar. In the blink of an eye, the once blood-soaked battlefield has morphed into a sea of the undead. Chapter 33, Ninefold Thunder Punishment, Blue Rose Tattoo. The sudden transformation plunges the remaining survivors into a state of madness and despair. Ghosts. One cries out, witnessing a comrade, who just moments ago fought alongside him, now rising from the remains of dismembered bodies, unleashing a heart-wrenching scream. He turns to flee, only to be met with a familiar crescent-shaped arc of light, an ability from the enemy's previous life. His head is severed, and he sees his own headless body. I was wrong. I repent. I am sorry to those girls. A blonde-haired man, overwhelmed, drops his jagged blade and collapses into the blood, voiceless in his anguish. The next moment, he is torn apart by a pack of skeletal beasts. Even in death, they let us find peace. Damn you all. A wood-type ability user, eyes ablaze with madness, frantically channels the last remnants of his energy, transforming into a treant. Branches like arms shatter a few skeletons, only to be overwhelmed by more undead, rendering him into countless fragments. On the library rooftop, Lin Xiaofan has collapsed in fear, speechless. They're all alive. Brother, we are doomed. There are too many to kill. It's absolutely impossible. Even Chu Yun did not anticipate the calamity would manifest in such a manner. What was once a struggle between 2 factions has now become a united front against a common foe. The only solace lies in the fact that the Five-Eyed Yi Chen still lives. Otherwise, after such a hard-fought victory, it could have risen again as the skeletal canine king. That would truly be a cause for tears. Observing the ongoing battle between a leopard and a dog, Chu Yun immediately relays a command, Lightning, return. In a flash of lightning, the Li ball materializes at his side. He conjures Tusheng Minghua to offer it. After consuming them, its wounds visibly heal. In the distance, the five-eyed dog, its eyes burning crimson, is consumed by rage from its injuries. At that moment, the overconfident skeletal swarm closes in on it. With claws poised to strike, they attack mercilessly, their bodies phasing through the air in a chaotic frenzy, unleashing their fury. In an instant, a small area is cleared. Before it can catch its breath, more skeletons and skeletal dogs surge forth, enveloping it in layers. With the canine king drawing half the fire, the charges towards Chu Yun's side diminish slightly. He ponders the best means to combat the undead army. Aside from large-scale AoE attacks to clear the field, what other tactics could be employed? Some undead soldiers attempt to ascend to the rooftop, prompting the crossbowmen to act swiftly. An arrow flies through the bones, embedding itself in the wall behind. A couple strike the skulls, causing fractures, yet the undead continue their advance. Against such relentless foes, devoid of flesh and impervious to pain, unless utterly shattered, they will not cease. The efficacy of the crossbow bolts is markedly diminished. The cavalry, encircled by numerous skeletons, cannot leverage their strengths and reluctantly abandon their mounts to engage alone. The sword and shield soldiers adopt a defensive stance, one hand blocking while the other wields a longsword. Initially capable of shattering bones, the prolonged engagement dulls their blades, making each strike awkward. As Chu Yun surveys the battlefield, his mind races. He issues a command: sword and shield soldiers, heed my orders. Form a triangular defense, primarily using shields to strike, and aim for the joints with your swords. Do not be greedy. His voice resonates through the mental link, clearly reaching each soldier. Not far below, the sword and shield formation, initially in a line, swiftly consolidates into a cohesive triangular array. This formation concentrates their defensive capabilities, rendering them more resilient against the relentless tide of the undead. With a series of resounding impacts, the heavy shields transition from mere blocking to actively charging forward. Against the skeletal foes, lacking muscle to absorb the force, this pure physical impact proves far more effective. Chu Yun swiftly exchanges his Sung Ming Hua coin, merging it with Sa Do Chungbing. He concentrates, drawing forth Huang Do, Lur Dog, and Hung Do. For the current battlefield, Hung Dog holds the most utility. Crushing the Nungjing restores his magical energy. He continues to concentrate, the Wang Do accumulating to 30. Exhibiting signs of fatigue, he casts them into the fray. With a series of thuds, 30 well-trained sword and shield soldiers emerge, immediately assuming the triangular defensive formation. The great shields surge forward, sending the advancing skeletons scattering. The cacophony of crashing bones fills the air. Through their efficient coordination, they manage to maintain their ground against the overwhelming tide of the undead and begin to push back. Good heavens! Brother, you can summon so many. Lin Xiaofan exclaims, witnessing this miraculous scene, nearly leaping in excitement, his gaze towards Chu Yun brimming with awe and admiration. A master of combat, wielding an invincible scythe, capable of healing and precision sniping, able to tame the formidable Li Ball and summon legions. He is nothing short of a superhero. Chu Yun pays no heed to the flattery. Or perhaps he simply cannot hear it. His body sways slightly as he leans against Lightning's side, his complexion pale, eyelids heavy. The exertion of condensing nearly 40 beans has drained him significantly. Simply standing is a struggle against sleep. Nevertheless, he musters the strength to instruct Lightning. If all goes well, wake me in 30 minutes. He drifts into a deep slumber. Chu Yun awakens to the sensation of a steady and swift motion, as if adrift amidst tumultuous waves, accompanied by the sound of howling winds and a powerful rhythm of running. Brother, you're awake. Lin Xiaofan exclaims with joy. Chu Yun's eyes snap open. After a moment of confusion, clarity floods back. The first sight that greets him is the rapidly retreating remnants of the street scene on either side. Looking down, he finds himself atop a new, sleek form, shimmering with delicate silver-blue arcs of electricity and a more robust musculature than before. It is Lightning. However, the impression it gives is utterly transformed. If it previously resembled a sleek off-road vehicle, it now embodies the might of a formidable super truck. Although its size has increased, the blurriness of the surroundings suggests that its speed is at least double that of before. Chu Yun immediately focused his attention on the panel of the Lightning. Servant, Lightning, Strength, Level 1, Rank 1, 01000, Mana, 110,110, restores 10 points per hour. Talent, 9-fold Thunder Punishment, thunderclouds cover a kilometer. Delivering punishment to a specific enemy within the area. Each strike is stronger than the last, lasting for 9 strikes. Skills, Thunder Flash LV6, Thunder Strike LV6, Thunder Shield LV6, Thunder Shadow LV5. It has broken through to the first rank. Not only have all skills been upgraded, but a talent skill has also awakened. 9-fold Thunder Punishment. It is evidently a devastating technique. Had this skill been available earlier, that Dog King would have likely faltered under even 6 strikes, obliterated into oblivion. Ding. Delivery time remaining, 1 hour and 30 minutes. Half an hour had passed since he fell asleep, indicating that the catastrophic undead disaster had been weathered. Chu Yun felt a sense of relief and was about to inquire about Lin Xiaofan's battle when he suddenly noticed a blue rose tattoo on his left wrist. What is this? Chapter 34. The Power of a Thunder Strike, Instant Kill of Bo Gang, Return. TSK. Chu Yun rubbed it vigorously with his fingers, but the blue rose tattoo seemed to be embedded beneath the skin, showing no change. What is this? Lin Xiaofan, noticing his actions, leaned in curiously and asked, Big brother, when did you get this tattoo? It's quite cool. In truth, it looks rather flamboyant. I never get tattoos. Chu Yun frowned, attempting to channel a faint trace of mana to his wrist. The moment the mana touched it, the tattoo suddenly glowed with a ghostly light. Simultaneously, an excruciating pain surged through him, as if dozens of needles had pierced him sharply. Damn! Chu Yun retracted his mana, his expression darkening. This is a mark. He recalled the foul-mouthed woman he encountered before, who claimed to be from the Blue Rose Guild. Now he bore this blue rose tattoo on his hand. When it was done no longer mattered. If all went as expected, he had already established a connection with this troublesome guild. Recalling that woman's superior demeanor, as she pontificated about maintaining the balance of local forces, advancing steadily, and ensuring long-term development, Chu Yun's expression turned icy, a surge of hostility flooding his eyes. Why should I need your guidance? Following Lin Xiaofan's directions, Chu Yun mounted the evolved lightning, weaving through the ruins of the shattered city like a streak of purple light. Soon, he arrived at a large supermarket with a damaged facade, emanating a strong stench of decay. Yes, it is within that supermarket. There resides an immensely corpulent giant zombie that has been consuming relentlessly since the apocalypse. A few days ago, I manipulated a corpse puppet to take a glance inside, and that creature's strength was nearing the threshold of high-tier second transformation. Lightning gathered energy in its mouth, forming a thunderball that 3 people could scarcely embrace, and propelled it forward. The thunderball smashed through the supermarket door, wreaking havoc within before ultimately detonating. Boom! A large section of the building collapsed. Ugh! A colossal zombie resembling Bo Gang burst forth. Seeing its home destroyed, it charged angrily toward the thunder leopard. Crackle! Before it could reach, it was blasted away by a bolt of thunder, crashing through several houses before coming to a halt. Ugh! Ugh! The Bo Gang zombie, furious, plopped down onto the ground. The earth trembled. Then, it flipped onto its back and began thrashing about. With no wind, debris from the surroundings began to rise. As it slammed its limbs against the ground, various objects in the air came crashing down toward the thunder leopard. The thunder shield flickered, effortlessly blocking all attacks 10 meters away. Chu Yun had no desire to indulge it in play. He aimed to resolve the matter with a single strike. Lightning nodded, its body enveloped in thunder, an invisible pressure radiating outward. Boom! Centered above the supermarket, the sky abruptly transformed. Dense, inky thunderclouds materialized out of thin air, rapidly expanding to envelop the sky within a kilometer in the blink of an eye. Within the clouds, formidable lightning coalesced, emitting a deep and oppressive rumble. Suddenly, crack! A pale bolt of lightning, like a spear of judgment, instantaneously ripped through the darkened sky. It struck the Bo Gang zombie with unerring precision. The blinding white light instantly consumed its form, and the tremendous explosion resonated for miles, leaving a buzzing echo in its wake. Your servant has slain a level 7 zombie, earning 20 points. Merely the first bolt of lightning eradicated a high-tier second transformation entity. I am genuinely curious how powerful the 9th strike will be after 8 accumulations. Chu Yun's eyes sparkled, a slight smile gracing his lips. In the ensuing time, Lin Xiaofan continued to guide the way as lightning cleared multiple packs of beasts and rogue groups. They only ceased when they received the notification. This mission's kill points have reached the limit. The numerous blood crystals collected during this time were abundant. However, since lightning had broken through to the first rank, these low-tier energies provided minimal assistance. Only the energy crystals remained somewhat useful. Aside from leaving 20 pieces of approximately 3G energy crystals in his storage ring for mana restoration, he devoured the rest, advancing his progress to 13. With a concerted effort tonight, he would likely reach the next level. After escorting Lin Xiaofan home, he gifted him several blood crystals he no longer needed. Thank you, big brother. My main corpse puppet has feasted well, successfully breaking through to the second transformation and continuously rising until it reached high-tier second transformation. Such great kindness goes unspoken. I, Lin Xiaofan, will repay my big brother by working like a horse in this lifetime. Chu Yun waved his hand, also providing his slave with a handful of protective beans and 2 blooms of life that would last for 10 days. Xiaoyu, quickly kneel and thank big brother. Without Lin Xiaofan's prompting, Lin Xiaoyu had already knelt down adeptly, bowing even more respectfully. This left her brother momentarily stunned. With that matter settled, may fate allow us to meet again. Chu Yun mounted lightning, dissipating into a flash of electricity. In less than half a minute, he traversed 3 to 4 kilometers, arriving at the delivery point for this mission. 3rd Middle School, beside the Wankai stationery store. At the 2nd floor window, 3 men and 2 women who had been waiting saw him and waved excitedly. Wow, this time, the delivery hero is riding the Thunder Leopard. How cool is that? I wondered why he kept appearing 10 kilometers away one moment and then nearby the next. I thought the system had a bug. I didn't expect it to be the Thunder Leopard beast. Not only is the Thunder Leopard striking, but the delivery hero atop it is also handsome and captivating. a sight to behold. Originally, the crowd felt somewhat dissatisfied, as everyone was quite hungry, and he could have delivered 2 hours earlier. Why did he wait until the last half hour to arrive? However, the overwhelming aura emanating from this thunder leopard was far more intimidating than that of the powerful figures at the club to the west. Thus, with a rather unseemly smile, compliments flowed incessantly. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, as Chu Yun and the little cat appeared behind the customers. They removed their backpacks, extracting all the goods within, and with a smile declared, "Your delivery has arrived. Thank you for choosing Moshi na Doso. Wishing you a pleasant life. Farewell." A notification popped up indicating the completion of the delivery. Immediately, they returned to their duties. Earnings have been distributed: 3 level points, 1030 apocalypse points, 30 order reward, 1000 earned from kills. Physical attributes 1. Chu Yun opened his personal panel. Apocalypse delivery person, Chu Yun, ID 99999, level 3810 level points, mana 1030, recovers 4 points per hour, physical, strength 6, agility 6, stamina 3, spirit 4, special weapon, Barrett core coins, beast mastery, life flower, fury, scythe, summon soldiers, skills, melee mastery, sniper, weapon mastery, basic long-handled weapon, scythe, basic painting, apocalypse points, 116, 1075, he transferred 50 points to Kelyalu, who accepted them immediately. Queen, step on me. Thank you for feeding me. Meow, meow, meow. Just finished a delivery? Time 3, yes. Queen, step on me. Not bad. Not bad. It seems like you've made quite a profit. I'm currently in the commercial district. Someone is actually setting up a stall selling dragon core coins. Time 3, dragon type? Queen, step on me. Yes. Any type of dragon core coin is a 5-star. Generally, only the 9 major guilds sell 5-star items. I never expected someone would come out to sell them. Do you want to come join the excitement? The seller said the effects of the coins will be revealed in 15 minutes. Chu Yun pondered for a moment. The items in the company mall were too singular, only selling core coins. However, his coin slots were already full, and he needed to use his points for other purposes. The commercial district of Limingcheng offered many items that didn't require coin slots, such as equipment, props, and even special weapons. Time 3. All right, send me the location. I'll be there soon. Chu Yun tidied up and set off. Chapter 35. Dragon Core Coins. Su Xiaoya. Upon arrival, Chu Yun surveyed his surroundings. There were numerous stalls lining the roads, selling a myriad of goods. However, none of the stalls were overcrowded to the point of being impassable. Time 3. Over here. A familiar voice called out. Chu Yun turned to see Kelyalu standing in front of a shop with a sign reading golden fried rice, waving at him. As he approached, he was immediately pulled along by her. Hurry, hurry. If we're late, we'll miss out. Kelyalu explained as they ran. The previous crowd around the seller's stall had been overwhelming, blocking the way with layers of people. The law enforcement team of Limingcheng intervened, arranging a special booth at a crossroads. Once the news spread, several well-known guilds, adventure teams, and even trading companies sent representatives. Once that item was officially displayed, it might be snatched up in an instant. They hurried along and soon reached a relatively spacious intersection. In the center of the intersection stood a conspicuous platform about a meter high. A young man with neatly cropped hair, carrying a long spear on his back, stood on the platform with an indifferent expression. The true star of the show, however, was a silver coin slowly rotating in front of him. The surface of the coin was engraved with dragon patterns, and the back displayed 5 stars. Oh no, it's already started. Kelyalu stopped, her eyes wide as she stared at the coin, whispering in astonishment. It's actually the defensive dragon scale armor. When used, it covers the entire body with dragon scales, capable of withstanding a rocket without breaking. But why isn't anyone raising the bid? A man beside them, with flames flickering atop his head, answered her question. This fellow even rejected 8,000 points, insisting on bartering for 3 green-quality long spears. A single person can only equip 3 special weapons. Is he planning to wield all 3 at once? A mesmerizing woman with snake-like pupils chimed in. That handsome guy has a green spear behind him. His special weapon likely has the Devour evolution trait, and he wants to trade it to feed his own. Kelyalu's mouth fell open in surprise. Is that really the case? This guy is incredibly lucky to possess such a rare trait in his special weapon while also acquiring a dragon core coin. Is this trait really that scarce? Chu Yun mused quietly, recognizing that his own special weapon, Barrett, shared the same trait. He had ventured out with the intent of purchasing a few weapons of the same type to nourish it. The fact that the other party could sell the dragon scale armor indicated that they already possessed a formidable defensive coin. In comparison, his own defenses were lacking. Furthermore, the lightning shield had yet to materialize and could only be utilized in the zombie apocalypse world. On the platform, the short-haired youth continued to wait expressionlessly. The demand for 3 green quality long spears was a daunting proposition for most lone wolves. However, for organized teams or trading companies, it was not insurmountable, as long spears were quite popular weapons with ample stock available. The only hesitation stemmed from the fact that the dragon scale armor was not worth 3 green quality weapons. Hello, brother, we are from the Iron Tiger Adventure Team. A towering giant, nearly 3 meters tall, spoke in a deep voice. We are willing to offer 1 green weapon and 1,000 points, along with other negotiable items. Let us exchange contact information to discuss further. The youth on the platform glanced at him but offered no response, a clear rejection. The giant, ignored, wore a grim expression. He locked his gaze on the youth, committing his appearance to memory, and with a cold snort, he turned to leave. Witnessing this scene, Kelulu stifled a laugh. She was genuinely curious about whether the spear-wielding youth would meet a grim fate or if the so-called Iron Tiger Adventure Team would face obliteration. Chu Yun, puzzled, asked why she thought that way. In Limingcheng, private duels are prohibited, and the apocalypse delivery world is vast, so the two sides might never intersect. How could they possibly come to blows? Kelulu initially looked surprised, then enlightened. Oh right, you're a newcomer and unaware. At the beginning of each month, there's a super large world delivery task. During that time, all delivery personnel at the same level will participate. Many personal grudges that cannot be settled in reality will explode on that day. She grinned. Ever since we gained extraordinary powers, everyone's tempers have become volatile. Sometimes, just a shared glance can escalate into a life or death scenario. Each person here carries various grudges, whether from reality or the apocalypse world. Kelulu leaned in curiously. What about you? Time 3. During your novice period, have you made any deadly enemies? Chu Yun reflected on this. He had formed a grudge with Bai Di Cheng on his first day, and today, his right hand rested on his left wrist, fingers squeezing the blue rose tattoo through his sleeve. I suppose 2, he replied. 2 individuals? Kelulu nodded, indicating that it was acceptable. In the past half-month, I have at least made enemies with over 3,000 individuals. Over 3,000 is not a small number. Chu Yun's eyelids twitched slightly. Most of these are minor disputes. There are only a handful of serious grievances. Kelulu waved his hand dismissively. Their attention was soon captured again by the happenings on the platform. Look, someone is about to take action. On the other side of the platform, a man clad in a suit, resembling a businessman, raised his hand, declaring, I am a representative of the Longshan Merchants Association. Our guild is willing to offer 2 green quality long spears, in addition to 3,000 points. You must know that your asking price is considerably higher than the actual value. It would be wise to accept a reasonable offer. The young man with short hair's eyes flickered, but ultimately he shook his head and uttered 2 words, not enough. The man's expression soured, and he wanted to say something further. However, the long spear youth had already closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to engage in further discussion. TSK. So resolute, Kelulu mused. Yet he was correct. The dragon-type coin was merely silver and only applicable to level 110. Once one surpasses the first tier, unless it is promoted to green quality, it is inferior to any green defense coin. Asking for 3 green quality long spears right off the bat was indeed excessive. 2 would be pushing it. Let us depart. There is nothing more to see. Chu Yun nodded, although he coveted the effects of the long lean armor. He knew it was beyond his reach. Kelulu, walking ahead, turned to ask, do you have any intentions of making a purchase during this outing? Would you like to explore the market? After a brief contemplation, Chu Yun replied, I wish to acquire a sniper firearm for specialized use. Do you know of any good places? A sniper rifle? As a specialized weapon? Kelulu paused. Do you possess 10,000 points? Chu Yun shook his head, no. But surely a white quality weapon wouldn't be that expensive. You intend to purchase a white quality weapon as a specialized arm? Kelulu was taken aback. Are you aware that once a weapon is designated as specialized, it cannot be changed? Unless you employ an exceptionally rare separation stone, which starts at a minimum of 1 million points. Each individual is allowed 3 specialized weapon slots, and the first must typically be a green quality weapon for transition. Choosing a white quality weapon from the outset is utterly irresponsible. She curiously inquired, how many points do you currently possess? Chu Yun truthfully answered, 1,000. That is sufficient, but not worth the investment. Kelulu suggested, in my opinion, purchasing a white quality sniper rifle as a specialized weapon would be less advantageous than acquiring a plethora of modern, non-quality sniper rifles, which can be obtained for 100 or 200 points. You could even find them cheaper abroad. After all, to us, the wealth of the current world is merely waste paper. We can acquire as much as we desire. I see you possess a storage ring. Simply place it inside. If it breaks, you won't feel regret. Chapter 36. The Flintlock Gun Store, Wind Elf, Egg Grenade. I know of a shop that offers a comprehensive range of weapons. The owner is quite sincere, though the location is somewhat obscure. Follow me, Chu said as she adeptly maneuvered through the crowd, leading Chu Yun away from the bustling main street and into a shadowy alley. After a series of twists and turns, they arrived at a shop bearing the sign of an old-fashioned flintlock gun. The establishment was named Old Gun Pavilion. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, it creaked in protest. Chu Yun entered, glancing around. The walls were adorned with an array of firearms, from ancient flintlocks to modern handguns, assault rifles, and sniper rifles. Behind the counter, an eye patch-wearing pirate uncle leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, seemingly lost in bliss. The audible narration of a certain novel played from his phone. A companion approached, gently massaging a woman's feet while listening. The sound resonated unusually clear in the quiet shop. Chu was evidently no stranger to this place. She tiptoed to the counter and slapped it with a sudden force. Old ding, business has arrived. Oh my. The pirate uncle jolted, nearly dropping his phone. He hastily turned off the audio, grumbling, "You scared me. I was just getting to the good part." Rubbing his eye patch, he scrutinized the newcomer, sizing him up. "A fresh face, I see. What are you looking for?" "Old done. This is my friend Shir-san. He is here to check out sniper rifles." Chu interjected. "Sniper rifles?" The shopkeeper rose leisurely, asking, "What type would you prefer? The classic Remington 700 or the more precise AWMP? Would you prefer a larger caliber for destructive power or a smaller caliber for stealth?" He posed several questions. "Most importantly, do you want green quality?" Chu Yun stated. "I would like to see the white quality Barrett sniper rifle." Chu stomped her foot. "Why would you want to look at a white quality one? It truly lacks value." After a moment of frustration, she resigned. "Forget it. I won't bother with you. You can look by yourself. I'm off to have some fun in the wasteland." She skipped out of the shop. The shopkeeper, upon hearing Chu Yun's request, nodded and led him into the back storage area, pointing to a robust-looking heavy sniper rifle. The M82A1, a white 2-star, is considered the most basic of its kind. The shopkeeper provided detailed information. Weapon, Barrett sniper rifle, quality, white, attributes, ice. Each bullet hit can freeze and slow the enemy. The effect varies based on the opponent's strength. Ammo, 10-10, regenerates 1 round per hour, or immediately consumes 10 mana to restore 1 round. Shooting speed, 800 milliseconds. Effective range, 2500 m. Price, 550 points. The shopkeeper leaned against the shelf. "You are that girl's friend, so let me remind you once more. Once a weapon becomes specialized, regretting it later when it becomes cumbersome will be too late. Thus, the first specialized weapon choice is typically a green quality one." He paused, gesturing towards the rifle. The so-called ice attribute of this weapon is somewhat awkward. With a 127mm caliber, it will typically eliminate most targets with a single shot, rendering the slowing effect merely an embellishment. When faced with a truly formidable opponent, the freezing effect will not prove decisive. If you genuinely wish to experience the power of the Barrett, it would be wiser to purchase a non-quality M82A1. I will gift you 100 standard bullets for just 150 points. When you tire of it or find it lacking, you can discard it without regret, as it is unbound and carries no adverse effects. Chu Yun listened intently, nodding his head in understanding. "Thank you, shopkeeper. I will purchase this one." The pirate uncle blinked, realizing he had encountered a naive customer. "Very well, this item has been gathering dust. If you wish to take it, just provide 500 points." Chu Yun promptly completed the transaction. He reached out to touch the cold body of the rifle, focusing his thoughts, and stored the hefty sniper rifle within his storage ring. With the transaction concluded, he perused the shop further, gaining an understanding of the variety and pricing of other goods. Finally, he added the shopkeeper as a friend. After exiting the shop, he intended to return if he needed anything in the future. Chu Yun did not rush back to allow Zhuan Wu to devour. Instead, he returned to the market, preparing to utilize his remaining points to purchase items that could immediately enhance his survival capabilities and practical combat effectiveness. The freshly made healing potion, though its efficacy was modest, had a side effect that would keep one robust for 10 hours. It was available for just 30 points. The introductory martial arts manual, a must-have for novices, was worth acquiring early for the benefits it provided. Come. Behold the quintessential infinite flow item, the Desert Eagle with unlimited bullets. A white-grade item, exceptionally powerful. The cacophony of the market enveloped him, with cries of vendors and haggling patrons filling the air. Chu Yun slowed his pace, glancing left and right, gaining considerable insight without spending a single point. Finally, while passing a stall, he spotted a coveted item. Blessing of the Wind Spirit Scroll, effect. Upon silent incantation, agility increases by 5 for 1 minute. Price, 30 points in critical moments. This item was a lifesaver. If paired with time pause, Each second could be utilized more effectively. Boss, will you sell this scroll for 15 points? Chu Yun attempted to negotiate. Hoping for a price of 2025, the stall owner, a young man with elven ears, slowly looked up. As a connoisseur of beauty, he readily agreed upon seeing such a handsome customer, saying sold. Half price indeed. What a generous fellow. Chu Yun promptly paid and placed the scroll into his storage ring. Then inquired, do you have more? Yes. The young man produced 2 additional scrolls. Chu Yun purchased them and continued to observe him. That's it for today. The young man shook his head. I can only create 3 in a day. Chu Yun proposed, may I add you as a friend? I would like to reserve them from you daily. Sure. They exchanged friend requests, with the other's ID being Fengxing. Continuing his exploration, he stumbled upon a peculiar stall. The vendor, sporting a center part and wearing suspenders, displayed a collection of eggs. Item, egg grenade, effect, edible and can be thrown to explode. Price, 25 points. Oh my. Want to try a couple of coin eggs? The vendor eagerly promoted, my eggs can be eaten and explode. They're extraordinary. Chu Yun's eyes twitched at the absurdity. Yet he was tempted to buy 2. 10 points for a novelty is fine, but this price is exorbitant. The seller shook his head. You're cutting into my profits here. I can't offer a discount, but I can give you 2.5 for 25 points. That was a stretch. How could one provide half an egg? Then Chu Yun watched as the vendor cracked an egg, took a bite, and cheerfully handed him the half. After wondering some more, purchasing several reasonably priced items that could serve a purpose in specific situations, Chu Yun returned to his room. He retrieved the newly acquired white-grade Barrett sniper rifle from his storage ring and laid it flat on the table in the center of the room. Then, he summoned his specialized weapon. Chapter 37, 5-star delivery task. Ice bullet, first specialized weapon, Barrett sniper rifle grade, white, traits, devour evolution, can consume similar weapons for continuous evolution. Bullets, 1010, regenerates 1 bullet per hour or can immediately consume 5 points of mana for 1 bullet. Shooting speed, 1000 milliseconds effective range, 2500 m devour. The dark Barrett in his hands rippled. A faint black glow extended like tendrils, gently enveloping the rifle on the table. In the next moment, the sniper rifle began to blur, becoming transparent until it vanished. Chu Yun could distinctly feel a subtle tremor of satisfaction emanating from his specialized weapon. As its body seemed to solidify further, gaining a slight increase in weight, he immediately glanced at the updated panel. First specialized weapon, Barrett sniper rifle grade, white, primary trait, devour evolution, secondary trait, ice LV1, additional consumption of 2 points of mana, can transform the next bullet into an ice bullet, which explodes upon hitting the enemy, causing freezing and slowing effects within a small radius. Bullets, 1212, regenerates 1 bullet every 45 minutes or can immediately consume 5 points of mana for 1 bullet. Shooting speed, 1100 milliseconds effective range, 3000 m and overall enhancement. Along with an additional secondary trait, Chu Yun completely drained his mana to conjure 2 life flowers that lasted for 10 days. As he stored them away, he took out a mana crystal and crushed it. Mana restored. 1 point mana restored. 1 point after 30 seconds, he conjured 2 more life flowers. After repeating this process several times, the quantity of life flowers in his storage ring reached 10. Next, he awaited the restoration of his mana before beginning to conjure bean soldiers. Yellow beans, green beans, yellow beans, red beans, yellow beans. He crushed another mana crystal. Green beans, yellow beans, green beans, red beans. The intense output of mental energy quickly left his already fatigued mind in a haze. Holding 24 beans, Chu Yun felt a throbbing at his temples, and darkness danced before his eyes. He immediately retrieved the potion he had purchased at the market. Mental Recovery Potion. Cola flavor, effect, restores 3 points of mental energy upon consumption. His current mental energy was at 4 points. The potion slid down his throat, akin to parched earth welcoming a nourishing rain. A refreshing sensation surged through him. Moments later, Chu Yun felt revitalized and invigorated. He resumed the task of conjuring bean soldiers. Since that harrowing experience amidst the skeleton sea, he had suffered from a severe deficiency in firepower. Each time the sensation of mental exhaustion struck, he unhesitatingly consumed a mental recovery potion. When only 2 bottles of the potion remained, and the quantity of bean soldiers reached 100, Chu Yun finally halted, satisfied. With all preparations complete, he awaited the night. Setting an alarm for 10 o'clock p.m., he surrendered to the drowsiness and laid down on the bed. Drifting into a deep slumber, he was awakened by a damp sensation on his face and the urgent mewing of a cat. Awakening, Chu Yun groggily opened his eyes, nudging the cat aside and checking his phone. The alarm had gone off 3 times. It was now 10:30 p.m. After stretching, he He turned to the eager cat and smiled. Looks like you're restless. All right, let's continue hunting. He splashed some water on his face and retrieved 2 servings of gourmet golden fried rice from his storage ring. While eating, I glanced towards the order hall. 71 kilometers, Xiaoyao Town, delivery time, 4 hours 59 minutes. Order contents, order earnings, for level points, 40 apocalypse points, 3 attribute points. Nighttime subsidy, 1 level point, 10 apocalypse points. 213 kilometers, Qingqing Mountain Temple, delivery time, 5 hours 59 minutes. Order contents, order earnings, 5 level points, 50 apocalypse points, for attribute points, bronze treasure chest. Nighttime subsidy, 1 level point, 10 apocalypse points, 1 attribute point. An abundance of 4-star and 5-star high difficulty orders, with scarce 3-star ones. This suits me perfectly. Chu Yun desires high returns and seeks out high difficulty. He is familiar with Qingqing Mountain, having studied the map on Lin Xiaofan's wall. The mountain lies in the northwest corner, surrounded by dense forests. It stands to reason that formidable mutated beasts will be plentiful. Lightning, the time to train has come. The Beast Queen relies on taming creatures. For future preparations, this is the choice. Just as I was about to snatch it, the order vanished, claimed by someone else. How frustrating. No need to panic. Chu Yun refreshed the page and continued to browse. Half an hour later, he spotted a second order for a location he had previously studied on the map. He seized it without hesitation. 357 kilometers, Dwusin Temple, delivery time, 5 hours 59 minutes. Order contents, swords and spears, premium rice and flour. Order earnings, 5 level points, 50 apocalypse points, silver treasure chest. Nighttime subsidy, 1 level point, 10 apocalypse points. 1 attribute point. Although it lacked 4 attribute points, exchanging the bronze treasure chest for a silver one was still commendable. Transporting. A chilling system notification echoed, and my vision began to blur. Prepare the goods. Chu Yun stepped out of the apocalypse convenience store. A pungent amalgamation of rust, refuse, decay, and excrement assaulted his senses. Some individuals in this post-apocalyptic world unceremoniously discard their waste onto the streets. Others, in a fit of madness, hurl refuse at zombies to vent their frustrations. The damage is minimal, and the insult is hardly significant, as zombies remain indifferent. This even adds a layer of biochemical buff, nauseating every brave warrior who dares to confront them. Chu Yun silently donned a purification mask. He lifted his gaze to the night sky, where thick clouds loomed ominously, while the crimson moon shone brightly, casting an eerie dark red glow. The air felt heavy and damp, hinting at impending rain. Chu Yun furrowed his brow. Rain would obscure vision and muffle sound, a disadvantage for snipers. A flash of lightning illuminated the distant rooftop of a towering building. Clarity returned to his sight. He produced a pre-prepared night vision goggles and placed them upon his head. The dim world transformed into a vivid green screen. Below, the labyrinthine streets were teeming with aimless wandering zombies, as distinctly visible as ants. Chu Yun's gaze swept across the scattered corpses, ultimately fixating on a small cluster of zombies gathered at the entrance of an anime merchandise shop a few streets away. Among this motley crew, a particularly conspicuous mutated zombie with an unusually enlarged, gourd-like head caught his eye. Let us test the waters. He steadied the Barrett, the cold stock pressing against his shoulder. Consuming 2 mana points, the muzzle exhaled a frosty blue aura. He held his breath, focused, and aimed. Bang! The muffled gunfire echoed far into the night. Upon striking the large head, a surge of chilling energy erupted. The visible blue frost rapidly expanded, instantly encasing the gourd-headed zombie and the 4 nearby zombies in ice sculptures. As 5 seconds passed, then 30, and finally a full minute, tiny cracks began to form on the icy visage of the gourd-headed creature. Bang! The second bullet was fired, shattering the ice and piercing the zombie's skull. You have slain a level 6 zombie, apocalypse points, 15, capable of freezing mid-tier zombies for a minute. Chu Yun waved his hand. Lightning transformed into a streak of thunder, darting through the streets. Your servant has slain a level 4 zombie. Apocalypse points, 8. Your servant has slain a level 5 zombie, apocalypse points, 10. Wherever he tread, no living corpses remained. Chapter 38. The Nine-Headed Serpent, Jinfen County. Bang! The distinctive heavy sound of the Barrett resonated sharply in the silent night. With every gunshot, a formidable zombie was vanquished within the city. Chu Yun crushed a mana crystal, converting his mana into bullets, poised to continue firing. The gunfire was too loud. Stop now. You will awaken them all. A terrified scream erupted from behind. Chu Yun frowned and turned to see 7 ragged, emaciated individuals, visibly exhausted, at the rooftop entrance. The leader, a young man with brittle yellow hair, wore a face contorted with fear and fury. They? Chu Yun's voice, muffled by the mask, sounded somewhat dull. What are they? The yellow-haired man opened his mouth, but was interrupted by a sturdily built man in tattered camouflage who stepped forward. His gaze briefly skimmed over the Barrett and the Apocalypse delivery backpack, stating, 9 mutated beasts. The Hydra dominate this area. The shortest among them measures over 100 meters, coiled within a stadium. The longest approaches 10,000 meters, capable of encircling a mountain. Each possesses distinct and terrifying abilities, a nightmare for all survivors of Jinfen County. I see your attire. You must be an Apocalypse delivery hero. With only 3 stars. Lacking even second-tier strength, we respect every delivery hero daring enough to traverse the wasteland, so allow me to offer a word of caution. If you wish to survive and complete your delivery task, cease creating such a tremendous racket immediately. Otherwise, before he could finish, a thunderous crash resonated from several blocks away, accompanied by a heart-stopping shriek as entire buildings began to collapse. The faces of the 7 turned ashen. The yellow-haired man, in a fit of despair, pointed at Chu Yun, exclaiming, "It has awakened. It has awakened. It's all your fault." Chu Yun disregarded their commotion, focusing on the source of the sound. His gaze extended, and even without a scope, he could discern the terrifying silhouette. A colossal serpent, its head ablaze with flames, slithered out from a shopping center. It had traversed a considerable distance, yet a significant portion of its body remained ensconced within the mall, indicating its immense length. This is bad. It's the blazing serpent. Half of the western forest has been incinerated by its flames. Its fire burns at an incredibly high temperature, capable of turning even peak first-tier individuals to ash in an instant. Quickly, split up and take shelter inside the buildings. Hurry. The 7 individuals erupted into chaos, frantically rushing towards the stairwell. At that moment, bang! Another sharp gunshot rang out from behind. It was that reckless delivery worker. Even at this moment, he continued to fire. The man in camouflage turned around in disbelief, shouting, "It's futile. Not even a Barrett's special armor-piercing round can breach its scales. Even if it strikes the head, the bullet will be melted and detonated by the flames above before it even reaches." However, the subsequent scene caused his voice to falter. In the distance, the fiery serpent's head was suddenly encased in a layer of ice. The serpent's movements froze, its body momentarily halted. Then, a colossal leopard, larger than a truck, appeared out of nowhere and crushed the ice-encased serpent's head in one bite. Following that, a violent surge of thunder erupted from the severed neck of the serpent, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, echoing from its head to the nearby supermarket. Your servant has slain an 8-level beast. Apocalyptic points 30. The rooftop fell into a profound silence. The 7 individuals stood in stunned silence, as if witnessing a miracle. The young man with blonde hair reacted first, stammering, what kind of luck did you have? A mysterious thunder leopard actually helped you kill the fiery serpent. Don't just stand there. Hurry and come hide with us." The other serpents may have been alarmed. Such fortune doesn't come often. One of the women among them questioned. But didn't the beasts in the nearby forest get devoured by those 9 serpents? Where did that thunder leopard come from? Her query was swiftly interrupted by a new crisis. A sharp, piercing hiss that could shatter eardrums echoed from afar. A massive blue serpent's head emerged from a river flowing through the city, facing the very rooftop where they stood. Chu Yun maintained a calm demeanor, slightly adjusting his gun's aim towards the shadows below the river. With a 2-point mana expenditure, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the water's surface, freezing it instantly. The majority of the water serpent's body was trapped beneath the ice, its movements halted. Roar! A flash of lightning appeared. The thunder leopard, resembling a deity commanding thunder, materialized above the river's surface. In its gaping maw, a sphere of lightning coalesced, crashing down onto the icy surface below. Boom! A dazzling bolt of lightning erupted, causing the river to churn violently. The water serpent writhed frantically in the electric chaos, ultimately succumbing, its body charred and thoroughly cooked. Your servant has slain an 8-level beast. Apocalyptic points 30. This thunder leopard is incredibly powerful. It possesses intelligence. It is aiding us. Perhaps we can truly escape this nightmare of the 9 serpents. The 7 stood at the edge of the rooftop, their minds shaken by the spectacle. The blonde man turned to Chu Yun. You're truly fortunate. You've encountered this thunder leopard, which has cleaned up after your reckless actions. The man in camouflage sensed something amiss and asked the youth, "Friend, every time you attack, the thunder leopard perfectly complements your strikes. Do you know it?" "What nonsense." The blonde man immediately retorted. "That thunder leopard is at least a 3rd-tier terrifying existence. How can a mere 3-star delivery man with 1st-tier strength command such a divine beast?" It must be a coincidence. Chu Yun suddenly turned around, aiming the barret at the direction of the seven. Bang! The sudden gunfire startled everyone. A painful and furious roar echoed almost simultaneously. The crowd was horrified to see the outline of a massive serpent materialize from what had been an empty wall. A gaping wound on its monstrous head was spewing blood. Ah, it's the hidden shadow serpent. A woman screamed. Although the serpent's head was severely injured, it remained alive, lunging toward them with deadly intent. A shadowy thunder leopard appeared suddenly, sinking its teeth into the serpent's head. Crackling sounds ensued as the entire serpent's body was charred by the electrical onslaught. Your servant has slain an 8-level beast. Apocalyptic points 30. After dispatching the serpent, the thunder leopard transformed into a small cat, landing on Chu Yun's shoulder, affectionately nuzzling his face. The rooftop was engulfed in a deathly silence. The group stood in a daze. Thud! The blond man's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground, his expression vacant. The man in camouflage was the first to recover from the shock. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and stepped forward with a low posture, filled with reverence. My lord, we were blind. Thank you for slaying the hidden shadow serpent. Not only have you saved us, but you have also removed a great threat for everyone in Jinfeng County. Its elusive ability has kept us in fear for the past month. Now that the sword of Damocles above us has finally vanished, we are eternally grateful. He knelt down and bowed his head. The other 5, witnessing this, awoke from their stupor and hastily knelt, banging their heads against the ground in gratitude, chanting thanks for the life-saving grace of their lord. The blond man, regaining his senses, grew furious at this scene. I knelt first. He quickly joined in, banging his head against the ground with forceful thuds, even creating an afterimage. The group showed no resentment towards the young man as they bowed, for the law of the apocalypse dictated that the strong are to be revered. Although this youth was young and not particularly powerful, his ability to tame such a formidable thunder leopard as a companion indicated that his strength was beyond ordinary measure. Enough. Everyone, rise, Chu Yun said, indifferent to the opinions of these locals, for he had a singular concern. Weren't there 9 serpents? What about the other 6? He needed to accumulate points. Lightning also required energy crystals to grow stronger and save his mother. Chapter 39. The Thunder Punishment Descends. It turns out that defeating strong enemies yields treasure chests. Chu Yun's calm words reverberated like thunder in the hearts of the 7. It was not fear, but ecstasy. He was indeed planning to hunt down the remaining 6 serpents. Jinfeng County would be free. My lord, they are scattered in different directions throughout the city. We can take them out one by one and achieve a great victory. The man in camouflage exclaimed excitedly, trembling with enthusiasm as he relayed all he knew. To the east, at the chemical plant, lurks the toxic serpent. To the south, at the abandoned power station, resides the lightning serpent. To the north, he spoke halfway when a cacophony of distinct, yet equally fierce and enraged hisses erupted from various directions in the city. The group clutched their chests, their expressions contorted in pain, feeling a tremendous shock within. They gazed in horror towards the source of the sounds. Enormous shadowy figures were rushing towards them from all corners of the city. The ground trembled. They moved with astonishing speed, their massive bodies bulldozing through buildings. Where the toxic serpent passed, poisonous fog enveloped the area. Where the lightning serpent slithered, thunder roared continuously. Where the rock serpent traversed, only ruins remained. Where the storm serpent went, dust and debris flew. Where the acid serpent moved, devastation lay. Where the darkness serpent passed, cries of despair echoed. They're coming. They're all coming. The blond man screamed, as the glimmer of hope was instantly drowned in endless fear. The 6 serpents had mobilized simultaneously. The man in camouflage wore a grave expression, realizing that the death of their companions had prompted them to join forces for a united assault. The expressions of the others turned pale. There was no escape. All routes had been sealed off. Even hiding within the building would prove futile, for their strength could easily obliterate it. However, what transpired next left the already despairing crowd utterly paralyzed on the ground, resigned to their fate. They witnessed the 6 gigantic serpents, arriving from various directions, converge simultaneously upon a nearby square, entwining with one another. Then, amid the sounds of flesh merging and bones restructuring, the 6 serpents were forcibly pulled, compressed, and fused by an invisible force. Venom, lightning, wind, rock, acid, various elemental energies intertwined frantically, erupting in a dazzling brilliance. A colossal monstrosity, resembling a mountain and occupying half the city, was born. Upon this form rested 6 heads, each possessing distinct abilities. Together, they were a formidable entity. Their presence magnified several-fold compared to when they existed separately. It was as if an ancient, apocalyptic beast had descended upon the earth. Dark clouds loomed, and torrential rain poured down, mirroring the sentiments of the people. We are doomed. We have reached the end. After a month of struggling for survival, must we still face death? Let it come. Death would be serene. I shall soon reunite with Li Li, Fong Fong, Xin, and Xian Xian. The oppressive aura emanating from the 6 serpents was suffocating. As death approached, the hearts of the 7 became unexpectedly tranquil. Only one person wore a smile. Did one not hear that heaven does not completely sever paths for individuals? Chu Yun looked eagerly at the 6 serpents advancing from a distance. Only foes of such caliber could be deemed interesting. Lightning. One strike to annihilate it. The originally azure pupils of the lightning transformed instantly into a silvery radiance. Ninefold thunder punishment activated. Boom. The already dark clouds thickened, with countless bolts of lightning intertwining madly. An aura far more terrifying than that of the 6 serpents, more imposing and oppressive by tenfold, enveloped the entire city. At that moment, the survivors, awakened by the cacophony, gazed hopelessly at the 6 serpents, raising their heads in unison. The heavens are unleashing their fury. Oh God, please vanquish that beast. I long to return to the world before the apocalypse. I would surely study diligently and not be a wayward student. Countless individuals prayed and wept. On the outskirts of the city, a man adorned with a blue rose tattoo on his left hand and a demon mask on his face bore a solemn expression. Such events were unforeseen. I hope that individual does not perish in this battle. Otherwise, the cross-boundary tracking card would be wasted. Beneath the thunderclouds, the 6 serpents seemed to sense a mortal threat. They charged fiercely toward their adversary, while their 6 heads began to gather various elemental energies: venom, lightning, wind, rock, acid, and darkness. Boom. The first bolt of lightning struck. A white thunderbolt descended, striking the 6-headed serpent with pinpoint accuracy. Hiss. The serpent's body stiffened, and the gathered energy faltered, with several heads rolling their eyes in shock. Before it could regain its senses, the second bolt fell. This one was twice as thick as the first, its hue shifting to a pale blue. Howl! The 6-headed serpent emitted a cry of anguish, its body thrashing and sweeping away numerous buildings. The third bolt descended. A deep blue lightning bolt, accompanied by a thunderous roar, crashed down. This time, the serpent attempted to defend itself with a heavy rock shield formed by its rocky head. Crack! The shield shattered as if made of paper. The lightning surged forward relentlessly, forcefully penetrating its body. The 4th, 5th, and 6th bolts followed. The color of the lightning transitioned from blue-purple to purple-red, each bolt increasingly potent. Their speed quickened, resembling a continuous cascade of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The 6-headed serpent endeavored to resist desperately. Yet, under the terrifying punishment of the lightning, all resistance appeared futile. Its body was riddled with wounds. The venomous and acidic heads were utterly obliterated. The 7th bolt. A dark red lightning struck down. The wind and dark heads were reduced to mere remnants. The remaining 2 heads were on the verge of destruction. The 8th bolt, black lightning, exuding a destructive aura, descended. The 2-headed serpent's vitality waned to its nadir, its eyes filled with fear and despair. It sought to flee, yet the lightning had already arrived. Boom. Your servant has slain an 11th level aberration, earning 100 end-of-world points. As the final 9th bolt struck, the dark clouds dispersed. The rain ceased. The blood-red moonlight once again illuminated the ruined city below, revealing the massive craters left by the lightning strikes. At that moment, the entire Jinfeng County fell into silence. In the next instant, the city erupted in jubilation. O heavens, Jade Emperor, Tathagata Buddha, Thunder God, and all deities were profusely thanked. Meanwhile, on the terrace, the 7 gazed in awe at the orchestrator of this event, Chu Yun, and the seemingly harmless little cat perched upon his shoulder. In the following moment, their divine figure transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. This kill had even yielded a treasure chest. Chu Yun stood amidst the crater, his heart brimming with joy as he beheld the peculiar treasure chest before him. It turned out that slaying entities of level 10 or above could yield treasure chests. He could hardly contain his eagerness to grow stronger. Subsequently, encountering only formidable foes would also mean encountering treasure chests. Embracing the chest, Chu Yun, accompanied by the lightning that clutched a green energy crystal, vanished into the night. They materialized in a secluded, uninhabited little house. Time to open the chest. He excitedly lifted the lid. Chapter 40. Electromagnetic Cannon Coin, Desiring Monster. Upon opening the treasure chest, he discovered 2 white cards, 1 green card, and a colorful light orb. Before Chu Yun could ascertain what it was, the light orb floated directly into his body. Ding! Initiating talent awakening. Detected that the 5-star core coin of Bean Soldiers has the highest compatibility with you. Commencing fusion. Chu Yun sensed that the coin representing Bean Soldiers within him suddenly transformed into countless specks of light, integrating into his limbs and bones. You have successfully awakened. Talent. Bean Soldiers LV1. Yellow Bean. Soldier types yet to be unlocked. Green Bean. Soldier types yet to be unlocked. Red Bean. Soldier types yet to be unlocked. Blue Bean. Soldier types yet to be unlocked. White Bean. Soldier types yet to be unlocked. Black Bean. Soldier types yet to be unlocked. You have one opportunity to select an initial soldier type. Please choose one from the following soldier types as your initial Yellow Bean Soldier. 1. Sword and Shield Soldier. Clad in bronze armor, wielding a shield in the left hand and a sword in the right, balanced in offense and defense. With a total attribute of 2 points. Daily production, 100 beans. 2. Spearman. Armed with a spear, striking first, high attack but low defense. With a total attribute of 25 points. Daily production, 80 beans. 3. Rebar Stick Soldier. Grasping a rebar stick, wielding it with ferocity, adept at armor breaking. With a total attribute of 3 points. Daily production, 50 beans. Excellent. Keeping up with the times, using rebar as a weapon. Incredible. After the initial shock, Chu Yun fell into contemplation. The role of the sword and shield soldier has been thoroughly observed. They are versatile, capable of both offense and defense, achieving a balanced development. The spearmen excel in mid to long-range combat, often striking first against foes wielding blades. However, their limitations are evident. Once engaged in close quarters, they lose their agility, and their defense becomes a vulnerability. The staff-wielding soldiers, utilizing rebar, can unleash powerful blows that can easily withstand assaults from other weapons. Their only drawback is their low production rate, amounting to merely half that of the sword and shield soldiers. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Yun. Rebar is not a scarce resource. He could amass a considerable stockpile and hoard it. Among the daily production of 100 sword and shield soldiers, he could allocate 50 weapons to be replaced with rebar. What a splendid choice. The disparity in combat effectiveness between them is minimal, thus favoring the option with greater quantity. Initial soldier type confirmed. Sword and shield soldier. Current daily production, 100 beans. Once the skill transformed into a talent, Chu Yun no longer needed to connect with the core coin within his body and then use it as a medium. Instead, it became as effortless as an extension of his own will. With a simple gesture, he could conjure a bean at will. To his astonishment, the beans produced by the talent no longer dissipated after 24 hours like those generated by the coins. As long as the internal bean soldiers remained intact, the beans would persist indefinitely. He tossed a bean to the ground, transforming it into an even more agile sword and shield soldier. Upon its creation, it knelt before its master. Voice steady and powerful, my lord. Sword and shield soldier. Attributes. Strength 2, agility 2, stamina 2. There was no longer a limitation of existing for only 30 minutes after transformation. With a flick of his finger, the soldier reverted to a bean, resting in his palm. The convenience was delightful. He could summon and dismiss at will. He was eager to unlock the next soldier type. He glanced at the unlocking conditions. Complete any 2 of the following conditions to unlock the next soldier type. Condition 1. Accumulate 1,000 beans. Condition 2. Accumulate 1,000 kills of enemies of the same level by bean soldiers, around level 2. Condition 3. Absorb a 5-star core coin bean transformation, accumulating 1,000 beans. If one remains alive, it could be achieved in 10 days. However, to also fulfill Condition 2 would require significant effort. As for Condition 3, that depended on fate. There was also joyous news. Chu Yun closed his eyes and introspected. The position previously occupied by the bean transformation coin was now vacant. He promptly retrieved the vitality flower coin from his storage ring and fused it into his being. Finally, he no longer had to endure the cumbersome switching. Returning to his thoughts, he looked at the 3 cards in the treasure chest. He picked up the first white card. Random attribute card. Upon use, randomly increases 1 attribute. He used it immediately. His mind felt a refreshing clarity as his mental attribute rose by 1, reaching 5. Chu Yun turned to the next card. Electromagnetic cannon, one-time coin. Fires from the fingertips at 3 times the speed of sound, causing a large-scale electromagnetic explosion. An electromagnetic cannon. The white card transformed into a silver coin. As he held it, the method of use automatically surfaced in his mind. Oh no, his DNA was stirring. The electric light dancing at his fingertips was the unwavering belief of his life. With a rhythm, he hummed as he gazed at the last green card. Core skill slot expansion 1. Additional slot to skill cap. Each individual can expand up to 3. What luck! The expansion he cherished had arrived. He used it immediately, gaining another coin slot within him. Now, he possessed the talent of Bean Soldier, a dedicated weapon Barrett, and 5 free skill slots. A bright future lay before him. Chu Yun looked at lightning. In this task, it had first consumed over 100 zombie blood crystals, followed by the energy crystals of 3 great serpents. Now, it had absorbed the azure energy essence of 6 serpents, enhancing its strength. Servant, lightning strength, level 1, stage 2, 1, 792,000, mana, 120. 120, restores 10 points per hour, talent, 9-fold thunder punishment, charging 0-1, skills, thunder flash LV6, thunder strike LV6, thunder shield LV6, thunder shadow LV5. Thunder wing LV1. It had also comprehended a new ability. Thunder wing LV1 consumes 5 points of mana to condense wings of thunder on the back, allowing flight for 5 minutes. He could fly. How exhilarating. Let's go out and have some fun. Chu Yun pushed open the door and stepped outside, only to see several empowered individuals gathering in groups, wandering the outside world. Scattered zombies were roused and charged toward them. Some gasped in alarm, while others rejoiced. It's about time. I've been cooped up for a month. Not far off, a muscular man with a buzz cut faced an approaching clumsy zombie, laughing heartily. With fists raised, he shouted, "Aura, aura, aura, aura," smashing the zombie to bits. Surrounding spectators gasped in awe, realizing he was a peak first-turn powerhouse. How terrifying. With a smug grin, the buzz-cut man remarked, "I've merely worked a tad harder than others." Reflecting on the month he spent training fervently, the evil 9-headed serpent had finally met its demise. At last, a chance to showcase his prowess had arrived. A promising material indeed. As he rounded a corner, a masked man approached, fingers pinching a blood-red coin. He tossed it toward the buzz-cut man. Suddenly, the man's expression went blank, and a coin slot appeared on his forehead. A sound of coin insertion echoed, and countless blood-soaked bandages materialized, wrapping him into a mummified form. In the next moment, the bandages shattered, and what stood there was no longer the buzz-cut man, but a menacing demon over 2.5 meters tall, with twisted horns and dark red, armored skin. What a grotesque creature. The crowd that had gathered to praise him screamed and fled in terror. The demon howled to the heavens, extending its sharp claws, disregarding everyone, and charged straight toward Chu Yun. Chapter 41, A New Apocalypse Task. Time is of the essence. Bang. The bullet tore through the air. In an instant, it was before the masked man's face. The anticipated headshot did not occur. The bullet, capable of piercing steel, seemed to collide with an invisible rubber wall just a finger's breadth from the mask, spinning rapidly but unable to advance. The man slowly extended his index finger and tapped the bullet, which transformed into a stone and fell to the ground. Bang! In the next moment, a second bullet followed swiftly, exploding in front of the mask, dispersing into countless shards of ice. At the same second, thunder roared from the opposite direction, and an exquisitely angled sniper bullet aimed directly at his vital points. Ah! A soft exclamation escaped from behind the mask. Boom! Thunder roared as smoke and icy mist intertwined, engulfing the figure of the man. The relentless barrage continued. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning flashed from all directions, striking in unison with its master before swiftly changing position. The flat-headed man, transformed into a monstrous fiend, had yet to pursue, instead hastily redirecting his chase elsewhere. Observers from afar witnessed this scene, perceiving the terrifying demon as if it were a dog being toyed with. Incredible. That youth is as formidable as a thunder leopard. There are afterimages everywhere. The gunfire is as dense as that of a Gatling gun. Though the thunder is not as potent as the heavens, it is still exceedingly frightening. The attacks show no signs of abating. Could it be that this individual remains unscathed? Amidst the crowd's speculation, a sudden, commanding voice pierced through the chaos. Enough! An invisible shockwave erupted, instantly clearing the smoke and ice shards. So, the thunderstorm was conjured by you. Truly fascinating. A mere newcomer has devised the swiftest method for advancement, contracting local creatures and nurturing them to accrue points for self-replenishment. The masked man offered unabashed praise. At this moment, his upper garment had dissipated, revealing robust, blood-colored patterned skin, along with a blue rose tattoo on his left wrist. Upon seeing the tattoo, Chu Yun raised his sleeve, revealing a tattoo of a rose oriented oppositely. It became evident why this man sought confrontation. At that moment, the Crimson Fiend finally seized an opportunity. Roaring as it lunged towards Chu Yun, its claws descending fiercely. Boom! The lightning raised a palm more massive than its own body, slapping the creature into the ground. Violent thunder surged forth. To Chu Yun's astonishment, The fiend emerged unscathed from the onslaught of lightning. Futile. The masked man mocked, laughing derisively. The local beast you cultivated under this apocalyptic world's rules cannot inflict effective harm on a creature from another apocalypse system. A lesson learned. Chu Yun communicated with the lightning. The thunder leopard understood, retracting its massive claws, revealing the fiend's snarling head. Chu Yun raised his barret, aiming directly at the fiend's skull. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots obliterated its head. The headless corpse reverted to its original human form, ejecting a blood-red coin. Chu Yun grasped this peculiar coin, gazing at the masked man. So, do you have business with me? The man beneath the mask scoffed. You've slain a mere minion I casually created, and now you act as though you've achieved something grand? Or do you believe that with this first-tier lightning leopard, you can reign supreme? His condescending tone made Chu Yun's palm itch with anticipation. Whether I am invincible or not, you are about to receive a beating. Haha, arrogant. The man appeared to have heard the most amusing joke. I was merely playing with you. If you can strike me now, I'll kneel and call you father. Just wait, my good son. Chu Yun produced a wind spirit blessing scroll. I shall now deliver a resounding slap to your face. Activation. Agility, 65. The masked man's derisive words were barely on his lips when buzz. A colossal golden clock materialized in the sky, emanating a vast aura that enveloped the globe. Floating dust. Splintered stones, the masked man's flamboyant movements, the astonished gazes of survivors in the distance, even the lightning beneath him, were all pressed on pause. Chu Yun, as swift as the wind, crossed 100 meters in the blink of an eye, arriving before the still figure of the masked man. He reached out and removed the mask. The eyes were not on the face, but rather on the cheekbones. No wonder he wore a mask. His appearance was indeed abstract. A swift slap followed, and he returned to his original position. Time resumed. 3 seconds elapsed. The masked man's voice returned. Slap. A sudden, searing pain shot through his cheek. The immense force caused his head to tilt, leaving him dazed. He clutched his face, staring incredulously at Chu Yun, especially at the mask that should have adorned his own face, now being toyed with by the other. When did this happen? Once a level 7 powerhouse, he now found himself stripped of the arrogance that came from looking down upon a mere level 3 ant. How did he accomplish this? Shock, rage, and a hint of indescribable fear surged within him. My good son, does your face hurt? Chu Yun, perched upon the thunder leopard's back, spoke in a nonchalant tone. More lethal than any mockery. Very well. The man retrieved a green card, crushing it. I hope that when you enter my apocalyptic world, you can still act so brazenly without the protection of this thunder leopard. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Chu Yun's interface. Task assigned. You have a cross-dimensional multi-person delivery mission. Teleportation initiating. His vision began to blur. After a brief sensation of weightlessness and dizziness, Chu Yun found his feet firmly planted on solid ground. He immediately surveyed his surroundings. He stood beside 4 others on a street, enveloped by a transparent light barrier. Outside the barrier thronged a bustling crowd, filled with incomprehensible signs and various commercial establishments. Hey kid, a deep, serious voice called out. Chu Yun turned to see a scarred, burly man with a buzz cut staring intently at him, his gaze sharp, particularly focused on what he carried on his back. Why are you carrying a 3-star delivery bag? The scarred man furrowed his brow, his tone filled with skepticism. This is a 7-star difficulty task world. Is there a system error? Why would a level 3 newcomer be matched with us? The other 3 were equally drawn to his words, their gazes converging on Chu Yun. Wow, impressive. A young man with tousled hair whistled. I've been running deliveries for half a month, and this is the first time I've seen a level 3 daring enough to challenge a 7-star task. Brother, do you have some hidden mission? A short-haired girl questioned. A level 3 can only see 5-star orders at most. How did you end up matched with us? I know what is happening. The final member, a tall woman with long hair, crossed her arms, her expression playful. You must have offended a major guild. Then, while delivering in your own world, they sought you out, typically leading to immediate suppression. However, there is another possibility. The woman turned to Chu Yun. You have a local beast nurtured in that world, correct? There is no need to conceal it. Chu Yun nodded affirmatively. Just as I suspected, the woman replied. They couldn't defeat you in your world, so they sent you to another high-difficulty world to complete a task. A small infant thrust into the arena of adults is doomed. That item isn't cheap. Who did you offend, and what guild is behind this that they would go to such lengths? Chu Yun rolled up his sleeve, revealing the blue rose tattoo. I just took out a foul-mouthed fly. Upon seeing the tattoo, the expressions of the 4 shifted. The scarred man spoke in a low voice. Their guild's influence spans several apocalyptic worlds, proclaiming that no one should interfere with their dungeon forces, self-righteous fools, yet they possess considerable strength. Kid, you're in serious trouble. The woman with long hair stated, our mission has a 3-day deadline. We need to retrieve an item from a Tier 1 mid-level Shiyu beast and deliver it to the client. She looked at Chu Yun, her tone serious. Are you still burdened with your own world's delivery task? How much time is left? Chu Yun glanced at the panel. The delivery time for Duosin Temple was dwindling, leaving only 5 hours. Chapter 42, City of Desire, Shiyu Beast, time is of the essence in unison. The four of them exclaimed, then you are doomed. Chu Yun furrowed his brow, examining the new task information. Current delivery world, World of Desire, pickup location, Tier 1 mid-level Mantis, Shiyu Beast coin, delivery person delivery time. 2 days, 23 hours. 59 minutes, total earnings for this order. 100 level points, 5,000 apocalypse points, 20 physical attribute points rewards distributed according to personal contribution upon completion. The task rewards were terrifyingly substantial. His own 5-star task only offered 5 level points. Yet, greater rewards invariably entailed greater risks. From the information, Chu Yun realized that the logistics in this world differed from his zombie world. In the zombie world, he sourced goods independently from the convenience store in the apocalypse. Here, there was only a single piece of information. Chu Yun inquired, the pickup location doesn't even have navigation prompts. How are we supposed to find this mantis? Tom was not on his side. The target was within the city's confines. The short-haired girl interjected, when it appears within a 3-kilometer radius of you. The system will notify you. At that moment, a light shield shattered, and the bustling sounds of the outside world flooded in. Let's go, the young man with messy hair said indifferently. He was disinclined to waste time with someone he deemed a dead man, merely telling the other 3. Let's meet in 2 days and see whose Shiyu Beast is superior. With that, he blended into the flow of the crowd. Chu Yun pondered the terms cultivate and Shiyu Beast. The notion of comparing whose was stronger implied that the others, even the delivery personnel in this world, utilized this as a means to an end. He clutched the blood-red coin in his pocket. The one who had sent him here had also transformed people into monsters through similar means. I should prepare as well, muttered the scarred, crew-cut man, choosing another direction to depart. The long-haired woman flashed Chu Yun a knowing smile, tinged with mockery. Enjoy your last 5 hours to the fullest. With that, she swayed away into the crowd. The remaining short-haired girl also intended to leave. Wait, Chu Yun pulled out the blood-red coin. Do you know what this is for? The girl turned back, surprised. What? You have one too? Come, let's go to that cafe over there. I'll explain. Inside the cafe, the soothing music created a refuge from the outside clamor. My name is Su Lon, but you can call me Lon Lon. The short-haired girl introduced herself, cradling a warm coffee cup. I am sure San. Chu Yun placed the blood-red coin on the table and continued. I obtained this after slaying a member of the Blue Rose who had transformed into a monster. Ah, I see, Sulan nodded, producing a water-blue coin to sit alongside the blood-red one. The 2 coins were similar in size, but bore entirely different patterns and energy fluctuations. The water-blue coin appeared gentler, as if water flowed within, while the blood-red coin emanated an unnamed rage merely by being observed. This is called a Shiyu coin, Sulan began to explain. It is a valuable asset for us in this world when completing tasks. The operation is quite simple. Find a human with dreams, aspirations, and intense desires, and merge it with the coin to birth or transform them into a Shiyu Beast. The Shiyu Beast initially takes on a mummy-like form, possessing only normal level 1 strength. As their corresponding desires are continually fulfilled, their strength rapidly grows, eventually evolving into a complete form. Chu Yun inquired, how powerful is the complete form? Sulan pointed to the small text at the bottom of the water blue coin. This one is level 11, which can ultimately grow into Tier 1 level 1, essentially the initial stage. Chu Yun immediately looked at the base of the blood-red coin. It bore the inscription 17. Lightning, at present, only possessed a strength of level 12. He had managed to defeat it solely because the Shiyu Beast was newly birthed and still weak. 17. The girl exclaimed, her tone envious. Our task target is only level 16. If your coin can cultivate a strong Shiyu Beast, you might even solo the task, claiming 95 of the total earnings. Chu Yun's eyes lit up. Can I use it? Lan Lan shook her head. Every unclaimed Shiyu coin is bound to its original activator. The consciousness of this one belongs to another. No other delivery personnel can utilize it. Even if they could, the Shiyu Beast birth would not heed your commands. Very well, Chu Yun sighed, disappointment washing over him. It seemed this item wouldn't prove useful. But that may not be the case. Sulan shifted her tone. Although we delivery personnel cannot use it, the controllers in this world can. Controllers? Chu Yun echoed. Yes, they are the type of individuals who engage our client. They request our assistance in acquiring Shiyu coins because they possess a special driver device. They can insert the coin and, through their will and physical prowess, indirectly harness the power of the Shiyu beast within the coin. A sense of familiarity washed over Chu Yun, just like the core coin slots within us. Indeed, the principle is similar. This world is essentially an invasion by our Apocalypse Company, which created the Shiyu beasts to wreak havoc and allowed some people to awaken their coin drivers to combat the Shiyu beasts. However, humanity remains at a disadvantage and continually requires our delivery personnel's aid. Chu Yun had always known that the Apocalypse Company was no benevolent entity. Thus, you could approach them and trade this coin. Sulan offered her suggestion. They possess numerous items that we delivery personnel can put to good use. Having said this, she stood up, preparing to leave. I still need to find a suitable host for my Shiyu coin. Farewell. Wait, Chu Yun called out again, retrieving a small flower from his storage ring. Thank you for sharing all this information. This is a token of appreciation. Life flower. Sulan exclaimed in surprise, accepting it. While I have my own healing methods, none are as effective as this. I will graciously accept it. She carefully tucked the flower away. Before departing, she added, if you wish to try your luck finding a controller, you can wander to the city's most bustling and populous areas. Those locales attract desires, making them hotspots for Shiyu beasts and often where controllers are most active. Chu Yun watched her vanish around the corner. In this unfamiliar world, he felt as though he were navigating in darkness. Sulan's willingness to share such insights was truly commendable. After all, no one wished for him to survive until the end. The distribution of total earnings naturally favored fewer participants. The masked man has indeed created quite a predicament for himself. He swiftly downed the now lukewarm coffee in his cup before rising to leave. Upon stepping into the outside world, he was met with the harsh glare of the midday sun. However, the current time according to the Kiki-D was still an hour shy of midnight. Following Su Lanlin's suggestion, he made his way towards the most crowded area. Just as he crossed an intersection, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of a hamburger shop, their voices a cacophony of excitement, punctuated by gasps and shouts. It's a Shiyu beast. Quickly notify the master driver. It doesn't seem strong. It must have just been born. Let us take a picture first. Family, come look. Live broadcast. A fresh Shiyu beast has appeared right at the Guangchuan Road hamburger shop. The mention of the Shiyu beast stirred something within Chu Yun, prompting him to squeeze into the throng. Through the transparent glass, he caught sight of the chaos in the hamburger shop's kitchen. A frail creature, wrapped in strips of cloth and resembling a mummy, was frantically grabbing hamburgers, fries, and meat chunks, desperately stuffing them into its faceless visage. With each mouthful, its emaciated body swelled, the intensity of its aura increasing. Chapter 43. Gluttony, Explosive Heat. Gale armor standing amidst the crowd. Chu Yun calmly observed the mummy-like Shiyu beast within the hamburger shop. It followed the desire of gluttony, and after devouring the ready-made food on the shelves, it remained unsatisfied. With a resounding crash, it smashed open a freezer, seizing a handful of frozen meat to continue its feast. In mere moments, its once skeletal form had transformed into one brimming with muscle. Make way! Make way! The master driver is coming. Someone shouted, and the crowd parted to form a path. A young man, clad in a blue and white uniform and appearing to be in his early 20s, rushed forward. His expression was resolute, his gaze sharp, and on his right wrist, he wore an intricately designed metal bracelet, featuring a distinct coin-shaped recess at its center. It was the newly appointed driver, Yi Feng. Someone recognized him and exclaimed that after his parents were harmed by a Shiyu beast in his childhood, he had dedicated himself to rigorous training. Even before he became a driver, he had already slain a Shiyu beast. Indeed, since becoming a driver last month, he had already dispatched 9 Shiyu beasts. As Chu Yun listened to the discussions around him, his gaze remained fixed on the young man. The local power of this world had finally made its appearance. Under Chu Yun's keen observation, the young man retrieved a blue coin from a lanyard around his neck and embedded it into the recess of his wrist device. He then raised his voice, calling out, "Gale, grant me the power to sever all." After a stylish transformation gesture, he pressed a button on the device. With a hum, a whirlwind of blue energy surged forth from the device, creating a powerful shockwave that pushed back the onlookers, who gasped in awe. Before their astonished eyes, Yi Feng was enveloped in a suit of teal armor, its lines sleek and smooth, the shoulder pieces shaped like wings, and the helmet adorned with blade-like decorations. It was the Gale armor. Yi Feng is so cool. I want my girlfriend to be with you. Supporters of the Gale armor, show your love and send gifts. Ignoring the crowd's raucous cheers, the transformed Yi Feng charged into the hamburger shop, engaging the mummy in battle. The sounds of fierce combat echoed. As the fight spilled from the kitchen to the front counter, with computers, cash registers, and trays flying in all directions. The battle then rolled into the dining area, where tables and chairs became weapons, creating chaos as debris scattered everywhere. Stop fighting already. Outside, the hamburger shop owner slumped on the ground, shouting, Yifeng, just use your skills to take it down. This way you won't kill the Chu Yun beast. No, I took out a loan of 1 million to buy this hamburger shop. Amidst the spectators, Chu Yun, with 10 years of combat experience, narrowed his eyes, meticulously analyzing every detail of the fight. The power, speed, and defense exhibited by the mummy Chu Yun beast appeared to correspond to a comprehensive attribute level of approximately 3 points in his evaluation system. In contrast, the foundational performance of the armor undoubtedly surpassed 5. Nevertheless, the battle was intensely stalemated. Every strike from the armor consistently landed on non-vital areas of the mummy. Although the attacks seemed impressive, they failed to inflict effective damage. The armor's evasions, while appearing perilous, were executed with steady footing, devoid of any signs of panic. More tellingly, whenever the mummy was knocked down and attempted to consume scattered food for recovery, the armor would subtly slow its attacks, only to hastily interrupt once the creature was nearing completion. Chu Yun understood this tactic well. It was a strategy of nurturing the enemy. He often employed similar tactics, feeding numerous blood crystals to a particular zombie, waiting for it to evolve into a stronger state before striking it down for greater rewards. Everyone, watch closely. The Gale armor's maneuvering is exceptionally skillful. It narrowly avoided a fatal blow. A man live-streaming shouted hoarsely, if we hit 1,000 gifts, I'll risk moving 10 meters closer. After a while, a turning point finally emerged in the battle. With a graceful slide, the armor evaded the Chu Yun beast's lunge and countered with a spinning kick that landed solidly on its rear. The Chu Yun beast stumbled, and now was the moment. Yifeng called out sharply, no longer holding back. He stepped back, swiftly gliding his right hand across the left wrist device. The blue coin at its center suddenly glowed. Blade of the Wind. Terminate. A torrent of wind elemental energy gathered in his hand and was flung forward, forming a wind blade half the height of a person that streaked towards the mummy. Just as this fierce wind blade was about to cleave the enemy in two, a figure, like a specter, darted from the edge of the crowd and appeared beside the mummy, extending a hand to conjure a stone wall that intercepted the wind blade. What? Yifeng's pupils dilated, astonishment etched on his face beneath the armor. To withstand his ultimate move with bare hands was no ordinary feat. The sudden interloper was a man wearing a mask who disregarded the armor's vigilance and proceeded to stuff an energy-infused, peculiar meat chunk into the mummy's mouth. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces, 4 pieces. What are you doing? Yifeng attempted to intervene, but was too late. With a roar, the mummy's body expanded violently as if inflated, its wrappings bursting apart to reveal a yellowish-brown form beneath. It was a monstrous creature with horns on its head, covered in rocky armor and bulging muscles. What have you done? Yifeng exclaimed, both shocked and furious, and immediately unleashed a more ferocious wind blade. However, when it struck the rocky beast, it only left a faint white mark. Such formidable defense. The rocky bull monster slammed the ground, causing numerous stones to rise and violently crash down upon the armor. Yifeng immediately channeled his energy into speed, transforming into a gust of wind as he fled the store. The hamburger shop, already on the verge of collapse, was utterly demolished amidst the billowing dust. The Yin Yo Guai emerged from the wreckage. Monster! Run! Help! The terrified crowd screamed in panic and scattered in all directions. Chu Yun expended 4 points of mana to become invisible, retreating to a safe distance to observe the unfolding chaos. He recalled the figure and attire of the masked man, realizing he was the disheveled youth among the 4 within the luminous shield. Was this their method of cultivating the Yusho? The ensuing battle became a one-sided rout. As the Liefeng armor exerted all its might, yet could not penetrate the defenses of the Yin Yo Guai, suffering continuous defeats. Chu Yun squinted, clutching the crimson coin in his hand. What would happen if the opponent inserted the crimson coin into the driver? Meanwhile, the live broadcast was abuzz. Family, did you see that? The Liefeng armor is being suppressed. The newly emerged monster is too powerful. Who is that masked man? This is undoubtedly explosive news. The viewer count surged into the hundreds of thousands. Though the live broadcaster was terrified, the opportunity for fame was too enticing to ignore, prompting him to inch closer for a clearer shot. Brothers, double tap 666. Let us break 100,000 followers, he exclaimed, daring to confront the monster head-on. The commotion successfully drew the attention of the masked man, whose fervent desire for attention and fame surged forth. In an instant, he appeared before the broadcaster. Ah, what do you want? The broadcaster fell back in shock, but firmly held his phone aloft, aiming it at the masked man. You enjoy being the center of attention, don't you? The masked man said, holding a soul-colored coin. Then I shall make you the true focus. As his words faded, he directed the coin towards the broadcaster's head. Ah! The man screamed in agony as countless bandages erupted from within, ensnaring him entirely. Before his consciousness faded, his instinct compelled him to turn the camera towards himself. Family, look at me. I'm transforming. Gift me. The screen erupted with comments. A tsunami of curiosity and astonishment mixed with gift effects, propelling the live stream's popularity to new heights. Seeing the numbers skyrocket, the masked man smirked in satisfaction before being completely engulfed by the bandages. They wrapped around him like a mummy, and the next moment, there was a thunderous explosion. A monster emerged, glimmering with a diamond sheen, its head crowned with a spinning, sharp drill, and its limbs adorned with jagged spikes. Born with power far exceeding that of the former Yin Yo Guai, it burrowed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. In an instant, it erupted from beneath Yi Feng's feet, delivering a devastating blow that shattered the Liefeng armor. Wah! Mommy! Mommy, where are you? A small girl, separated from her family, cried out nearby. The Yin Yo Guai, drawn by the sight of her lollipop, approached, its gluttonous desire compelling it forward. The closer it drew, the louder the girl's cries became. Damn it! Yi Feng watched helplessly, wishing to protect the innocent, yet he had no armor to shield him. To intervene meant certain death. He could only watch as the monster extended its hand towards the girl, powerless to act. Stop! A high school boy, who had initially attempted to flee with the crowd, shouted in anger upon witnessing the scene. Acting on instinct, he dashed forward, propelling himself towards the girl. With all his might, he pushed her away, but the sharp rock-like fingertips of the Yin Yo Guai sliced deeply into his arm, exposing bone. The boy fell to the ground, unable to rise. As the Yin Yo Guai crushed his calf beneath its weight, the excruciating pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness. Yet he saw the terrified girl and shouted, "Run!" The girl, jolted awake, fled in tears. The Yin Yo Guai roared and prepared to pursue her, but the boy, fueled by a surge of adrenaline, clung desperately to its leg. In a fit of rage, the Yin Yo Guai swung its fist towards the boy's head. At that critical moment, a radiant light erupted from the boy's chest, deflecting the fatal blow. Simultaneously, countless specks of light coalesced around his wrist, forming a meticulously crafted metal driver with a circular recess at its center. Yi Feng's pupils dilated in recognition. This scene was all too familiar. In this world, whenever someone harbored a potent desire to protect coupled with latent potential, there existed the possibility of awakening as a driver in a moment of peril, gaining a core coin connected to the source of the world's power. At this moment, a streak of black light rushed across the horizon like a shooting star. It's coming. Yi Feng fixed his gaze on the black light, speculating on what abilities it would bestow. Just as the black coin was about to slot into the boy's driver, a crimson coin surged ahead and entered first, causing the black coin to halt just shy of its destination, vanishing into thin air. With a violent tremor, the driver quaked as crimson energy enveloped the boy. Within the red glow, dark red armor materialized upon his form. The shoulder plates bore spikes. The chest piece was adorned with a roaring devil relief, and his hands morphed into sharp metallic claws. Most striking was the horned helmet, grotesque and devilish in appearance. When the red light dissipated, a figure resembling a blood-soaked demon emerged, standing resolutely. The nearest Yin Yo Guai, sensing a threat, roared and swung its massive rocky fist. With a resounding crash, the blood demon armor effortlessly grasped the weighty fist, retaliating with a punch that pierced the Yin Yo Guai's abdomen, shattering its rocky exterior to reveal a plump man within. A soul-colored coin fell, vanishing midair. What? The masked man, observing from a distance, was dumbfounded. His level 10 Yin Yo Guai had been instantaneously obliterated. No, most crucially, why had his Yin Yo coin disappeared? And why had the black coin transformed into crimson armor? Too many questions flooded his mind. There was no time to ponder. The blood demon armor charged towards another one of his cultivated diamond Yusho. In mere moments, even the level 13 diamond began to falter. We must retreat. The development time has been too brief. He immediately summoned a barrage of stones to rain down upon the blood armor. Taking advantage of the distraction, he fled with the diamond. Seeing the enemy retreat, Yi Feng exhaled in relief and called out to the boy in the blood armor. What is the name of your armor? In response, the blood demon armor brandished its sharp blades as it charged forward. What the heck? Has it gone berserk? Yi Feng summoned the Liefeng armor and transformed into the wind, fleeing the scene. The scene appeared to be occupied solely by the blood-colored armored figure. However, this was not the case. He turned his head, gazing into the air, and charged forth. Chu Yun was taken aback, not expecting the adversary to detect his concealed presence in the shadowy state. He swiftly retreated while retrieving a handful of bean soldiers from his storage ring, scattering them with a wave of his hand. With a series of sounds, 27 sword and shield soldiers, 12 archers, and 6 cavalrymen emerged. Although the individual strength of these bean soldiers was vastly inferior to that of the blood-armored figure, their overwhelming numbers and harmonious cooperation proved advantageous. The sword and shield soldiers formed a protective formation, their heavy shields layered upon one another, encircling the blood-armored figure. The archers positioned themselves behind, relentlessly firing arrows that, while unable to penetrate the armor, effectively disrupted the opponent's movements. The cavalry, utilizing their speed, maneuvered around the periphery in search of an opportunity to strike. With a swift motion, 2 sword and shield soldiers were torn apart by razor-sharp claws, reduced to mere remnants. Yet, 2 new soldiers immediately filled the void. As the battle progressed, the sword and shield soldiers and archers gradually fell, leaving only 2 cavalrymen standing. Ultimately, the blood-armored figure was exhausted, and the armor shattered, revealing a fainted youth clad in a school uniform. The cavalry dismounted, catching him before he collapsed, and then remounted to flee into the distance. In a park, Chu Yun examined the 3 coins in his hand, black, yellow, and red. The yellow one belonged to the short-haired masked youth, while the red one was linked to the foolish pin that brought him here. As he grasped the black coin, a distinct sensation arose, one that the other 2 lacked. Following this feeling, Chu Yun immersed his consciousness within. The black coin vanished from his palm, merging into his body. Success. Binding complete. You have unlocked the Desire Beast system. With the current Desire Beast coin, slot at 1. Desire Beast coin. Shadow Ninja level 19 optimal matching desire. Guardian. This desire can grow to level 1619. Compatible desires. Dependence, survival, recognition. Conquest. This desire can grow to level 1115. Strain desires. Material desire, power, freedom, creation, stimulation, indulgence. Can grow to level 510. Chu Yun opened his eyes, and the black coin reappeared. So it was like this. As long as he found a suitable individual and infused them with the coin, he could cultivate a desire beast that would obey his commands. What a fascinating system. Just then, the youth on the nearby bench groaned and slowly regained consciousness. Chapter 45. Usable allies. Against the mantis devourer, the school uniform-clad youth attempted to sit up, but the weakness and pain in his head rendered him powerless. Wait, Chu Yun calmly said. Your body is severely overexerted. Take a moment. Only then did the youth notice another person at the opposite end of the bench. With long hair tied in a high ponytail, delicate features, and fair skin, she exuded an aura of beauty mingled with a hint of boldness, dressed in sleek black attire. Had it not been for the initial words, he might have mistaken her for a strikingly confident, flat-chested beauty. The youth surveyed the surroundings. This was the Eastern City Park. Recalling fragments of his last memories, monsters, a little girl, and the blood-colored energy that enveloped his consciousness, he felt a shiver at the recollection of that frenzied emotion. Chu Yun conjured a vitality flower and handed it to him. The youth blankly accepted it, hesitating briefly before gently placing it into his mouth. Instantly, the flower dissipated from his hand, while warm energy surged within him. The dizziness faded, and his exhausted body began to recover rapidly. Moments later, the youth sat up, rejuvenated. Thank you. My name is Li Xingchen. And you? Si-san, replied Chu Yun succinctly. You have transformed. Do you remember? Transformed? Li Xingchen glanced at his wrist, staring at the universally recognized metallic driver. I have become a driver? Indeed, he had a vague memory of this transformation. But everything from the moment of transformation onward was a blank. This red coin is the one that enabled your transformation, while this yellow one is the one you obtained from defeating the rock bull monster, Chu Yun explained, producing the 2 coins and shaking them. However, with your current strength, you cannot fully harness the power of the red coin. Forcing its use will only lead to chaos, what we call a rampage. Just as he was about to continue, a notification sounded. Alert! The mantis devourer has appeared 29 kilometers to the west. We cannot let this opportunity slip. Chu Yun flicked his fingers, and 2 red beans transformed into 2 cavalrymen mounted on war horses. The devourer has appeared. Follow me. He leaped onto one of the cavalry mounts. Noticing the dazed expression of the other, he ordered the 2nd cavalryman to dismount and assist Li Xingchen onto the horse before hastening westward. Upon arrival at the scene, they discovered an armored figure engaged in combat with the mantis devourer. This devourer stood approximately 2 meters tall, its arms morphing into massive scythes, darting through the streets at remarkable speed. Wherever it passed, streetlights, pedestrians, railings, and vehicles were severed. Behind it, a driver clad in aquamarine armor was desperately in pursuit. Submit. The water-themed armored figure shouted, attempting to entrap the mantis beast's limbs with a whip of water, seeking to restrict its movement. Yet, the mantis beast's speed was overwhelming. As it swung its scythes, the water whip was effortlessly severed, sending sprays of water flying. It's the water armor, Moronghai. Li Xingchen recognized the driver. But he seemed to be at a disadvantage. Chu Yun's gaze drifted past the battlefield to a nearby low rooftop, where a long-haired woman stood beside an eagle-like devourer. She noticed him and raised a hand in greeting. Suddenly, the chest plate of the water armor erupted in sparks, sending its wearer crashing to the ground. The armor flickered, nearly disintegrating. The mantis beast, emboldened by its advantage, leaped into the air, its dual scythes merging into a swirling green vortex, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Not good, the school uniform youth exclaimed, instinctively ready to charge forward. Use this. Chu Yun swiftly tossed the earthy yellow coin to the youth. Upon catching it, Li Xingchen felt its warmth. In this dire moment, he acted without hesitation. Following the techniques he had seen on television, he forcefully pressed the coin into the driver-S slot. With a click, the driver-S sides illuminated with earthy yellow light. Without further delay, he pressed the side button firmly. Buzz. The earthy rock energy enveloped him, rapidly solidifying into a robust and powerful rock armor. The shoulder plates were broad, the chest piece resembling a mountain wall, exuding a steady aura of the earth. The visor glowed with amber light. The newly transformed youth dismounted and stomped the ground with force. An imposing rock wall, half a meter thick, rose instantaneously, shielding the water armor from immediate danger. Clang! The mantis beast's sides crashed against the rock wall, sparks flying. After a brief standoff, with a formidable strength of level 16, it shattered the wall with sheer force. However, that momentary gap was sufficient for Li Xingchen to rush forward, hoist the water armor, and carry it to a safe area. Are you a newly minted driver? Moronghai observed his determination to confront the foe alone and hastily intervened. This is unwise. It is exceedingly powerful. As a novice, you stand no chance against it. The water system armor, strained from injuries, managed to rise, asserting, I will hold it off here. You must hurry to the defense team and request support from a second-tier driver. No, senior, you are injured. You must rest first. Li Xingchen's voice resonated through the armor, a dull tone laced with resolve. I will take the brunt of the assault. He charged towards the mantis devourer beast, relying on his formidable defensive capabilities. Although he could not gain the upper hand, he would not suffer terribly either. Is this the ally you sought? A long-haired woman controlled an eagle-type beast, landing beside the warhorse. Unable to bind your own beast coin, you cannot cultivate a beast, so you resort to a fervent young driver as a companion. Truly, you are resourceful. There is no other choice. Chu Yun's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield, his tone indifferent. Time is not on my side. Despite Li Xingchen's commendable bravery, his practical combat experience was nearly non-existent. The rock armor's defense was indeed impressive, yet the speed and strength of the mantis devourer far surpassed his own. After several exchanges, the armor was marred with gashes, while the mantis remained unscathed. It seems your little companion cannot endure much longer, the long-haired woman taunted. By the look of his aura, the coin he used for transformation cannot exceed level 15. Keep in mind that after level 15, each level represents a significant leap. That mantis is level 16, after all. Why the rush? Chu Yun's expression remained unchanged, though his fingers tightened around the blood-red coin in his pocket. Every fledgling must endure growth. Of course, they also require companions. Chu Yun retrieved a handful of beans from his storage ring and scattered them towards the center of the battlefield. Over 50 sword and shield soldiers emerged, along with a dozen infantry and cavalry. What use are a bunch of rabble? The woman scoffed. Chu Yun ignored her derision, summoning a Barrett rifle and launching ice bullets. The mantis instinctively severed the bullets with its scythe-like arms. With a resounding explosion, ice enveloped its entire form, though it did not freeze. Fortunately, its speed was slightly hindered. Seizing the moment, the bean soldiers swiftly reformed their ranks. The sword and shield soldiers discarded their long swords, presenting their massive shields at the forefront, forming a tight circular formation to restrict the mantis beast's movement. With a flurry of arrows, the infantry rained down fire from the rear, not seeking to inflict damage but merely to disrupt. Meanwhile, the cavalry executed guerrilla tactics, continuously maneuvering. This strategy bore some fruit. The mantis beast hesitated, swinging its scythe-like arms to deflect arrows while cleaving through mounted soldiers. Li Xingchen, stop dawdling. If you have any powerful moves, unleash them. The rock armor lamented the loss of so many soldiers, burdened by the weight of their sacrifice. He pressed the button for his ultimate move. His entire being levitated into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. The mantis beast's legs suddenly sank into the earth, drawn towards the rock armor by an unseen force. Li Xingqian's golden horns on the headpiece of his armor shone brilliantly as immense power converged. Just as he was about to collide with the mantis devourer, a massive axe suddenly hurtled from the heavens, crashing down onto the unguarded back of the rock armor. Chapter 46. Trouble directly unleashed the electromagnetic cannon with a resounding impact. The rock armor's back was struck with tremendous force, interrupting his ultimate move and sending him hurtling forward like a kite severed from its string. Ahead lay the recovering mantis beast. With a swift slash of its scythe, sparks flew as the rock armor was propelled backward at an even greater speed, crashing into the wall of an abandoned shop. Amidst the debris of shattered stones and bricks, the armor disassembled, revealing Li Xingqian, spitting blood. Hey, you greenhorn think you can claim all the spoils without my permission? Accompanied by a mocking tone, the scarred, crew-cut man leaped down from another rooftop, donning a gray-brown battle armor formed from beast material, approaching with a leisurely gait. The long-haired woman was not surprised by his appearance. She had known of his presence through the shared vision of the eagle beast. Damn it! Just as it was about to conclude, this happened. Chu Yun's fury surged within him, directing a torrent of curses toward the man. The scarred face froze in a semblance of amusement, his gaze turning icy as he locked onto Chu Yun, filled with murderous intent. You dare insult me? You, a mere level 3 insect. Presume to speak to a level 7 like me? With a swift motion, he grasped the air, and the massive axe flew into his hand. Do you think I cannot deal with you simply because you were the title of ally? He advanced, each step causing the ground to tremble. Then come and try, Chu Yun retorted, a sardonic smile crossing his lips. Today his time stop had reset. He feared no one. Directly, time stop. In an instant, a colossal golden clock materialized in the sky, bringing the world to a standstill. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Yun tore open a wind spirit scroll, a gentle breeze swirling around him as he dashed forward towards the grimacing man. With the barret aimed at his head, he fired repeatedly, emptying the magazine. Having completed his task, Chu Yun did not linger to witness the outcome, swiftly reappearing before Li Xingqian, who still sought to forcibly transform and fight. Your desire aligns perfectly. The immobile youth in school uniform had a coin slot appear on his forehead. Chu Yun directly inserted the beast coin, Black Shadow Ninja. As shadows coalesced, black bandages enveloped him, transforming him into a black-clad ninja soldier with crimson eyes. Beast, Black Shadow Ninja, current level, 15, growth cap, 19, attributes, strength 33, agility 35, constitution 32, talent, undying, a dark creation that can resurrect upon death if shadows are nearby. Skills, shadow escape, shuriken, shadow clone, ninja weapon arsenal. Total time, 3 seconds. Time resumed. The scarred man let out a chilling scream as his head exploded. Yet, the rule of fatal injury immunity among allies allowed him to cling to life. What just happened? His mind blank, he was engulfed in endless terror and excruciating pain. Meanwhile, the long-haired woman looked on in horror and disbelief. The abilities demonstrated at that moment instilled fear even in them, seasoned level 7 warriors. Frantically, the man produced a multitude of healing potions, attempting to pour them down his throat. Swish, swish, swish. Several spiraling shurikens pierced his palms and joints, causing the potions to cascade to the ground. When did this happen? How did he cultivate such a formidable dark beast? And where did he, a novice, procure an unbound beast coin? So many questions. Are you truly intent on exterminating me? The scarred man, on the brink of death and lying in a pool of blood, could not conceal his fear. I never expected a mere level 3 novice. The audacity to threaten one's own life. How utterly absurd. In response to him, Chu Yun coldly uttered a single, emotionless phrase, "Go die." No, please, don't. As he witnessed the mantis and the ninja continuously drawing the battlefield towards him, the man finally succumbed to fear. I apologize. I'm sorry. Don't do this. Chu Yun gazed at him, his eyes deep and unfathomable. With a slight parting of his lips, he muttered, "Fool." With a swift motion, the mantis unleashed a scythe-like energy attack. The ninja sidestepped, redirecting the attack towards the man behind him. The desperate scarred face quickly sought help from the eagle woman with a pleading glance, only to receive the cold shoulder as she turned away. No. The sharp strike cleaved his head in two. The armor beneath him lost its host, transforming into a silver coin. The ninja caught it and tossed it to his master, then resumed the battle against the mantis beast. The sounds of combat echoed continuously. Despite being at a disadvantage, he was swiftly cleaved in two. Yet, He could instantly resurrect from the shadow of a nearby tree and continue fighting. Chu Yun caught the coin, and the system automatically provided its attributes. Desire Beast Coin. Xingtian Battle Armor Level 17 Best Match for Desire. Combat Description: a headless, power-type Desire Beast that can transform into battle armor, enhancing the wearer's combat strength with considerable defense, and can summon a giant axe. The downside is that the armor lacks a head, necessitating self-protection. Stored in the storage ring. Chu Yun keenly sensed a gaze upon him and glanced in that direction, locking eyes with the long-haired woman who could not retract her gaze in time. Is there something you need? Chu Yun asked in an even tone. No, nothing. The long-haired woman replied, her heart racing as she quickly averted her eyes, suppressing the tumult within. This is all wrong. Everything is wrong. The fact that the other party could provoke Lan Mei and was brought to this world indicated that they were no ordinary level 3 newcomer. They could not be treated with conventional logic. However, the temptation of total profit was too great. They certainly could not allow the other party to monopolize it. After a moment of hesitation, she declared, I will help you. She immediately commanded her level 13 Eagle Desire Beast to join the fray. Although its damage was minimal and its impact limited, it would at least allow them to share some of the spoils. After all, their opponent was a level 16 Mantis monster, adept in speed, making it difficult to take down easily. This led to an incredibly prolonged battle. In such a lively fight, how could I possibly miss out? A voice laced with playful amusement broke through, as a youth with tousled hair and a mask, accompanied by a level 15 Diamond Desire Beast, approached from around the corner. He was promptly scolded by the long-haired woman. You fool, look at the trouble you've brought. The youth's lips curled into a nonchalant smile beneath his mask. Ah, so I've been followed. A police car pursued from behind him. The doors swung open, and two figures, one clad in white and the other in red, swiftly charged out, their armor merging. A group of greed seekers. The White Dragon Armor and the Blaze Armor will apprehend you. Their target was none other than Chu Yun, the masked man, and the long-haired woman, all of whom were deemed illegal Desire Beast creators. How troublesome, Chu Yun mused as he activated his invisibility, slipping into a state of stealth, preparing to retreat to safety. The visor of the White Dragon Armor glimmered faintly as it locked onto him, charging forward. Couldn't you wait until I finished off the Mantis Desire Beast first? Chu Yun felt a pounding in his temples. He was truly vexed. Not far away, the shadowy ninja, engaged in combat with the Mantis, conjured multiple shadow clones, leaving the clones to continue battling the Mantis. His true self stood before the approaching White Dragon Armor, ready to engage. The sound of impact echoed as ice blue bullets were fired, expanding into frost just before hitting the White Dragon. The White Dragon Armor momentarily stiffened, and the ninja's long blade swung towards its head, sparks flying. Wait a moment, seniors. Let us first deal with the Mantis Desire Beast. Murong-hai, whose injuries were not too severe, transformed into the water armor, blocking the Mantis that sought to flee amidst the chaos. The Mantis is not our priority. The Blaze Armor declared to the Diamond Desire Beast, voice sharp. These greed seekers, capable of transforming people into Desire Beasts, are our main targets. Water Armor. I command you to capture that woman over there. Murong-hai hesitated. The Mantis had previously slain numerous civilians before him. Allowing it to escape this time would surely lead to more innocent lives lost in the future, just as he was caught in his indecision. The Mantis Desire Beast gathered power in its legs and leapt into the 100-meter-high sky, seemingly about to escape. With a snap of his fingers, Chu Yun halted time. He produced a coin crackling with lightning. In the end, I must take action myself. Chu Yun pinched the coin between his thumb, preparing to flick it. An invisible electromagnetic field began to converge around him, creating a faint vortex. Super electromagnetic cannon, launch. With a resounding boom, time resumed, and the ferocious super electromagnetic cannon tore through the skies. It struck the Mantis Desire Beast with pinpoint accuracy in midair. There was no scream, only the blinding flash of energy annihilation. A green coin fell from the sky, landing in Chu Yun's hand. The entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. Everyone was awestruck by this sudden, cataclysmic strike. The White Dragon and Blaze Armors momentarily forgot their assault, staring incredulously at the sky. The long-haired woman and the masked man received a system notification. Delivery completed, their pupils dilating in shock as they gazed at Chu Yun, fear flooding their eyes. Goodbye. The shadowy ninja soldier appeared beside Chu Yun, pulling him into the shadows. Delivery completed. The location of the deliverer is now unlocked. Chu Yun raced through the shadows alongside the shadow soldiers. In mere minutes, he traversed over 20 kilometers, arriving at the riverbank where the customer awaited. Upon arrival, another battle was unfolding. Hand over the core coin. A towering, tiger-shaped mech pursued a figure clad in red armor. Huang Hao, you must be dreaming. The red-armored figure wielded a driver in each hand, but only the left one was embedded with a red coin. Realizing he could not escape, he extracted a yellow coin and inserted it into the vacant driver on the right. A golden aura enveloped his lower body, transforming his legs into yellow, leopard-patterned armor, catapulting his speed. Damn it! Hand over the cheetah coin. The tiger mech swung its claws, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp tiger claw blades. But the red-armored figure dodged with remarkable speed. The prowess displayed by both was far beyond the first-tier realm. Is this the power of the second tier? Chu Yun pondered, tailing this customer, who wielded armor capable of utilizing 2 coins. They had been engaged in combat all along. An hour later, what? A second-tier desire beast is attacking in the east square? The tiger mech received the notification and, with no choice, had to depart. He patiently waited a moment longer, confirming the threat was neutralized before reverting from his transformation. He revealed a somewhat weary young face, leaning against a tree to rest. Chu Yun emerged from the shadows. Oh, your delivery this time is remarkably swift, he remarked. The young man, aware of the other's intentions through the information on his mobile device, expressed gratitude. Thank you for choosing Moshi Nato-sung. Wishing you a pleasant day. Farewell. Chu Yun nodded and directly tossed the azure Tonglong Imbi towards him. As the words fell, a notification chimed, indicating the completion of the delivery and the allocation of rewards. He received 95 points of experience, 4,500 Moshi points, 16 physical attribute points, and a mysterious blue card. His experience points reached the maximum for levels 4, 5, and 6 sequentially. Chu Yun then entered the shadows with the ninja, arriving at a deserted area in the suburbs. It's time to go. The coin must be taken. During this period, the ninja's strength had progressed from the newly born level 15 to level 18. Chu Yun gestured, and the Yusho Rinja coin flew from within the ninja, merging into his own body. Li Xingchen returned to his original form, crashing to the ground. I truly owe you this time. Consider it a reward. He produced the blood demon coin and tossed it into the other's body. The next time the youth faced a life-threatening crisis, the blood demon coin would automatically manifest to protect him. 16 attribute points, a bountiful harvest. Agility increased by 9, strength by 4. He decided to allocate 3 points to constitution. This surge significantly enhanced his physical form. Moisure Pisin. Chu Yun, ID 99999, Dongyi. 618,100 experience points, Fa Li Dri. 6,060, recovering 5 points per hour. Roshan. Lilang Timingjia 15-6, Jingsen. 5, Tenfu. Thado Qingbing LV1. Ju. Bali Turobei, He Xinyingbi. Yurso, Sungji Hua, Kongbao Druman, Ying Yusho Coin. Paying Rinja 19 level, Hainut. Jinjian Jingtong, Juji Lei, Chang Shir Jingtong, Changbing Shi, Irlin Jichu, Huiwa Jichu, Moshir Jifan. 471-2175. After a brief glance, Chu Yun's attention settled on the mysterious blue card. Please select one of the following items. 1. 000 driver, capable of embedding 3 Yusho coins simultaneously, unleashing power. 2. Yin-Yang Rebirth Core Coin, when in a near-death state, allows for gender transformation and revival. 3. Century-long lifespan one-time coin. Usage results in an extension of 100 years of life. It appeared to be the lifespan coin. Chu Yun gasped, his face lighting up with joy. With less than a year left to live, he chose 3 without hesitation. A pure white, flawless coin radiating a potent life force materialized. He grasped it and utilized it instantly. An overwhelming surge of life energy flooded into his body, enveloping him in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. After a moment of bliss, the time crisis was temporarily alleviated, and a long-suppressed primordial force could finally awaken in peace. Kakadi. A colossal golden clock appeared behind him. Chu Yun channeled the century of time he had just obtained into the clock. The minute hand ticked through 1, 2, 3, 4, and completed a full rotation, returning to 12, 12, while the hour hand also reached I. In his hand, a classically styled, elegantly designed pistol materialized. This was not a product of the company's system, but rather a manifestation of his own Kakadi abilities, thus lacking any formal introduction. However, if there were a system panel, it would be described as follows. Shuidru Chang, Spirit Bullet, consumes 5 points of magic, capable of firing a spirit bullet with formidable penetration. I Bullet, consumes 110 years of time to condense. Targets struck experience time acceleration of 110 times for 30 seconds. 2 Bullet, consumes 110 years of time to condense. Targets struck experience time flow deceleration of 110 times for 30 seconds. 3 bullet. Requires 100 years of time to unlock. Currently, only 1 and 2 bullets are accessible. Chu Yun's focus shifted not to these aspects, but rather to the newly activated innate talent skill. Sure Jiqing has unlocked 1, unlocks 1 daily. It releases a 10-meter Sure Jiqing domain, within which living beings will have their time forcibly extracted. Extraction efficiency is influenced by the strengths of both parties. Current daily digestible time, 10 years. He finally possessed a means to replenish time. At this moment, Chu Yun could confidently declare that as long as life existed in the world, his lifespan would remain uninterrupted, akin to a subpar version of immortality. Ting Liu Shijian Yi Zhi. Kai Shi Gui Gui. Sang Shui Shujit. Chapter 48. Time Acceleration. Devouring the unique stench of decay from the zombie world assaulted Chu Yun's nostrils as he opened his eyes. He had anticipated a warm embrace from lightning, felt its rough tongue brush against his cheek, and envisioned the astonished expression of his less-than-favored son, followed by utilizing his newfound means to eliminate that little brat. However, at the moment his gaze focused, nothing of the sort materialized. Instead, he beheld a desolate cityscape, surrounded by hundreds of zombies ravenously gnawing at an extraordinarily thick beast's leg. The patterns on the fur and the contours of the muscles caused Chu Yun's heart to sink, as if gripped by an invisible hand. That was a leopard's leg. Lightning? There could be no mistake. The lightning patterns and spots unmistakably belonged to his Yusho lightning. Roar! The horde of zombies sensed another source of food and, with a deafening shriek, lunged towards him. Following their feast, each of them possessed the strength of elite zombies. Kakadi. Chu Yun's expression remained impassive, his voice devoid of any tremor. A peculiar resonance echoed, causing the space behind him to ripple. A colossal golden clock, twice his height and steeped in mystery, suddenly manifested. Bullet. Time was siphoned from within him, flowing into the clock's Roman numeral scale, representing 1. It briefly glowed, releasing a dark energy tinged with crimson that floated into the flintlock pistol in his hand, representing the hour hand. He slowly raised the gun, the cold metal pressing against his temple. Bang! The sound of the shot was not loud. The special time bullet entered his body, and in that instant, everything around him slowed as if the speed had been reduced to 0. 25 times. The zombies' roars elongated, and their lunging movements became laughably slow. Yet, Chu Yun did not laugh. He merely withdrew the massive Quangbao Jilian. Consuming 3 points of magic, the dark red patterns on the blade seemed to come alive. Emitting a bloodthirsty hum, Chu Yun stepped into the horde of corpses. The scythe swung up, then down. There were no extravagant techniques, only the purest and most efficient slaughter. You have slain a level 5 zombie, earning 10 points in the apocalypse. You have defeated a level 6 zombie, gaining 15 points. You have vanquished a level 7 zombie, acquiring 20 points. From Chu Yun's perspective, the extensive passage of 9 seconds felt interminable, yet in reality, it was merely the blink of an eye, 3 seconds. The berserk buff surged back, enhancing all physical attributes by 5. The strength surged through his limbs and bones, causing the world around him to slow down in his view, while his movements became increasingly fierce. With swift precision, Chu Yun navigated through the horde of corpses, his steps steady and his gaze icy. The enormous scythe in his hand appeared weightless, each swing cleaving through flesh and bone. The formidable speed and strength of the elite zombies seemed like a mere jest under the constraints of time. As 30 seconds of real time elapsed, Chu Yun returned from the state of temporal acceleration. He traversed the mountain of corpses littered with severed limbs and clutched the severed leg of the lightning leopard. He whispered the name of Lan Mei, his voice hoarse, declaring his intent for their annihilation. The frigid tone of the system echoed in his mind, informing him of the 30-minute deadline for the delivery to Duosen Temple, urging haste. Riding a Chiofeng series motorcycle, he sped along the battered national highway. The navigation displayed a remaining distance of 23 kilometers to his destination. Chu Yun held the handlebars with one hand while the other absent-mindedly stroked the beast tamer coin hanging around his neck, its faint luminescence glimmering. Alongside the weakened state displayed on the servant panel, signifying that the lightning leopard was still alive. The Lan Mei Guild had already been placed on his kill list. After completing this task, Chu Yun's eyes glinted with a cold light as he suddenly furrowed his brow, his thoughts interrupted by the road ahead. Multiple wrecked vehicles were piled up, completely obstructing the road. His enhanced observational skills allowed him to discern a row of spikes embedded in the concrete up ahead. With a sudden screech, he tightened the brakes. The tires skidded to a halt just a meter away from the spikes. Almost simultaneously, an arrow was shot from the rear. Without even glancing, Chu Yun raised his hand and caught the wooden arrow that was about to pierce his ear. With a swift flick, he sent it hurtling back with greater speed. The arrow pierced the forehead of a man concealed beside a tree, who let out a wretched scream as he fell. "Come out, everyone!" The rustling of movement surrounded him. From behind the abandoned vehicles, beside the crumbling low wall, and within the thicket, a dozen figures emerged. They were clad in ragged clothing, wielding an assortment of melee weapons, their faces alight with greed. They fanned out in a semicircle, expertly encircling Chu Yun and cutting off all avenues of escape. Among this menacing crowd, a slender woman with purple hair and a staff stepped forward slowly. "Little brother." She feigned a seductive tone. "You may leave, but leave everything in your delivery bag behind." It was evident that this group was no stranger to robbing delivery personnel. Chu Yun glanced at the 3 stars on his backpack. It seemed that everyone regarded him as an easy target. "Just in time, my time is running out. You shall all serve as my sustenance." Enough with the theatrics. The purple-haired woman rolled her eyes. With a flash of her staff, she commanded, "Take him down, boys." The men, enveloped in a faint glow, surged forward, their strength and speed enhanced. They screeched like monkeys as they charged at Chu Yun with blades and axes raised. Chu Yun merely lifted his gaze slightly. The clock-like golden pupils of his left eye ignited. The domain of City of Time unfurled. The shadows beneath his feet expanded until they enveloped an area of 10 meters. Those who stepped into this realm felt their vitality swiftly siphoned away. "Cannot move? What is happening? Why do I feel myself aging?" They cried in despair. "He is stealing our lives. He is a demon. A monster. Everyone run." They attempted to flee, but their legs felt as if they were laden with lead, rendering them immobile. A group of young men quickly transformed into a cadre of elderly men on the verge of death. The shouts of terror gradually diminished into feeble whimpers. The purple-haired woman's expression shifted drastically. Attempting to escape, she saw Chu Yun raise a firearm, the barrel aimed directly at her. "No," she screamed, summoning all her energy to conjure a protective barrier around herself. Yet before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a gunshot rang out. The flintlock pistol fired a white energy bullet that effortlessly pierced through her shield and embedded itself in her forehead. The shock and terror frozen on her face. She dropped her staff to the ground. With a thud, her body collapsed, the light in her eyes extinguished. "You have slain a level 6 ability user, earning 15 points in the apocalypse." Continuing his journey, he parked at the foot of Duosin Temple. The remaining 5 kilometers of the mountain path would have to be traversed on foot. Halfway through, he spotted traces of lightning strikes scattered throughout the forest. The sight of the lightning reminded Chu Yun of the lightning leopard. Clenching his fist, just as he was about to redirect his gaze and proceed, he suddenly noticed an enormous 3-toed footprint on the ground. The size. Could it be? Chapter 49. The Inner World, the Celestial Cavern and Blessed Land? A notification chimed. "There are 5 minutes remaining for the delivery to Duosin Temple. Please expedite." The lightning leopard had not been forcibly taken by the man, but the near-death state on the servant panel was glaringly evident. Chu Yun tore open the Wind Spirit Scroll to accelerate his ascent to the summit. With 2 minutes remaining, he arrived at the entrance of Duosin Temple. The temple doors stood wide open, revealing an empty interior. Following the system's navigation, Chu Yun entered an inner courtyard, where he found a monk engaged in cleaning. The monk noticed him and spoke. "Benefactor, you have arrived." Without wasting words, Chu Yun emptied the contents of his delivery bag onto the ground. Upon seeing the multitude of weapons and the weighty food, he could not help but inquire, "Are you the only one here? How could you order so much?" The monk shook his head. "It is not only this humble monk here." After a pause, he continued, "A wounded lightning leopard invaded the temple half an hour ago, disturbing the tranquility of our monastery. 107 of my fellow monks have ventured forth to subdue the beast. This creature's energy crystal is a precious resource in this apocalypse, aiding our temple in procuring supplies to weather the storm. In due time, we may require your assistance again." Chu Yun paused momentarily, suppressing the murderous intent within, and smiled. "No trouble at all. May I ask which direction your fellow monks pursued the lightning leopard? Perhaps I can lend a hand." The monk instinctively glanced to the right, but then shook his head in refusal. "All the monks here possess sufficient skills to handle it. There is no need for you to concern yourself." "Very well." Chu Yun nodded. "Your delivery has been completed. Thank you for choosing Apocalypse Delivery Anywhere. Wishing you a pleasant life. Farewell." Delivery complete. Would you like to return immediately? Not yet. The moment Chu Yun stepped out of the temple, he sprinted towards the direction the monk had briefly glanced at. The further he ventured, the more pronounced the traces of the tempest became, his mind racing with thoughts. Reconstructing the scene after my departure, I envisioned the circumstances that unfolded. Once I was transported away, the masked figure surely unleashed his wrath upon the lightning. The creature, having only been born a mere week ago, and barely 2 days in my company, possessed neither the cunning nor the guile of a human. Fortunately, it had a remarkable instinct for survival. After sacrificing a leg, it promptly fled, albeit without a clear destination, merely following the navigational guidance shared by its master towards the customer. Unbeknownst to it, this injured first-tier thunder beast was a treasure trove for humans. Following the trail, it ventured 3 or 4 miles ahead. From afar, sounds of shouting and the crackle of familiar thunder echoed. However, the thunder was faint, and a glance at the Servant-S panel revealed that the creature's magical energy had been depleted. It could be said that this entire journey was fruitless. Any abilities it could muster had likely been expended at the cost of its life. Chu Yun ascended a high slope, witnessing the lightning besieged by hundreds of monks. "Foul beast, why do you not submit to justice?" boomed a red-robed elder. "Your ability to generate crystals can aid our temple in overcoming the trials of the apocalypse. Such is your merit." Ha ha ha. Another elder laughed. "It is intimidated by our might, daring only to defend itself. Lightning, why do you merely defend silently? Are you afraid that slaying them will hinder my delivery? Truly a foolish creature." Chu Yun focused, conjuring an acceleration projectile that quintupled his temporal flow. With a barret in hand, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. "Who goes there?" The elder's voice was sluggish as a snail. Before he could discern the intruder, a bullet struck him squarely in the head. "You have slain a level 7 ability user. Apocalypse points 20. The gunfire continued, the magazine emptied. Chu Yun dismissed the barret, summoning the gun of time. Rapid shots erupted, each bullet traveling from launch to impact in less than a second. The magical energy was insufficient. As the great scythe manifested, he continued to strike. "Retreat," cried one elder, but it was too late. He too was felled by a bullet. Chu Yun advanced to the center of the battlefield. Under the tearful gaze of the lightning, he cast 9 life flowers from his ring into its mouth. A surge of vitality flooded into the creature. After 30 seconds of accelerated time, the lightning's wounds healed, and the severed leg regrew. Only a few monks, feigning death, remained on the ground. With an acute sense of smell, the lightning discerned who still drew breath. All were slain. With its master's guidance, the lightning no longer hesitated, unleashing a torrent of lightning that reduced the remaining foes to cinders. The scene was cleared of magical crystals. From the lightning, Chu Yun gleaned information that aligned with his previous conjectures. After his disappearance, the masked figure donned an insulating bodysuit, significantly mitigating the damage from the thunder. He had been repeatedly outmaneuvered by the opponent, ultimately forced to flee after losing a leg. Thus, it became evident that enhancing his abilities in other areas was imperative. In the future, against enemies immune to lightning, alternative tactics would be essential. The lightning was unscathed, which was the best outcome. As for the blue rose, it was destined to meet its demise. Now, it was time to eradicate all threats, yet the customer's status made direct action a violation of protocol. Chu Yun instructed the lightning to lure nearby ferocious beasts into the temple. Perched upon the outstretched wings of the lightning, he surveyed the situation until he was satisfied with the outcome. Return completed. Rewards distributed. Level points 5, 41 points night bonus. Apocalypse points 1060, 5010, 1000. Silver treasure chest physical attribute point 1. Additional night bonus. Seated on the sofa in a lodging room in Dawn City. Chu Yun, adhering to his usual practice, allocated his attribute points to agility, raising it to 16. He then opened the silver treasure chest. You have opened the silver treasure chest. Acquiring Coinstar upgrade card. Can elevate coins of 4 stars or below by 1 star, excluding 4-star coins. Skill mastery book. Enhances a specific basic skill to mastery level. 5-star core coin. Choose one of 5. Naturally, he would apply it to the 3-star berserker scythe. Summoning the great scythe, he pressed the card against its blade. A dark crimson glow erupted, elongating and distorting its form. Berserker scythe. Effect. Consumes 4 mana points, inflicting 521 attacks on the same enemy within the next 5 seconds, after which the wielder enters a berserk state, augmenting all physical attributes by 47 points for 30 seconds. A 10-point increase in all attributes. Instinctively, he glanced at his current attributes: strength 10, agility 16, stamina 6, goodness. If this weapon were 5-star, the effects would be utterly explosive. Chu Yun remained unfazed by the attack count or time constraints, as these were not demands for him. With his will, he could achieve tenfold more. If only this scythe coin could be transformed into an infinitely upgradable weapon, it would be the perfect match for him. Next, Chu Yun turned his attention to the skill mastery book. The only usable skills were basic giant scythe handling and fundamentals of painting. Since he was not pursuing painting, he immediately applied it to the long-handled weapon. The book transformed into a stream of light, flowing into his mind, filling it with intricate techniques, power application, and combat insights concerning the giant scythe. His mastery of it surged to a new level. Finally, the piece de resistance, 5-star core coin, choose one of 5. As the options illuminated on the screen, one caught his eye, prompting an exclamation of astonishment. A miniature world within his body. Chapter 50. Converting points into combat power. Purchasing multiple coins. 1. 5-star bloodthirsty moonblade. Consumes the blood of slain enemies to heal itself. 2. 5-star eagle eye. Significantly enhances vision, perception, and grants 360-degree sight. 3. 5-star light shield. Conjures a light shield around oneself, offering excellent defense. 4. 5-star manor. Contains a 1-acre estate within the coin. Suitable for living creatures. 5. 5-star shadow clone. Creates a shadow clone with half the user's strength, allowing for position swapping during its existence, as expected of 5-star items. Each one boasted remarkable effects. Faced with the necessity to choose only one, Chu Yun's gaze fixated on the 4th option. Within a core coin, there existed land more expansive than a basketball court. It could even accommodate living beings. This surpassed the mere storage ring. He had long found the ring too small, and now he finally had a second option. Without hesitation, he made his choice. With a focused thought, he completed the selection. The other 4 tempting options faded away. A silver coin materialized in his hand, merging into his body. Closing his eyes, he could perceive the spatial realm of the estate within the coin. Lightning. Let us explore our new home. With a thought, the lightning and Chu Yun vanished from the room. In the next instant, they found themselves in a pristine new world. Beneath his feet lay a resilient emerald lawn. Chu Yun raised his gaze, observing that the boundary was veiled by a faint barrier, delineating an area of approximately 1 acre. What delighted him most was the exquisite 2-story villa at the heart of the lawn. Lightning seemed even more exhilarated, first curiously sniffing the grass beneath his paws, then cautiously pressing down with his claws. Upon confirming the tangible sensation, he joyfully frolicked across the lawn, rolling about. The confinement he felt in the small room of Limingcheng was stifling. This expansive patch of grass where he could run freely was akin to paradise. A smile graced Chu Yun's face as he stepped toward the villa, pushing open the slightly ajar solid wooden door. The interior scene prompted him to nod in approval once more. The first floor featured an open living area and kitchen dining space, furnished with all essentials, embodying a minimalist yet practical style. In the kitchen, a small, empty water tank awaited filling, inscribed with capacity, 1,000 L, which he would need to replenish from the outside world in due time. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, he discovered a spacious master bedroom with an ensuite bathroom, 2 secondary rooms, a study, a storage room, and an additional bathroom and shower room. Chu Yun stood by the window on the second floor, surveying this little world that belonged to him, feeling an overwhelming sense of perfection. It was tranquil, safe, and comfortable. The ability to carry it with him was nothing short of a dream estate. Unexpectedly, before acquiring a home in the real world, he had already obtained a cozy abode 100-fold more comfortable. After a moment of reflection, he retrieved some items from his storage ring that he wouldn't need for the time being and placed them in the storage room. After a brief freshening up, Chu Yun lay down on the soft bed, surrendering to rest. He slept profoundly and sweetly. After an unknown duration, a series of loud knocks roused him. It was not from the villa. By channeling his awareness through the estate coin left in the external world, he saw the door to the guest room being knocked upon. Almost forgetting this detail, he instantly became alert. With a thought, his body transitioned from the villa to the confined room. He opened the door to find the front desk girl from downstairs. One hand was occupied with a game, while the other pointed to the payment code hanging from her chest. She spoke, "Your room is due. If you wish to extend, please pay." "Extend," Chu Yun replied, handing over 20 points to secure another day's stay. He realized a previously overlooked issue. Upon entering the estate, the coin that contained the space would materialize and hover in the real world. Although this allowed him to perceive sounds and sights from the outside, it undeniably posed certain risks. Next time, he would need to leave 2 bean soldiers to guard it. As for now, it was time to convert the points on him into actual combat power. Chu Yun tidied up and made his way to the commercial district of Limingcheng. Stepping into the bustling area, he was immediately enveloped by the lively atmosphere. Shops lined both sides of the street. After glancing at a few mobile stalls, he entered a rather crowded establishment named Longsha. "Welcome to Longsha Trading," a staff member greeted him with a professional smile. "What can I assist you with, sir?" "We offer a variety of core coins, as well as specialized weapons, potions, and more. Our products are guaranteed to be of premium quality at more reasonable prices than the company. Chu Yun inquired, "Do you have a 5-star coin for summoning bean soldiers?" His talent had already produced 200 sword shield bean soldiers. Unlocking the next type of soldier in advance would be ideal. "I'm afraid not, sir," the staff member replied, shaking his head. "We do not sell summoning coins, but we do offer various bean soldiers. Yellow beans can last for 24 hours and summon a sword shield soldier for 30 minutes of combat, priced at only 15 points. Green beans, I understand," Chu Yun interrupted. "Please show me the reconnaissance and defensive coins." Inside the shop, various items were neatly categorized within reinforced glass cabinets, accompanied by detailed description tags. Guided by the staff member, Chu Yun arrived at the reconnaissance section. "For reconnaissance, I recommend this 3-star Ting Fengzhi coin," the staff member pointed out. "It has low mana consumption, significantly enhances hearing, filters out noise, and locks onto specific sound sources, making it extremely useful in complex environments." Chu Yun examined the tag, noting the price of 389 points. He opened the system mall and found the identical item priced at 399. As expected, it was marginally cheaper than the company's price. After further browsing, he compared different options. Eventually, he selected a coin. Dongcha 4-star passive effect, enhances dynamic vision. Active effect, consumes 4 mana to see through energy flows, such as invisibility, and assess the strength of enemies. The stronger the opponent, the less information is revealed. Lasting for 15 minutes. Price, 1357, which was 42 points cheaper than the company. "I'll take this." After completing the payment, his remaining points totaled 399, 125. He absorbed the coin into his body. Chu Yun then shifted his attention to the defensive items. Zhu Pi 3-star permanent effect, transforms the skin into thick, resilient pigskin, impervious to heat and pain. Price, 428. Yin Jia 4-star effect, consumes 4 mana to generate rock armor on the body, restricting movement during the effect, but capable of withstanding close-range explosions from grenades. Price, 1550. Ultimately, he purchased UP 4-star passive effect, skin as white as jade, capable of resisting ordinary blades. Active effect, consumes 4 mana to generate a faint defensive membrane on the surface of the body, capable of withstanding large-caliber bullets. This one was pricier, with a price of 2,389, only 10 points less than the company's offering. However, the staff member mentioned that should he find better defensive options in the future, this coin could be redeemed at a 5 discount from the market price. After completing his purchases, his core coins included Yushou, Shengji Hua, Kuang Baoji Lian, Yinling, Zhuang Yuan, Dongcha, UP, and 1 remaining coin slot. Yet, as Chu Yun surveyed the agility coins, he felt a sense of something lacking. The only noteworthy item was the 5-star coin Xuan Roulette, which could briefly elevate agility to 30. However, its steep price of 7,980 points deterred him. "Never mind, I'll save this slot for potential future finds." Resolving not to dwell on it further, he departed the shop, warmly sent off by the staff. After wandering the stalls again, he found no sellers offering the Fengjing Lean de Sifu scroll. Opening the system's chat interface, he contacted Fengxing. "Sure-san, are you busy? Do you still have today's Fengjing Lean de Sifu available?" The system prompted. "The other party is currently in delivery state." All right then. He purchased some other items, leaving him with 1,500 points. "I'll go buy a sniper rifle to upgrade my specialized weapon," Chu Yun contemplated, without opting for the Lao Chongguan. "I had just made a purchase yesterday and found myself drawn to it again today. It is only natural for anyone to deduce that my specialized weapon characteristic is devouring evolution, prompting me to explore several other shops. Recalling the price I had previously encountered, I decided to expend all my assets to acquire a white Samsung AWM sniper rifle, hoping that upon devouring it, I could gain this coveted trait. This would resolve the issue of having insufficient ammunition." Chapter 51, Endless Vitality. Crisis, Weapon, AWM Sniper Rifle, Grade, White, Characteristic. Endless Vitality. This weapon recovers 1 bullet per minute while in a non-combat state. Ammunition, 55, recovers 1 bullet every 45 minutes in combat, or instantly consumes 10 mana to recover 1 bullet. Shooting speed, 900 milliseconds, effective range, 3000 m. Chu Yun returned to his room and took out his specialized weapon, the Barrett. He immediately began the process of devouring the sniper rifle on the table. Moments later, his specialized weapon was upgraded once more. First specialized weapon, Barrett Sniper Rifle, Grade, White. Main characteristic, Devouring Evolution. Secondary characteristic, Ice Cold LV1. An additional cost of 2 mana allows the next bullet to transform into an ice bullet, which explodes upon hitting the enemy. causing freezing and slowing effects in a small area. Secondary characteristic: endless vitality, LV1. This weapon recovers 1 bullet every minute in a non-combat state. Ammunition: 1515, recovers 1 bullet every 30 minutes in combat. Or instantly consumes 5 mana to recover 1 bullet. Shooting speed: 1200 milliseconds. Effective range: 3500 m. Excellent. With this enhancement, Chu Yun no longer needed to frequently consume mana to forge bullets, allowing him to allocate his mana to more valuable endeavors. Next, he began to create the Vitality Flowers. Chu Yun commenced consuming mana to condense flowers that could last for 10 days. Once his mana was depleted, he promptly crushed an energy crystal from the zombie world. This process continued several times. Gazing at the neatly arranged 20 small flowers in the manor's warehouse, he smiled. He had witnessed the life force contained within these flowers many times before. As he was preparing to enter the manor's space to improve some basic infrastructure, he received a notification. Dispatch order. You have a cleaning order for the eastern region of Nanyang City. Do you accept? A cleaning task within his own region? Chu Yun reviewed the details of the order. Cleaning target: Deliveryman 33912, level 7. Upon investigation, this target has repeatedly engaged in illegal transactions with local forces and is involved in cross-dimensional smuggling of children, severely violating the Deliveryman Code of Conduct, and has been marked as Violator 1279. Cleaning location: Zombie Apocalypse Eastern Region of Nanyang City. Cleaning reward: 3 white resource coin cards, 2 green weapon resource cards, 1 blue special card. Risk assessment: high to think that the reward includes a blue card. The last blue card granted a century of lifespan, which was immensely significant for Chu Yun. Now there was another one, and he was genuinely curious about what it would yield. Do you accept? Fine. I am almost ready. I accept. It's a perfect opportunity to test my results. Commencing teleportation. Feng Zheng. What are you dawdling for? Stay alert. A gruff voice exploded in his ear. Chu Yun snapped back from the dizziness of teleportation, finding himself standing on a dilapidated street with a group of people. The air was thick with the distinct stench of refuse from the zombie world. He looked puzzled at the man who had reprimanded him. Feng Zheng. Who? At that moment, a panel appeared before him. Your current identity for this cleaning task: member of the Rogue Paradise 9th Squad, Feng Zheng. The cleaning target is within your faction and will depart in approximately 1 hour. Please complete the cleaning as soon as possible. Along with this, fragmented memories of Feng Zheng flooded into his mind. Chu Yun instinctively raised his arm to look at it. Instead of the dark skin from his memories, he found it fair as jade. It was still his own body. But judging by the reactions of those around him, they had already had their perceptions altered by the company, believing him to be Feng Zheng. Understanding the situation, Chu Yun dismissed the panel and, emulating the appearance from his memories, began to play his role. He followed the robust man and the other squad members as they patrolled along the designated route. Amidst the ruins of the desolate post-apocalyptic city, the only sounds were the wind and the disordered footsteps and heavy breaths of their squad. Damn it, the atmosphere feels off today, a tall, slender member whispered nervously, gripping his rifle tightly. We usually encounter at least 2 or 3 zombies on this route. Why is it so quiet today? Quit scaring yourself. The team leader scoffed, positioning the massive Gatling gun in front of him. Keep your eyes peeled. The Queen has an important transaction today. Don't let those blind fools interfere. Chu Yun observed the imposing Gatling gun in the leader's hands and then glanced at his own AK-47. He was astonished that even the most ordinary squad in Rogue Paradise was equipped with such formidable weaponry. In the fragmented memories of Feng Zheng, the 3rd squad had deployed tanks and cannons, while the Queen's Guard wielded weapons of divine caliber capable of severing entire buildings in one strike. If Rogue Paradise was like this, how formidable was the White Emperor's city, which surpassed it in strength? Reflecting on the battle with the Beast Queen the day before, he recalled she still had 2 or 3 trump cards yet to be revealed. While lost in thought, he followed the squad towards the final patrol square. Just as they were about to disperse and commence their actions, an unexpected change occurred. Crash! The dried-up fountain in the center of the square suddenly erupted. A dark figure shot skyward like a cannonball, sending dust and debris flying. Following it were 30 more smaller projectiles. Chu Yun, with his extraordinary vision, focused on the rapidly moving creature at the forefront. It stood approximately 2.5 meters tall, resembling a human but with twisted joints and behavior akin to a vicious wolf. Its mouth was lined with spiral-shaped fangs, and it possessed a long, peculiar tail that ended in a bone-like spearhead. Insight: devouring beast. Description: a mutated entity formed from the amalgamation of thousands of zombies and aberrant beasts, possessing an internal energy crystal weighing up to 100 G. Attributes: strength 33, Agility 39, Stamina 30, Combat Strength. Initial stage of the third transformation abilities. Devouring Reproduction, Sonic Wave Attack Defense. Fusion Usurpation, can merge with other organisms to usurp control, such high attributes. And these perverse abilities are serious. Chu Yun's gaze shifted to the smaller version trailing behind it. Devouring Beast Juvenile Avatar. Description: after consuming a substantial amount of human flesh and blood, it can reproduce avatars that are immortal, with the main body remaining hidden. Attributes: Strength 11, Agility 18, Stamina 10, Combat Strength. Peak of the first transformation abilities. Shadow Following, can closely follow the main body. Death Usurpation, can usurp control of other organisms upon death. Open fire. Before the smoke had cleared and the predatory beast had even landed. Upon hearing the explosive sound, the captain had already issued his orders. Simultaneously, he raised the Gatling gun and pressed the trigger, initiating its relentless rotation. The rapid fire echoed. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Chu Yun followed his comrades, wielding an AK as he unleashed fire into the obscured area engulfed in smoke. With his insight still active, he cast a glance towards the captain, and upon recognizing the situation, his pupils contracted sharply. Damn, it's a trap. Chapter 52, The Soul-Eating Beast. Where shall humanity go? The Soul-Eating Beast. Description: a product of mutation, possessing an energy crystal weighing up to 150 G. Attributes: Strength 37, Agility 45, Endurance 35. Power level: initial stage of the third transformation. Ability: the so-called captain has already been possessed by the soul-eating beast. Do not conserve ammunition. Fire with all your might. The captain, or rather the soul-eating beast, was wildly firing the Gatling gun while bellowing commands. The torrential barrage of bullets pierced through the juvenile, soul-eating beasts, their bodies dissolving into an ethereal blood mist that merged into the nearest team member. They hesitated for a moment, their initial fear of the enemy dissipating, and continued to fire blankly. In a brief span, half of the original 36 members had been taken over by the soul-eating beast. This was an intricate conspiracy. It turned out that in this apocalyptic world, there existed not just ordinary zombies, but also these aberrant beings capable of possessing humans, thereby inciting division among humanity. With a grave expression, Chu Yun maintained his stance of firing into the air, preparing to retreat behind his companions for a more strategic plan. However, just as he took a step back, the captain's hoarse and distorted voice echoed from the front. Fang Zheng, where do you think you're going? Although the muzzle of the Gatling gun was still aimed at the smoke-filled area ahead, the captain's head had unnaturally twisted to fixate on him. Those who flee in battle shall die. No sooner had he finished speaking than two recently possessed team members abruptly turned their guns towards Chu Yun, their dark muzzles aimed at him, and opened fire. Da-da-da-da. Alarm bells rang in Chu Yun's mind as he dodged while activating Jade Skin and Invisible Spirit. The searing bullets grazed his cheek as he deftly rolled on the ground and knelt. He stowed his AK-47 into the manor space, knowing that such ordinary firearms had limited effect against the monstrosities before him. He unleashed a bolt of lightning from the manor space, which appeared on the rooftop of a high-rise a kilometer away. Chu Yun retrieved his true weapon, a sleek black Barrett sniper rifle that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Its nearly 1-ton frame instilling a sense of reliability. With a cold glint in his eyes, he skillfully chambered a round, aimed, and fired. Bang! A bullet sliced through the air, accurately penetrating the head of a possessed teammate a kilometer away. To his astonishment, although the head was obliterated, the body continued to move, still firing. Could the weak point be the heart? He squeezed the trigger again, the second bullet piercing through the left chest. This time, the system did not prompt any notifications. The lifeless body collapsed, and a plume of blood mist escaped, searching for a host nearby before gradually dissipating. What the hell? Chu Yun was stunned. Was the enemy's death possession ability infinitely reusable? The larger ones spawned a brood after feasting, while the smaller ones possessed the fallen. The emergence of this monster threatened to completely sever humanity's path to survival. An unsettling thought struck him. Could such aberrant beings exist in his world as well? With his scope, Chu Yun surveyed the battlefield but refrained from firing again. Following his recent actions, the remaining members of the team also sensed something amiss and ceased their assault on the beasts. The only ones still attacking were the captain and the other possessed team members. Monster, get off my brother, a youthful man shouted, aiming his gun at a bearded man still firing. In response, he received a bullet from the latter. Bang! The youth fell to the ground. The captain's deep voice resonated across the battlefield. Stop the killing. The remaining numbers are just right. The count of humans remaining matched the number of juvenile soul-eating beasts ahead. They nodded, continuing to fire upon their stationary companions. One by one, they fell, and their essence was absorbed into the nearest fleeing humans. One individual, realizing escape was futile, began to curse. Damn it. I wondered why the 9th team has been expanding its ranks lately, even recruiting useless individuals like me. Others wept, lamenting. My brother returned last time as if he were a different person. He had already been harmed by you. Some pointed their guns at themselves. Even if I die, I want to let you use my body to wreak havoc. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a gleaming blade suddenly flashed, severing his hand that held the gun. The assailant was none other than the soul-eating beast's tail, which extended with agility. In the despairing gaze of the survivors, all the juvenile beasts were exterminated, and they themselves were all possessed. The mother soul-eating beast consumed the corpses on the scene, nodded at the captain, and then darted into the nearby mall. Bang! With no living souls left at the scene, Chu Yun, seeking to validate a thought, squeezed the trigger once more. The bullet accurately penetrated a teammate's heart. As the body hit the ground, a cloud of blood mist emerged, shifting about, unable to find a compatible host before gradually vanishing. You have slain a level 4 soul-eating beast, Apocalypse points. 8. As long as it could be killed, that was sufficient. Chu Yun did not fire again, nor did he intend to confront the beast for the time being. Noticing the captain looking his way, he waved his hand, signaling the lightning to use a lightning flash towards the direction of Madman Paradise, which he recalled. Madman Paradise, situated within an isolated villa area surrounded by rivers, had its surrounding skyscrapers severed to prevent sniper attacks. In his invisible spirit state, Chu Yun activated insight to observe the 12 guards not far away. Human attributes: Strength 10, Agility 9, Endurance 8. Power level: Initial stage of the second transformation. Ability: Steel Body, significantly enhances defense. All 12 were humans. From this, Chu Yun deduced that the infiltration of the soul-eating beasts was not yet profound. It was likely still in its initial phase. He recalled that the strength of the Calamity Queen should also be at the pinnacle of the second transformation. Of course, her true power would certainly exceed the rumors by at least 30%. She must have reached the third transformation. It would be improbable to infiltrate and identify the violator. He resolved to orchestrate a grand scheme. As time passed, a team of 30 returned, the 9th team, just as they verified their identities and prepared to enter the base. 2 half-cooked eggs suddenly fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 explosions mingled with several gunshots. Several members of the team perished on the spot, and a cloud of blood surged towards the nearest guards. What? A few guards, caught off guard, were swiftly possessed. The remaining guards, witnessing this scene, immediately comprehended the gravity of the situation. They quickly radioed, soul-eating beast invasion. Immediate assistance required. Subsequently, they unleashed their abilities, initiating an assault on these inhuman entities. Their attacks were not fatal. Rather, they primarily aimed to restrict the movements of their adversaries, indicating their awareness of the foe's characteristics. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as several restrained team members were shot dead, their blood mingling with that of the guards. The rapidly arriving 7th squad, comprised of dozens, swiftly severed the legs of the fallen. Roar. Realizing the infiltration plan was utterly exposed, the captain ceased to feign normalcy. Its body began to contort violently, limbs elongating, skin rupturing to reveal dark, crimson muscle beneath. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-tall creature, adorned with claws and a tail, materialized before the crowd. Chapter 53. The invincible Kiki D is invincible again. The captain of the 7th squad was merely an advanced second turn, while the soul-eating beast had already reached the third turn, placing their strengths in disparate realms. A one-sided massacre commenced. Rat-tat-tat. Boom, boom. Various bullets, grenades, and skills were unleashed. During this chaos, the 5th and 8th squads arrived, totaling over 100 individuals. Yet, faced with an enemy they dared not kill, they remained constrained. Above the clouds, Chu Yun stood atop the lightning wing, observing the tumult below through the scope of a Barrett rifle. The chaos extended beyond the entrance. Hidden soul-eating beasts erupted in violence throughout the base, with the sounds of slaughter incessantly ringing out. As one enemy fell, another ally nearby transformed into a foe. Amidst this chaos, a swarm of dark purple wasps emerged from the central city of the base. Each sting that pierced a rampaging soul-eating beast rendered it rigid and immobile. It was the queen's venomous wasps. Splendid. The queen has made her move. Witnessing this, the morale of the people surged. They seized the opportunity to bind those immobilized by the venom, while some ability users constructed earth prisons and ice coffins to temporarily seal them. The situation across various locales shifted dramatically. These were the venomous wasps cultivated by the disaster queen. Chu Yun, recalling Fong Zheng's memories, recognized these lethal insects capable of paralyzing and poisoning their victims. Following the trajectory of the target arrow, the violator was in the very vicinity from which the venomous wasps had emerged. If the chaos concluded too soon, the opportunity for him to take advantage of the situation would be scarce. Moreover, he needed to gain further insight into the abilities of the Disaster Queen. Fortunately, at the city gate, the so-called venom was utterly ineffective against the third-turn soul-eating beast. A sonic attack obliterated a group of guards. It shifted its assault towards its ensnared subordinates, darting like a shadow. One by one, they perished, and blood mist erupted, possessing others. The turmoil persisted. At last, within the main city tower, a graceful figure emerged. Clad in form-fitting black leather armor and wielding a retractable whipsword, it was none other than the Disaster Queen. Behind her stood a handsome silver-haired youth, the very target of Chu Yun's mission. "Your Majesty," the silver-haired youth bowed slightly, his voice soft and melodic. "This beast seems rather troublesome. Do you require my assistance?" "This minor inconvenience is something I can handle myself," the Disaster Queen replied coldly, her expression devoid of emotion. "As for that one in the sky, he has likely come to seek you out." It appeared that the situation had been uncovered. The youth's smile remained unchanged. "I have already been abandoned by the company. Considering all I have done for the Queen, we can discuss that matter when you are truly dead." With that, the Disaster Queen unfurled her butterfly wings and soared, akin to a shooting star, landing at the gate. The battle was on the verge of erupting. The silver-haired youth looked upwards, but before he could utter a word, a barrage of bullets rained down from the sky. The first was an ice bullet, instantly freezing the man. The subsequent 11 bullets obliterated his head, heart, and limbs. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, the head endured the most hits, rendering it utterly pulverized. The heart was similarly targeted, struck twice for safety. The remains transformed into a mass of blood and gore. Indeed, this is not as simple as it seems. Chu Yun, hovering in the sky, noted the absence of kill notifications and task completion alerts, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Then, he observed a wisp of blood mist escaping from the mass of remains, soaring towards the nearest individual. What? This fellow is also a soul-eating beast? After being consumed by the blood mist, the individual raised his head, revealing a sinister smile akin to that of the silver-haired youth. Before the youth could finish his sentence, a bullet struck him in the head, followed by a series of gunfire until the magazine was emptied, claiming the lives of those nearest. However, this entity's ability to possess was far greater than that of the soul-eating beasts. Once more, it resurrected in another's guise, this time as a woman, who lifted her head with an expression of resignation. This survivor base houses at least 2,000 people. Given your bullets and the time allotted by the company, do you truly believe you can kill them all? Why not come down and have a chat? Perhaps I could even transform you into an immortal being like myself. What do you say? A flash of lightning flickered before her. Just as she was about to continue speaking, the scene shifted abruptly. She found herself standing in an isolated suburban area devoid of any presence. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more bullets struck, eliminating her entirely. Cleanup completed. Shall we return immediately? No. On his way, Chu Yun encountered a horde of corpses at a factory outside the city, an opportune moment to accumulate points. The thunder leopard flapped its wings, soaring towards that location, arriving swiftly. Gazing down at the abandoned factory, he was taken aback by the sheer number of corpses gathered there. A dark mass that likely numbered in the thousands. Such a scale must surely have a king, he mused. Just then, a voice emerged from behind. "Friend, were you searching for me?" Chu Yun turned to find a blood-eyed youth standing atop the lightning wing, squinting at him. One insight later revealed the following. Zombie King. Introduction. King of thousands attributes. Strength 58, agility 50, stamina 100, strength. 4th turn abilities. Zombie King can command zombies. Super recovery, even if decapitated or with a pierced heart. As long as the body is not in thousands of pieces. It can recover. Teleportation. Instant movement within sight. Void grasp. Can grasp and crush the heart of others from a distance. Pressure. Exerts pressure on those weaker than itself, rendering them incapable of fighting. Chu Yun's pupils constricted. 4th turn. Upon witnessing the scene, Chu Yun instinctively activated the time stop ability of Kakadi. Time froze. Without a moment's delay, he summoned the last blessing of the wind sprite and gathered the accelerated orb to hasten his own movements. The gigantic scythe was called forth, consuming 4 mana points, and with a flurry of slashes, 21 strikes were completed in merely 0.1 seconds. With the Fury state amplifying his attributes by 10, he continued to unleash a series of swift attacks until the time stop effect expired. Before him lay a mass of human-shaped blood and gore. The world resumed its flow. Ding! You have slain a level 15 zombie king. earning 500 apocalypse points. Upon hearing the system notification, Chu Yun exhaled deeply, startled by his own audacity. Fortunately, he had a cheat. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. He fed the thumb-sized, colorful crystal from his foe to Lightning, who successfully leveled up and acquired a new skill. Super Recovery. Next, Chu Yun glanced down at the horde of over 1,000 zombies. It was time to accomplish a task. He commanded Lightning to descend. The horde, detecting the scent, charged forth with guttural roars. Chu Yun scattered a handful of yellow beans, transforming them into a line of sword and shield soldiers. With another handful, then another, the number of soldiers quickly reached 200. They coordinated seamlessly, forming an orderly line, shields raised and swords poised. Waves of zombies fell before them, in areas under heavy attack. Lightning charged in, effortlessly sending zombies flying. Even when a bean soldier was inadvertently injured, Chu Yun would immediately conjure a life flower to heal them. This cycle continued, with not a single bean soldier falling in battle. Task completed. Unlock the condition for the next troop type. Yellow bean soldier. Accumulate 1,000 kills of enemies of the same level achieved. After clearing the battlefield, the zombie cores piled up to fill half of the storage room. Satisfied, Chu Yun returned, ready to utilize the most luxurious blue card for the settlement. Chapter 54. The Undying Shadow Dragon Guard. I become the Shadow King. Choose one from the following 3 5-star cards. 1. Mighty Vajra, power 20. Capable of withstanding missiles during this period. 2. Bean soldiers. Conjure yellow, green, and red beans to transform into soldiers. 3. Zombie General. Transform into a zombie general for 5 minutes. Capable of summoning 300 zombies for battle. The zombie general was appealing. Yet Chu Yun chose to conjure bean soldiers. Upon finalizing his selection, the coin seamlessly melded into his palm, transforming into countless specks of light that infused his entire being. Ding! You have randomly unlocked black beans. Please select one from the following troop types to be your initial black bean troop. 1. Black Wolf, high attack and agility, with sharp fangs and claws, comprehensive attribute of 3, produces 100 beans daily. 2. Dark Raven, shares vision. Adept at reconnaissance, comprehensive attribute of 0. 8. Produces 50 beans daily. 3. Shadow Dragon Guard, Shadow Dragon humanoid, ever-present, a master of melee combat, undying and unyielding. Comprehensive attribute of 10, produces 10 beans daily. The first option offers a wolf pack, the second excelling in reconnaissance, and the third embodies immortality. Setting aside its stealth capabilities and the 10 points in physical attributes, the mere fact of being undying compelled Chu Yun to choose it. With a daily production of 10 beans, and the assurance of immortality, within 10 days, he could accumulate 100 beans. Within 100 days, 1,000 undying Shadow Dragon troops. In time, he envisioned himself seated upon the Shadow Throne, flanked by millions of Shadow Dragon guards. After indulging in his daydreams, Chu Yun confirmed his selection. 3. Selection confirmed. Shadow Dragon Guard. As his thoughts settled, a stirring sensation arose within him. Upon introspecting, he beheld 10 black beans, surrounded by swirling black mist, suspended beside 200 yellow beans. With a mere thought, Chu Yun manifested in the estate's space. He extended his hand, beckoning one of the black beans to his fingertip, then flicked it onto the lawn. A shadow erupted from the ground, quickly outlining a humanoid figure. In the next moment, it transformed into a soldier, entirely black, standing approximately 2 meters tall with a slender physique. 2 black dragon horns adorned its head, and its body was enveloped in a layer of obsidian-like scales. Its hands and feet morphed into formidable dragon claws, and a robust black dragon tail completed its formidable appearance. The dragon guard knelt slowly on one knee, bowing respectfully, its voice low and gravelly, "My lord." Chu Yun inspected the attributes of the guard. Shadow Dragon Guard. Attributes: Power 10, Agility 10, Stamina 10. Traits: Shadow Resurrection. The core shadow essence of each Shadow Dragon Guard resides within the master. When the external form sustains damage severe enough to disintegrate it, the shadow essence begins to reform, allowing for a resummon after 6 hours. Abilities: Shadow Escape, Stealth within Shadows, Dragon Scale Armor, entire body covered in Shadow Dragon Scales. Exceptional Defense: Dragon Claw, unyielding and extraordinarily sharp. Dragon Tail, flexibly powerful. Melee Master, skilled in physical combat. All attributes balanced at 10 points. Chu Yun glanced at his own attributes. Physical Body, Power 10, Agility 16, Stamina 6, quite comparable. Upon noticing the guard's Shadow Resurrection trait, he nodded. This was indeed the essence of immortality. Shadow Escape appeared similar to the Black Shadow troops. With a mental command, he instructed, "Merge with my shadow." The Shadow Dragon Guard's form instantly blurred, transforming into a fleeting shadow that silently integrated into the darkness beneath Chu Yun's feet. Emerging, the shadow rippled as the Dragon Guard appeared once more, kneeling at the original spot. Perfect. Chu Yun couldn't help but exclaim. This was undeniably a natural-born shadow assassin and personal guardian. His gaze shifted to the guard's final ability, revealing it to be Melee Master. Chu Yun's current proficiency was merely skilled, far from the mastery required. Curiosity piqued. He wondered about the vast chasm separating skilled and master levels. Come, let us practice. Enthusiasm surged within him as he stepped back, assuming a stance upon the lawn. The kneeling Shadow Dragon Guard responded to the command, standing up, as you wish, my lord. Before the last word faded, Chu Yun's figure darted forward like an arrow, racing towards the side of the Dragon Guard with incredible speed. He executed a fierce side kick aimed at its back. The Dragon Guard remained still, slightly raising its arm to absorb the impact of the kick against its scaled forearm. Bang! Chu Yun felt as if he had struck a super thick steel plate, his eyelids twitching. Before he could regain his stance, the Dragon Guard, leveraging the force of the block, pivoted smoothly, delivering a swift and powerful punch that cut through the air. Relying on his speed, which exceeded that of his opponent by 6 points, Chu Yun narrowly evaded the blow, leaning back just as the ground loomed close behind him. At the critical moment, he channeled his core strength, spinning like a top. His right leg, empowered by the rotation, swept towards the lower body of his adversary. The Shadow Dragon Guard did not flinch, allowing the leg to strike against its shins. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated. Chu Yun let out a low groan, feeling as though he had kicked a solid iron plate once more. Almost simultaneously, the robust tail of the Ying Lone Wei lashed out toward his face like a bolt of black lightning. Swift, swift, swift. Not only swift, but also exceptionally fluid. UP. A layer of defense materialized, nullifying the damage of the strike. Chu Yun leaped back to create distance, gathering a bloom of vitality to heal his nearly shattered leg bones. The Ying Lone Wei persisted, its relentless assault continuing. With the protection of UP, he no longer feared the recoil. Chu Yun unleashed a torrent of punches, kicks, elbows, and knees, like a tempest crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact echoed continuously within the confines of the manor. Initially, his advantage in speed allowed him to engage in a back-and-forth exchange. However, as the battle progressed, Chu Yun grew increasingly alarmed. His opponent had discerned his strengths, and with each dragon claw, elbow strike, sweeping tail, and occasionally fierce headbutt, he was compelled to block and retreat, reducing his mobility further and further. Ultimately, Chu Yun found himself cornered against the energy shield of the manor. He attempted to change direction multiple times, yet each effort was preemptively anticipated and precisely intercepted by his adversary. Is this what it means to be a master in close combat? Chu Yun was astounded. His own mastery level relied heavily on speed and reaction, dismantling attacks as they came. In contrast, the Ying Lone Wei's master level seemed to perceive every intention behind his movements and shifts in balance. It seized upon every fleeting moment, launching an unrelenting tide of offense that left him gasping for breath. At last, Chu Yun seized an opportunity, poised to strike fiercely. Yet, a warning flared within him. Sure enough, it was a feint. The lethal claws of the Ying Lone Wei were already reaching for his ribs. Having discerned the limitations of his UP defense, this attack was perfectly calibrated to breach his shield. It latched onto his ribs. It did not hurt. But Chu Yun understood that he had lost. Although he had been defeated, his eyes shone with an unusual brilliance. This first-hand encounter had allowed him to genuinely grasp the realm of a master. It was not merely the refinement of technique, but an absolute mastery over the rhythm and timing of combat. Truly a master. Chu Yun exhaled a deep sigh, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. He stepped forward and gave the Ying Lone Wei's iron-hard shoulder a hearty pat, declaring, from now on, dedicate 2 hours each day to train with me. He then pinched 9 black beans and tossed them forward. 9 shadows sprang forth, transforming into 9 Ying Lone Wei, identical to the first. They silently knelt on one knee upon the lawn, awaiting their master's command. You shall remain within my shadow at all times, protecting me. The 10 Ying Lone Wei responded in unison, merging into his shadow like flowing ink. Chu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of security, knowing he could summon them at a moment's notice. Delightful. Next, it was time to utilize these cards. Chu Yun grasped 3 white and 2 green cards and activated them. The first white card, Moonblade 3-star coin, consumes 3 mana points to unleash a crescent blade. The second white card, Invisible Hand 5-star coin, consumes 5 mana points to extend an invisible tentacle up to 10 meters from his body. The third white card, Designated Skill Introductory Book. The fourth green card, Mental attribute points 2. The fifth green card, slime body specialized weapon, upon infusing consciousness, allows control of a second slime body. Trait, exceptional mana recovery, 5 mana points restored per minute. Subtrait, attachment, can attach to a living being, granting them immunity to 70 points of physical damage. Current mana, 100. Coin slots, able to embed 3 coins simultaneously. Slime body, a specialized weapon clone. Chu Yun gazed at the bouncy blue slime before him, pondering momentarily. With a decisive strike of his hand, he understood. First, he would utilize the newly acquired 2 mental attribute points. Closing his eyes, he brought the slime close to his forehead. His consciousness began to infuse, halting after approximately 2 points had entered. Upon reopening his eyes, Chu Yun felt as if his awareness had been split in two, yet intricately interconnected. The primary perspective remained within the familiar confines of the manor, where he stood cradling a blue slime. The other perspective revealed a hazy blue world, through which he gazed up at his own strikingly beautiful visage, transcending the boundaries of gender. This was not merely a clone, it was a dual existence of the same soul. Hajimu, you rascal. Chu Yun maneuvered his new body, attempting to leap from the palm that supported him. From a human perspective, the slime plopped down onto the soft grass with a bounce. It wobbled, and then clumsily began to hop about. After a while, the slime's rolling and jumping became increasingly adept. However, complications soon arose. When Chu Yun focused on guiding the slime's jumps, his human form involuntarily began to tap its foot. When he attempted to walk normally, the slime became rigid and immobile. It would require extensive training to master the independent movements of 2 bodies. Yet, Chu Yun could not afford to wait. He turned his attention to the recently acquired designated skill introductory book. After some contemplation, he selected dual focus. A refreshing current surged into his mind, flooding him with foundational knowledge and techniques regarding dual focus, attention allocation, and information processing. This knowledge was a timely boon for Chu Yun. Once more, he controlled both bodies. His human form moved naturally, stepping, turning, and throwing punches, while the slime body synchronized with rolling, morphing, and bouncing, functioning seamlessly like 2 hands. The previous clumsiness and interference were gone. Since he had 3 coin slots, Chu Yun embedded the newly acquired Moonblade coin into the slime body. Subsequently, the slime infused mana into the coin. In the next moment, a crescent-shaped Moonblade shot forth from within the slime. The 3 mana points consumed were replenished in less than a minute, a recovery speed 60 times faster than his human form's rate of 5 points per hour. After familiarizing himself for a while longer, Chu Yun and the slime body returned simultaneously to the small room in Limingqing. It was time to put his true intentions into practice. He withdrew the Moonblade and placed the Vitality Flower, Manor, an invisible spirit from his human form into the slime body. Chu Yun entered the manor once more, leaving only the blue slime behind. Following this, the slime utilized the invisible spirit and vanished from sight. The room was utterly devoid of life. Yet, Chu Yun could still observe the external scenes through the ethereal coin. How delightful! The visage of the entity within the manor broke into a smile. Thus, the slime would serve as my most secure mobile base and invisible observation point. From now on, everywhere shall be home, and there would be no need to spend money on accommodation. With the experiment concluded, Chu Yun returned to the room. He commanded the slime's form, activating its second characteristic, adhesion. The slime leaped onto his body, flowing like water until it enveloped him entirely. Standing before the mirror, he found himself completely bare. However, he felt as though he was draped in a gossamer, yet unrestrictive garment. He raised his right hand into a fist, suddenly exerting force. He struck his left wrist with great intensity. Bang! A dull thud resonated, akin to striking a thick layer of rubber. Just before his fist made contact with his skin, an imperceptible, highly elastic barrier mitigated most of the impact. It did not hurt. Chu Yun felt merely a slight numbness in his wrist. Is this the formidable 70 immunity to physical attacks? If combined with UPI, or even superior defenses, what a thrill. At that moment, a notification chimed in his system friend bar. Queen, please step on me. The world has ended. What? Chu Yun was perplexed by the other's declaration. Sure-san, what world? Queen, blue star. Old man, subway, mobile phone. Upon grasping the meaning behind the words, Chu Yun's first reaction was to dismiss it as a jest, for it seemed utterly ludicrous. This was only his 3rd day at the company. Even though he had realized yesterday that the delivery personnel could bring items from various apocalyptic instances back to the present world, the current reality was tainted. The eventual downfall seemed merely a matter of time. However, how could this time come so swiftly? Queen, click the link. He clicked on the link. The system panel was overtaken by a live broadcast screen. The cameraman was evidently no ordinary individual. The perspective soared through the skies, overlooking a city engulfed in flames and chaos below. Everywhere the lens swept, it revealed a hellish scene. On the streets, hordes of zombies roamed frantically, ravenous for flesh. Amidst the buildings, blood-red-skinned, swift vampires darted about with alarming speed. Scattered across the ground were various monstrous creatures with sharp fangs and claws, rampaging wildly, and many others besides. A multitude of monsters from different apocalyptic scenarios were now reveling within the same city. Zombies, vampires, monsters, alien species, countless beings from diverse apocalyptic realms appeared simultaneously. A slightly frivolous male voice resonated from the live stream. His tone was devoid of fear, filled instead with excitement. "We'll have another delivery world. An abundance of resources." No sooner had he spoken than a piercing roar sounded. A massive corpse dragon, with broken wings and decaying flesh, hurtled towards him at a rapid pace, brewing a dark green breath within its maw. "Oh, a Tier 3 corpse dragon?" The man was not alarmed, but rather delighted, as he clasped his hands together, immobilizing the corpse dragon in midair. He then squeezed tightly. With a series of crackling sounds, the bones were crushed into a gigantic bone sphere. With a casual wave, the sphere was hurled like a meteor towards a nearby building. With a resounding crash, the structure collapsed. The live broadcast swiftly transitioned, capturing the apocalyptic scenes from multiple cities in rapid succession. In the barrage of comments, half of the delivery personnel despaired over their hometown's descent into chaos, while the other half reveled in excitement, eagerly welcoming the arrival of a new world. Within the live stream, official forces were battling against the invasion of otherworldly beasts. Numerous individuals had risen spontaneously, striving to assist the survivors with their own abilities. Yet, against the vast numbers amassed, all efforts were in vain. This was Hope City. This was Dawn City. This was Paradise City. This was the City of Dawn. As the live stream passed through each city, the young man would provide detailed introductions to the nearby apocalyptic safe havens established by the company in collaboration with powerful individuals, offering a refuge for many displaced colleagues. During this time, he also intervened multiple times, dispatching troublesome flying beasts with remarkable combat strength, unmatched and unfathomable. This was Tier 3. At that moment, Chu Yun deeply realized his own insignificance. A mere level 6, even if he could exhibit the power to eliminate a level 1 entity. It was all at the cost of time. Suddenly, a panicked voice emerged from the screen. "Not good. An extraterrestrial behemoth." As the live stream passed over a ruined city, it captured a terrifying creature, towering approximately 100 meters, akin to a mountain. It resembled Godzilla. The man hastily attempted to flee the area. However, as the creature opened its mouth, an unparalleled force of suction ensnared him. Despite unleashing over 30 different powerful skills and resistance, it was all for naught. Ultimately, the broadcast drew ever closer to that abyssal maw, until he was completely engulfed. The screen fell silent. Chapter 56, Level 6 as Immortal, Level 9 as Supreme. The Newcomer's Guide. The onset of the apocalypse was too swift, too urgent, and utterly unexpected. In total, Chu Yun had only joined the company for 2 days. He had been afforded far too little time to develop. He proactively messaged Kalulu. "Sure, San, do you know how long Dawn City can hold out?" After a while, the reply came. "Queen, please step on me. The live broadcast featured a Tier 3 entity, while our Dawn City Lord is Tier 5. What does Tier 5 entail?" Just as Chu Yun pondered this question, the response was already forthcoming. "Queen, Tier 1 denotes entry into the realm of the extraordinary, allowing one to frolic freely in a world devoid of magic, while still ranking among the elite in a low martial arts world. Tier 2 can calmly sip tea in the face of an army armed with firearms. Tier 3 can demolish a building with but a breath. Tier 4 can move mountains and fill seas, unrivaled in the world, unperturbed even by nuclear weapons raining down. Tier 5 represents a divine being among mortals. That Godzilla is at this level. As for Tier 6, Queen, that is a mysterious realm, where the essence of life undergoes a complete transformation, enabling exploration of galaxies and traversal of the universe. Regarding Tier 9, it signifies the supreme level of the cosmos, where the fate of countless galaxies rests within its grasp. Tier 5 for mortals, Tier 6 for immortals, and Tier 9 for the supreme. The good news is that the Lord of Dawn City is a Tier 5 powerhouse, temporarily ensuring his safety. Yet, time remains pressing. Sure, San, thank you. I will continue with deliveries. Queen, wait. The Blue Star is in ruins. There's a faster way to earn money and grow stronger. Sure, San, what work? Queen, no rush. In 43 minutes the system will assign us a task. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Chu Yun glanced at the time. What would transpire at 2 o'clock? Queen, during this interval, you should purchase more long-lasting restorative items. For after today, their prices will skyrocket. Restorative items? Chu Yun recalled the slime. The primary reason for binding it as a specialized weapon was its noble percentage of physical damage reduction. Secondly, it offered rapid mana recovery and possessed skill slots. Thus, he placed the life flower coin upon it. With a mere thought, the slime's surface consumed 30 points of mana, coalescing into 6 life flowers. These could only exist for 1 hour. He then infused each of them with 10 points of mana, perfectly depleting the remaining 60 points, thereby acquiring 6 life flowers that could last for 10 days. As the slime's mana was entirely consumed, it began to recover at an astonishing rate of 1 point every 12 seconds. Once its mana was full, it would directly coalesce more life flowers for storage. Chu Yun extracted 3 life flowers from his hand and placed them in his panel. San trades 3 life flowers with Queen for 1 point. A minimum transaction fee of 1 point means both parties pay 5 points, even among friends. Gifts were not permitted, only trades were allowed. Queen, how can I accept this? She feigned reluctance, but immediately proceeded with the transaction. Upon receiving the transaction completion prompt, Chu Yun responded, San, thank you for the information. If similar important intelligence arises in the future, please share it with me if possible. I am willing to pay a reward. Chu Yun had joined too late, being a novice among novices in many respects. Moreover, he was not fond of mingling with others or indulging in social activities. Only by becoming stronger did he find excitement, which caused him to miss out on much external information. Queen, hee. Okay, buddy. I won't take advantage of you. Let me give you a heads up. From the duration of these life flowers, they must have just been coalesced by you. You must not expose the existence of the life flowers to the outside world. Their strategic significance is immense. Among the 9 major guilds, only one possesses this coin. The foundation of this pharmaceutical guild lies in the life flowers and regenerative grass. San, I see, I understand now. Queen, furthermore, once you break through to the first tier, you can use this coin to shed the identity of a post-apocalyptic delivery person and become a post-apocalyptic merchant. You should also manage the station and cultivate some dedicated couriers for your shop. When customers place orders and purchase your goods, you can send someone to deliver them. You can lounge at home daily while your points steadily increase. If you become prosperous, I might not be able to continue where I am. I would like to come work for you as a dedicated courier. You must take me in. Chu Yun was astonished. He had not expected that the casually purchased life flowers could turn out to be another source of wealth and opportunity. San, all right. Queen, I won't delay you further. I have other matters to prepare. Let's chat another time. San, understood. Just as he was about to close the conversation, another friend's avatar lit up. Fengxing. I have. Fengxing trades 3 wind spirits protection with San for 45 points. Chu Yun immediately made the purchase. After completing the transaction, he realized this item was different from the last. Item, Wine Spirits Protection Scroll, effect, grants 10 agility for 1 minute upon silent invocation. Wait, wasn't the last one a 5 agility enhancement? Upon further inspection, the previous purchase had been Wind Spirit's Blessing, and this time, it was protection. But why was it still priced the same as the last? San, no. This item is better than the last. Selling it at the same price is a huge loss. How much is this new protection scroll? I will transfer you the difference. It is unacceptable to take advantage. Chu Yun desired a long-term collaboration with the other party. Fengxing, no worries, I upgraded, and the cost is minimal. Unfortunately, there is no transfer function, otherwise, I would send you an additional 200. After thinking for a moment, he took out 2 life flowers, which he had coalesced over an hour ago that could last 10 days. San trades 2 life flowers with Fengxing for 1 point. San, I purchased 5 from the pharmaceutical guild not long ago. I'm giving you 2. Fengxing, no need, keep them. What? You won't take the life flowers? Chu Yun was astonished. He hadn't saved his life, so what was his motive? Wait, could this spirit brother be a bit too forward? Considering his extraordinary looks in this lifetime, it was indeed a possibility. Chu Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. San, accept them, my friend. If you don't, I won't dare to buy from you in the future. If the other party refuses to accept, there must be ulterior motives. Chu Yun would rather delete and block than let this person take advantage of him in any way. Fortunately, this time, the other party finally accepted. Chu Yun felt a sense of balance and bid farewell to him. He then spent some time in the group, observing the situation in various locales. There were already individuals frantically purchasing long-lasting healing items at a price of 100 points. During this time, Chu Yun had coalesced an additional 15 life flowers that could last for 10 days. Suddenly, he recalled that in 2 days, it would be the beginning of next month. When they mentioned the super large world delivery mission, In this post-apocalyptic world, would it still happen? While pondering, the time reached 1400 hours. Ding. Due to the emergence of the apocalypse in your world, there is a large-scale urgent recruitment for delivery personnel. As an established delivery personnel in this realm, would you accept the newcomer guide task? Completing the phase guiding task will reward you with bronze white cards, silver green cards, and gold blue cards. Accept. Commencing teleportation. Chu Yun's vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a moving subway carriage, where 9 unconscious individuals were strewn about. This scene seemed to call for a desert eagle with infinite bullets. Chapter 57. Cold, shaking. You are the best among this batch. Cold, shaking. Yang Xiaochong slowly regained consciousness. But before he could fully comprehend the situation, a flat voice echoed. Indeed, you are the one with the best quality among this batch of newcomers. The main got space? Oh. Chu Yun raised an eyebrow. You've read novels too. Although he hadn't read novels, he had seen the Panda Man animation. The youth with black fragmented hair spoke, glancing at a seasoned individual with long black hair tied in a high ponytail, exquisite features, and dressed in black attire, a standard image of a stunningly beautiful young man. What caught his attention the most was the golden clock-like eye on the left. Just as he was about to speak, a scream erupted, and the others began to awaken one after another. I'm not dead. Where's this? The world has ended. We're doomed. Mom, where's my mom? Chu Yun found the noise unbearable and drew forth a massive scythe, swinging its blade against the side of the carriage. Bang! The metallic carriage emitted a deafening clang, and the entire train shook violently. All chatter ceased abruptly. Was it quiet now? Chu Yun lazily leaned against the scythe's handle, casting a nonchalant glance over the crowd. The scene fell into silence for a moment. Who are you? A middle-aged man, donned in a suit, feigned calmness as he inquired, where is this place? Chu Yun refrained from providing a direct answer, instead waiting for the last ill-mannered girl to awaken. The panel then displayed, all 9 newcomers have awakened. Completion of Phase 1. 5. Only then did he softly speak, welcome, everyone, to the end of the world, where deliveries are made everywhere. Before the apocalypse, you must have ordered takeout, right? A young man clad in a yellow delivery uniform immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, I often order and deliver. Deliveries everywhere in the apocalypse? A bespectacled businesswoman deduced from the literal meaning, immediately guessing, are we to deliver takeout to those in the apocalypse? Chu Yun nodded, affirming her thought. Is that appropriate? A richly adorned young lady, adorned with exquisite jewelry, shouted indignantly, my father is the wealthiest man in H City, worth over 100 billion. How could this princess be reduced to delivering takeout for others? A figure had arrived to instill fear. Chu Yun smiled. Everyone here is a delivery person. Are you certain you do not wish to deliver? Deliver to your mother, the wealthy girl scoffed, her disdain palpable. In an instant, a flash of silver light cut through the air. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, Chu Yun remained motionless, while the head of the girl rolled to the ground. Blood splattered from the headless corpse, staining the faces of those nearby, who were left in stunned silence. Just as a scream was about to erupt, a resounding crash echoed as the scythe struck the carriage once more, plunging the scene into silence. Chu Yun glanced at his panel. This guidance task allows for a no-responsibility kill count of newcomers. 13. Is there anyone who still does not wish to deliver? 8 individuals fell into silence, unsure whether to nod or shake their heads. If you do not wish to deliver, you may speak up now. The blue star has already fallen into the apocalypse. Death is inevitable. I can act swiftly, ensuring you feel no pain before you perish. No one dared to utter a word. They did not even dare to move, fearing that the swift scythe would claim their heads at the slightest provocation. Seeing the 8 comply, Chu Yun nodded approvingly and succinctly stated, our blue star has been overrun. You have been chosen by the company to become apocalypse delivery personnel from now on. For every completed apocalypse delivery task, you will earn apocalypse points, redeemable for extraordinary items. This is your initial delivery task, and I will guide you through the entire process. First, silently observe your panels and check your tasks. The first to awaken, Yang Xiaochong, glanced at his panel. Current delivery world, zombie apocalypse, pickup location, apocalypse convenience store no. 301, 37 kilometers away. Delivery location, Happiness Garden Community. Unit 3103, 11 kilometers from pickup location. Delivery time, 2 hours 59 minutes. Newcomers are exempt from penalties for 1 hour of overtime. Total earnings for this task, 9 level points. 200 apocalypse points, 18 attribute points. Earnings will be distributed according to individual contributions after task completion. Total earnings? Divided among 9 people? Wouldn't fewer individuals yield a greater share? He immediately realized that the others were not entirely trustworthy allies. The only person he could rely on was himself. Clapping his hands, Chu Yun said, "It's been a while. I trust you've all reviewed your tasks and panels." A few attempted to speak, but merely 10 seconds had elapsed. They had barely glanced at their tasks, let alone their personal panels. However, Chu Yun's agility surpassed theirs by nearly 20 times. Time flowed differently in his perception. "You newcomers are fortunate," he remarked, producing 8 silver coins. "The company has provided you each with a core coin as an investment." Reflecting on his past as an ordinary crowbar, he acknowledged the disparity in treatment. Chu Yun sheathed his enormous scythe and briefly explained the core coin system. He then fused one of the 8 coins. With a mana cost of 1 point, a giant axe materialized in his hand, a 1-star battle axe. Notable not only for its destructive power, but also for providing a 1-point strength boost. The coin returned to his grasp as the axe dissipated. He proceeded to fuse the second coin. With a mana cost of 1 point, a slender ice spear shot from his palm, striking the wall and spreading frost. A 1-star ice spear could freeze and slow down enemies. 1-star jump augmented jumping ability, while 1-star rage increased all attributes by 1 point, rendering the user weak for 15 minutes after 5 minutes. 1-star minor light could heal minor injuries. After introducing all 8 1-star coins, the crowd clamored for their preferences, with some voices overlapping. "I want the battle axe. I want the battle axe too. I want minor light." Yet among them, someone posed a question. "Shouldn't there be one more coin?" The bespectacled businesswoman queried, "What is the effect of that one?" The middle-aged man in a suit stared at her in shock, and the others were similarly astonished. Indeed, there were initially 9 newcomers. Even though one had perished, there should still be 9 coins for the newcomers. "Are you referring to this one?" Chu Yun produced another coin. "Since you're so curious, I'll give this one to you." He tossed the coin towards her. The businesswoman instinctively caught the coin, its icy touch eliciting no time for contemplation. The coin merged into her palm as if it were a living entity. "Ah!" She collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Her fair skin visibly dulled to a gray hue, and her once lush hair turned brittle and yellow. "Hiss!" She stiffly turned her head, her crimson eyes locking onto the nearest blonde. Her mouth twisted uncontrollably into a grin as she emitted a roar. "Zombie!" The blonde screamed, retreating violently until he collided with the cold wall of the carriage. The others, startled by this abrupt turn of events, scrambled to the rear of the carriage. "Oh, I forgot to mention," Chu Yun continued, remaining in place. "This is a 1-star zombie coin. Upon fusion, you will feel no pain, will be immune to zombie attacks, and will have an extended lifespan. As for the side effects..." Chapter 58, Completion of Distribution, burst from the carriage. "Ugh!" The female zombie shrieked as she charged at Chu Yun. Unseen hand. An invisible hand reached out, grasping the zombie's neck and lifting her into the air. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. "Why are you all crowding at the back? You will soon face more zombies. Don't be caught off guard later. There's one right here. Gather close and observe. Whoever can maintain eye contact with it for 10 seconds first will choose a coin." As the crowd took a few steps forward, the zombie suddenly convulsed violently like a malfunctioning ride, causing several to panic and retreat to the back once more. Chu Yun glanced at the panel. The slowly moving train was just 2 kilometers from its destination, with only 5 minutes remaining. To secure the quality guidance reward, at least 3 capable newcomers must be cultivated. Bang! The still flailing female zombie was slammed forcefully onto the carriage floor by an unseen force. If she dared to struggle again, he would strike her down repeatedly. As the bus approached the station, a palpable sense of fear enveloped the group, paralyzed by the sight of the undead outside. "Do not blame me for not having prepared you adequately. I will take the lead." A heavily tattooed man stepped forward, his face marked with anxiety. He fought to suppress his terror, striding towards the female zombie, locking his gaze onto her crimson eyes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. His voice boomed, counting swiftly and urgently. In less than 2 seconds, he reached 10. Upon finishing, he promptly shut his eyes, ready to retreat, only to be kicked to the ground by Chu Yun. "Do you really think your counting will save you? If you continue this way, I will force that zombie onto your face. My apologies." The tattooed man, seasoned in the ways of the world, felt a surge of anger but dared not show it. Gritting his teeth, he stood once more before the zombie. The crazed, murky gaze of the creature was uncomfortably close, the stench overwhelming. He held his breath, his eyes wide as he maintained eye contact with the zombie. Time seemed to crawl. Chu Yun glanced back at the hesitant few behind him. "You too. Do not remain idle. Come closer and familiarize yourselves." One person stepped forward, prompting the others to follow suit. The acrid odor of decay assaulted their senses, causing tears to form and a choking sensation in their chests. Fortunately, After a few moments of adaptation, they found they could endure. Well done, you have passed the test. Chu Yun turned to the tattooed man, whose eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. Which do you choose? The man staggered back, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the face of extraordinary powers, he exclaimed, I want the battle axe. Chu Yun tossed him the corresponding coin. The man immediately merged with it, expending 1/10 of his magical energy to conjure a battle axe in his hand. Wow, I can feel the power surging. An increase of 1 point in strength is a tremendous boost for an ordinary person. He howled with excitement, suddenly feeling that even a small zombie was no match for his axe. Raising it high, he intended to cleave the creature in two. Bang! Chu Yun delivered a kick, sending him flying to the back of the bus. Wait until we deal with the zombies. What if you kill this one and then have to deal with others? Right. Yang Xiaochong chimed in, reproaching the tattooed man for his selfishness. Now it's my turn. Eager for his own benefit, another stepped forward to meet the zombie's gaze. Initially frightened, he soon reasoned that the creature could not eat him, and he managed to hold eye contact for 10 seconds. Upon finishing, he quickly made his choice. I want Xiao Guang. Although Xiao Guang offered no offensive, defensive, or mobility advantages, it was the only healing coin among the 9. With healing in hand, one could afford to be a little reckless. Chu Yun tossed him the corresponding coin. Next, a suited man stepped up and began to meet the zombie's gaze. Just as Yang Xiaochong prepared to merge, a young girl tugged at his sleeve. I also want Xiao Guang, can you give it to me? Her voice was sweet and soft, but he hesitated to refuse. Please, brother, the little girl pleaded, shaking his shoulder. Yang Xiaochong blushed at her wide, hopeful eyes, finding it impossible to say no. Very well then, he handed the coin to the girl. Thank you, brother. The moment she received it, she merged it into her being. My name is Lin Yaya. If you are injured in the future, I will heal you right away. The bashful boy rubbed his head awkwardly. I am Yang Xiaochong. I will protect you too. Ultimately, only 2 coins remained, with just one person left to gaze into the abyss. Chu Yun turned to the girl who had been hiding at the back. It's your turn. I don't need it, Lin Yaya replied, shaking her head. I already have a coin. Brother, Zhang Xiaochong awkwardly scratched his face. Should I gaze for another 10 seconds? Chu Yun cast him a glance before looking back at the girl. Are you certain you don't want to practice your courage? Lin Yaya nodded. It's fine. I will heal myself. I trust my brothers will protect me. Ignorant of the danger, do as you wish. The last 2 coins remained. Chu Yun looked at the young boy. 1 star of regret can make a being experience remorse for 1 second. 1 star space backpack allows one to carry more items. Which do you choose? Left with the 2, one was useless against zombies, while the other served as a laborer. Yang Xiaochong smiled wryly, opting for the backpack that could assist the team. Completion of the first stage, 30. With a swift motion, Chu Yun tossed the zombie to the side, landing near the tattooed man who was still reveling in his new axe. You wanted to slay a zombie. Here you go. Ugh. The zombie, released from its restraints, lunged towards the nearest source of food. Oh no. Killing a stationary zombie is entirely different from one that is moving. The tattooed man instinctively dashed toward the crowd. The zombie pursued him. Don't lead it over here. Help. Ah. You men, hurry and kill it. The crowd scattered in panic. 7 empowered individuals were being chased by a single mindless zombie. Chu Yun surveyed the chaos, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Suddenly, he lost interest in the golden treasure chest or the blue card. Fortunately, the tattooed man possessed some wit. Seizing the moment when the zombie bit someone else, he swung his axe at its head. 1 strike did not suffice, so he swung again. Hearing the system's kill notification, he completed his ambush. Not bad. Chu Yun cared little for the morality of the means. He only valued the outcome. He gave the tattooed man a thumbs up. Keep it up. I have faith in you. The tattooed man, praised by a seasoned expert, rejoiced with a triumphant shout. As for the one who had been bitten, best keep your distance. If he turned, he would undoubtedly become a zombie. Or, brother, you could preemptively end his suffering with a single strike. Yang Xiaochong covered his bitten arm, watching as everyone distanced themselves from him. His gaze fell on Lin Yaya, who regarded him with disdain. I am not a zombie. He opened his mouth to explain, but could not produce any sound. Despair, boundless despair. Who said he would turn into a zombie? Chu Yun clarified. The company has equipped us with hidden buffs. Being bitten by a zombie does not infect us with the virus. This revelation stunned everyone. Zhang Xiaochong suddenly lifted his head, hope reigniting in his eyes. Hey, aren't you Xiao Guang? Go heal him. Lin Yaya's expression shifted slightly, but under Chu Yun's watchful gaze, she had no choice but to step forward. A faint glow emanated from her hand as she pressed it against Zhang Xiaochong's wound. The injury began to mend gradually. Moments later, though the wound did not return to its original state, it ceased bleeding. Thank you. Zhang Xiaocheng's gaze was cold as he stiffly expressed his gratitude before distancing himself from Lin Ye. The bus was nearing the station. Chu Yun glanced at the display. The number of zombies outside was dozens, if not hundreds, of times greater than here. For those who wish to survive, remember the following points. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. First, remain silent. Zombies are sensitive to sound. Second, aiming for the head is the most effective method of killing. Thirdly, the navigation is merely for reference. Lastly, there is one more point to remember. Chu Yun's gaze swept over each individual, exuding an undeniable aura of coercion. Throughout this mission, I primarily assumed the role of an observer. I shall only intervene should any unforeseen circumstances arise that exceed your capabilities. At all other times, you must devise your own solutions. The train has arrived at the station, and you are 900 meters away from the pickup point. From the window, one can clearly see hundreds of zombies wandering outside, a dense mass like an encroaching tide. Fortunately, they are all congregated on the opposite side of the train door. As the group hesitated for a minute, paralyzed by fear, Chu Yun stepped forward and forcefully opened the carriage door. Zombies immediately swarmed in, compelling the group to rush out of the train. The first phase has reached a completion rate of 40. A cacophony of groans and growls erupted as dozens of zombies surged towards them. Chapter 59. The newcomers collaborate. Chu Yun soars above the clouds, opening treasure chests. Wang Tong, seasoned from years of delivering takeout, possessed nimble legs and ran the fastest. A zombie charged at him, prompting him to use leap, propelling himself 3 meters into the air, evading the attack. The zombie stumbled forward, missing its target, and continued its advance, reaching for Zhao Long, the tattooed man. In a fit of rage, Zhao Long bellowed, "Die!" His heavy fire axe swung down with tremendous force, cleaving into the zombie's skull, causing black blood to splatter everywhere, coating him in gore. The taste of the foul liquid lingered on his tongue, more nauseating than excrement. "Don't just stand there." Chu Yun moved with an air of nonchalance, his pace surpassing that of anyone else sprinting for their lives. "Watch out for the two on the left." Yang Xiaocheng, carrying a backpack, warned the suited man ahead. "I spike." Li Jiasin, his wrinkled suit a testament to his disarray, hastily raised his hand, gathering chilling energy. A shard of ice shot forth, but unfortunately, his aim faltered, merely grazing the two zombies. Nearby, the spotted girl reacted quickly, conjuring a 500G piece of raw meat with her raw meat coin and tossing it toward the two zombies. The pungent scent of blood was irresistible to the undead, causing the zombies that had previously grabbed the suited man to release him and lunge toward the meat instead. Li Jiasin, narrowly escaping, clasped his hands in gratitude toward the girl, urging himself to hasten his step. "Wait for me, brothers," Lin Ye called out, desperately chasing after the suited man. "Don't leave me behind." The least physically capable, the portly Qin Zhuang, lagged behind, his teammates' figures growing distant, nearly in tears. Suddenly, a zombie grasped his rear, eliciting a yelp from him. Without hesitation, he activated Blood Rage, unleashing his potential. His speed surged, and he quickly overtook others. Rushing to Wang Tung's side, clad in delivery attire. As they stepped outside, their vision cleared, revealing a crossroads littered with abandoned vehicles and at least 100 zombies wandering aimlessly. The most despairing sight was a mutated cat, as robust as a tiger, feasting on a zombie's corpse. The cold navigation arrow indicated that they needed to traverse through the horde. Following closely behind were Zhao Long, Li Jiasin, Lu Li, and Lin Ye, who all arrived in unison, gasping in shock at the scene before them. "Why are we running?" The last to arrive, Yang Xiaocheng, asked bewilderedly, his face paling as he grasped the dire situation. "How can we escape? It's a dead end." The first phase completion rate reached 45. Chu Yun observed the group, a faint smile playing on his lips. This scenario mirrored his third delivery encounter, where the navigation indicated only a few hundred meters remained. Yet the path was blocked by zombies. The only option was to take a long detour, ultimately covering an extra 3 kilometers to reach the destination. The zombies were closing in from behind, their growls growing louder. "I spike! I spike!" Li Jiasin frantically attempted to conjure another ice shard. This time, he successfully struck a zombie in the chest, causing its speed to diminish. However, another zombie was hot on their heels. "Damn it!" Zhao Long dealt with it swiftly, but more zombies continued to surge forward. "We need to take a detour. Let us go this way." Wang Tong, leveraging his delivery experience, dashed towards a path with fewer zombies to the right. The group, once akin to headless flies, instinctively followed his lead. However, the noise of their running attracted the attention of a mutated cat, which had likely been aware of their presence from the beginning. Meow! A sharp, piercing cry erupted. Unlike any typical cat sound, the mutated cat sprang into action, its forepaws propelling it forward like a blur, reaching the front of the group in the blink of an eye. This enemy was insurmountable. The horde of zombies also turned their attention toward them, creating a pincer movement. Everyone held their breath. Chu Yun had refrained from intervening until now, not only to test the group, but also because the zombies bore a green light above their heads, indicating he could not interfere according to company guidelines. At this moment, however, the mutated cat was marked with a red, signifying that he could engage. Drawing his Barrett, Chu Yun aimed not at the cat's massive head, but rather at its legs. 2 gunshots rang out, shattering its proud limbs and halting its advance. It could only crawl forward on its front paws. Now, Zhang Xiaochong shouted, urging everyone to run to the right down the street. The portly man followed closely. We should go this way. Seeing the mutated cat pursue to the right, Wang Teng immediately veered left down the street. Zhao Long, Li Jiesin, Lu Li, and Lin Yaya followed suit. The group split into 2. Wang Teng's faction seized the opportunity while the cat was distracted, turning into a narrow alleyway with only 1 zombie present. Li Jiesin unleashed an ice spike to slow it down, and Zhao Long dispatched it with his axe. Meanwhile, the mutated cat, despite losing its hind legs, still crawled faster than ordinary zombies. Yang Xiaochong felt his adrenaline surge, yet the situation remained grim. The portly man was the fastest, but the effects of blood rage were waning, and he knew that in 2 minutes, he would be at a disadvantage. As he ran, he reached an intersection, preparing to turn left when he was met with a wall of zombies. The other side was even worse. Only 30 seconds remained. In desperation, he could only seek refuge in an open hardware store nearby. Not far away, Zhang Xiaochong rushed into the hardware store, and together they closed the door. A cacophony ensued as a horde of zombies battered against the iron door. Meanwhile, the 5 individuals in the alley faced their own peril. A dead end. Wang Teng's expression darkened as he gazed at the blocked alleyway ahead. Zhao Long swung his axe against the wall, cursing, "Damn it. The way back is also blocked by zombies." Behind them, 7 zombies advanced menacingly. Li Jiesin conjured ice spikes, honing his skills through practice, and managed to hit 2 out of 3 shots due to the alley's constricted space. "Damn. I'm not afraid of the zombie virus. I'll fight," Zhao Long resolved fiercely, brandishing his battle axe as he charged forward. "And I shall join you," Wang Teng shouted, wielding a mop he had picked up on the way. "I will help you all." Lu Li, lacking combat abilities, quickly devised a clever plan, summoning fresh meat and tossing it forcefully towards the zombies, diverting several of them. The pressure lessened significantly. With precision, a single swing of Zhao Long's axe felled 1 zombie. A swift strike from Wang Teng's stick brought another down, while another ice spike struck true. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Long advanced, wielding his axe to slay yet another. After a chaotic but resolute battle, all the zombies were vanquished. Zhao Long bore numerous bite marks and scratches, the most severe being a chunk of flesh torn from his left arm, blood gushing forth. Wang Teng fared worse, with deep gashes on his thigh and shoulder, exposing bone beneath the flesh, blood staining his tattered clothing. "That girl, hurry, help me heal," Wang Teng called out, his face pale, to Lin Yaya, who trembled at the back, too frightened to move. "Come here, treat me first." Zhao Long glared fiercely, startled by his shout. The girl instinctively approached, trembling as she extended her hand to cast a healing spell. After 3 successive treatments, Zhao Long's wounds were nearly healed. "I'm hurt worse. Quickly, heal me," he urged. "I'm coming," Lin Yaya replied, moving to treat him once. Wang Teng was taken aback when she withdrew her hand, perplexed. "Why just once? I have only 5 points of magic left. It takes an hour to restore 1 point, so I must conserve it," she retorted. "But why did you heal him 3 times? Lin Yaya countered. "Zhao Long is the main force in our team. Of course, I need to ensure his combat ability first. As for you, as long as you're not bleeding, you won't die." "Ha. Well said." The burly tattooed man laughed heartily, stepping forward. "This little girl is quite astute." He wrapped his powerful arm around Lin Yaya's slender waist. The overwhelming strength made her face pale. "Your name is Lin Yaya, right? Very well, from now on, you are my woman. Brother Long will ensure your survival in this hellish place." The girl stiffened, enduring the crushing force against her chest, managing a smile that was more painful than tears. "Thank you, Brother Long." Their first teamwork succeeded in surpassing 50 completion of the initial phase. Above the clouds, standing on the back of Lei Yi, Chu Yun gazed at the reward, a bronze treasure chest. He opened it on the spot. Chapter 60. The heavens envy beauty, fortune bestows abundance. To Chu Yun's surprise, this time there was only 1 item inside. Heaven envy beauty core coin, star level, no stars effect. Upon fusion, when one's own beauty score is below 8 points, beauty increases to 9 points, but lifespan decreases by 50 to 90. When one's own beauty score is above 8 points, calamity befalls. Yet each survival yields corresponding rewards. After successfully surviving 500 major disasters, Heaven Envy Beauty transforms into Fortune Bestows Abundance, automatically absorbing the luck of those around. Note: Beauty score 12, Flawed Beauty, has imperfections. 35, Ordinary, is unremarkable. 67, Handsome Talent, stands out with charm. 8, Peerless Beauty, is exceptionally rare. 9, Unparalleled, is virtually unique. 10, Perfect, transcends the mundane, resembling a celestial being. This was Chu Yun's first encounter with a coin devoid of star ratings. Upon picking it up, he received a feedback message. Beauty score, 85. Observing the coin's effects, he noted the intertwined nature of fortune and misfortune, echoing the adage, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. As a person who preferred stability, Chu Yun was reluctant to gamble. However, reflecting on the apocalyptic upheavals and undercurrents of the present world, he realized time for steady development was fleeting. With a sigh, he proceeded to fuse the coin. Unlike other coins that could be extracted at will, this coin immediately occupied a coin slot permanently upon entry into his being. Chu Yun then felt a dark energy flicker above him, instilling an ominous premonition. He remained vigilant, confirming the presence of the slime attached to him and the 10 shadow dragon guards concealed within the shadows. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to descend from the sky, feeling uneasy with his feet off the ground. Just as he prepared to command Lei Yi to land, an unexpected wave of danger coursed through him, causing his entire body to tremble. Chu Yun abruptly looked up to see a meteor, ablaze with eerie blue flames, tearing through the clouds, descending directly toward him. What the hell? He unleashed all of Lei Yi's power, teleporting several kilometers away to evade the meteor's impact zone. To his astonishment, the meteor inexplicably altered its trajectory mid-air, still hurtling toward him. This is absurd. Chu Yun commanded Lei Yi to unleash a devastating attack against the meteor. Obeying, Lei Yi expanded dramatically, reaching the size of a large truck, its true form. With a thunderous roar, it opened its massive maw, gathering immense thunderous energy. The blinding thunderball quickly expanded from 1 meter in diameter to 3, 5, and then 10 meters. With a tremendous explosion, the thunderball shot forth like a cannonball, tearing through the air with unparalleled force, charging toward the incoming meteor. The resounding thunderclap echoed across the skies. The shockwave from the clash of thunder and eerie blue flames illuminated the entire realm, rendering it impossible to behold. The meteor disintegrated, scattering thousands of ice crystal fragments toward Chu Yun. Lei Yi first conjured a thunder shield encompassing a 100-meter radius, then quickly shrank it to protect only itself and its master. The fragments pelted against the shield with incessant force. Lei Yi spread its thunderous wings while deftly dodging. Moments later, as tranquility returned, half of the city below had transformed into an icy wasteland. You survived? You truly are impressive. A silver-haired youth appeared, hovering in midair. Suddenly, 2 bullets shot forth, passing through the youth as though he were a mere illusion. The silver-haired youth chuckled lightly, declaring that there was no need for unnecessary efforts, for this was merely a manifestation of his essence. The recent meteor had depleted all the energy of this avatar, and in 1 minute, he would vanish. Lightning spread its wings, matching the opponent's stance. Chu Yun narrowed his eyes, recalling the enemies he had encountered over the past 2 days. The silver-haired youth, aware of his thoughts, introduced himself. This is our first meeting. You should have heard of me beforehand. My name is Bai Lingbing, the leader of Bai Di Chung. Understanding dawned on Chu Yun as he nodded. Outwardly, it is rumored that you are merely at the pinnacle of the second transformation. Yet, seeing this avatar, your prowess exceeds that. Bai Lingbing smiled slightly. I possess a unique physique. My progress has been rapid. The strength I displayed a fortnight ago differs greatly from now. Chu Yun inquired, what is your true power at present? The silver-haired youth did not conceal the truth. Currently, I stand at the peak of the 4th transformation. In 2 days, I shall reach the 5th. Chu Yun gave a thumbs up. Without any bottlenecks, you must be the destined protagonist of this world. Bai Lingbing laughed heartily. Your own progress is commendable. The young lady Qin Baisho mentioned just yesterday that you were but a mortal, easily crushed. Yet today, it seems you could vanquish even those at the 3rd transformation. At that moment, his form flickered. Time is running short. The silver-haired youth produced an ice blue crystal. Thank you for saving my sister the other day. I noticed that your first bullet had an ice attribute. I have a modicum of research on ice, so consider this a token of gratitude. He tossed the crystal to Chu Yun before his form transformed into motes of light, dissipating into the air. Chu Yun did not reach out with his hand, but instead manipulated an unseen force to grasp the crystal from 20 meters away. Beep. High concentration of ice elemental energy detected. Can be used to enhance the Barrett special weapon ice attributes. Enhance. The crystal transformed into pure ice elemental energy, merging into Chu Yun's Barrett. Ice level 1. Ice level 2. Ice level 5. Ice level 5. Effect. Consumes 10 mana points. The next ice bullet, upon impact, will transform a radius of 1 mile into an absolute ice domain. All enemies within will be frozen and slowed. Bai Lingbing, truly an intriguing individual. Chu Yun eagerly anticipated their future encounter, though he knew it would not be long. Lightning soared high, swiftly returning to the original location. Chu Yun surveyed below, noticing that the recent explosion had attracted a multitude of zombies. Zhang Xiaochong and Fei Zhai seized this opportunity. Fully armed, they emerged from the hardware store and quickly regrouped with 5 others. Completion of Stage 1. 60 Zhang Xiaochong retrieved a plethora of equipment from his spatial backpack. Various armor, crowbars, fire axes, and homemade long spears were distributed among them, arming each individual. As they progressed, the 7 of them grew increasingly adept at dealing with zombies. They finally arrived at the pickup point, 301 Apocalypse Convenience Store. Completion of Stage 1. 80, Chu Yun descended from the skies, entering the store to introduce the current pickup and subsequent delivery processes to the group. Once they were prepared and had completed the pickup, they set forth towards the delivery location. Chu Yun ascended back into the air, observing their actions from a godlike perspective. Completion of Stage 1. 100, Evaluation, Excellent. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest. Commence Stage 2. Delivery Phase, at this rate. It was possible that the 7 would also receive an excellent evaluation in the delivery phase, securing a golden treasure chest as well. Kuralu was correct. This indeed offered greater rewards than a simple delivery task. However, they needed to devise a plan to resolve the impending trouble. Chu Yun's gaze shifted towards the entrance of the delivery site, where negotiations and disputes between 2 factions were unfolding. One side numbered 3 to 400, clad in suits and wielding axes, resembling the Doomsday Axe Gang. The other side, though only a few dozen strong, possessed individuals with extraordinary abilities, commanding over 100 ferocious zombies behind them. This could be considered later. For now, time to open the chest. Chu Yun swiftly opened the silver treasure chest. Chapter 61. Thumb Sword. Frenzied Emperor. Thumb Sword. Grade. 5 stars. Effect. Consumes mana and mental energy. Swiftly draws sword intent from the left palm into the thumb, unleashing a piercing sword aura that automatically locks onto enemies. Its speed is so remarkable that it can penetrate physical defenses, leaving the struck area irreparably harmed. Can combine with index finger sword, middle finger, ring finger, and little finger to form 5-finger sword. Having just examined the core coin's effect, a fierce mutated hawk swooped in from afar, arriving at the perfect moment for a test. Chu Yun integrated the coin into his body, instantly comprehending its usage. He slowly closed his eyes, palms pressed together. As his mental and mana energies flowed into the coin, his right hand gently closed over his left palm, forming an intangible sword aura nestled within his fist. Caw! The beastly hawk approached, only to be halted by an invisible shield, letting out a frustrated cry. Unmoved, Chu Yun gradually lifted his right fist above his head. The giant hawk sensed danger and, in a flash, blinked away 1,000 meters, fleeing ever further, nearly disappearing into the horizon. Chu Yun raised his right fist, extending his thumb. Swish! A razor-sharp sword aura shot forth from his thumb with astonishing speed, seemingly transcending time and space. In that very instant, the retreating hawk faltered, its body plummeting earthward. You have slain a level 6 beastly hawk, earning 15 apocalypse points, such power from merely a thumb. If the other 4 fingers were gathered, each sword aura would be twice as potent as the last. How formidable would the 5th sword aura be? Chu Yun's heart raced with excitement. In addition to this coin, the treasure chest also contained 5 physical freedom attribute points. He had intended to allocate them all to agility, but upon investing 4 points, his agility reached 20, triggering a system alert that his body had reached its limit. To continue adding points, he would first need to advance beyond the first tier. The remaining point would be added to vitality. Upon completing the allocation, his attributes stood as follows: physical body, strength 10, agility 20, vitality 7. With his current strength, Chu Yun could easily lift a car. His doubled speed meant that even if a Gatling gun were fired at him, he could discern each bullet and evade it. Yet just 3 days prior, he had been an ordinary person, possessing only the ability to stop time. However, he still felt painfully slow, a vast distance from true strength. Bai Lingbing was on the verge of breaking into the 5th transformation, which in corporate terms equated to progressing to the 2nd tier. Meanwhile, he was still 4 levels away from the first. Completing tasks one by one felt excruciatingly slow. How could he enhance his efficiency? As Chu Yun pondered, he suddenly recalled dreams he had during the 2 years of frequent headaches after his arrival. If only he could have a second body with an independent panel. No sooner had he voiced this thought than a sudden pain struck his head. Blood Demon Apocalypse. In a dimly lit wooden cabin on the outskirts of the city, Chu Yun suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head. What's wrong, sister? Don't you wish to join us in the apocalypse killing? A short-haired woman with a cigarette raised an eyebrow, her piercing gaze sweeping over every newcomer present. However, I regret to inform you that only 2 choices lie before you. She shook the Desert Eagle in her hand, which was loaded with infinite bullets. First, cast aside your absurd morals. Join the company, accept assassination orders. Venture into the corresponding apocalyptic worlds to complete tasks, and return to claim your rewards for achieving the extraordinary. Second, she exhaled a puff of smoke. A sinister smile creeping across her face. I can send you on your way right now. I'll join, exclaimed a young man with phoenix eyes. His eyes gleaming with a yearning for extraordinary power. Isn't it akin to a killer's version of the Master God Space? Beside him, a bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses. I will join as well. No, I want to kill. Killing is against the law, protested a sturdy man, shaking his head vigorously as he stepped back. I still need to cook for my mother. Please let me go back. Bang. The gunshot echoed in the enclosed space, the bullet piercing the man's forehead with precision. Blood splattered onto a nearby peasant woman's face, eliciting a scream. I'll join. I'll join. Don't kill me. The woman trembled, raising her hands in surrender. The man with the golden teeth swallowed hard, feigning calmness. I will join too. In the end, only the silver-haired girl with twin ponytails remained. What about you, sister? The woman took a drag from her cigarette, the gun's muzzle subtly pointed at her. Such a beautiful face, it would be a pity to waste it. Being a killer could be quite fun. Chu Yun lowered her head, the blue celestial clock in her left eye slowly dissipating. Rubbing her temples, she lifted her head. Her childhood ailment had flared up again. I will also join. Excellent. The woman expressed satisfaction, holstering her gun. Let me introduce myself once more. My name is Li Jia, and I will be your guide for this novice mission. You may call me Sisterly. She produced 5 luminous white cards. These are the power system skill cards of our company, the Apocalypse Killing. The company has awakened your spirit book. You can now summon it. Chu Yun, following the system's prompt, silently chanted spirit book, and a palm-sized white card book materialized. As she turned to the first page, a slot appeared for inserting cards. However, when she attempted to turn to the second page, it felt as though she had encountered an invisible wall. Seeing everyone struggling to turn the second page, Li Jie scoffed. Don't waste your effort. Your current assassin level is only level 1, which allows you to unlock just the first slot. The young man with phoenix eyes inquired curiously. Is the Desert Eagle you held earlier a similar card? Clever, Li Jie nodded. However, mine is a 3-star card, while the company has provided you newcomers with 1-star cards. She displayed the 5 cards in her hand. 1-star flying knife card, consuming 1 point of magic to launch a flying knife. 1-star strength card, consuming 1 point of magic to enhance strength by 1 point for 15 minutes. 1-star speed card, consuming 1 point of magic to increase agility by 2 points for 3 minutes. 1-star copper skin card, permanently transforming skin into copper skin, significantly enhancing defense. 1-star tang knife card, capable of summoning a sharp tang knife at any time. I want the flying knife. The young man with phoenix eyes declared eagerly. I want speed. Both the bespectacled boy and the man with golden teeth shouted simultaneously. They both desired to outrun others in this blood-soaked apocalypse. Kid, are you trying to snatch it from me? The man with golden teeth glared menacingly, rolling up his sleeves to reveal tattoos. The bespectacled boy shrank back. Then I'll choose something else. After a moment of hesitation, he selected the strength card. Only the copper skin card and the tang knife card remained. The peasant woman timidly glanced at the beautiful girl. Do you know how to wield a knife? Chu Yun inquired. The woman shook her head. Then I'll take the knife. Li Jie tossed the last 2 cards to the 2. Chu Yun caught one and inserted it into the first page of the card book. With a thought, a long tang knife instantly appeared in her hand, glinting coldly and weighing just right. Chu Yun effortlessly twirled the knife, her movements smooth and natural. Li Jie noticed her grace, exclaiming, "Oh, you've practiced." Chu Yun nodded slightly, indicating her basic understanding. Once everyone had familiarized themselves with their skill cards, Li Jie flicked away her cigarette butt. Newcomers. The target this time is a level 3 ghost killing team member. The client has a special request. Before killing him, chop off his genitals and feed them to him before executing him. It seems like another cowardly green-haired turtle who dares not act himself, thus placing a hit. And this is our line of work. The reward for this task, combined with the newcomer subsidy, will not only be sufficient for each of you to level up once and unlock the second card slot, but also allow you to purchase a 2-star card. Work diligently with the company, and a promising future awaits. Let us set off. Chapter 62. Let us play a game in the zombie apocalypse. A 7-member team, led by Zhao Long, cautiously advanced along a dilapidated street towards their delivery destination. They encountered few zombies along the way, thanks to the gear scavenged from a hardware store and their individual extraordinary abilities. Although their journey had its ups and downs, they traversed it without significant peril. The pry bars, battle axes, and homemade spears stained with dark red blood served as testament to their battles. What luck! Thanks to that recent explosion, all those ghastly things were drawn away, remarked Wang Tong, the delivery worker, holding his pry bar. I just saw something. It was like a meteor colliding with thunder, said the chubby Chen Zhuang, rubbing his still-dazed eyes. That kind of collision is akin to gods clashing. Yang Xiaocheng's face was filled with longing. Throughout this journey, he continuously honed his skills. Despite carrying a burdensome backpack, he could now kill zombies with his homemade spear. I will reach that level sooner or later. Zhao Long, the tattooed man, swung his battle axe. He had slain the most zombies on this journey, numbering 2 or 3 dozen. Now, facing zombies, he felt no fear at all. Reflecting on an hour ago when he was terrified by a zombie in the car, it felt like a humiliation. I believe Brother Long can surely do it. Lin Ye chimed in, her face full of admiration, though a hint of barely perceptible disdain flickered in her eyes. Once this task is completed and we return, I will have my father arrange a bunch of extraordinary beings as bodyguards for me. At that time, this Zhao Long, who only knows how to flaunt his brute strength, will be at my mercy. The quiet, observant girl with a sparrow-like face, Lu Li, furrowed her brow slightly. Haven't you noticed? Something feels off. She raised her concerns. Why is it that the closer we get to the delivery point, the quieter it becomes? We can hardly see a shadow of zombies. Upon her mention, the others began to realize the anomaly. Perhaps they were all drawn far away by the earlier explosion? Chen Zhuang speculated, eager for the journey to remain this safe. Impossible. Lu Li shook her head. Even if they were drawn away, there should have been zombies passing through the places we came from. She added, however, we didn't see any large groups of zombies along our way. Isn't the absence of zombies a good thing? Lin Ye thought the unattractive woman was being overly talkative. As long as we can safely deliver the goods, what is the problem? How could it be acceptable without zombies? Zhao Long, however, was dissatisfied, exclaiming, my battle axe has long been eager for action. The more zombies, the better. Watch as Brother Long takes them down with ease. He laughed heartily, rounding a corner, only to behold the delivery destination, Xingfu Huayuan Xiaoziu, and the throngs of people and zombies gathered at the entrance. Holy hell! Zhao Long blurted out, quickly retreating, pressing against the wall as his heart raced. The others, noticing his alarm, halted and held their breath. What's wrong, Brother Long? Lin Ye whispered. Zhao Long's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. There are 2 groups at the entrance, preparing to fight. One group has several hundred people, armed with axes, like the Axe Gang. The other group is smaller, but they can control zombies, at least several hundred of them. No wonder we haven't seen many zombies on the way. They've all gathered here. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed in unison. Yang Xiaocheng cautiously peeked around the corner, recoiling after just a glance, his expression grave. It's true. Controlling zombies? Li Jiesin, clutching his wrinkled suit, found it hard to believe. In this cursed world, what is impossible? Wang Tong chuckled bitterly. Haven't we just gained superpowers ourselves? What do we do now? Chen Zhuang's voice trembled. Should we still go over there? The navigation arrow coldly pointed towards the interior of the community. 3103, remaining distance, 200 meters. Remaining delivery time, 1 hour 17 minutes, 1 hour penalty-free for exceeding time. We still have 2 hours. How about we find a house to hide in until they finish and then deliver? Chen Zhuang suggested. No way. The delivery worker Wang Tong immediately countered. Waiting for others will take forever. We should take the initiative. Zhao Long retorted, slapping him. If you want to die, go ahead. Not that. Wang Tong protested, feeling wronged. I meant, there must be more than one entrance. Let us circle around and enter from a different gate. That is a good idea, Zhao Long nodded. You should have said so sooner. As the group prepared to move, a voice, laced with mockery, called from above. Where do you think you're going? The group looked up in horror. They beheld a man clad in a fitted suit, with a pair of pale bone wings extending from his back, hovering in midair, casually toying with a gleaming small axe, smiling down at them. Following closely was a zombie king, modeled in shades of blue and purple, yet displaying intelligence, leading hundreds of zombies that rounded the corner, encircling the 7. Another wave of delivery workers, take them away. The 7 attempted to resist. But the zombie king cast a cold glance over them, an invisible pressure emanating from his very essence, crashing down upon them. Ugh! Ah! The 7 crumpled to the ground as if struck, unable to move even a finger. Helplessly watching as the zombies approached and roughly hoisted them away towards the desolate gathering place. They were tossed onto a patch of open ground at the entrance of the community, resembling a buffer zone between 2 factions. In the center of this space stood 9 individuals, each dressed differently and equally pallid, trembling uncontrollably. Why you re also? The scene unfolded akin to a moment from your name. It turned out that before Zhao Long and his group arrived, another set of delivery workers had already been captured. The clearly seasoned buzzcut man turned to Zhao Long, inquiring, "Are you their guide?" Zhao Long shook his head. "I'm just a newcomer." "Then where's your guide?" "I don't know. He said not to interfere with our deliveries. Let us gain experience." And then he just vanished. "Forget it." The buzzcut man closed his eyes in despair. "Most likely, he is at my level, just a level 3 caretaker, probably unable to protect himself now or hiding." He had initially thought leading newcomers would be a leisurely task akin to a vacation, yet he found himself embroiled in such a large-scale conflict between indigenous factions. A stroke of bad luck indeed. As they conversed, the leaders of the 2 factions were also in discussion. Didn't Lord Bai intend to select 10 individuals from among us to take to Bai City? The man in the bone-winged suit glanced impatiently at the sky. Why is he taking so long to return? Opposite him, the handsome young man, who had transformed from the zombie king, frowned. They represented the 2 largest factions in Dongguan County, locked in a long-standing feud. Earlier that morning, they had been approached by Bai Lingbing, the leader of Bai City, inviting them to join his faction. As leaders of their own factions, neither was willing to comply. However, after experiencing true power firsthand through a brutal confrontation, their perspectives shifted drastically. They had also learned of the emergence of the Bloodlight secret realm in Nanyang City. If the realm was not breached within the stipulated time, the entire provincial city would fall. Within the realm, danger and opportunity coexisted. Naturally, those who became leaders harbored ambitions for power. Thus, they gathered everyone here to discuss the allocation of the 10 spots. Just as Lord Bai had departed, a colossal meteor and a similarly terrifying thunderbolt appeared in the west. 2 powerful individuals clashed. The Axe Gang leader stroked his chin, speculating, "Do you think Lord Bai? Impossible." The zombie king youth immediately retorted, "I'm well aware of Lord Bai's strength. He is nearly at the 4th transformation level. How could he possibly be defeated? All right, but waiting around is tedious." The Axe Gang leader's gaze shifted toward the captured dozen individuals, a cruel smile curling his lips. "How about we have some fun? I think that's a splendid idea." The zombie king youth also regarded the trembling prey, a glimmer of bloodlust flickering in his eyes. In a flash, he appeared among the 16 individuals. "Dear outsiders, let us play a game. The rules are simple." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in everyone's ears. "You 16 will engage in a free-for-all. The last one standing will be allowed to complete your delivery task." The crowd erupted in shock. "What? Only one can survive? Isn't that just forcing us to kill each other?" The only seasoned individual present raised his hand, stating, "We delivery workers cannot kill each other." To bolster his argument, he summoned a machete and swiftly slashed it across the neck of the bewildered tattooed man. Yet, this supposedly fatal strike was blocked by an invisible barrier. Holy hell! Zhao Long finally reacted, a mix of shock and anger flooding him. Almost instinctively, he drew his battle axe and struck at the opponent's arm, which was still in motion. This time, no barrier emerged. Blood spurted forth as the severed limb fell to the ground. Holy hell! The buzzcut man let out a wail akin to a slaughtered pig, nearly fainting from the pain. He hurriedly retrieved a life leaf to consume. The wound ceased bleeding, but he was left with one less arm. Damn it! Tears streaming down his face from the agony. He cursed, "Your guides didn't tell you that while delivery workers can't deal fatal damage, we can still inflict harm." "Ah, is that so? My apologies." Zhao Long clasped his hands together in apology. Clap, clap, clap. The Axe Gang leader approached, applauding. What a thrilling setup. Unable to kill each other, yet capable of inflicting harm. This makes it all the more interesting. If that is the case, let us change the rules. The last one standing will be declared the winner. As for the others, he paused and exchanged a cruel glance with the young Shi Wang, declaring, "We shall handle this." No sooner had he spoken than Zhao Long had already made his move, delivering a devastating blow with his axe to the leg of a seasoned opponent across from him. This strike, meticulously planned, caught the adversary off guard as he bent to retrieve his severed arm, resulting in a swift amputation of his leg, causing him to collapse to the ground. "Make your move," a voice cried out, as the primal instinct for survival overwhelmed reason, igniting a chaotic melee. Ice spikes, hidden arrows, and earthen spikes clashed in a frenzied display of low-tier abilities, but the majority of the chaos was wrought by fists, feet, clubs, and blades in brutal close combat. The cacophony of screams, curses, bone fractures, and the clash of powers filled the air. After a tumultuous 10 minutes, the only figure still standing in the center of the clearing was Zhao Long, bloodied and panting heavily. He leaned on his battle axe, his sole eye, now stained with blood, fixed intently on the two demons before him. "I have triumphed," he rasped. "May I depart now?" The response came from the Shi Wang and the suited axe-wielding man, who simultaneously revealed mocking and cruel grins. "Well done, quite the spectacle," chuckled the leader of the axe gang. However, the Shi Wang interjected coldly, "I forgot to mention, we are not bound by promises." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Let the feast begin." The surrounding horde of zombies roared and surged forward. At that moment, a colossal thunder leopard descended from the skies, its terrifying aura overwhelming the scene. The axe gang leader and the Shi Wang exchanged a glance, instinctively desiring to flee. Yet, 10 formidable shadow dragon men emerged from the shadows, swiftly bringing both of them to the ground. Simultaneously, 200 armored soldiers wielding swords and shields appeared, encircling all members of the axe gang and the horde of zombies. Amidst this silence and shock, Chu Yun stood atop the thunder leopard, gazing down at the two captives with an indifferent voice. "It seems you were enjoying yourselves just now. Now it's my turn. Let us play a game." In Chapter 63, the Sword and Shield Shadow Dragon Melee, the leader of the axe gang and the young Shi Wang found themselves firmly pressed to the ground, their cheeks pressed against the cold, rough earth. Their eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. They could sense that each shadow dragon man pinning them down possessed strength equal to their own. The mere presence of the thunder leopard, exuding a suffocating pressure, evoked memories of the fear they felt under the command of Lord Bai Lingbing. The 200 silent armored soldiers surrounding them were more than capable of crushing all their subordinates. "My lord," the axe gang leader stammered. His face contorted as he struggled to speak. "What grievances do we hold?" "Elder brother." Zhao Long scrambled forward, prostrating himself before the youth who stood atop the leopard like a deity, his forehead instantly bruising from the impact. Tears streamed down his face as he lamented, "Oh, elder brother, you have finally arrived. This damned indigenous group has been tormenting us, pushing us to the brink of death." Yang Xiaochong, who had been feigning death on the ground, cautiously opened a slit of his eye. Upon witnessing the scene, his previously taut nerves relaxed. He scrambled to his feet, mirroring Zhao Long's posture. "Brother, you arrived just in time. Had you been even a moment later, we would have been left for dead." The remaining surviving delivery personnel, witnessing this turn of events, felt a surge of hope, their gazes filled with fervor and excitement. Another seasoned individual was left astounded, taken aback by the newcomer's guide's formidable strength. "Mistake," the axe gang leader hastily clarified. "My lord, this is a misunderstanding. We were wrong." The young Shi Wang reacted even faster, lowering his stance and speaking earnestly. "We are willing to submit to you, my lord." While he feigned submission, he secretly fantasized about reuniting with Lord Bai Lingbing and having him exact vengeance on their behalf. "The rules are simple," Chu Yun interrupted. "Whichever of you survives until the end may leave." Upon finishing his statement, 10 shadow dragon guards released their hold and melted into the shadows. The moment they regained their freedom, the young Shi Wang's eyes glimmered with a fierce light as he sprang forward, claws extended, aiming for the back of the axe gang leader's heart. His nails turned dark and elongated, exuding lethal intent. "You." The axe gang leader was both surprised and furious, unfurling his bony wings to shield his body. A sharp clang echoed as he thrust himself backward, while simultaneously hurling 3 flying axes from various angles toward the now transformed Shi Wang. Yet, the latter did not flinch or evade. With a sinister grin, he allowed the flying axes to embed deep into his violet-hued flesh, black blood splattering forth. However, the flesh around the wounds writhed violently, almost instantaneously healing. With a roar, he surged forward, moving like a streak of blue lightning, closing the distance. His fist, the size of a sandbag, came crashing down toward the axe gang leader's head. The leader's bony wings flapped frantically, narrowly avoiding the blow. But he was unprepared for the claw that simultaneously lunged at his chest. "By the heavens!" he exclaimed, his face shifting in horror as he quickly raised his axe to defend. A resounding thud echoed as the axe was pierced by the lethal claws. In a desperate moment, the suited man flapped his wings and soared into the air, muttering, "Since there is no way out, we might as well die together." His wings trembled violently, unleashing a barrage of bone spikes that rained down upon the Sherwang, while a majority targeted Chu Yun's direction. He was gambling, betting that the moment the thunder leopard or that individual diverted their attention would provide him with a chance to turn the tide of battle or escape. Faced with the onslaught of bone spikes, Chu Yun stood atop the thunder leopard, unmoving. The lightning merely lazily lifted its eyelids, and the surrounding lightning flared brilliantly. As the spikes made contact with an invisible lightning shield, they were instantly obliterated, leaving not even a trace of smoke behind. Meanwhile, the Sherwang raised his arms above his head, his body hardening like a stubborn stone. The bone spike struck him, leaving only faint white marks before bouncing harmlessly away. In that brief exchange of offense and defense, the Axe Gang leader seized the opportunity to flap his wings furiously, transforming into a streak of white light that shot toward the horizon, already 1,000 meters away in the blink of an eye. Chu Yun glanced at the helpless Sherwang, muttering, "Useless." With a slight expenditure of mental energy and 10 points of magical power, he drew forth his sword intent, raising his right arm and flicking his thumb. In an instant, the sword energy soared like a rainbow, slicing through the head of the bony-winged man. His body stiffened, and without uttering a sound, he plummeted to the ground. You have slain an 8th level ability user, earning 30 apocalypse points. The delivery personnel gazed in astonishment at this scene. With a mere flick of the wrist, he could claim a life from miles away. How terrifying! The Sherwang, now stiffened, turned his gaze toward the boy atop the thunder leopard, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears. He is dead. Does the game still count? The rules of the game are simple. The last one standing can leave. Now that the leader of the Axe Gang lies dead, he remains alive. Chu Yun gazes down at him, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he softly utters 2 words. Can you guess? Lightning opens its mouth, and the devastating violet lightning begins to gather. This thunder, is it not one of the terrifying attacks that caused the explosion after Lord Bai's departure? The Corpse King is horrified. He wishes to flee, yet there is no escape. My lord, spare me, he pleads, bowing his head in desperation. I am willing to submit. I am ready to offer up everything I have. I know the secret of the leader of Bai Di Cheng, Bai Lingbing. I know before he can finish. A massive bolt of purple lightning rips through the air, instantly engulfing his entire being. The blinding flash leaves everyone momentarily sightless, and the deafening roar reverberates across the land. When the lightning dissipates, only a vast pit remains. You have slain an 8th level ability user. Apocalypse points, 30. Silence envelopes the scene. In the next moment, the members of the Axe Gang, bereft of their leader, and the horde of zombies no longer under the Corpse King's control erupt into chaos. The 200 sword and shield soldiers surrounding them spring into action. The glint of swords flashes, and the thud of shields resounds. Their movements are synchronized, strikingly efficient. Anyone attempting to flee will meet their demise beneath the swords. Occasionally, a few stronger individuals, or those with special abilities, prepare to unleash their powers, only to be slain by the Shadow Dragon guards emerging from the shadows. Seeing the overwhelming number of soldiers outside, someone cries out, "Since we cannot escape, we shall at least take a piece of him with us." Over 100 Axe Gang members raise their axes, appearing frenzied, and charge toward the thunder leopard. Chu Yun overlooks this last desperate frenzy of the ants below, his gaze as calm as a still pond. With a mere thought, a grotesque, enormous dark red scythe materializes in his hand. With a graceful leap, he lands on the ground. Once in a berserk state, he plunges into the enemy ranks, allowing the scythe to drink blood. Splat, slash, crack. Wherever he passes, axes splinter, and limbs fly. Soon, a mountain of corpses and a river of blood accumulate. The numerous onlookers behind him watch in a daze, their breaths quickening. They feel a mix of fear, shock, and profound reverence. So this is true power. This is what combat truly is. In comparison, their earlier struggles against the zombies, which they had thought intense and fervent, now seem like mere child's play. In the Blood Demon Apocalypse, on the grounds of an abandoned university, a short-haired woman gasps for air, her Desert Eagle overheating from excessive use, the barrel glowing red and emitting smoke. Surrounding her, in addition to hundreds of snarling blood demons, are 4 5-meter-tall monsters with massive jaws, viciously encircling her and her 4 companions. With foes closing in, the path to survival has vanished. Li Jia has long lost the calmness and pride expected of a veteran. Only exhaustion and despair remain. She finally comprehends everything. Why had they been so cautious on their journey, only to fall into such a predicament upon reaching their objective? How despicable! You dare to employ entrapment tactics. Do you not fear our company sending the nightmare killers to deal with you? With her last ounce of strength, she points angrily at the task target in the distance. The client and the task target are in cahoots. This is a serious violation. Yet before the company can send someone to handle them, the duped killers have already met their unfortunate fate. Indeed, misfortune has truly struck. Death, in a physical sense, is still death. Hee hee. The man in the distance laughs triumphantly and recklessly. So what? It is my supreme honor to allow the esteemed queen to taste the fresh blood of you interdimensional intruders. Even if I am pursued by your company afterward, I shall die with purpose. Having said this, he commands the blood demons and the 4 alien beasts to attack. It's over. The veteran feels despair. Alongside her, the youth with a broken arm, the bespectacled man with shattered glasses, the man missing a gold tooth and a row of teeth, and the dirt-covered woman all sink into hopelessness. At that moment, a silver-haired girl with twin ponytails steps forward slowly. She casually discards her Tang Dao, her lips moving as she utters, Quang Quang Di. Suddenly, an immense and invisible pressure descends. The very fabric of space seems to yield. A gigantic, intricate, and extraordinarily precise silver astronomical clock gradually materializes behind her. Simultaneously, the girl's casual attire is enveloped in a dazzling light, transforming into an exquisite, elegant, and yet practical white military uniform. She gracefully raises her left hand, grasping a beautifully crafted silver flintlock pistol, while her right hand wields a slender, sharp, ornate military saber adorned with clock patterns. Now, the time for my battle has come. Chapter 64. One Soul, Two Bodies, The Necromancer. Newcomer guidance task completed. Current evaluation, excellent. Following this, evaluations for several newcomers appear. To Chu Yun's surprise, aside from Zhao Long, both Yang Xiaochong and Lu Li also receive an excellent rating from the system. A fleeting thought of the plain-faced girl with freckles crosses his mind. Throughout the task, she remained mostly silent, yet managed to propose incisive solutions at critical moments. She is indeed a clever individual. Thanks to the reliability of Zhao Long and the others, Chu Yun successfully secured the golden treasure chest. Beginning return, upon returning to the rustic room, Chu Yun immediately enters the estate space and opens the treasure chest. A brilliant golden light flashes. You have opened the golden treasure chest and obtained 1. Physical attribute points. 9-2. Specialized weapon advancement card, only for advancing white quality to green. 3. Talent upgrade card 4. 5-star core coin. Choose 1-5. One-time coin. 5-finger wuxiang. After using it on a specified target, randomly steal 1 5-star coin from them. Regarding the attribute points, Chu Yun glances at the panel and makes a decision. He allocates 6 points to strength and 3 points to stamina. Allocation complete. Attributes: strength, 16, agility, 20, stamina, 10. For the specialized weapon advancement card, Chu Yun places his 2 specialized weapons, Barret and Slime, side by side in front of him. Which one to upgrade? After pondering for 3 seconds, he arrives at a decision. The Barret can continuously evolve through devouring, but the Slime cannot. He directly uses it on the Slime. A burst of colorful light flashes. The Slime's appearance remains unchanged, still a blue blob, but the panel has undergone a tremendous transformation. Second special weapon, Shalema Body Grade. Green primary trait. Exceptional mana recovery, restores 10 points of mana per minute. Secondary trait. Adhesion can attach to a creature, granting them an immunity boost of 80 to physical attacks. Tertiary trait. Mimicry, after attaching to an object for 10 seconds, can take on its form. Though lacking its abilities, current mana, 300,300 coin slots. Shengjihua, Yinling, Wangyin, can embed up to 9 coins simultaneously. Not only have my existing abilities been enhanced, but a new mimicry ability has also been added. I directly control the Shalema body to leap onto my main body. After 10 seconds, the Shalema detaches, landing on the ground and transforming into a stunning young man standing at 1.78 meters. With ink-black hair tied in a high ponytail and a left eye resembling a clock's golden pupil. Chu Yun meets his own gaze, simultaneously controlling 2 bodies to perform various actions. To be able to manipulate 2 versions of myself at once finally fulfills a childhood desire. The 2 exchange a smile, only to be momentarily stunned. Childhood. Thoughts. What thoughts? They frown in unison. Speaking of which, ever since I traversed here 18 years ago, those first 2 years felt like my soul was being torn apart in agony. My memories were fragmented and chaotic. One moment I was in an orphanage, the next in some luxurious villa. I even thought I had become Huazigu. It wasn't until an accident on the stairs caused my head to hit that these symptoms vanished. It seems to be a side effect of my traversal. After all, I had never crossed over before. Experiencing anything strange is quite normal. Shaking my head, I rein in my thoughts. The Shalema Chu Yun begins to gather Shengjihua. Meanwhile, My main body gazes at the third item in the treasure chest. Talent upgrade card. Currently, I possess only one talent, which I will use directly. Bean Soldier LV1. Bean Soldier LV2. Please select one of the following soldier types for your second Yellow Bean Soldier. 1. Huang Jinbing. Mortal, yet fearless. Armed with random weapons such as knives, swords, axes, hammers, and hoes, with a comprehensive attribute of 1 point, daily production, 200 beans 2. Huang Pao Doran. Possesses weak mana. Can create 5-element talisman, daily production, 20 beans 3. Jian Duanbing. Clad in bronze armor. Wielding a shield in the left hand and a sword in the right, balanced in offense and defense, with a comprehensive attribute of 2 points. Daily production, 100 beans. Note, if a pre-existing soldier type is chosen, it will merge into one. Chu Yun clicks his tongue, contemplating what to do. Ultimately, the temptation of combining into a 2-star soldier is too great. He selects option 3. Subsequently, his Jian Duanbing is upgraded. Yellow Bean, Jian Duanbing, daily production, 200 beans. Description, clad in iron armor, wielding a massive shield in the left hand and a great sword in the right, balanced in offense and defense, with a comprehensive attribute of 5 points. The daily production increases from 100 to 200. The bronze sword transforms into iron armor. The shield becomes a giant shield, and the sword upgrades to a great sword, raising attributes from 2 to 5. With a thought, a brighter yellow bean appears at my fingertips. A flick of my finger sends the yellow bean to the ground, releasing a plume of yellow smoke. A towering soldier, 2 meters tall and fully armored, appears, brandishing a sturdy giant shield in one hand and a sharp great sword in the other. The aura emanating from him is far more formidable than before. Chu Yun nods in satisfaction and reverts to the yellow bean form. Please select one of the following soldier types for your second black bean soldier. 1. Jebulin, dark green skin, short at 1 meter, wielding a club. With a comprehensive attribute of 1 point, daily production, 300 beans 2. Zongshi, resilient and unafraid of pain, with claws that carry corpse poison. With a comprehensive attribute of 2 points, daily production, 100 beans 3. Wangling Fashi, a dark summoner, immortal, wielding a skeletal staff, currently able to summon skeleton soldiers. With a comprehensive attribute of 1 point, daily production, 10 beans 0. A summoning class. Chu Yun's bean soldier ability is inherently summoning based. Having a summoning class summon other summons is a paradise for summoners. Most importantly, the undying trait of the Wangling Fashi allows for unrestricted use. I choose directly. Black Bean, Wangling Fashi daily production, 10 beans mana, 100,100, restores 1 point per minute, trait, undying. Each Wangling Fashi has its soul core within the master. When the external form suffers a fatal blow, the soul core begins to revive and can be summoned again after 3 hours. Ability, Skeleton Summon, consumes 5 points of mana to summon a skeleton soldier wielding a bone knife. Skeleton Soldier attributes, Strength 2, Agility 1 trait. Tireless can exist for 30 minutes. 1 Wangling Fashi can instantly summon 20 skeleton soldiers. 10 Wangling Fashi means 200 soldiers. After 10 days, when my black bean count reaches 100, a wave of my hand will result in 2,000 skeleton soldiers. After another 100 minutes, when the Wangling Fashi's mana is fully restored, another wave will yield 2,000 more. If I equip each skeleton soldier with an AK-47 or explosives, how terrifying would that be? Such a prospect would surely be costly. Chu Yun resolves to seize an arms depot when he next enters the apocalyptic world. Next, it's time to select from the 5-star coin options. Once again, I find myself in a moment of longing for all options but constrained to choose just one. Chapter 65. Ice Skin and Jade Bone. The beastly threat approaches. 1. 5-star Flying Sword. Consumes mental and mana energy to control the flying sword. 2. 5-star Junzi. Can detect lies. 3. 5-star Ice Skin. Permanently transforms skin into ice skin, enhancing basic defense and allowing mana consumption for further enhancement. 4. 5-star Treeman. Transforms into a treeman, accelerating mana recovery but risking permanent transformation into a tree if maintained too long. 5. 5-star Blood Skeleton. Transforms blood relatives into blood-colored skeletons, fed with their kin's blood for rapid strengthening. No boy can resist the allure of sword mastery. Unfortunately, Chu Yun currently lacks offensive methods, so this option is pending. He considers the second option. Lie detection does not suit a lone wolf like me. For Chu Yun, as long as he is strong enough, it matters not whether the opponent speaks truth or lies. Ice Skin, an upgraded version of my current Jade Skin, is also pending. Treeman, I possess a Shalema body, making this unnecessary. Blood Skeleton, in this life, I am alone, with no kin, thus I will pass. The truly viable choices are flying sword and ice skin. Lost in thought, the flying sword could be useful, yet I have the invisible hand to accomplish a similar effect for remote control of swords. My ice skin is currently only 4-star and provides adequate defense against common foes. However, should I encounter formidable opponents capable of breaching defenses, it may prove insufficient. Defense must be maximized. Chu Yun ultimately chooses ice skin. Ice skin, passive effect, skin like ice, capable of withstanding small caliber bullets. Active effect, consumes 5 points of mana, coating the body in a layer of crystal clear ice, capable of withstanding cannon fire. The combination of Yugu Wu Xing forms the phrase Bingji Yugu. Extracting the Yu Pai coin from within, the newly acquired Bingji is seamlessly integrated. A refreshing chill courses throughout his body, leaving Chu Yun feeling invigorated. Furthermore, he can distinctly sense the transformation of his skin. Each pore contracts and closes, infused with a frigid aura. The rosy hue of his flesh gradually fades, morphing into a snow-like alabaster. Raising his hand, he observes his already delicate skin becoming even more translucent, resembling a masterpiece carved from ancient ice. Upon touch, it feels cool and smooth, yet possesses astonishing elasticity and resilience, impervious to blades and bullets alike. With a mere thought, he expends 5 points of magical energy, and a thin, resilient layer of crystalline ice instantly forms over his skin. This icy armor clings to him as if it were a natural extension, providing robust protection without hindering his movements. Now, even bullets could be withstood. Chu Yun carefully stows away the last one-time coin 5-finger wuxiang. He glances at the side, where 25 vibrant life flowers, lasting for 10 days each, are displayed before him. Along with his previous stock, he now possesses a total of 80 blossoms. It is time to assess the market situation. Without further ado, his form has reverted to that of a slime, adhering to the surface of his body. With an immunity boost of 80 against physical attacks, he feels an overwhelming sense of security. He intends to exchange all unnecessary items for enhancements to his combat prowess. Exiting the manor space, he steps out of the guest house. Upon descending the stairs, he finds a considerable crowd gathered at the front desk. 80 a day, 210 for 3 days. An irate girl collecting payments complains. Wasn't it 20 a day and 120 for 7 days before? Upon hearing this price, someone immediately disputes. You know that was before. The receptionist rolls her eyes. Whether you stay or not, there are plenty of others vying for accommodation in Dawn City now. If you're not staying, step aside. Fine. I'll take a month. Can I get a discount? The man grits his teeth. Max 3 days. The receptionist retorts with a scoff. If you want to stay longer after that, it'll be at the post 3-day rate. Suddenly, she seems to receive some information and halts the man preparing to pay. From now on, it's 100 a day, only available for daily rental. The surrounding crowd curses under their breath, but begrudgingly pays, fearing a price hike if they delay. Chu Yun lingers for a moment, choosing not to renew his stay. His manor space is already sufficiently comfortable. From the surge in local prices, it is evident that the costs of numerous necessities in the outside world must have risen significantly as well. He strides away from the guest house towards the commercial district. As he approaches, the foot traffic becomes noticeably denser. The expressions on many faces betray their status as newcomers. Stalls line the streets, fully occupied, with vendors calling out their wares. Entry-level combat scrolls, a must-have for newcomers. Only 299 points. Life leaves, excellent for healing. Essential for everyone, just 50 points each. A loyal bodyguard with all attributes at 5 points. Available for installment, as low as 60 points a day. Vendors sell items, weapons, and even people. Chu Yun's gaze falls upon the one selling bodyguards. Insight reveals the following. Enhanced human description, strengthened by consuming blood crystals from the zombie world. With a 1 chance of mutation into a zombie. Attributes, Strength 51, Agility 48, Constitution 5, Spirit 15. In reality, many have been enhanced through blood crystals or energy sources from other worlds. Once mutated, these beings become increasingly terrifying. Chu Yun can already envision a landscape teeming with enhanced monsters, leaving little hope for ordinary people. The only salvation for most lies in being selected by the Apocalypse Company as couriers, unaware that all of this is orchestrated by the company itself. Of course, this has little to do with Chu Yun. He walks intermittently, noting that most goods cater to individuals below level 5, as they constitute the majority. However, for someone like Chu Yun, who appears to be level 6 but possesses the combat strength of level 9 or higher, the 9 great merchant associations are his preferred choice. First, he heads to the Pharmaceutical Association to ascertain the current prices of healing items. Life flowers now sell for an astonishing 125 points each, meaning his current stock is worth 10,000 apocalypse points. Chu Yun exits the shop with a stoic expression, only allowing a smile to emerge once he turns the corner. Given the current yield of his life flowers, wealth is just around the corner. No wonder some individuals willingly risk danger for war profits. The margins are indeed substantial. Next, Chu Yun visits the Dragon and Snake Merchant Association to sell the UPI coin he acquired recently. Thanks to an increase in demand, he receives a higher buyback price than what he originally paid. After some exploration, he purchases a man-to 1-star coin, which consumes 1 point of magical energy to condense a 250g steamed bun, sufficient to meet his carbohydrate needs. A good water 2-star coin, which consumes 2 points of magical energy to condense 500 milliliters of quality water, promoting longevity with regular consumption. The items are not expensive, but are notably practical. Then, with the money he has, Chu Yun acquires 1 white product 2-star and 2 white product 3-star sniper rifles, preparing to return and upgrade his specialized weapon. Suddenly, an alarm blares from the sky. Attention! In 7 days, 1 million aberrant beasts will invade. All level 5 and above personnel in Dawn City must gather in front of the Lord's Hall between 11 a.m. and 12 p.m. the day after tomorrow. The announcement echoes thrice. Not only Chu Yun but all level 5 and above couriers receive a system task notification simultaneously. Special task: defend the city, reward, contribution points based on performance. These points hold the same value as apocalypse points within Dawn City. As the 3 warnings resonate, a brief silence envelopes Dawn City. Upon realizing the implications of the message, chaos ensues. 1 million aberrant beasts? What a joke. I've spent everything I have and leveraged countless connections just to squeeze into this cursed place. Can we really hold out? With only 3 days left, I'm packing my things. Whoever wants to stay can do so. Fleeing? Where else is safe outside of here? Thank goodness I'm only level 4 and don't have to join the defense team. I can hide in the back. Chu Yun pauses in his return to the guest house. Is his heavenly jealousy manifesting its misfortune? 1 million aberrant beasts? What levels are they? Never mind. The task has been issued. Pondering further is futile. Upon returning to his room, he enters the manor, retrieves the 3 sniper rifles, and summons the Barrett specialized weapon to initiate the devouring process. First special weapon, Barrett Sniper Rifle Grade. White. Main trait, Devouring Evolution Subtrait. Ice LV5 Subtrait. Eternal Life LV3. This weapon restores 1 bullet every 15 seconds when not in combat. Subtrait, Charm LV1. Each bullet has a 5 chance to inflict a charm effect. Charmed enemies will uncontrollably attack their allies, with the duration depending on the target's mental attributes. Bullets. 2020 restores 1 bullet every 20 minutes in combat, or instantly consumes 5 mana to restore 1 bullet. Firing speed, 1,500 milliseconds. Effective range, 4,000 m. This upgrade primarily enhanced the Eternal Life trait twice, changing the recovery rate from 1 bullet per minute to 1 bullet every 15 seconds. Furthermore, the most significant alteration was the addition of a 5 chance for charm. Next time, I shall procure that 5-star rifle from the old gun shop. Its characteristics will make the Barrett as formidable as a Gatling gun. Dispatch. You have a cleanup order in Xianshi Linzhou suburb. Do you accept? A cleanup order in the present world? Chu Yun furrowed his brow. The current state of affairs could well be described as a dragon's lair and a tiger's den. He decided to assess the rewards before making a judgment. Cleanup target, delivery person 59821, level 6, upon inspection. This delivery person has repeatedly utilized corpse refinement techniques and body bags to bring characters from the delivery world into reality and is now marked as Violator 2113. Cleanup location, Xianshi Linzhou suburb. Cleanup time, within 24 hours. Cleanup rewards, 80 level points, 5 white cards, 3 green cards, 2 blue cards. Danger assessment, extremely high. 2 blue cards, not to mention 80 level points. As the saying goes, wealth is sought in danger. Chu Yun resolved to take action. After a brief preparation, he followed the navigation to leave Dawn City. Outside the East City Gate, a multitude of people had gathered, fleeing. However, most could not prove their company affiliation and were turned away. Company proof? Damn your proof. My father is a big shot in the military district. A man in tattered designer clothes with slicked back hair shouted angrily. Believe it or not, I can call in 100,000 troops to flatten your broken city. How can you be so selfish? Someone pointed at those who were allowed to pass, yelling in anger. Why can they enter while we cannot? Let us in, please. Have mercy, save my child, she is dying. Money. I have plenty of money. 10 million. No, 1 billion. Let me in. Let me in. The crowd was tumultuous. An emaciated old man squeezed through the throng, producing a pure white flawless coin from his pocket. "Sir Guard, can I enter with this?" The old man's voice was hoarse and humble, hands cradling the coin as he presented it to the city guard. The guard merely glanced at the coin and, expressionless, nodded slightly, stepping aside to allow passage. "You may enter." This scene ignited the powder keg. Why? That old beggar gets to go in. Why are we, the elite of society, kept out? Damn it. This is unfair. Brothers, there are over 100 of us. Are we afraid of just 2? Let's charge in. Someone incited the crowd, which immediately surged forward, shouting at the 2 city guards. The noise was deafening. The 2 guards remained impassive, not even blinking. The next moment, their eyes suddenly blazed with blinding red light. With a whoosh, like superhumans, they unleashed 2 scorching red laser beams. The noisy crowd was instantly split in 2. Then one guard waved his hand, and all the severed limbs and broken bodies vanished without a trace. The display of power had reached the first tier. No wonder only 2 were assigned to guard the east gate. Chu Yun witnessed the entire scene, gaining a clearer understanding of Dawn City's strength. His attention, however, was more focused on the old man who had just entered the city, clutching the mysterious coin. He approached quickly, his tone calm. "Greetings, is that coin for sale?" Upon hearing this, the old man's face instantly filled with wariness. He subconsciously clutched the coin tightly and shook his head vigorously. 10,000 points. Chu Yun offered his utmost sincerity, observing the old man's subtle expressions. A knowing smile crossed his face as he urged, "Do not be hasty in your refusal. In this city, points are required everywhere. Even the cheapest lodging costs at least 100 points per night. You are not a delivery person and do not have a panel. You cannot survive here." The old man trembled, his face a mixture of suspicion and fear. "How do you know I am not? That is not important." Chu Yun interrupted, maintaining his calm demeanor. "My offer is sincere. If you are willing to sell, I can help you establish yourself here." The old man's face revealed intense inner conflict, his lips quivering. Ultimately, he reluctantly shook his head. "I am sorry. This coin cannot be sold." Chu Yun felt a twinge of regret, but quickly let it go, recognizing that what is gained is a blessing, and what is lost is fate. He ceased further discussion and turned towards the city gate guard. During these exceptional times, entry is permitted, but exit is not, the guard stated. Chu Yun promptly shared the cleanup task panel with him. The guard continued, of course, excluding sanitation workers. At this moment, the old man rushed over. "You are leaving?" Chu Yun turned back, slightly surprised. "Yes, I am heading to Linzhou City." "Linzhou City, Linzhou City." The old man muttered with his head bowed, then suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming with hope. "Sir, can you first visit Chitsong City?" The old man explained in a flurry. "My grandson is one of your people and possesses many wondrous abilities. During the previous monster outbreak, he summoned a giant flightless bird to bring me nearby. But he was surrounded by a horde of terrifying monsters while protecting me and could not keep up." As he spoke, the old man's voice trembled with emotion. "This coin is a gift from him. If you can help me rescue my grandson, I will give you this coin." After a brief contemplation, Chu Yun noted that Linzhou City and Chitsong City were not directly on the same route, but they were not entirely at odds either, forming a triangular connection. "Very well, but I require that coin now." He observed the old man's hesitant expression and added, "You are aware of the situation outside. The stronger my abilities, the greater the chances of saving your grandson." The old man gazed into Chu Yun's calm and resolute eyes, recalling his grandson's uncertain fate. "All right, I trust you." Gritting his teeth, he handed over the coin. "Sir, my grandson's name is Zhou Ming. He is likely near the old city shelter in the eastern district of Chitsong City. I beg you." Chu Yun accepted the coin, which felt warm to the touch, infused with immense life energy. Indeed, it was a lifespan coin, and a 1,000-year one at that. The 2 guards nearby showed no greed for such an object. Chu Yun quietly rejoiced, suppressing the immediate urge to absorb the energy, carefully storing it away. "I have made a note of that. Will you accompany me, or shall I keep you informed from the city?" At this moment, a guard interjected. He was not a member of the company, having entered the city temporarily with a token. Once discovered, he was not permitted to linger within the city limits. Before he could finish speaking, another guard swiftly lifted the old man, as if he were a mere chick, and placed him outside the city gate. "Then let us go together." Chu Yun summoned Shandian from the estate's space, resizing it to the dimensions of a truck, and helped the old man onto the back of the Thunder Leopard. He then retrieved 2 special single-seat sofas from the space, securing them in place. "All right, you lead the way." With arrangements made, Chu Yun left a shadow clone in the outside world while his true self entered the estate space, sitting cross-legged and extracting the white coin. Absorbing it, the coin transformed in his hand into a warm, powerful torrent. Flowing into his limbs and ultimately converging in the depths of his soul, the Kakadi. Chapter 67. Divine Might Spirit Armor 3. Accelerated Time. Tens of thousands of bean soldiers. City of Time has been unlocked 10. Release a 50-meter City of Time domain, within which living beings will have their time forcibly extracted. The efficiency of extraction is influenced by the strength of both sides. Current daily digestible time, 100 years. Spear of Time, Spirit Power Bullet. Consumes 5 points of mana to launch a Spirit Power Bullet with formidable penetration. Bullet. Acceleration consumes 110 years of time to condense one bullet, causing the target's time to accelerate by 110 times for 30 seconds. 2 Bullet. Deceleration consumes 110 years of time to condense, slowing the target's time flow by 110 times for 30 seconds. 3 Bullet. Growth consumes 110 years of time to condense, causing the target to grow by 110 days. 4 Bullet. Reversal consumes 110 years of time to condense, reversing the target's time by 110 days. V Bullet. Not yet unlocked. In addition to these, another ability has been unlocked. The Spirit Armor unfolds, Divine Might Spirit Armor 3. Enveloping him in a dark crimson aura, Chu Yun's appearance dramatically changed. His left eye remained a clock-like golden pupil, while his right transformed into a crimson eye. His attire morphed into a black and crimson Gothic Lolita outfit, and his height reduced to 165 centimeters. Looking down, he could not see his toes, and upon reaching out to touch, he gasped in surprise. "Where's my second brother?" After a moment, he thought, "Well, I can accept this. After all, my defense has significantly increased in this state. Besides my mana, there is also a peculiar energy that can be utilized to release spirit power bullets. Let us call it spirit power." Chu Yun conducted a rough test. The total amount of spirit power contained within him was sufficient for him to unleash 100 spirit power bullets, with a recovery rate of approximately 1 bullet per minute. Furthermore, this spirit power enabled him to fly. He soared within the estate, consuming approximately the equivalent of 5 spirit bullets for 1 minute of flight. Quite impressive. He flew to the second floor of the estate's villa, entering the master bedroom and landing before the mirror. Observing his reflection, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Tokisaki Kurumi, the young girl felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Shaking her head, she dismissed the audacious thought. After all, the time of the spirit armor was extremely precious, currently limited to just 2 hours a day, which must be utilized at crucial moments. With a thought, the spirit armor dissipated, and he returned to his original form, his appearance now possessing a touch more handsomeness. There was one more matter. He currently had 15 years of time remaining. Chu Yun leaped from the second floor, landing on the lawn. The Kakadi, a golden giant clock towering 2 meters high, appeared behind him. With a twist of his wrist, a short flintlock pistol materialized in his hand. The 3-bullet directly consumed 10 years to condense 1 3-bullet. Aiming at his temple, he fired. Bang! Chu Yun's time accelerated instantaneously, and 1 second later, he found himself in a state 10 days into the future. He opened his talent panel. Bean Soldier LV2, Yellow Beans. Sword and Shield Soldiers Daily Production. 200 beans current quantity. 2,200 beans, Black Beans. Shadow Dragon Guards Daily Production. 10 beans current quantity. 110 beans Necromancer Daily Production. 10 beans current quantity. 110 beans Kekekek. Chu Yun covered his face with one hand, laughing uproariously at the sky. He was exceedingly fond of the Bean Soldier skill. With the assistance of the external aid, Kakadi, this skill was destined to soar. In the present world, aside from Lightning Strike, Shandian's other skills had yet to materialize, and thus were unusable. However, its sheer physical strength and speed were unhindered. The distance of 120 kilometers was traversed in less than half an hour. "Master, the outskirts are teeming with monsters. How shall we enter the city?" The old man trembled, recalling how he had escaped from here solely thanks to his grandson's summoning of the Wuju bird, which unfortunately perished upon arrival. Chu Yun's true self took over, instructing Shandian to halt. He rose to observe the dense throngs of bloodthirsty zombies, blood demons, bizarre beasts, and other unfamiliar entities. At that moment, a swaying giant eagle soared from the city, upon whose back rested a multitude of people. Clinging to the eagle's talons were even more individuals. As it swayed lower and lower, it finally succumbed to the weight and crashed to the ground just after barely escaping the monster-infested area. "Little eagle, you have worked hard. Return and rest." A pink-haired girl descended, shrinking the giant eagle to the size of a chick and cradling it in her arms. The 3 to 4 dozen individuals surrounding her scanned the area and soon spotted the massive leopard and the 2 people upon its back, rushing over in a flurry. "Hey, you up there? Can you take us to that Dawn City?" a blonde youth exclaimed, leaping 10 meters high in an attempt to land on the leopard's back. Chu Yun cast a glance at him, turning around and kicking him back to the ground. Rude fellow, did I invite you up? The blond youth crashed to the ground, his face pale with shock. That seemingly ordinary kick had dislocated his internal organs. It was evident that he could be easily dispatched by this level 3 ability user. Hey, what are you doing, harming others? Exactly. A leopard of this size could easily accommodate our entire group. Why won't you let us ride? Are you unwilling to take us to Dawn City and prefer to go alone? How selfish of you. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a recent encounter at the city gate. The old man on the leopard's back hurriedly waved his hands. No, everyone. We just came from Dawn City, and we are preparing to head to Cheetsong City to find my grandson. The crowd below rolled their eyes in unison, scoffing. That city is filled with monsters. And just you lot? It seems that even the pile at the city gate cannot be resolved. Indeed. What do you mean by finding your grandson? That grandson of yours is likely long dead. Does the life of your grandson hold more significance than the lives of our group of extraordinary beings? The familiarity grows stronger. Chu Yun gazes down at the crowd, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Are you all still going to say that with so many of us? We need not fear just 2 of them, and we should charge directly? His words leave everyone momentarily speechless. A few who were genuinely prepared to voice such sentiments are utterly bewildered. How dare he steal their lines? No need for further words. Just as the crowd is about to take action, a shadow as dark as ink envelopes their feet. My body feels so heavy. What is this power? Why do I feel like I am aging? This is bad. He truly possesses the ability of the nightmare spirit to devour time. Run. Some attempt to flee. With a wave of his hand, Chu Yun scatters numerous black beans. More than 100 black beans fall to the ground, transforming into formidable shadow dragon guards. No further words are needed. The shadow dragon guards surge into the crowd, pinning down all who dare to flee or resist. No, please. I barely escaped from the city. Wu, don't kill me. I didn't say anything about you just now. Those who have denounced him, those who have engaged in moral coercion, and even those who remained silent yet participated in the numbers, all have their lifespans extracted. In just a few breaths, around lightning, there are already frail, dying elders. In the distance, a girl feeding a young eagle while walking watches this scene, frozen in place. Her compatriots, whom she had barely rescued, are slaughtered by such a monster. She cries out in despair, pleading for reason, asking why he would kill them when they are all human. You demon. With a swift motion, a claw pierces through her back, extracting a beating heart. The elder collapses onto the back of a leopard, trembling uncontrollably. He had wanted to say that they do not deserve death from the beginning, yet he has not uttered a word until now. What is it? Chu Yun glances at him, a slight smile gracing his lips. Do you have something to say? The elder shakes his head frantically. Well, it's quiet now. Not only is it quiet, but he has also gained an additional 90 years of lifespan. Looking at the 95 years of time, Chu Yun concentrates and prepares a growth projectile, aiming it at his temple, and with a bang, accelerates growth by 10 days. Another bang for another 10 days. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. He reserves 26 years for unexpected events, to be utilized for acceleration and deceleration projectiles. The rest is entirely devoted to growth. At this moment, the number of Chu Yun's bean soldiers is as follows. Yellow bean sword shield soldiers, 16,000 units. Black bean shadow dragon guards, 800 units. Black bean undead mages, 800 units. The unlocking of the next type of bean soldier has progressed further. The following conditions must be fulfilled to unlock the next bean soldier. 1. The quantity of yellow and black beans must reach 10,000 units. Achieved. 2. Yellow and black beans must have killed 10,000 enemies. Not yet achieved. 3. The core coin for bean soldier deployment must be obtained. Not yet achieved. It is time to deal with the enemies in the city. Chu Yun transforms into his spiritual attire, soaring into the sky, and begins to scatter black beans continuously. Bang, 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 bang. Nearly 1,000 strands of black mist swirl around, transforming into undead mages draped in tattered black robes, wielding bone staffs. A total of 800 undead mages. They simultaneously raise their staffs, and with a series of obscure incantations, the ground begins to tremble slightly. Crack, crack, crack. Pale bone claws emerge from the earth, gradually revealing their forms. Skeleton soldiers wielding rusted bone blades. Their numbers escalate rapidly. 100, 500, 1,000, 5,000. Ultimately, a total of 16,000 skeleton soldiers form a sea of pale bones, facing the distant city in unison. Chu Yun hovers high above, gazing with satisfaction at this scene. With a mere thought, he commands all the skeleton soldiers and shadow dragon guards. Kill. Chapter 68. The Sea of Undead, the Pseudo-Flame Dragon Armor. Bang, 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 bang. Chu Yun, wielding a barret, fires several rounds of ice domain projectiles, turning the most densely populated areas of enemies into ice sculptures. The undead army surges towards them like a tide. Some take the opportunity to shatter the ice sculptures, while others engage those enemies that remain unfrozen. Moments later, as the ice melts away, zombies, blood demons, and various other creatures are revealed. The battle is on the verge of erupting. Chu Yun hovers in midair, the hem of her spiritual attire fluttering in the wind. She surveys the battlefield below, her left eye's clock-like golden pupils slowly rotating. Soon, she detects a troublesome enemy for the sea of skeletons. It is a 5-meter-tall aberration, its body covered in blades. At this moment, it curls into a ball, rolling into the midst of the skeletons like a meat grinder. The blades spin rapidly, scattering bones in every direction, carving out a vacuum in the sea of the undead. Chu Yun transforms into a streak of light, diving into the battlefield. With a thought, a flintlock pistol materializes in her palm. Bang, bang, bang. 3 spirit bullets adept at penetrating defenses are fired. The blade ball emits a piercing shriek, writhing in pain as its body unfolds, revealing 3 bowl-sized blood holes. Bang, bang, bang. 3 more shots finish off its life. Chu Yun scans the battlefield and finds that there are many similar entities. There are giant worms capable of spewing venom, tentacled creatures attacking with dozens of appendages, and a horde of thick-skinned, pig-headed beings. Relying solely on the sea of skeletons to gradually wear them down would be a tremendous waste of time. In that case, Chu Yun begins to scatter black beans once more above the battlefield. This time, upon landing, they transform into indestructible shadow dragon guards, mixed with many yellow beans. The emergence of these 600 shadow dragon guards alongside 5,000 sword shield soldiers completely alleviates the pressure on the skeletons. Then comes the clash of soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Almost there, Chu Yun flies back to the top of lightning, dispelling her spiritual attire. The ensuing battle can now be resolved effortlessly without her intervention. The overwhelming tide of battle has passed. There are no remaining enemies outside the city. Where is your grandson? Chu Yun inquires of the elder. The elder jolts awake, roused from his stupor. Looking once more at this young man feels akin to gazing upon a deity, or perhaps a demon. With utmost respect and humility, he points in a direction. Sir, over there. Chu Yun mentally commands the distant soldiers. Thousands of troops tread upon the mountains of corpses, advancing toward that direction. Lightning follows leisurely behind. All the way, they kill. Soon, they arrive within the city. Here, the enemies are even more numerous, battling in wave after wave. The streets are narrow, and only the front line continues to engage. Those in the rear feel restrained. Unless those at the forefront perish, it will be their turn. The skeletons and shadow dragons are dark beings, and their demise poses no issue. However, the sword shield soldiers are flesh and blood mortals. Each fallen one truly signifies the loss of a being. Despite the daily emergence of new adversaries, Chu Yun remained acutely aware and deeply pained. She commanded the sword and shield soldiers to retreat, allowing the skeleton warriors to take the lead. After approximately an hour and a half, Chu Yun summoned 800 undead mages once more, their magical energy fully replenished. They promptly conjured 16,000 skeletal soldiers. Once the summoning was complete, she withdrew the mages and continued onward. 8 kilometers away, on the school playground, 6 figures had just vanquished the last of the 4-eyed corpse demons. Suddenly, the blue rose tattoo on the left arm of one of them began to emit a faint warmth, an indication of pests. Clad in imitation Yanlong armor, he gazed in that direction, sensing the return of an adversary. A youth exuding potent venom licked his fangs, contemplating a visit to the guild after resolving this matter, allowing for a joint reward collection. Another girl, manipulating 20 telekinetic blades, spoke coldly. The vampire boy wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his crimson pupils shifting toward the southeast. The final 2 were a pair of twin sisters controlling ice and water. Each of the 6 was at least a level 6 adept, while the Yanlong captain represented the pinnacle as an 8th-level powerhouse. Within the city, as long as they did not provoke those terrifying entities, their combined strength would allow them to navigate challenges with ease. They set forth. The telekinetic girl commanded flying knives to hover beneath each teammate's feet. Skillfully, they stood upon the blades. With a surge of mental energy, the 6 ascended into the sky, heading toward the sense direction. Before they reached their destination, they beheld a long street densely populated with skeletal soldiers, marching relentlessly over piles of corpses. How are doomsday creatures battling each other? Questioned the water-controlling girl. No, these skeletons are not doomsday creatures, but the summoned minions of a powerful entity, clarified the ice-controlling sister. How is that possible? Such a massive number. Whose magical energy could summon so many at once? Exclaimed the vampire boy, astonished. Not only were there skeletal soldiers, but also a series of sword and shield warriors. Yet, these warriors differed from those available on the market. They wore iron armor, and their shields and greatswords exhibited extraordinary strength. The venomous youth felt a deep admiration. And those black draconic warriors were formidable as well. The Yanlong captain activated his goggles, discerning their attributes, and confidently concluded that such a vast number likely indicated that a large guild was cleansing the city. The group continued their flight for several miles until they spotted a high ponytailed boy standing atop a giant thunder leopard at the end of the sea of undead. Is he alone? Did he summon all of this by himself? No, that is not the crux. The target sensed by the blue rose is this individual. Shall we strike, Captain? The Yanlong captain pondered. His summoning talent was indeed remarkable, yet it simultaneously indicated his own weakness. Since he had slain their comrades, it was only just that they retaliate. Thus, we shall act. Just as they were about to proceed, they were astonished to find that the boy atop the thunder leopard had vanished. Are you searching for me? When did this happen? The six turned in unison to see a girl strikingly similar to the boy, clad in gothic attire, standing behind them. Her left arm was devoid of the pest tattoo. The fact that she could appear silently behind them signified an immeasurable threat. The Yanlong captain declared, No. We were merely passing by. Chu Yun's gaze fell upon their arms, the blue rose tattoo shining brightly. A smile curled upon her lips as she suddenly struck. With a series of rapid gunfire, she unleashed 3 shots from her flintlock pistol. The first bullet struck the head of the girl manipulating the flying knives. The second penetrated her heart. And the third ensured no chance of survival by targeting the opposite side. The girl, with her formidable mental strength, sensed her impending demise and desperately maneuvered several knives to block the oncoming bullets. However, these were no ordinary bullets. They pierced through her defenses, penetrating her brain and heart. Her expression froze in shock as her body plummeted. The remaining members, deprived of their foothold, faltered and fell. With precise aim, Chu Yun flew beneath their descent, firing another 5 shots at their backs. The 10 ethereal bullets successfully dispatched the twin sisters and the venomous youth. Only 2 remained. One was evidently a vampire, who, despite having his heart and brain pierced, continued to survive, while the other wore a counterfeit Yanlong armor. Chapter 69. Healing Angel, Ancient Sword Serpent. The pseudo-Yanlong armor adept formed seals with his hands, causing time around him to slow dramatically. In midair, he evaded the approaching ethereal bullets. Subsequently, he summoned a blazing sword and executed his most powerful strike, the Flame Slash. This attack shot forth with incredible speed towards the motionless girl. Unexpectedly, she grinned mysteriously, aiming her flintlock at herself and pulling the trigger. In the next moment, she transformed into an afterimage, vanishing from her position as the slash cleaved through the air. Impossible. How can someone move within my time-stopping domain? The Yanlong captain was left in disbelief as the girl appeared before him, challenging his perception of reality. It is merely an 8-fold slowdown of time, and you dare call it time stop? What hubris? Chu Yun scoffed, pressing her flintlock against the armor's head and pulling the trigger. The bullet pierced the armor, revealing the terrified face of a man within. Another shot followed, directly striking through his brow. As time resumed its normal flow, the vampire boy endured additional ethereal bullets, crashing onto a pile of skeletons, sustaining further injuries. In desperation, he invoked a technique that permanently consumed his potential, blood return. Blood energy surged from the surrounding corpses towards him, instantly restoring his wounds to perfection. Yet, in the next instant, he was bombarded by multiple shots to critical areas, as several shadowy draconic figures tore him apart. Using his last breath, he cried out once more for blood return. Blood surged toward his remains, restoring him once again. With blood-red eyes fixed on the girl not far away, he erupted into laughter. Ha! Perhaps in other places, I would fear you, but on this blood-soaked battlefield, I am invincible. Chu Yun replied nonchalantly. Oh, then I shall see how many times you can withstand this. Several shadowy dragon guards surrounded him, reviving him only to slay him once more. He began to contemplate the conditions he had just completed. The quantity of yellow beans and black beans has reached 10,000, achieved. The yellow beans and black beans have defeated 10,000 enemies, achieved. You have successfully completed the conditions to unlock the next bean soldier. A notification sounds, randomly unlocking Baido for you. Please select one option from the following troop types to serve as your initial Baido soldier. 1. Ordinary person, unarmed and unequipped. They do not engage in combat but indulge in pleasure, with an attribute of 0. 8. Producing 250 Do daily. 2. Kung Fu Panda, wielding a bamboo stick. capable of martial arts, and able to walk upright, possessing an attribute of 5 points, producing 60 do daily. 3. Healing Angel, able to heal wounds and enhance the mana recovery of allies, with an attribute of 10 points, but cannot engage in combat or perish, producing 1 do daily. Chu Yun's gaze briefly passed over the 3 options. The ordinary person, though low in potential, possesses the possibility for growth with some training. Regrettably, like the sword and shield soldiers, they are consumable. There is a reluctance to part with them. The Kung Fu Panda is indeed admirable. Yet he currently lacks no attacking soldiers. What he truly desires is the healing support, especially a soldier who cannot die. Thus, he chooses the 3rd option. Chu Yun pinched the newly birthed Baido between his fingers and tossed it forward. This Baido erupted in a radiant white light midair, transforming into an angel adorned with white wings. Her beauty was enchanting, as if she embodied the very essence of both Eastern and Western aesthetics, transcending the mundane. Her skin was as white as fine porcelain, captivating all who beheld her. The angel stood approximately 170 centimeters tall, donned in pure white clerical robes, emanating a sacrosanct glow. My lord. Healing Angel, mana, 1000, restores 1 point per second. Trait, Immaculate Holy Body, immune to all forms of damage, possesses eternal life. As a cost, she cannot harm any living being. Abilities, Holy Light Healing, consumes 10500 mana to heal 100 designated allies within a specified range. Mana Recovery, consumes 10500 mana, accelerating the mana recovery speed of 100 designated allies by 10 times for a duration of 5 minutes. Chu Yun calculated. 100 necromancers at full mana could summon 2,000 skeleton soldiers. Given their original efficiency of recovering 1 point per minute, the next summoning would take another 100 minutes. However, with the angel's 10-fold acceleration in recovery, they would only need 10 minutes to be fully restored. At that time, when summoning the 2nd wave, the 1st wave would still have 20 minutes remaining. By the time the 3rd wave was summoned, the 1st wave would still be present. I truly adore overwhelming my forces. Yet at this moment, the priority lies in healing. He commanded the angel to fly to the front lines of the battlefield, tending to the wounded sword and shield soldiers. As Chu Yun observed, his gaze fell upon a youth who was still shouting fervently to return to the fray. What kind of coin is he using? His life is truly resilient. He continued to study the system panel. Because the sowing beans to create soldiers' talent is at level 2, he could select another option for Baido. Please select one option from the following troop types to serve as your 2nd Baido soldier. 1. White Horse, capable of traveling 1,000 miles on just 1 pound of grass, a steed with an attribute of 3 points, producing 100 do daily. 2. Light Sprite, palm-sized, capable of emitting light energy rays, with damage comparable to armor-piercing projectiles, producing 50 do daily. 3. Sword Dragon, a 100-meter-long creature, capable of soaring through the clouds. Exhaling sword energy, possessing an attribute of 20 points, producing 1 do daily. He chose the 3rd option. Who could resist having a dragon as a mount? Although it remains a serpentine dragon, Chu Yun firmly believes it will eventually transform into a true dragon. With a flick of his finger, a Baido flew into the sky. The white light burst forth. With a resounding roar that echoed through the heavens, the white light expanded and, in an instant, a colossal creature coiled beneath the clouds. It measured 100 meters in length, its elongated form adorned with sharp silver-white scales that shimmered like diamond blades. Its belly bore 4 formidable claws, while its tail resembled a massive, unsheathed sword. The most striking feature was its head. Though it resembled that of a true dragon, its horns were like blades, and its eyes were vertically slitted, akin to a sword that had undergone countless forges. Merely locking gazes with it could blind one's eyes. The sword dragon appeared without the need for deliberate flight, surrounded by ethereal clouds. It descended gracefully, its massive blade-like head bowing respectfully before Chu Yun. Sword Dragon attributes: Strength 20, Agility 20, Body 20 mana. 200, regenerates 1 point per minute. Talent: Cloud Riding Skill. Sword Energy Breath, consumes 100 points of mana. Unleashes a continuous breath of sword energy from its mouth for 5 seconds. Chu Yun leaped from the head of the lightning beast onto the sword dragon's head. Let us explore the city. Chapter 70. The might of the 10,000 sword dragon breath, instantly cleansing the field boss. We cannot hold on any longer. At the intersection near the core of the city, over 50 empowered individuals desperately resisted the thousands of monsters that surged from all directions. They were clad in uniforms adorned with crocodile and wolf patterns, a small yet renowned adventurer group within the delivery community. We must endure. Our crocodile wolf gang has been established for so long. A bright future is within reach. We cannot falter against this minor beast tide. The man, evidently the leader, bellowed. Break through. With features that already bore the characteristics of both crocodiles and wolves, he transformed further into a being with a crocodile head and a werewolf body. His strength surged as he reached the first-tier level. Subsequently, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. His massive hands, merging the traits of crocodile claws and wolf paws, left trails of afterimages in their wake. Wherever he passed, be it zombies, blood demons, or bizarre creatures, they were effortlessly torn apart and flung away. He forcefully carved a temporary path through the dense tide of enemies. Quickly, follow the boss. Charge out. The vice captain shouted hoarsely. The surviving members of the gang reignited their hopes and followed closely behind their leader, cutting through the opening he had created. However, hope was fleeting. They had barely covered 100 meters when heavier, more ferocious footsteps echoed from the flanks. The ground trembled slightly beneath them. Not good. It's the hog-headed orcs from the fantastical apocalypse. The delivery team members in that area recognized the incoming threat, their faces devoid of hope. What surged from the side were dozens of towering figures exceeding 3 meters in height, their skin a mottled gray-brown, with protruding tusks, thick skin, and bristly manes. These gigantic hog-headed beings emitted guttural grunts. Each time their massive feet stomped down, they turned the unfortunate zombies and blood demons beneath into mere pulp. They charged through the ranks of the crocodile wolf gang with brute force. Clang! A team member swung with all his might, his finely crafted 3-star battle knife crashing against the shoulder of a hog-headed beast. A mere shower of sparks erupted, and the blade shattered with a resounding crack. No, not like this. I cannot perish. I am still a virgin. It's all your fault, Chu Yun. If only you had let me experience it sooner. Cursed be it. The female warrior known as Chu Yun lashed out with her whip, sending a small creature that lunged at her flying. She cursed furiously, if I survive this. What would it matter if I let you have your way? Boss, save me. Damn it. The leader, transformed into an alligator wolf beast, lunged with a claw towards the chest of a pig-headed creature, only to be swatted away by a single blow. The overwhelming disparity in power left no glimmer of hope, and to their horror, dozens of such beings existed. Just as the will of all was on the verge of complete collapse, a resounding dragon-esque roar erupted from the distant horizon, akin to thunder splitting the skies. Instinctively, everyone looked up to see a white streak of light hurtling through the air at a speed beyond perception. As it drew nearer, the form of the entity became clear, a resplendent white dragon, its body adorned with glistening scales, long and elegant, radiating an unmatched sharpness. What is that? A dragon. An actual dragon. A creature from mythology. How could such an entity appear here? Is it friend or foe? Wong Barton's alligator-like pupils narrowed into thin slits. Fixated on the white dragon, at last, he discerned a diminutive black figure standing steadfast upon the dragon's majestic head. There was someone atop the dragon. Allies. It must be a top-tier expert dispatched from the base. Our comrades have arrived. Splendid. Fate has not forsaken our alligator wolf gang. We are saved. Amidst their jubilant cheers, the now hovering white dragon slowly opened its enormous maw. A blindingly brilliant white light began to accumulate within, so intensely concentrated that tears welled in one's eyes. In the next moment, the dragon bowed its head, unleashing its breath upon the horde of beasts below. There was no thunderous roar. This breath resembled a torrent of finely honed sword energy, a silver deluge dazzling and blinding. The sound of countless blades slicing through flesh rang out, a cacophony that sent shivers down the spine. As the silver breath flowed, it mercilessly cleaved through the throng of creatures, leaving behind only rivers of blood, devoid of any remnants of limbs or bodies. The torrent continued unabated, and the sheer might was awe-inspiring. Is this the power of the strong? We are truly saved. In mere seconds, thousands of monsters have been vanquished. Tucula. The members of the alligator wolf gang were overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy brimming in their eyes as they brandished their weapons in celebration. However, their cheers swiftly morphed into screams of terror. No, no, no. Boss, we can handle the beasts over here. Wait, the direction is wrong. Stop. I've already been wounded by the sword energy from this distance. Great one. Please retract your might. Don't come any closer. They wished to flee, yet the encroaching foes surrounded them, leaving no avenue for escape. Even more so, they could not outrun the oncoming, tyrannical dragon-esque breath. Their shouts of joy, fear, and despair, along with their flesh, bones, and weapons, were obliterated in an instant by countless strands of refined sword energy, merging into a crimson river alongside the monstrous horde, indistinguishable from one another. Above, The white dragon bore witness as Chu Yun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the fierce wind billowing his garments without unsettling him in the slightest. He surveyed the scene below, nodding slightly. Indeed, the potency of the sword energy breath was as terrifying as anticipated. This expansive area-clearing skill perfectly compensated for his lack of efficient AoE attacks. He was immensely satisfied with the results of this experiment. With a mere thought, the sword dragon understood and, with a sinuous form, traced a luminous arc through the air. After circling the various regions of the city, it returned to its original position. The blood-clean youth had already been reduced to a mist of blood. By the time he exerted his blood energy for the 11th time, he was on the brink of death, utterly exhausted. Great one, no? Immortal. The elder gazed in awe at the youth riding upon the dragon, his heart overwhelmed with astonishment. The techniques displayed were truly unfathomable. Hence, he reverently referred to him as an immortal. Chu Yun paid no heed to the title, merely nodding slightly. With a wave of his hand, the dense ranks of soldiers transformed into black, yellow, and white beings, merging into his palm, leaving behind over 10,000 skeletal soldiers to roam freely. Grasping the elder by the collar, Chu Yun leapt onto the dragon's head, the lightning-like speed transporting them back to the estate space. Lead the way. Find your grandson quickly. I have other matters to attend to. The elder, not daring to delay, promptly pointed toward the area of his previous location. The sword dragon's long tail swished, morphing into a white streak of light that sped in the direction indicated by the elder. The wind howled past, as the landscape rushed backward beneath them. Chu Yun's gaze was profound, observing the city below. From a height of 10,000 meters, a vast and peculiar array subtly emerged amidst the urban architecture, encompassing a radius of several dozen miles. The convergence point lay in the heart of the city. This array was undoubtedly not a natural formation. What could its origin be? Chu Yun pondered, a sense of foreboding gnawing at him. He was unaware of the specific function of this array, yet instinctively he felt that lingering here was ill-advised. The sooner he departed, the better. The sword dragon soared swiftly, reaching the courtyard from the elder's memories in mere moments. 100 shadow dragon guards surged forth, swiftly eliminating all remaining threats within and around the courtyard. A shadow dragon guard emerged from a precarious building, escorting a severely injured youth, barely clinging to life. Fanner, upon seeing his grandson's dire state, the elder's heart shattered, unable to restrain a cry of despair. The gravely wounded youth, in a daze, seemed to hear his grandfather's voice, mistakenly believing they had met again on the path to the afterlife. Struggling to open his heavy eyelids, he beheld a magnificent and divine white dragon. This striking scene dealt a devastating blow to his already fragile psyche, causing him to roll his eyes back and faint once more. Chu Yun manipulated the slime-like exterior of his body, expending true essence to conjure 5 life flowers, each capable of existing for only 1 hour. Casually tossing one down, a shadow dragon guard caught it and forced it into the youth's mouth. The youth's injuries healed, and he slowly awakened, finally recognizing his grandfather standing atop the dragon's head, tears streaming down his face. Grandfather. The shadow dragon guard directly hoisted the youth onto the dragon's head, merging with the other guards to become shadows, slipping into the king's shadow. Chu Yun had no interest in how the two, having survived calamity, would share their emotional reunion. He commanded the white dragon to fly at the utmost speed towards Dawn City. Upon arrival, he unceremoniously dropped the two at the city gates and proceeded without a backward glance toward his sweeping task in Linzhou City. The picturesque landscapes of mountains and forests swiftly receded into a blur of verdant hues. At this moment, he furrowed his brows, his countenance grave. What on earth was happening? Chu Yun clutched his chest. After departing from Qisong City, the initial sense of palpitations had indeed subsided. However, an inexplicable, yet far more intense unease had emerged. He focused his thoughts and commanded the sword Jiao beneath him to accelerate further. The Jiao, enveloped in a surge of white light, suddenly gained an escalated swiftness. Just after flying a few dozen miles, the sky abruptly darkened. Then, an enormous hand descended from above, casting an overwhelming shadow. The sheer size of the hand was such that it seemed as if the entire firmament had transformed into its palm. The oppressive force it emanated was indescribable. What? Chu Yun was taken aback. This level of power surpassed anything he could currently fathom. In that instant, he mentally reviewed all his adversaries. Apart from the possibility of unforeseen enemies, the most likely culprits were the group of blue roses who, before their demise, had contacted the upper echelons. Those powerful figures, evidently well-versed in various fantastical tales, understood the importance of not aiding their foes. Thus, They had directly dispatched second or even third-tier powerhouses to confront him. The maximum difficulty had been unleashed. The weighty pressure bore down upon him, rendering Chu Yun immobile. Even the sword Jiao beneath him was forced to halt in midair. Emitting a mournful roar, life hung by a thread. Chu Yun ceased holding back and invoked Ku-Ku-Di. Buzz. Time and space froze. And in the instant he transformed into his spirit form, he hastily opened the system's task panel, snatching a random mission without glancing. Simultaneously, he reverted the still Jiao back to its white bean form and stored it within him. Commencing teleportation, his figure vanished without a trace. As the giant hand descended, a cacophonous rumble echoed, akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting. The mountains and fields stretching for miles below were obliterated by this celestial force. When the phantom of the enormous hand slowly dissipated, only an unfathomably deep, smooth-edged five-fingered handprint remained, forming a gaping pit. Huh. A voice tinged with surprise emerged from the void. It seemed unexpected that an ant, easily crushed by a mere hand, could escape right from under his nose. The space rippled slightly. An elder clad in a plain gray robe, with hair and beard as white as snow, appeared at the very spot from which Chu Yun had vanished. He sensed the fluctuations in the space around him, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his murky gaze. This spatial disturbance allowed him to successfully seize a mission and teleport while in combat. The elder found this hard to believe. According to company protocol, couriers must be out of combat and in a safe situation to accept missions. Otherwise, they couldn't even access the task panel. Yet the other party's actions had completely subverted this rule. How was this possible? If everyone could master such a skill, the first instinct of anyone facing peril would be to seize a mission and teleport to a different realm for safety. You are indeed quite intriguing. Regrettably, the purpose of my visit was merely to formally invite you to join the Ying Zone. As for that overshadowing giant hand, it was merely an attempt to observe how this little demon from beyond would react in the face of such dire straits. Of course, he had his own discretion and would not truly take a life. Very well. The elder shook his head, no longer probing further. He raised his hand with a flourish, summoning a towering giant ape that stood 100 feet tall. He handed a box to the ape, instructing it to deliver this welcoming gift upon his return. As for himself, there were grand matters to attend to regarding the Ying Zone's plan for the convergence of all realms at the end of the apocalypse. Subsequently, the elder's figure dissipated into the air. Current delivery world, zombie world, pickup location, 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Capture a level 15 human-faced demon spider, deliverer, Queen of Beasts from by D City, delivery time, 2 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Total earnings for this task, 100 level points, 5,000 apocalypse points, 20 physical attribute points. A level 15 human-faced demon spider is something I can handle alone. TCH, a single human-faced demon spider is certainly not difficult, but here in the 10,000 Beasts Mountain, what you face is not just the spider. Chu Yun glanced at his 4 teammates nearby and began to ponder deeply. What entity had unleashed that colossal hand against him? Only 20 hours remained for the current cleansing task. To his surprise, the deliverer for this mission was that old hag from the 100 Beasts, level 15, which roughly equates to a 4th tier in this world. After helping her dispose of so much useless trash last time, what kinds of exotic beasts now occupied the vacant spots? With just 7 hours until midnight, when the City of Time refreshes, where would the newly devoured century be utilized? Heaven's jealousy towards beauty. I have encountered so many calamities. Yet what rewards correspond to them? Just as he was deep in thought, a sharp, piercing voice interrupted his reverie. Oi, you over there, pretty boy? A gaunt, malicious-looking man cast a sidelong glance at him. An unmistakable disdain etched across his features. Chu Yun activated insight. The opponent was at level 8, and besides basic attributes, there was not a single coin to be seen. His gaze shifted to the 2 men and 1 woman beside him. Among them, a man and woman were at level 8, while another short-haired woman was at level 7. I'm talking about you. How dare a level 6 little garbage mix in our 7 stars mission? Did you eat too many red beans and want to die? Before he could finish speaking, Chu Yun's fist had already struck his face. The man was caught completely off guard and absorbed the full brunt of the blow. His nose and features sunk inwards as his body uncontrollably fell backward until he crashed against the transparent barrier. The sudden turn of events startled the other 3, their gazes toward Chu Yun shifting dramatically. They had never anticipated that the lowest level individual in their group would act with such ruthless decisiveness. Truly fearless. I will kill you. The man, treated in such a manner by someone 2 levels beneath him, was filled with unparalleled rage. At that moment, the protective barrier shattered, and he immediately activated his berserker mode. His body began to swell, muscles solidifying and bulging, fists larger than watermelons. Razor-sharp claws, reminiscent of Wolverine's, burst forth from his back. He forcefully pushed off the ground, causing cracks to form beneath him, accompanied by a foul wind, and lunged towards Chu Yun, intent on tearing him to shreds. Roar! Just then, a deafening roar resonated through the mountains, shaking the very air. A brilliant white light flashed, and a fearsome white jiao, adorned with scales and majestic horns, materialized out of thin air. Its enormous form nearly blotted out a portion of the sky. In the face of the man's terror-stricken expression, the sword jiao promptly swallowed him whole. After chewing a couple of times, it found it could not bite down any further and simply spat him out. The man, on the brink of death, lay trembling, his eyes rolling back in fear. Had it not been for the fact that teammates could not inflict fatal damage upon one another, he would have already perished in the jiao's maw. How is this possible? How could you possess a dragon? What kind of talent, coin, or something else are you using? The other three individuals also wore expressions of shock, instinctively taking a step back. When they turned to face one another again, their gazes were devoid of any disdain, replaced instead by a palpable sense of trepidation and disbelief. A level 6 courier, carrying with him such a formidable white dragon. This completely shattered their understanding. Although each of them possessed some hidden trump cards, confident enough to contend with newly emerged first-tier warriors, when confronted with this mythical white dragon, they felt an indescribable suffocation and fear deep within their souls. Chu Yun had no interest in any questions or matters concerning these four. He intended to savor the entirety of the rewards from this mission. With a leap, he landed atop the head of the sword dragon. Let us proceed. Chapter 72, Blood Skull. Ants. Thousands of ants. Ha ha. The maniacal laughter echoed through the silent woods, startling several birds into flight. How arrogant. Did he believe that possessing a dragon made him invincible? Chen Sihu, battered and bruised, laughed sharply as he regained his composure, his gaze venomous as he watched the white dragon vanish into the horizon. His eyes glinted with malice. With his laughter came a thick, cloying scent of blood that seeped into the air. The grass and foliage around him visibly withered and darkened. Soon, a blood-red skeleton, nearly 3 meters tall and composed entirely of viscous blood and bone, slowly materialized behind Chen Sihu. Powerful and malevolent. It was a blood skull at the pinnacle of the first tier. Upon sighting this entity, the other three turned pale, unable to suppress their gasps. It was an evil creation that could only be nurtured through the consumption of one's own kin. You devil! Exclaimed the short-haired level 7 woman, looking at the slender man with disgust. The master of the blood skull, upon hearing this, only grinned wider, twisting his neck. Family? Ha ha. They have wronged me, insulted me, even wished for my demise. What do they mean to me? Chen Sihu's voice rose sharply, filled with frenzied madness. To become my blood slaves is their honor, their only value. Nearby, a bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses, furrowing his brow in concentration, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation based on his extensive knowledge. Your blood skull emanates a solid aura, its soul fire vibrant, and the blood malice on its bones nearly tangible. This would require the consumption of at least 100 direct blood relatives or over 500 third-degree relatives to achieve such power. But that seems impossible. In modern society, familial bonds are weak. How could you have so many kin? Did you use blood exchange coins? He speculated. No, that's a one-time 5-star item, capable of transforming only one person to share your bloodline, at an exorbitant cost. Blood exchange coins? No, after the exchange, your bloodline changes. And so would the required blood for the blood skull. He listed numerous theoretically possible methods, but dismissed each one. You seem knowledgeable, remarked Chen Sihu, glancing at him with a hint of surprise. But unfortunately, you'll never guess this matter. His tone dripped with mockery. He would never reveal that his first awakened talent was the exceedingly rare "we are family." As long as he uttered those words to someone without any rebuttal, their bloodline would align with his for 6 hours, with 10 opportunities each day. At first glance, this ability appeared devoid of combat power. However, with his clever mind, he chose Blood Skull as his core development item. He then masqueraded as a benevolent charity streamer, frequently referring to his audience as family, under the guise of offering prizes. While they reveled in the thought of winning expensive smartphones and computers, what awaited them was the merciless consumption by the Blood Skull. He had sustained this ruse for 10 days, converting 100 individuals, thus elevating the Blood Skull's power to the pinnacle of the first tier. Do you believe me? Chen Sihu said, touching his still aching face with malice. Had I not been startled by the true dragon for the first time and caught off guard by that little scoundrel's underhanded attack, I would not have suffered such a minor setback. He stepped aside, revealing his formidable blood skull. In terms of true power, once my blood slave appears, that white dragon would merely be a trivial snack, easily torn apart. That pretentious brat would be begging for mercy. The other three exchanged glances, speechless. Yet, due to the cruel strength of the blood skull, they chose to comply. "Brother, you are right," said the tattooed blonde with a forced smile. "That white dragon may seem impressive at first glance, but it is merely for show, likely only at the high tier of the first level. Certainly not a match for your blood skull at its peak." The woman paused, then added, "I share your sentiment." The bespectacled man opened his mouth to praise, but found no words, redirecting the conversation. Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us not forget our mission, to capture a level 15 human-faced demon spider. He glanced towards the direction where the white dragon had departed, his brow furrowing. That individual possesses a flying mount, with mobility far surpassing ours. Now that he has ventured deeper into the mountains ahead of us, it is possible he may complete the task solo and claim the lioness share of the rewards. He paused, surveying the dimly lit forest. In a lowered voice, he said, "Moreover, the Wansho mountain range is fraught with danger. Besides the human-faced demon spider, there are numerous other formidable beasts lurking, some even stronger than it. According to intelligence I gleaned from the guild's internal database a few days ago, an elite member of the Shin Kong Guild encountered an exceedingly strange creature deep within the mountains just 7 days ago." The group's attention was piqued. "What creature?" the blonde asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "A single ant," the bespectacled man slowly articulated. "An ant?" Chen Sihu scoffed, while the other two looked equally perplexed. "Do not underestimate the ant," the bespectacled man warned gravely. "In the extraordinary world, any creature can transcend the limits of life. An ant, when empowered sufficiently, could indeed obliterate a nation." As he spoke, his tone grew serious. According to the member's description, this ant possessed a human-like form, could articulate human speech, and exhibited commanding abilities. With strength conservatively rated at above the second tier. Second tier. Chen Sihu suppressed his disdain. Although his blood skull was at the pinnacle of the first tier, facing a true second-tier creature would be an uphill battle. Indeed, the bespectacled man adjusted his glasses. In the native definitions of this world, a second tier corresponds to a fifth transformation, representing a creature with the power to destroy nations, a king-level beast. Furthermore, it commands thousands of first-tier ant soldiers. "Humph," Chen Sihu retorted defiantly. "No matter how strong or numerous they are, they remain mere insects. Given merely a month for my Shuaku to develop, even the mightiest of ants would be nothing more than prey beneath my foot." Aware of the perils lurking within the Wansho mountain range, the four companions resolved to venture together. As for the direction, Chen Sihu, feeling the bruises on his face from a recent confrontation, scoffed, declaring that the adversary could not escape him. Gritting his teeth, he harnessed his innate scouting abilities, vowing to ensure that the foe would not survive this mission. With a thunderous sound, a grotesque bat-like wing unfurled from behind Shuaku. In Chapter 73, titled 100 Sword Dragons, 100 Angels, Chu Yun commanded the Jianjiao to glide low over the dense canopy of the Wansho mountain range. Each creature encountered was a beast of considerable rank, with the peripheral areas hosting beings of approximately level 2 or 3 in plentiful numbers. Upon landing in an open expanse, an overconfident tiger lunged forward. Without a glance, Chu Yun began to scatter beans. The tiger, leaping into the air, found itself ensnared within the gaping maw of the Jianjiao, accompanied by the cacophonous crunching of bones. The black beans that fell to the ground seamlessly transformed into cloaked necromancers, 800 in total. Without further ado, the necromancers began to wield their staffs, igniting the surrounding magical array. From the earth emerged skeletal soldiers, pale and armed with bone blades and shields. In mere moments, a staggering 16,000 skeletal warriors materialized, instinctively spreading out to engage in combat. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Yun summoned the powerless mages back into beings, assimilating them into his grasp. The Jianjiao's long tail swept through the air as they ascended into the depths of the forest. The deeper they flew, the more ferocious the roars of beasts reverberated below. A moment of insight revealed that the beasts were of even higher levels, reaching levels 6, 7, and even a few at level 10. In a secluded valley, Chu Yun commanded the Jianjiao to halt. The sheer number of beasts in this area exceeded thousands. It was an ideal locale for his lightning. Releasing the lightning from his estate space, he noted that it had consumed enough cores to elevate its level to First Order, level 4. With a triumphant roar, the invigorated lightning landed upon the ground, crackling with electric energy. It manifested 6 equally formidable Thunder Shadow clones and charged into the surrounding horde, unleashing chaos. Observing for a while, Chu Yun left 20 Shadow Dragon guards to assist lightning before instructing the Jianjiao to delve deeper into the forest. Throughout this journey, He continuously dispatched beings representing the shadow dragon guards into the earth to slay beasts and collect blood crystals. Approximately an hour later, Chu Yun had ventured deep into the heart of the Wanshou mountain range, leaving behind nearly 500 shadow dragon guards along the way. He soon encountered a strikingly peculiar forest. Ordering the Jianjiao to hover midair, gazing downward, he noted the bizarre shapes of the trees, their leaves displaying an unhealthy dark green hue, and their trunks contorted as though they were anguished faces. Strangely, there were no beasts in sight. After delving 5 kilometers deeper, the absence of wildlife persisted. It was evident that something was amiss with these trees. As Chu Yun scrutinized them, he felt an unsettling sensation as if they were observing him in return. Commanding the Jianjiao to unleash its fiery breath, countless silver sword-like energy points swirled within its mouth, compressing into a formidable force. The next moment, a powerful silver breath surged toward the forest, cascading downwards. The sword energy swept through, obliterating the monstrous vines and leaving behind a foul-smelling liquid. Accompanied by the wailing cries of tormented souls, all the vegetation within a radius of several dozen miles seemed to awaken as if possessed. 5 seconds later, while the majority of the plant life was decimated, millions remained, their grotesque faces gaping wide as they brandished their vines, surging towards him. Chu Yun summoned the 800 necromancers, empowering them to conjure an additional 16,000 skeletal soldiers. After retracting them, the Jianjiao wasted no time and continued towards the next region. Every hour, Chu Yun would unleash 16,000 skeletal warriors in areas teeming with enemies, engaging in battle himself with a giant scythe, barret, or magical bullets, slaying thousands of formidable beasts and plants. Satisfied with the slaughter, he reversed his course to reclaim the accumulated blood crystals. Gradually, he filled the storage room in the villa, with heaps of crystal cores accumulating on the lawn. With the imminent meeting with the 100 Beast Queen approaching, it was imperative to elevate the lightning to its utmost potential. Finally, as the night reached its darkest hour, the clock struck midnight, heralding a new day. The various beings had produced corresponding quantities, and Chu Yun pondered from whom he would siphon a century's worth of time today. In these desolate mountains, locating humans proved challenging. However, he recalled that animals might possess time as well. Acting on this thought, Chu Yun swiftly captured a rabbit, beginning to absorb its time. He managed to extract 2.5 years before the rabbit succumbed to death. Next, he seized a peculiar white tiger with a single horn, which yielded only 8 years before it, too, lay on the brink of death. Upon comparison, it was evident that humans were indeed more efficient. Yet, in the dense mountains, humans were elusive while animals were plentiful. Without much effort, dozens of shadow dragon guards captured a batch of large beasts. Chu Yun activated the City of Time, relishing the overwhelming sensation of time flowing toward him. Upon completion, he found himself endowed with 126 years of time. Next came one of Chu Yun's favorite activities, the Time Emperor. A colossal golden clock materialized behind him. He placed the acquired time into the clock's third segment. Subsequently, a strand of temporal energy flowed into the time gun held in his hand. Aiming it at his temple, he unleashed a series of detonations, ultimately expending 99 years to accelerate his growth by 99 days. His bean soldiers had reached the following impressive tally: Huangdo sword and shield soldiers, 35,035. Haida shadow dragon guards, 1,800. Haida necromancers, 1,800. Beidou healing angels, 101. Beidou Jinjiao, 101. This numerical achievement was simply splendid. The unlocking of the next bean soldier was now closer than ever. To unlock the next soldier, complete any 2 of the following conditions. 1. The total quantity of Huangdo, Heido, and Baido reaches 50,000, not yet achieved. 2. Huangdo, Heido, and Baido defeat 50,000 enemies, achieved. 3. Core coins for the bean soldier summoning, not yet achieved. Just wait another day, and the conditions will be met to unlock the next type of soldier. What color of beans will it be then? Chu Yun is filled with immense anticipation. As for now, it's time to clear that relentless horde of alien plants. With a firm stance on his sword, he soared above the forest of alien plants, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Beneath the crimson moon, these alien plants not only possess greater strength, but also multiply with each battle. Here I come. With a wave of his hand, he scattered 100 white beans, which transformed mid-air into 100 dazzling, meteor-like sword lights. Following this, 100 colossal, sword-like dragon figures, each measuring 100 meters in length and exuding an imposing aura, emerged. They nearly filled the entire sky. Chu Yun gazed upon the dense array of sword dragons, his heart racing with excitement. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. He commanded them to attack, including the one beneath his feet. There were a total of 101 brilliantly shining silver sword energy spheres condensed to perfection. In the next moment, a unified roar of dragons echoed through the heavens. 101 robust streams of sword energy, akin to the divine sword of judgment, were unleashed upon the ground. Boom, 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 boom. Destruction. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, everything was annihilated. The cacophony of wails was instantaneously drowned out by the sword energy for several miles around. Not a single spot escaped the radiance of the dragon's breath. Countless alien plant monsters were instantaneously erased from existence. As 5 seconds passed, the dragon's breath concluded. The remaining 100 units of mana were used, and the second wave of dragon breath began to gather. Release. This time, without surprise, total annihilation. 1. 800 shadow dragon guards descended and swiftly collected all the blood crystals. Lightning consumed a ton, and then another ton. His power surged tremendously. Chu Yun scattered his hand again. 101 splendid angels appeared, using mana restoration on each sword dragon. In a short while, all the sword dragons returned to full strength. It was also time to venture into the depths of the mountain where the aura was most concentrated. Chapter 74. The Beast Queen could no longer wait and came to visit. Beneath the night sky, above the dense forest, a flying elephant, as large as a truck, flapped its enormous ears, producing a dull sound as it flew slowly forward. On its back sat 4 individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, the atmosphere tense. Strange, too strange. Lu Minghua, wearing glasses, had a cluster of peculiar mushrooms that trembled slightly atop his head. In his hand, he clutched a special telescope with flowing data on its lens. He surveyed the chaotic scene below. Along this route, all the alien beasts, regardless of strength, were dead. Taking a deep breath, he continued his analysis. Everywhere were signs of fierce battles. Observing the injuries on the alien beast corpses, they were inflicted by some sharp blade, coupled with the remnants scattered across the ground, which nearly formed a path of shattered bones. It was clear that the assailants numbered at least in the thousands of skeleton soldiers. Skeletons? The blonde-haired Wang Bang exclaimed in surprise. Why would skeleton soldiers appear in a zombie apocalypse? Over 10,000. As the sole female summoner of the flying elephant, Li Ling looked astonished. Her voice involuntarily rose. How could this be possible? At this stage, whose mana could sustain the summoning of such a large-scale, undead army? Lu Minghua squinted slightly. He solemnly stated, "There is only one person who came before us on this path. Are you referring to that handsome young man?" Li Ling was shocked. How could this be? Wang Bang interjected. With level 6 mana, how could one summon over 10,000 skeleton soldiers? That is impossible. Indeed, outrageous. Lu Minghua shook his head, then nodded. However, it is not impossible. His ability to possess a first-tier advanced white dragon as a pet at level 6 indicates that his background is extraordinary. He paused, surveying his companions, and resolutely concluded. I have strong confidence that this person has at least a second-tier, possibly even a third-tier top-tier powerful elder backing him. It is that unfathomable background that has granted him these treasures surpassing his current level. With this thought, all the absurdities suddenly became clear. Li Ling and Wang Bang widened their eyes, exchanging glances. They saw the realization and a hint of bitterness in each other's eyes. Indeed, if not for such circumstances, how could a mere level 6 courier outshine those of them who had painstakingly risen to level 7 or 8? This was simply a denial of all their hard work this month. The only explanation is that the other party is a descendant of a celestial dragon, born with a golden key in his mouth. Beside them, Chen Sihu furrowed his brow. Although he somewhat believed it, he was extremely unwilling to accept it. He forced a scoff, sneering. So what if he has a towering background? In this task world, it is still the strong who are respected. When we see him, unless he apologizes for his previous actions, I will not hesitate to deal with him. Li Ling cautioned. Are you not afraid that he might summon over 10,000 skeleton soldiers to exhaust you? Humph. What if he can summon a bunch of the most worthless skeletons? Chen Sihu seemed to have heard the best joke ever. No matter how many there are, they are still a bunch of trash. Trash paired with trash, a perfect match. What he truly thought was, the other party has already summoned over 10,000 skeletons once. How could he summon again? However, as the flying elephant continued its journey, the scene below left everyone astonished. My heavens, this place has clearly been punished by divine thunder. Everywhere were traces of lightning strikes. Such violent elemental energy. It must have been caused by a first-tier or higher lightning-type alien beast. But why did the lightning-type alien beast suddenly kill at least 10,000 other alien beasts today? Regarding the group's confusion, Lu Minghua, having already discerned everything, adjusted his glasses, and said with certainty, from the claw marks scattered throughout the scene, "This lightning-type beast is a large feline, and its master is still that young man with a profound background. Possessing a white dragon mount and able to summon over 10,000 skeletons to battle, it is entirely reasonable for a formidable lightning beast to appear as well." The flying elephant continued to progress slowly. This pace left the impatient Shinsihu extremely dissatisfied. Damn it, this thing is flying so slowly. Were it not for conserving the strength and energy of the blood skeleton for the potential battles ahead, he would have wanted to have the blood skeleton unfold its bone wings and carry him forward. There was no helping it. Li Ling sighed helplessly, stroking the rough skin of the flying elephant. If only my little elephant had even half the speed of that white dragon. As she spoke, the flying elephant beneath her let out a dissatisfied trumpet, and the speed of its flapping ears suddenly increased, soaring forward. After 3 minutes of exertion, exhaustion set in, and heavy breathing ensued, causing the pace to slow once again. "No need to rush. We have ample time for this task. Just take it slow," Lu Minghua remarked. Along the way, new signs of battle emerged. Initially, he presumed it was the young man himself who had engaged in combat, as the traces left behind were indicative of a human-sized figure. However, as he examined the area further, he discovered that the signs of conflict were widespread, extending for hundreds of miles. One individual could not possibly possess such stamina. The only plausible explanation was that the adversary commanded at least 100 formidable subordinates. These subordinates wielded claws as weapons and were all masters of close combat, rendering them virtually invincible among their peers. "What? Masters of close combat?" Wang Bang exclaimed, astonished. He prided himself on being an unrivaled fighter within his team, yet he merely considered himself proficient in melee combat. Instinctively, he retorted, "You must be mistaken. Mastery is not easily attained, let alone by over 100 masters." Lu Minghua cast him a sidelong glance, gesturing to the mushroom atop his head. "Milingon mushroom, coin does not err. If I say they are masters, they are indeed masters." Li Ling was already numbed by the revelation. Over 100 subordinates. How on earth did he manage to bring so many powerful figures here? Lu Minghua shared his bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. "I understand now. It must be an ultra-rare core coin capable of storing living beings. Such coins are typically only possessed by individuals of at least Tier 3. The mystery was solved. The adversary's background must be that of a Tier 3 powerhouse. Tier 3. Shinsihu's eyes flashed with panic, and he admitted to feeling fear. Yet, he stubbornly insisted. No matter how powerful his background, this is the initial zone, and nothing above Tier 2 can be brought in. As long as it's Tier 2 or lower, my blood skeleton can still easily dominate." This declaration was less for the benefit of others and more an attempt to bolster his own courage. Soon, however, he was proven wrong. Not only him, but the others trembled, rendered speechless. The flying elephant they rode hovered in fear. Behind them lay a dense forest, but ahead, as far as the eye could see, the ground appeared as if it had been plowed repeatedly. Everything had vanished. Moreover, a wave of overwhelming sword energy pervaded the vast expanse, stinging their faces with its intensity. What in the world had transpired here? The arrogance and disdain that once graced Shinsihu's visage had vanished completely, replaced by a near-dazed horror. They would face certain death at the hands of the being responsible for this devastation. He and his blood skeleton would undoubtedly perish. Not even a second would they withstand. The sheer destructive power was akin to that of a divine realm. They were utterly incapable of contending with such might, let alone deserving to meet its gaze. Beside him, Wang Bang gaped in disbelief. He gasped for breath, yet no words escaped his lips. If the enemy possessed such power, then his own combat prowess seemed laughably infantile. What level of power was this? Li Ling murmured in a trance. Could it be a nuclear weapon obliterating everything? No, Lu Minghua interjected, his voice hoarse and dry. Adjusting his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses brimmed with disbelief and the shock of a monumental revelation. It is not a nuclear bomb. It is sword energy. Countless terrifying waves of sword energy, raining down from the sky, have completely erased this area from existence. He abruptly turned to face the others, his excitement causing his words to spill forth at an astonishing speed. "Do you remember that white dragon summoned by that person? The dragon's head and tail bore striking sword-like features. Yet, the energy it emitted at the time was far from sufficient to create such a scene of annihilation before our eyes. Thus, the only conclusion is this." Lu Minghua nearly shouted his signature phrase. That mysterious and powerful white dragon must mean that young man possesses at the very least, over 100 of them. Upon uttering these words, he was drenched in sweat. Meanwhile, upon hearing this, Shinsihu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. As consciousness faded, a singular thought consumed him. Apologize. Apologize. When I see that young man, I shall be the first to rush forward and kneel before him in apology. I only hope he will let me off the hook. Just as the group was struck by profound shock, a resounding eagle cry echoed from the horizon. A majestic giant eagle flapped its wings, swiftly approaching and hovering beside their flying elephant. A woman atop the eagle exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, I was here yesterday, and it wasn't like this. Did you little ones cause this?" She clicked her tongue. I didn't expect my delivery team to be so powerful. Chapter 75. The Human-Faced Demon Spider. Easy to kill, difficult to capture. Is this the human-faced demon spider? The sword dragon hovered above the clouds, with Chu Yun standing atop its head, observing the battle below through a barretscope. Below, dozens of shadow dragon guards moved like phantoms, gliding through the dark forest with seamless coordination, launching brutal attacks from various angles. Their target was a terrifying spider, the human-faced demon spider, whose size rivaled that of a truck. Its body shimmered with a metallic sheen of deep purple, and the most striking feature was the enormous, twisted human face on its back, seemingly a manifestation of countless tormented souls. Truly chilling. Human-faced demon spider. Level, 17 attributes, strength 23, agility 27, constitution 30 abilities, spider senses, venom, tough silk, web binding, paralysis, sharp spider spear. This spider's power far surpassed that of the beasts found on the outskirts of the mountains. Its agility was 27 times that of the shadow dragon guards. Coupled with its unique danger perception ability, it easily detected each ambush a second in advance, evading them with ease. Even when occasionally harmed by cunning dragon claws, the human-faced demon spider's body was laden with toxins. As it sustained damage, the venom retaliated, paralyzing the shadow dragon guards, rendering them immobile. Then, like lightning, its spider spears would pierce through the bodies of the shadow dragons. Within a mere 5 seconds, over 30 shadow dragon guards had been decimated. Summoning them again would require 6 hours for reconstruction. Dealing with such a formidable foe, the one-star shadow dragon guards were indeed at a disadvantage. He mused to himself that if he could elevate the level of summoned soldiers and synthesize stronger 2-star shadow dragon guards, the situation would not be so dire. The battle below shifted once more. Seemingly enraged by the relentless shadows, the human face on the back of the human-faced demon spider let out a screech. Its 8 limbs slightly bent, and its massive body suddenly gathered energy. In the next moment, hundreds of dark purple spider silks shot forth like a barrage, propelling in all directions. The shadow dragon guards reacted swiftly, deftly evading each incoming strand of silk. However, the strands of silk, rather than falling listlessly, extended outward as if imbued with life after reaching their maximum distance, intricately weaving and linking with nearby threads. In the blink of an eye, they formed an immense and dense web of golden iron. The spherical web began to rapidly contract inward. With a clang, 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 Yinglong struck the web with its claws, producing a resounding clash of metal. This web was not only exceedingly resilient, but the potent venom clinging to it rebounded from the attack, corroding the assailant. Observing the ever-constricting net below, Chu Yun scratched his face. The mission required live capture. If it were merely a matter of killing, a single breath of dragon fire from his sword dragon would suffice. Regrettably, in the past few hours, he had encountered only this one suitable Renyan emoju. He was genuinely apprehensive that a careless move might result in its demise. It seemed he would have to take matters into his own hands. Dismissing distractions, Chu Yun chambered around in his barret, gathering the bullet's energy. At that moment, the web had shrunk to its smallest form. The Renyan emoju was tearing apart its final enemy. The instant the web unfolded, a bullet descended from the heavens, aimed at its head. Yet, the creature seemed to have sensed the impending attack a moment earlier, abruptly transforming into an afterimage and retreating 10 meters away. A smile remained on Chu Yun's face. As the bullet struck the ground, the frigid energy within erupted explosively. A wave of dense ice elements surged forth, rapidly spreading in all directions. Wherever the cold swept through, grass, trees, rocks, and even the drifting leaves and dust in the air froze instantly. In the blink of an eye, the valley within a mile had transformed into a silent domain of ice and snow. The Renyan emoju was quick to react. At the same moment the frost spread, it instinctively propelled itself away. Yet, no speed could outpace the expansion of ice. After barely 500 meters, it was engulfed by the icy tide, still maintaining a fleeing posture, becoming a grotesque ice sculpture. Chu Yun was uncertain how long the ice would hold the creature. Thus, at the very moment it was frozen, the barret had already targeted its 8 spider legs, which resembled colossal spears. He pulled the trigger. A rapid succession of gunfire erupted. 8 rounds of large-caliber sniper bullets sliced through the air, striking precisely at the joints of the Renmian Mo Zhu's 8 legs. There was a crack and a splatter of ice shards mixed with dark purple flesh. The 8 legs that supported its massive body shattered. With a thunderous crash, the enormous Mo Zhu's body fell heavily onto the solid ice surface, producing a dull thud. Its back bore a grotesque human face that contorted in agony, emitting a shrill, ear-piercing roar that was entirely unlike that of an insect. The ice binding it shattered instantaneously. As it was about to move, the 9th bullet arrived, obliterating its vital organ for producing silk. The Renmian Mo Zhu wailed in despair, its body surging with purple light, seemingly entering a frenzied state of desperation. Not so obedient. Chu Yun remarked softly, his thoughts shifting. The air beside him rippled, and a colossal figure leaped forth. It was the Lightning Hunter, now successfully advanced to level 17 after continuously consuming crystal cores in the manner. With a roar imbued with the might of thunder, the Lightning Hunter, now resembling a small mountain, descended before the Renmian Mo Zhu. Raising its massive paw, entwined with lightning, it struck down with great force. With a resounding thud, the 12 wild and blood-colored compound eyes of the Renmian Mo Zhu instantly regained clarity. It gazed up at this imposing figure radiating an aura of death and destruction. Submissively, it lowered its head. Lightning snorted in satisfaction, dissipating the raging thunder it had been brewing. Then, it employed its newly awakened skill, Thunder Cage. Blinding arcs of lightning intertwined and flickered, rapidly forming a cage based on the iron enclosure from their first meeting, yet entirely composed of furious thunder. The Mo Zhu, now legless and curled into a ball, was securely confined within. Following this, lightning's thunderous wings unfurled, its claws grasping the lightning cage, and with a powerful flap, it carried its prey before its master. Now this is more like it. Chu Yun observed the Renmian Mo Zhu, now exceedingly docile and not daring to breathe. Within the cage, nodding in satisfaction, a notification chimed, indicating the completion of the task. An arrow pointing towards the delivery person appeared, with the distance marked as 32 kilometers. Only 32 kilometers? Since entering the mountains, Chu Yun, riding his sword dragon, had flown over 300 kilometers. This suggested that indeed, mere seconds later, the number adjusted, changing from 32 kilometers to 31 kilometers. The smile on Chu Yun's face deepened. It seemed the Queen of Beasts could not wait to collect the delivery herself. However, Chu Yun had no intention of completing the task immediately. Once he did, only 30 minutes would remain here. Yet if he timed the delivery just right, he could linger for at least 12 hours. Returning too early posed the risk that the formidable enemy behind the handprint might still be present. Therefore, he aimed to utilize the resources here to cultivate lightning to the 2nd tier within the limited time, hoping to awaken a useful second talent. Currently, in terms of pure flying speed, lightning, with its lightning attribute, surpassed the sword dragon. Chu Yun leaped atop lightning, absorbing the sword dragon within him, and stored the cage in the manor space. Let us continue deeper. Chapter 76. The Ant Nest Secret Realm, an ever-growing army of ants. Just 30 kilometers in, Chu Yun beheld a massive red vortex amidst the mountains. A mere glance was enough to draw him into its depths. A notification chimed, indicating he had entered the Ant Nest Secret Realm. Detecting that he was engaged in a multi-person delivery task, the system automatically initiated a team trial. After a dizzying whirl and a strong sense of weightlessness, Chu Yun found himself standing on soft, damp ground. Lightning transformed into a small cat, resting at his feet. Looking around, he realized he was in an incredibly vast underground space, with walls peppered with at least 10,000 human-sized holes. What on earth? How did I suddenly end up here? Wang Bang rubbed his bewildered head and staggered to his feet. Where's this? Li Ling queried. Weren't we just chatting on Sister Qin's sculpture? At that moment, the 4 of them, Wang Bang, Li Ling, the bespectacled Lu Minghua, and the sharp-featured Chen Sihua, all simultaneously noticed the bowed figure of Chu Yun. The scene fell into a hushed silence as Chu Yun was engrossed in the system's notifications. Ding. You have entered the Ant Nest Secret Realm. Current difficulty, hard, easy, normal, hard, hell, survival task. Withstand 224 waves of ant attacks. And receive rewards such as bronze chests, silver chests, gold chests, and other prizes based on personal contribution. Personal kill task. Eliminate regular ant soldiers, elemental special ants, flying venom ants, ant generals, and ant kings. Depending on the number, quality, and level of kills, earn white cards, green cards, blue cards, and level points. After completing the 12th wave, you may choose to exit freely. As he checked, The other four quietly huddled together. Li Ling gestured towards Chen Sihu and subtly indicated the youth not far away. She whispered, "Aren't you going to bow and apologize? He's right there, hurry up." Chen Sihu glared at her, "Get lost." His expression fluctuated, recalling the conversation with the Beast Queen on the way. They had also learned the true strength of that youth. 3 days prior, he was a newcomer. Today, he had reached level 6, an astonishing rate of progression. Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. Even if the other party had a formidable background, it was all reliant on external forces. The display of power thus far had been considerable, undoubtedly exhausting. Perhaps the lad was now merely a shell of his former self, spent and weakened. "Quick, summon the system," Lu Minghua suddenly exclaimed. The group opened their interfaces and soon understood their predicament, their expressions turning grave. Lu Minghua adjusted his glasses, realizing that the individual they had encountered was also within this ant nest secret realm. Just as he was about to elaborate on the nature of the secret realm and the extent of its challenges, a rustling sound erupted from the countless holes around them, an ominous precursor to an impending onslaught. The cacophony of scuttling grew closer and louder, culminating in a spine-chilling roar. The first wave was upon them. Lu Minghua shouted, and he and the other three immediately readied themselves. From the surrounding holes emerged ants the size of household dogs, their bodies a deep black, with menacing mandibles. In mere moments, their numbers swelled beyond 2,000. At that moment, Chu Yun flicked his hand, scattering 100 black beans onto the ground, which transformed into a legion of gray-robed necromancers. As the incantation was chanted, swathes of skeleton soldiers crawled forth from the earth, ultimately numbering 2,000. So many! Li Ling exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth at the sudden appearance of the skeleton soldiers. Wang Bang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are these the skeleton soldiers? Lu Minghua's eyes sparkled with realization. It's the bean transformation technique. And these are the rare black bean necromancers. Only Tier 3, blue core coin bean transformations can yield necromancers. The mystery was solved. His background is Tier 3. Tier 3. Chen Sihu's complexion turned ashen. Shortly after, they witnessed an astonishing sight. The youth had summoned a divine angel. "I can't discern what type of angel this is," Lu Minghua shouted excitedly, "but it must be Tier 4 or above." Chen Sihu fainted on the spot. After summoning the healing angel, Chu Yun immediately issued commands. The angel gracefully spread her arms, and a pure white light radiated like ripples, enveloping the 100 necromancers with precision. Mana recovery. Under the illumination of the holy light, the mana of the necromancers, which had been recovering slowly, surged to 10 times its previous speed. In the distance, the clash of a white sea of skeleton soldiers collided violently with the incoming black tide of ants. The sounds of metal clashing, shells shattering, and bones snapping echoed throughout. Through Chu Yun's insight, he discerned that the swarm consisted of first and second level grunts. Yet, with their tough exoskeletons and formidable biting power, their combat strength was comparable to that of the skeleton soldiers wielding bone blades. The battle was devoid of any embellishments, stark and efficient. The fierce and brutal confrontation lasted 10 minutes, and the victor was clear. First wave completed. On Chu Yun's interface, it displayed regular ant soldiers killed, 2,000. The remaining skeleton soldiers numbered just over 100. At this moment, all the remnants of ants and shattered bones on the ground dissipated into specks of light, seemingly absorbed by the space around them. Without a moment's respite, the second wave of attacks followed swiftly. This time, the number was 2.5 times that of the previous wave. Moreover, among the ant horde, 10 particularly striking special ants emerged, their bodies slightly larger and exoskeletons displaying fiery red, icy blue, wind green, earthy yellow, and deep purple hues, each corresponding to different elemental powers. Their levels all reached 5. Prepare for battle. Lu Minghua summoned a vibrant green longbow. All right. Wang Bang's form was enveloped in a layer of hard silver armor. Li Ling conjured a staff in her hand, beginning to harness elemental energy. Lu Minghua, shaking his head and standing up, summoned the strongest blood skeleton. The appearance of the blood skeleton caught Chu Yun's eye, thinking to himself that this guy is quite the family. To prevent them from snatching up the kills first, he flicked his fingers, sending a plump, white bean soaring. Roar! The thunderous dragon roar reverberated. The white bean expanded in the air, instantaneously transforming into a formidable sword dragon. Its scales glimmering and its horns majestic. The sword dragon instantly opened its massive jaws, channeling sword energy, and unleashed a sword breath. A torrent of countless fine sword energies surged forth, unstoppable. In the wake of this overwhelming breath, any and all ants were obliterated in an instant. The 4. who had braced themselves from a distance, stared in astonishment at the scene before them, though they had anticipated such a display. Witnessing the white dragon's breath up close was a profound shock. That brother, Lu Minghua, lowered his longbow, hesitating before speaking. Such a powerful dragon breath used against foes of this caliber seems a bit excessive, doesn't he? He had intended to say it was wasteful, but changed his phrasing at the last moment. Indeed, Li Ling concurred, and this is only the second wave. There are still many more to come, surely stronger enemies await. It would be wiser to conserve power for critical moments. Wang Bang, encased in armor, nodded in agreement. Exactly. We can handle these grunts. You should save your strength. That's right. You can rest. We'll take care of it, Chen Sihu added, his voice somewhat strained. For the first time, Chu Yun regarded the four with a piercing gaze, stating, "There's no need for your concern. In this secret realm, I intend to claim all the rewards for myself." Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. The expressions of the four shifted, their admiration for the youth evaporating. After all, they were all level 7 and 8 powerhouses, renowned talents within their respective regions, and had never been so belittled before. Humph. If that is the case, we want to intervene at all, so as not to disturb your monster clearing. Lu Minghua let out a cold snort, sheathing his weapon and crossing his arms as he observed. Very well. Let us see how you single-handedly bear the burdens of this arduous secret realm. Li Ling, equally incensed, lowered her staff. Wang Bang silently stepped back a few paces, indicating his stance. Chen Sihu spat softly. Umph, how brazen to demand respect. They held no faith in him. Could the soldiers summoned by a solitary individual withstand the relentless onslaught of waves, each stronger than the last? Those skeletons? Numerous, yet as fragile as weeds. That white dragon? Powerful indeed, but could it sustain such breath indefinitely? Even if there were many white dragons, once their magic was depleted, what could a mere level 6 commander do against the increasingly formidable tide of ants? Just wait and see how you perish. In due time, we shall witness whether you plead for aid from us, the level 7 and 8 powerhouses. As the third round commenced, the number of ant soldiers surged past 10,000, with the count of special level 5 ants reaching 100. This terrifying quantity left the four observers feeling breathless and fearful. Yet, Chu Yun remained as calm as still water, merely sprinkling black beans, transforming them into 400 necromancers. Coupled with the 100 fully replenished necromancers, they all raised their staffs together, summoning 10,000 skeletal soldiers. He then flicked his fingers, summoning 5 angels to expedite the mana recovery of all necromancers. Just as the sea of skeletons was about to clash with the black tide of ants, 100 shadow dragon guards had already penetrated the enemy's rear, effortlessly dispatching the special ants. The battle was on the brink of eruption. In the 4th and 5th rounds, both the quantity and quality of the ants steadily increased. Nevertheless, Chu Yun consistently produced commensurate power, adeptly navigating each round. At last, upon overcoming this challenge, he could claim the rewards of the first phase as the 6th round appeared. This time, the ordinary ants numbered a dazzling 50,000. As far as the eye could see, there was a tumult of black shells and menacing mandibles. In addition to the thousands of special elemental ants, a formidable first-tier ant general emerged from the swarm. Chapter 77, Ant General, Mindblade. Silver treasure chest. As one of the commanders in this conflict, Chu Yun reveled in this explosive battle of numbers. After all, the skeletal soldiers came at no cost. He scattered all remaining necromancer black beans, totaling 1,800 necromancers, who lined up in formation. They simultaneously raised their bony staffs, chanting somber and obscure incantations. The earth trembled. The soft, damp soil was violently upheaved, as countless pale skeletons burst forth from the ground. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. In the blink of an eye, a spine-chilling white wave formed before the necromancers. 26,000. Lu Minghua stared dumbfounded at the data displayed on his glasses, his heart racing uncontrollably. Trembling, he glanced at the newly appeared 18 angels. Based on his calculations, each angel could restore the mana of 100 necromancers at an accelerated pace. After 10 minutes, he could summon 2,000 skeletons again. Those 18 angels equated to 1,800 mages. Each necromancer could summon 20 skeleton soldiers at once. This meant that every 10 minutes, he could summon 26,000 skeleton soldiers. This figure struck like a hammer upon him and the other three, leaving them in a state of disbelief. Insanity. This world was utterly mad. Wang Bang muttered in a daze, recalling how, at level 6, he had been elated after defeating an level 8 mutated beast and had basked in the admiration of a throng of newcomers, feeling superior. Yet in comparison, he realized he had been nothing but a pathetic dog back then. The others shared similar sentiments. Only upon witnessing the invincible strategy of summoning armies did they grasp the true meaning of power. This was what true strength looked like. They had not forgotten that this youth, aside from the boundless army of skeletons, commanded over 100 fearsome white dragons. And if that were not enough, standing behind the youth were over 1,000 formidable dragon men. Among them, Chen Sihu touched his face, recalling how the speed and strength of the youth's attacks had been incredibly formidable. My goodness, not only could this individual summon such terrifying creatures, but he was also a powerhouse in his own right. Heaven, this is profoundly unfair. Boom. Just as their hearts were engulfed by overwhelming shock and bitterness, an unexpected turn transpired on the battlefield. The Ant General, now a first-tier being capable of standing upright, seemed unable to tolerate the audacity of the skeletal horde obstructing its kin's advance. With a furious roar, it propelled itself into the air like a cannonball, crashing down upon the sea of skeletons. Boom. The impact generated a shockwave that shattered dozens of skeletal soldiers in an instant. A single punch sent hundreds of skeletal soldiers crumbling. Raising both hands above its head, it gathered a dense sphere of black energy and hurled it forward. Thunderously, thousands of skeletal soldiers perished. Lu Minghua anticipated this outcome. Though the number of skeletal soldiers was vast, they were merely level 1 or 2, akin to the ordinary ants. Against a true first-tier powerhouse, no amount of numbers would suffice. Wang Bang suggested, "Should we join forces to assist him?" "No," Lu Minghua countered, gesturing for the others to glance at the small cat at the youth's feet. Yawning, he intoned gravely, "That is a lightning-type leopard, nearly at the pinnacle of level 1. The three gasped in astonishment. "What?" Li Ling inquired. "Did not Sister Qin say that the lightning leopard taken 3 days ago was only level 5? During a conversation with the Beast Queen, they had mentioned their other teammate's beauty and inadvertently learned that she had encountered Qin Baisho 3 days prior. At that time, Qin Baisho had only taken the mother of the little leopard, leaving the cub behind, its true intention easily deduced. The implication was that the often busy delivery agents encountered many foes daily, naturally providing their beast companions with ample resources. Moreover, under the system's servant panel, each level up significantly enhanced the beast's various abilities, with a higher chance of awakening new powers compared to the abnormal beasts of the apocalypse. In just 3 days, the beast companion had ascended from level 5 to level 17, and given another day, it was likely to break through to level 2. Lu Minghua spoke with conviction. Upon hearing this, Chen Sihu silently regarded his skeletal soldiers. Silently comforting himself, he reassured, "It's all right. No matter how formidable the thunder leopard may be, it is merely powerful within this apocalyptic realm. Upon returning to the real world, my beloved will always surpass you." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as a gunshot rang out, drawing the gazes of the four towards the young man. They beheld Chu Yun, wielding a pitch-black Barrett sniper rifle, its barrel aimed directly at the Ant General, who was wreaking havoc among the swarm of skeletons. The Ant General sensed the impending danger and prepared to move. However, the 4 shadow dragons, having anticipated this moment, had already intercepted all its escape routes. With a piercing sound, the bullet penetrated the Ant General's most vulnerable neck, creating a gaping hole. The Ant General emitted a painful and furious screech, but such an injury did not bring about its demise. Yet, its consciousness began to wane, and a soft pink aura enveloped its body. Upon opening its eyes again, it surveyed its kin, only to spot the enemies daring to attack its kind from afar. It knelt and leaped powerfully into the midst of the enemy ranks, delivering a devastating punch that shattered a multitude of soldier ants into fragments. Following that, it gathered a sphere of energy and hurled it towards the nearby foes, leading to the demise of even more soldier ants. This unexpected display left all the soldier ants momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, the Ant General charged into the enemy ranks, unleashing destruction. Fortune smiled upon Chu Yun, who was somewhat astonished to encounter the 5 charm probability in a single instance. He observed intently, and nearly a minute later, the pink glow surrounding the Ant General completely dissipated, ceasing its assault on its allies. Before he could react, 2 shots rang out successively. The first shattered its head armor, while the second penetrated its brain, creating a large explosion. With a thud, the mighty Ant General collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining battle unfolded without suspense, continuing until the last ant was vanquished. Ding! Round 6 ends. Commencing reward distribution based on contribution rewards? Lu Minghua, Wang Bang, Li Ling, and Chen Sihu exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting bitter amusement. They had merely been bystanders, not having personally slain a single ant, thus earning no rewards at all. In contrast, before Chu Yun, The air shimmered, and two chests, radiating distinct glimmers, slowly materialized. One was an ancient bronze chest, the other a resplendent silver chest. Chu Yun crouched down and reached out to touch the bronze chest first. Ding! You have opened the bronze chest and received 3 physical attribute points and a foundational skill book. It allows the elevation of 1 introductory level skill to foundational level. Psychic flying daggers. Depending on mental strength, control over 13 flying daggers is achievable. He allocated all attribute points to strength, and a warm surge coursed through his limbs. His strength attribute rose from 16 to 19 points, just 1 step away from the limit of 20 points. Then came the skill book, which he applied to dual focus. Introductory level. This not only filled in gaps in his knowledge, but also extended and enhanced his existing skills, as if he had undergone 3 years of diligent study. Upon opening his eyes once more, Chu Yun found his mind clear and his computational abilities significantly enhanced. Dual focus had ascended from introductory to foundational level. Finally, he picked up the silver coin engraved with the image of 3 flying daggers. Infusing it into the slime avatar on his body, he focused his mind, and 3 gleaming flying daggers coalesced before him. With his mental control, these daggers moved with the grace of living fish, executing cuts, stabs, slices, spins, and even more complex maneuvers effortlessly. Thanks to the upgrade of his dual focus ability, these daggers felt like extensions of his own body, allowing him to command them with precision even in simultaneous actions. An excellent toy. Chu Yun nodded in satisfaction. Having collected his items, the bronze chest vanished, and his gaze shifted to the silver chest, which he opened directly. Ding! You have opened the silver chest and received Chapter 78, From Beans to Soldiers. The legendary blade of destiny. Within the white chest lay but a single item, yet it imbued Chu Yun with a sense of hard-won fulfillment. Talent upgrade card. The very sight of this card calmed his heart, which had been startled by the overwhelming hand of fate. Chu Yun felt an urge to sing aloud. Finally, I have awaited you. He used it immediately. From Beans to Soldiers LV2 to LV3. Please select 1 unit from the following options as your 3rd yellow bean unit. 1. Hammer Soldier, wielding a massive hammer. Adept at breaking armor and defenses, with a combined attribute of 2 points, producing 100 beans per day. 2. Sword and Shield Soldier, clad in bronze armor. Equipped with a shield in the left hand and a sword in the right, balanced in offense and defense, with a combined attribute of 2 points, producing 100 beans per day. 3. Slingshot Soldier, remarkable shooting speed, skilled at disrupting enemies and targeting their weak points, with a combined attribute of 1 point, producing 150 beans per day. Note: if choosing an existing unit, it will merge. Upon reaching 3 stars, you can select 1 talent from 3 options for awakening. Naturally, to maximize benefits, option 2 is the optimal choice. Selection confirmed. Merging in progress. Please choose 1 talent from the following 3 for this Bean Soldier's awakening. 1. Morale, when the number of allied soldiers nearby exceeds 100, 1,000, or 10,000. All attributes increase by 2, 4, or 6 points respectively. 2. Unyielding, when entering a defensive state, gains a 50 damage reduction. 3. Legendary Blade, when facing a fatal blow, triggers immunity and reverts to yellow bean form, refreshes after 24 hours, completely healing injuries. Chu Yun had always hesitated to use sword and shield soldiers primarily because they could perish. Each bean soldier was precious to him, and the loss of even one caused him heartache. However, now with the legendary Blade of Destiny, it effectively meant possessing an immortal form, although there was a 24-hour cooldown. The ample number of bean soldiers made it inconsequential. Talent selection confirmed, awakening commencing. Subsequently, a new yellow bean soldier panel appeared before him. Sword and shield soldier. Attributes: strength 10, agility 10, stamina 10, talent. Legendary blade. Description: clad in Xian iron armor. Equipped with a shield in the left hand and a massive sword in the right, balanced in both offense and defense. Daily production: 300 beans. Current quantity: 35033. With this upgrade, all previous bean soldiers underwent evolution. It is no exaggeration to say that the overall value of the sword and shield soldiers now firmly ranked among the top 3 of all bean soldiers. Just then, the next round commenced. Round 7 begins. Crackling sounds resonated from the surrounding holes, replaced by a roaring tide akin to waves crashing upon the shore. An even more tumultuous black torrent emerged. This time, the number of ordinary ant soldiers has reached an alarming 80,000. Among which over 3,000 are mixed with special element ants. The count of first-tier ant generals has also surged to 10. Just as Lu Minghua and others presumed that the young man would employ his previous tactics, Chu Yun waved his hand. causing the 1,800 necromancers before him to transform into black beings and return to his body. Even the formidable shadow dragon guards vanished into the shadow of their lord. Instantly, the surroundings became desolate, leaving only a few bare figures. Why is he collecting all his summoned creatures? Li Ling rubbed his eyes, filled with confusion. What is he intending to do? Wang Bang was equally perplexed, thinking it absurd to suggest that the four of them would take the front lines. This is ludicrous. Chen Sihu could hardly believe it. After all, that is a tidal wave of 100,000 ants. They would surely be exhausted. It is infuriating that this secret realm is set to a high difficulty. If it were simple, we might stand a chance, but now in the distance, the 10 ant generals emitted piercing shrieks, urging the endless swarm of ant soldiers toward the central enemy. The army drew closer, causing the four to grow anxious. Just as Lu Minghua was about to politely inquire whether the opponent intended to clear the field with 100 white dragons, Chu Yun had already initiated a new action. Still scattering beans around, this time, he released the most classic yellow beans. Puff, 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 puff. Waves of earthy yellow light burst forth. Towering soldiers clad in dark iron armor appeared, wielding heavy tower shields in their left hands and gleaming greatswords in their right. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Ultimately, a total of 35,000 formidable sword and shield soldiers materialized. Each soldier possessed strength tenfold that of an ordinary person, radiating an aura akin to battle-hardened war gods. The sheer presence generated by such numbers caused the four observers in the distance to catch their breath. Is this truly a sword and shield soldier? Lu Minghua lost his usual composure, feeling that the scene before him was utterly absurd. Bean soldiers are not a rare commodity in the market. On the contrary, they are quite popular. Among them, the capability of sword and shield soldiers to both attack and defend is particularly favored by many. Yet, the sword and shield soldiers before him differed entirely from his understanding. Ordinary sword and shield soldiers donned rough bronze armor, their attributes balanced yet unremarkable, merely serving as competent cannon fodder or frontline troops. But these before him, with their obsidian black heavy armor shimmering with luster, were clearly crafted from exceptional materials. The thickness of their shields, the chilling gleam of their great swords, and their nearly 3-meter-tall muscular frames. This is a super-enhanced version. You influential individuals are so ostentatious even in the realm of the extraordinary. While we commoners struggle for survival, are you celestial beings merely here for a vacation? Witnessing this spectacle, Li Ling was already dumbfounded, with only one thought racing through his mind. Mom, look. This person is overpowered. Wang Bang could hardly swallow, realizing that even a few of these soldiers could easily match him. In a scenario devoid of skills, and with equal attributes, he feared he might genuinely be outmatched. Chen Sihu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering unconsciously, "This guy is a monster." Boom. A massive wave of ants crashed against the foremost line of shields. The sheer recoil from the shields instantly claimed the lives of over 1,000 ant soldiers. Following this, the sword and shield soldiers thrust their sharp great swords through the gap intentionally left by their shields. Stab, stab, stab. The blades pierced flesh, claiming yet another 1,000 ants. A few first-tier ant generals simultaneously let out a roar and leapt high, preparing to vault over the front line of shields to create chaos within the formation. Just waiting for you. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. He had long since communicated through his consciousness, instructing all sword and shield soldiers to be wary of this maneuver. In a split second before the ant generals landed, the surrounding sword and shield soldiers surged forward with their shields raised. With a resounding crash, they collided forcefully with the humanoid ant, causing a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds. Its internal organs were crushed and ruptured. Just as it was about to retaliate in its dying moments, stab, several greatswords sliced through, cleaving it into segments. Observing this from a distance, other ant generals abandoned their similar fate and opted for ranged energy attacks. In response, the sword and shield soldiers raised their massive shields in defense, and although some suffered unfortunate injuries, Chu Yun calmly waved his hand. 100 angels, radiating a gentle holy light, appeared, hovering above the battlefield, continuously casting healing light on the wounded soldiers. The ebb and flow of battle no longer required his concern. Chu Yun shifted his focus to selecting the next bean soldier. Please select one option from the following troop types as your third black bean soldier. Current red bean is reserved for Enmo Wuqinli, purple bean for Shirkong, and other suitable characters representing colors from anime can be discussed here.